Tianxian Continent, Nan Domain Dongshan Islands. The sea breeze imbued with a distinctive saline and humid aroma tirelessly crashes against the black reefs along the coastline. White-capped waves burst forth in a dazzling display. Zhang Chen stood with his arms folded at the edge of a cliff behind his family's mountains, his gaze fixed on the endless azure sea. Where sea meets sky, colossal sea beasts intermittently leapt from the waters before plunging back down, their tremendous splashes clearly visible even from a distance. This was the rear of the Jeang family compound, a location of unparalleled advantage. As a transmigrant, Zhang Chen had now spent a full 18 years in this world. Under his feet lay the famed land of the Dongshan Islands within the cultivation realm, and his Jeang family was one of the 7 paramount cultivational clans that ruled this archipelago. The Jeang family was not one mired in treachery and endless scheming. On the contrary, it was an extraordinarily rare haven of warmth and unity. Within the family, control was held over 3 secondary-level spiritual veins, and over a dozen minor foundation establishment clans adhered under its banner. There was even an authentic nascent soul elder presiding over its affairs. Ordinarily, being born into such a golden spoon family meant that if Zhang Chen avoided self-destruction, life would simply unfold in triumph. Even a carefree second-generation heir could luxuriate in wealth and ease. Yet at this moment, the legitimate young master of the Jeang family wore a furrowed brow and sorrowful eyes. 18 years already. Zhang Chen sighed deeply as his fingers subconsciously caressed the pouch at his waist. Though the family now appeared radiant and prosperous, in truth it teetered on the brink. Outsiders marveled at the formidable might of its nascent soul elder, unaware that his own life was nearing its end. Not long ago, Zhang Chen had overheard his father and several uncles engaged in a gravely hushed discussion, their tones heavy, as though the very heavens might collapse. The family elder Zhang Tianjing, though his cultivation soared to the heavens, had suffered hidden injuries in earlier conflicts. Now less than 10 years remained in the elder's life. For ordinary mortals, a decade might seem long, but for cultivators, and especially for a vast clan, it was nothing more than a fleeting moment. Once the elder passed into cultivation transformation, the Zhang family's colossal vessel would instantly be deprived of its steadfast rudder. Worse yet, calamities would compound. In recent years, dark forces from the mainland had resurfaced. They not only severed several crucial trade routes for the Zhang family, but also repeatedly harassed its offshore enterprises. The family's spirit stone mines and herb gardens had suffered successive attacks, incurring tremendous losses. If only external pressures were the problem. It was the internal fractures that proved most disheartening. Zhang Chen's father, Zhang Yunshan, the current head of the Zhang clan, had been stuck in the mid-golden core stage for over a century. A century of stagnation meant that a nascent soul was an unattainable dream. Moreover, while his uncles were also golden core cultivators, even their best reached only the early pinnacle of that stage, leaving the nascent soul realm a distant aspiration. The Zhang family was caught in a state of decay. The older generation withered, the middle generation faltered under the burden, and the younger generation. Zhang Chen could only offer a bitter smile as he looked at his own hands. These graceful, slender hands. Had they the finesse to pluck melodies or create art? Yet in a world where strength was paramount, they could scarcely wield even a modest flying sword. He possessed a Huang-grade mid-level spirit root. This was his inherent aptitude. In this world, spirit roots were classified into 4 grades: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, each divided into superior, average, and inferior tiers. A mid-grade Huang spirit root. Frankly speaking, it was hardly impressive, only marginally better than that of ordinary mortals. At 18, he had merely reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. This was the report card Zhang Chen had to offer. Even though the family lavished him with resources, various pills as common as candy, no amount of indulgence could transform inherent mediocrity. At this stage, his cultivation was already at the bottom among his peers. Even some collateral family members who had managed to show more promise had advanced to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining. If the elder passes on, I am done for. Zhang Chen knew all too well that when the nest falls, no egg can survive. Once the Zhang family lost its prominence, those adversaries once kept in check would surge forth like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, tearing the clan asunder. At that moment, as the young master with barely any power faced a likely tragic end, Zhang Chen, overwhelmed with anxiety, was about to turn back to his room to continue laboring over the tedious Changchun Gong. Suddenly a crisp sound rang through his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has reached 18, and with a heart devoted to the fate of the family, the most fortuitous family system has awakened. Zhang Chen abruptly halted, his pupils contracting slightly. System. As a transmigrant, he was well aware of what a system entailed. It was the fabled golden finger that defied destiny, a power capable of toppling immortal emperors and besting demon lords. He had waited 18 long years in vain, convinced his chance was lost, yet now, at this critical juncture, it had finally arrived. Zhang Chen forced himself to stifle his excitement, silently murmuring, "System, introduce your functions." The system is designed to help the host forge the mightiest family across the myriad realms. The system continued, "The host need only wed and beget offspring to receive abundant rewards." Every time a child was born based on the innate aptitude of the offspring, the host would receive a critical reward, and the child's cultivation gains would proportionally benefit the host. The more prosperous the family, the stronger the host becomes. The stronger the host, the more prosperous the family becomes. Listening to this proclamation echo in his mind, Zhang Chen's eyes brightened and his breath quickened. This was tailor-made for him. Was his aptitude poor? No matter, for by marrying a wife of superior aptitude and begetting a prodigious son, rewards would be instantly bestowed. Is his cultivation low? By begetting many children, he could level up with minimal effort. Most importantly, the very logic of this system perfectly aligned with his determination to save the family. As long as he could wed and beget enough children, not only would he grow stronger himself, but his family would flourish, producing a multitude of descendants with exceptional spirit roots. Once these children matured, what cause would the Zhang family have for worry? Zhang Chen paced back and forth on the cliff's edge as his mind raced with possibilities. How should this be orchestrated? If he were the typical self-serving protagonist of a darker tale, he might conceal the system and develop in isolation, caring little if the family eventually crumbled, as long as he could escape. But Zhang Chen was different. For these 18 long years, the entire Zhang family had treated him with utmost kindness. Though his father was strict, always departing with curious and peculiar trinkets, and his mother cherished him like a rare treasure, even the exalted nascent soul elder showed him kindness in his high station. In his childhood, the elder would often hold him on his lap and recount enchanting stories. This family was imbued with warmth, and the responsibilities of wedlock and procreation could not rest on his shoulders alone. It must be understood that Zhang Chen, having barely reached the third stage of Qi refinement and lacking renown, stands little chance. Even if he is somewhat handsome, he will not attract female cultivators of superior aptitude and illustrious background. In these times, the ethereal maidens of the cultivation world hold themselves in high esteem, insisting that the Dao partners complement one another. Who would ever choose to wed a failure? Unless an entire clan's might is mustered to aid him. Zhang Chen halted, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. He knew he must report the matter immediately, for only by leaning on the great steadfast tree of his family and leveraging its resources and prestige could a suitable match be sought in time. Only then could he swiftly set in motion the system's ever-accelerating snowball effect. As for whether the system might be exposed, he could claim that this was the awakening of a unique bloodline ability, or perhaps that he had received an ancient exalted instruction in his dreams. In any case, as long as the effect proves genuine, neither the ancestor nor his father would dare harm him. With that understanding, Zhang Chen's hesitation vanished. He adjusted his garments, took a deep breath, and turned toward the heart of the family compound, the secluded Wendao Peak, where the ancestor was in seclusion. Wendao Peak, the forbidden domain of the Zhang family. Shrouded daily in swirling mists and girdled with formidable formations, only a few core elders are permitted here. Ordinary clan members dare not approach. Yet Zhang Chen, being a direct grandson, bore a specially crafted pass. 2 Foundation establishment stage guards stationed at the foot of the mountain instantly bowed, saying, "Greetings, young Master Chen. Thank you for your efforts. I must see the ancestor immediately for a matter of utmost urgency." Zhang Chen declared, his countenance marked by severity and a trace of anxious haste. The 2 guards exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what great affair could possibly occupy a young master still at the Qi refinement stage. Yet being of direct lineage, and within the inner sanctum of the family array, there was little cause for alarm. They were not overly fearful of disturbances. "Young Master Chen, please come in, though the ancestor is in seclusion. If it is, I know my limits," he replied. Zhang Chen nodded and briskly passed through the luminous barrier of the formation. Ascending along the ancient greenstone steps, he soon arrived before the humble, time-worn door of the cave abode. The cave door lay firmly shut, its surroundings so saturated with spiritual energy that it nearly transformed into mist. Standing before it, Zhang Chen knelt respectfully and kowtowed, proclaiming, "Grandson Zhang Chen, regarding the matter that concerns the very survival of our family, I beseech the ancestor." Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly into the cave, empowered by spiritual energy. After a brief silence, the heavy stone door rumbled deeply as it slowly swung open on both sides. An ancient and majestic divine sense swept over Zhang Chen. Soon after, a voice, though slightly weary yet retaining its stern authority, echoed, "Chen, come in," the voice commanded. Rising, Zhang Chen stepped into the cave, whose interior was sparsely furnished with nothing more than a meditation cushion, a stone table, and an everlasting lamp. Upon the cushion sat an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white. Clad in a gray Taoist robe, the old man possessed a lean countenance and eyes as deep as abysses, yet the face that should have radiated vitality now subtly exuded a palpable aura of lifelessness. This was the Jeang family's sole nascent soul, Ancestor Zhang Tianzheng. "What troubles you?" he inquired gently while looking at his once obedient great-grandson. "Have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? Or perhaps has someone bullied you? Confide in your great-grandfather, and he will set things right for you." Such heartfelt words warmed Zhang Chen's heart, strengthening his resolve further. Approaching Zhang Tianzheng directly without any preamble, Zhang Chen said plainly, "Ancestor, today, your grandson has awakened a unique physique." "Oh." Zhang Tianzheng was momentarily taken aback, then a spark of keen light danced in his eyes as he extended his withered finger to gently rest on Zhang Chen's wrist. A loop of spiritual energy coursed briefly. No anomalies detected, merely a mid-grade yellow stage spiritual root. Zhang Tianzheng frowned and withdrew his hand in mild disappointment. Zhang Chen shook his head solemnly, saying, "Ancestor, this unique physique is not manifested in my spiritual root. Today I suddenly perceived the heavenly secret. A fragment of ancestral memory has awakened in my mind," he continued. "This inheritance is known as marrying, bearing children, and abundant blessings. Once your grandson weds and sires offspring, the bloodline's reciprocal nourishment will elevate his cultivation and even improve the aptitude of his descendants, ensuring the birth of progeny with superior spiritual roots." "What?" Zhang Tianzheng's murky eyes widened in an instant, nearly causing him to leap from his cushion. "Is this truly so?" The ancestor's voice trembled as he spoke. At his advanced stage, he was well acquainted with the endless marvels of the cultivation world. Certain ancient bloodlines or hidden inheritances indeed wrought astonishing, almost inconceivable effects. But if it truly ensured the birth of offspring with superior spiritual roots, then this inheritance was far from ordinary. It possessed the divine power to render the Zhang family eternal. Zhang Chen nodded resolutely, his eyes unwavering, as he declared, "I, your grandson, vow, by the celestial order, that not a single word of this shall be false. Moreover, the effect is immediate. Merely entering matrimony will yield initial results." Zhang Tianzheng fixed his gaze on Zhang Chen for what seemed like an eternity. He trusted his own discernment, and above all, the child he had nurtured. Suddenly, the ancestor burst into a hearty, almost delirious laugh, a sound blending madness with liberation. "Ha ha ha! Splendid! Splendid indeed! Heaven never deprives a person of a way. How truly blessed is the Zhang family!" The ancestor abruptly rose, his once stooped posture suddenly straightening as an overwhelming aura of authority radiated from him. The tremor caused the stone table within the cave to murmur with a low rumble. What had long tormented him? Was it not the worry that upon his death the family would be left without an heir? Was it not that Zhang Yunshan, the disappointing fellow, remained stuck at the golden core stage? If what Zhang Chen prophesied were true, then all these problems would be effortlessly resolved. If Zhang Chen were to beget several more children, producing offspring with dual spiritual roots or even celestial ones. Even if Zhang Tianzheng were to transcend as early as tomorrow, as long as the Zhang family endures, a new generation of golden core cultivators and nascent soul seeds would suddenly arise. Furthermore, Zhang Chen asserted that marriage itself would confer greater strength. If adeptly managed, it might even allow him to witness the birth of new hope for the Zhang family before his own transcendence. "Chener, besides you, whom have you told of this matter?" Zhang Tianzheng inquired, his tone turning strikingly severe as he reined in his laughter. "Apart from you, Ancestor, no one else knows." "Well done." Zhang Tianzheng nodded in approval. "This matter is too grave. If it were to spread, it might invite calamity of epic proportions. If those demonic fiends of the dark path were to learn of your ability, they would surely seize you to serve as breeding stock." Ahem. The ancestor coughed to mask his awkwardness before dismissively declaring, "This matter shall remain confined within us. The rest will be arranged by your great-grandfather." With that, a glimmer of cunning and resolve flashed in Zhang Tianzheng's eyes. He raised his hand decisively and unleashed a surge of potent spiritual energy toward an ancient bell outside the cave. Dang, dang, dang. The deep, resonant toll of the bell reverberated throughout the entire Zhang family compound. Even the surrounding subsidiary peaks seemed to clearly heed its resounding chime. This is the family summons. It will only be rung when the family faces a significant crisis or has something extremely important to announce. And it rang 9 times. This is the highest level of summons. In an instant, the entire Zhang family was in an uproar. The family head Zhang Yunshan, who was focused on the alchemy furnace, trembled his hand and ruined a batch of good pills. But he couldn't afford to feel distressed. His expression changed drastically as he transformed into a streak of light rushing toward the main peak. What's happening? Has the ancestor come out of seclusion? Could it be that the demonic sect is attacking? Hurry! All elders above Foundation establishment, go to the assembly hall immediately. Countless streaks of light rose from every corner of the Dongshan Islands, filled with panic and confusion, all gathered at the family's assembly hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt like the air had solidified. Zhang Yinshan sat in the first seat, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He looked at the ancestor who was seated in the main position with closed eyes, then glanced at his son Zhang Chen, standing beside the ancestor, observing with a calm demeanor, feeling anxious inside. Could it be that Chainer has caused some terrible disaster, angering the ancestor to enforce family laws? It doesn't seem so. The ancestor's face appears even a bit flushed. Dozens of family elders arrived one after another, each afraid to breathe too loudly. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. When the last elder hurriedly took his seat, Zhang Tianjing finally opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the entire assembly, carrying a pressure that made one's heart race. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the news that could determine the fate of the family. Is it war? Is it retreat? Or is the ancestor about to announce an impending doom? Zhang Tianjing cleared his throat, his expression extremely solemn, and slowly began. The purpose of today's gathering is only for one matter. Everyone perked up, their hearts rising to their throats. The ancestor pointed to Zhang Chen beside him and said in a deep voice, Chainer has turned 18 this year. He is no longer a child. Everyone, for the sake of the family's future and the everlasting foundation of the Zhang family. Zhang Tianjing paused, declaring in an undeniable tone, I have decided that from today onwards the entire family will mobilize to find a wife for Chainer. The primary condition is exceptional talent, the more the better. This matter will be classified as a top-secret mission for the family with the highest priority. As his voice fell, there was a dead silence in the hall. All the elders, including his own father Zhang Yinshan, were left dumbfounded. The faces of everyone displayed 3 large characters. Huh? Is this it? The silence in the assembly hall lasted for a full tea's time. This was perhaps the most bewildering high-level meeting in the Zhang family's centuries-long history. 9 tolls of the bell, urgency at its peak, only to find a wife for the 18-year-old young master. If it weren't for the speaker being the nascent soul ancestor who has presided over the family for hundreds of years, the elders might think they were still asleep. Ancestor. The elder Zhang Yunhai, who was also Zhang Chen's second uncle, stood up with a stiff expression. He was still holding 2 explosive talismans meant for battle. At this moment, neither putting them away nor keeping them was appropriate. Are you sure this is the highest priority strategic task? Zhang Tianjing didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice steady as a mountain. What? Do you doubt my decision? I wouldn't dare. Zhang Yunhai trembled in fear, quickly retracting the talismans. It's just that. Is this too frivolous? With the demonic path rampant, the family's assets damaged, shouldn't we focus our resources on preparing for battle and repairing the formations, instead of engaging in bride selection? Zhang Tianjing took over the conversation, sneering. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. The pressure belonging to a nascent soul cultivator, although reduced by 90%, was still sufficient to make the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment juniors feel breathless. I know what you are all thinking. You believe I have grown senile. But you understand nothing. The family's lineage is of utmost importance. Chainer is the only direct descendant of the Zhang family. If anything were to happen to him, or if he were to have no descendants, even if I risked my life to eliminate the demonic path, the Zhang family would be cut off. Although this statement was somewhat unreasonable, it indeed represented the most irrefutable principle in the cultivation world. Zhang Chen stood to the side, watching his great-grandfather's righteous demeanor, secretly giving a thumbs up. Experience is invaluable. With the big hat of continuing the lineage placed on the table, who would dare to say a word against it? The usually stern father Zhang Yunshan finally came to his senses. At this moment, this stern father looked at his son with eyes full of guilt. In his view, the ancestor's actions must be because his son's talent was too poor, with no hope of cultivation. Hence, he simply gave up on treatment, allowing his son to enjoy his youth while leaving a seed for the family. This was a plan to abandon the main character, preparing to train a side character. The ancestor is right. Zhang Yinshan suddenly patted his thigh, standing up abruptly with slightly red eyes. Chainer has had a hard 18 years forced to cultivate every day, yet showing no progress. Since that's the case, why not get married and start a family? I, Zhang Yinshan, will be the first to support this. He waved his hand grandiosely, saying with great enthusiasm, I have decided to open the family treasury. Take out those treasured beauty-enhancing pills as well as the few top-grade magical artifacts we confiscated in previous years, and bring them all out. As long as any girl is willing to marry into the Jeang family, the betrothal gift will be more than enough. Absolutely will not let Chainer suffer any grievances. The elders looked at the family head, who seemed to be invigorated, exchanging glances with one another before finally speaking in unison. We will obey the ancestor and head's order. With the tone set, the Zhang family's action was remarkably swift. In less than half a day, The entire family's intelligence network began to operate frantically. The second elder Zhang Yunhai, as the executor of this bride selection operation, led a group of stewards gathering all the information on eligible female cultivators from families and sects within 1,000 miles. However, things did not go as smoothly as imagined. In the evening in the side hall, Zhang Yunhai slammed a thick stack of registers onto the table, his face dark and his beard trembling in anger. This is outrageous. Simply too much. Zhang Chen, who was sitting beside him peeling an orange, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Second uncle, what happened?" "No one is willing." "It's not that no one is willing." Zhang Yunhai took a big sip of tea to calm his anger. "Those little families' branch lines, or the female cultivators with poor talent, upon hearing they are to marry into our Jeang family, would rush to send their daughters over overnight." "Then isn't that settled?" Zhang Chen asked. "No way." Before Zhang Yunhai could reply, a beautiful woman who had been silent beside them spoke up. She was Zhang Chen's mother, Lu Yueru. Although Lu Yueru's cultivation was not high only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, she was known for being exceptionally shrewd in the family. Lu Yueru extended her well-maintained hand and gently flipped through the stack of registries, snorting coldly. "What kind of family do we, the Zhang family, belong to? The Ancestor is still here. How can we casually settle for some mediocre candidates? Chainer's wife must be a phoenix among men. Even if she's not now, she must have been in the past." Zhang Yunhai chuckled wryly. "Elder sister-in-law, I understand the reasoning. But the problem is that those with good qualifications have their sights set too high." He pointed at several names in the registry, indignant. "Look at this one, the girl from the Li family with dual spiritual roots. I just sent someone to sound her out, and she directly replied with, 'How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan?' saying that she would rather marry a hero among loose cultivators than a waste from a noble family." The last two words were spoken by Zhang Yunhai in a very low voice, fearing to hurt his nephew's pride. Zhang Chen, however, shrugged nonchalantly. "So what if they call him a waste? Once the system is activated, you'll know what it means to not underestimate the young and poor. And then there's this one, a female disciple from the inner sect of the Qingfeng sect. Upon hearing that we intended to propose, she directly chased the matchmaker away, stating that unless Chainer could withstand her 3-sword strikes, there would be no discussion." Zhang Yunhai became increasingly agitated. "These women, they usually treat us with utmost respect, but when it comes to marriage negotiations, they all become very pragmatic. After all, Chainer has only reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, and in this world where the strong are revered, he truly lacks a bit of appeal." The hall fell into a brief silence. This is the reality. The cultivation world emphasizes wealth partners' law and land. A Dao partner is meant to support each other's cultivation. Marrying a second-generation heir with mediocre qualifications means enjoying riches and glory, but essentially cutting off the path to the grand Dao. Slightly ambitious female cultivators are unwilling to take this route. Since the usual methods are unfeasible, we must change our approach. Suddenly, Lu Yueru closed the registry, a glint of brilliance flashing in her peach blossom eyes. She looked at Zhang Yunhai. "Second brother, is there a type of person missing from this registry?" "What type of person?" "Those who were once geniuses, had high aspirations, but have now faced misfortunes, fallen from grace, and are in dire need of resources or protection." Lu Yueru's lips curled slightly. "Such individuals have a good foundation. If they can be healed, it would be a gain for us. Even if they cannot be healed, their children will not be too inferior in qualifications." Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Chen almost choked on a segment of orange. His mother's business acumen is truly a pity not to be invested in the stock market. However, this line of thought perfectly aligns with his system. The system rewards based on a comprehensive score with qualifications and special physiques accounting for a large proportion. As for his current cultivation level, it is not the most important factor. Zhang Yunhai was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he slammed his thigh. "Elder sister-in-law, you have a keen insight. As for this type of person, let me think, there really is one." He rummaged through the bottom of the registry and pulled out a yellowing piece of paper. "Lin family, Lin Qingxue." Upon hearing this name, Zhang Chen's eyebrows slightly raised. He had an impression of this name. The Dongshan Islands are neither too big nor too small. In the past, during gatherings of the major noble families, Lin Qingxue was indeed the most dazzling pearl. The Lin family is merely a small foundation establishment family affiliated with our Zhang family. Zhang Yunhai pointed at the information, saying, "But this Lin Qingxue was a renowned genius 3 years ago. With a mutated ice attribute, dual spiritual roots, high-grade earth tier qualifications, and foundation establishment at 15, she was hailed as a ancient century prodigy, with even major sects wanting to recruit her as an exception." However, Zhang Yunhai's tone shifted, imbued with a hint of regret. Fortune can be unpredictable. 3 years ago, she went out to train and accidentally stumbled into an extremely cold secret realm. Though she returned alive, she was afflicted with a strange cold poison. This poison is quite peculiar. It not only erodes the meridians, but also devours spiritual power. Over these 3 years, her cultivation level has fallen from early foundation establishment to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The Lin family exhausted their resources to treat her, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. Many have predicted she won't survive past 30. Now she has been abandoned by the Lin family. Liu Yu's eyes lit up. Mutated ice spiritual roots. High-grade earth tier. Once had foundation establishment. What is her appearance like? Peerless beauty. Zhang Chen gave a 2-word evaluation. Even in her currently sickly state, her beauty cannot be concealed. If it were 3 years ago, our chainer wouldn't even be fit to carry her shoes, but now. That's her. Before Liu Yu could finalize it, Zhang Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. He felt his heart racing a bit too fast. A mutated ice spiritual root. This is a rare species in the cultivation world, rarer than ordinary heavenly spiritual roots. A female cultivator with this physique would definitely have exceptional children. Moreover, if he could use system rewards to help her restore her cultivation, she would not only be a good wife, but also a powerful aide. It feels like it was tailor-made for him. Chainer, are you sure? Liu Yu looked at her son with some concern, but she is a sickly person, and it's said she won't survive past 30, and her personality is surely aloof and hard to get along with. Mother, didn't we agree to take a gamble? Zhang Chen said seriously. Providing timely assistance is far more memorable than mere embellishment. Moreover, I believe that good people have their own good fortune. Who knows, if she marries into our family, she might get better due to the ancestors' blessings. What a timely assistance. A loud laugh from Zhang Yunshan came from outside. The family head strode in, holding a string of storage bags. Since my son has set his sights on her, then it must be her. Whatever her illness is, as long as she still has a breath, she will be brought into the Jeang family's door. Although Zhang Yunshan felt a bit skeptical about this picking up scraps behavior. But since both his wife and son agreed, as the father he naturally had to support the scene. Prepare the ancestors' Chuan Yun boat for travel. Zhang Yunshan waved his hand grandly. I will personally lead the team to propose to the Lin family. Let everyone in the Dongshan Islands see that the daughter-in-law I have chosen, even if she is a piece of scrap iron, is a priceless treasure in my Zhang family. The next morning, as the morning sun rose, the sea sparkled with golden light. A gigantic flying boat over 20 zhang long, shimmering with light carved with the head of a fierce dragon, broke through the clouds, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. It sped towards the Lin family's residence hundreds of miles away. On the flying boat, the Zhang family's great banner billowed in the wind, with cultivators at the golden core and foundation establishment stages standing with their hands behind their backs, exuding an intimidating aura. This scene attracted countless scattered cultivators and mortals below to stop and watch amazed. The Lin family's residence is located on a small island called Qingluo Island. Compared to the Zhang family, which occupies 3 second-tier spirit vein mountains, the Lin family appeared much more modest. The family only had one ancestor in the late foundation establishment stage. The family head Lin Tianan was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Lin family hall was stiflingly oppressive. Is there still no news? What did the Wong family say? Lin Tianan, seated at the head of the table, wore a troubled expression. His hair had already turned half white. The Wong family. They said they could provide that batch of spirit herbs, but the price must be lowered by 30%. An elder reported bitterly. Moreover, they hinted that if that burden is not dealt with, we won't even have business to conduct in the future. The so-called burden naturally referred to the once gifted talent, now a black hole for the family, Lin Qingxue. Damn it. Lin Tianan slammed his palm on the table. But she is my biological daughter. Do you expect me to throw her into the sea to feed the beasts? Master, be cautious with your words. An elder with a sinister expression spoke coldly. The family is currently in financial straits, and just buying the Qiyang pills to suppress her cold poison costs 30% of the family's income each month. If this continues, we will all starve together. In my opinion, why not? Why not what? Why not marry her off? The sinister elder sneered. I heard there are some evil cultivators in the outer sea who favor female cultivators with special spiritual roots like hers. Even if she is useless, she can still fetch a good price. You dare? Lin Tianan was so enraged that he trembled all over, pointing at the elder and about to curse. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky like a mountain. It instantly enveloped the entire Lin family estate. All the teacups in the hall shattered in an instant, and several lower-level attendants were knocked to the ground, unable to move. Jean Dan, real person. Lin Tianan's face turned ashen as he looked fearfully towards the door. This kind of pressure could only come from a great cultivator of the Golden Core stage. And it wasn't just one. Could it be that the enemies of the Lin family had come knocking? Was heaven seeking to destroy my Lin family? Before they could react, a voice as deep as thunder echoed above the Lin family. I am Zhang Chen, the head of the Jeang family from the southern domain, here with my son Zhang Chen to pay a visit to the head of the Lin family. The Zhang family, the tyrant of the Dongshan Islands. Lin Tiannan and the elders exchanged glances, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. How could such a colossal entity like the Zhang family suddenly descend upon their small place? Was it to swallow them whole? Quick, go out and welcome them. Lin Tiannan couldn't bother to straighten his clothes as he rushed out of the hall, tumbling into the courtyard, where he saw a massive cloud-piercing ship hovering in the air, blocking out the sun. Several rays of light descended, revealing a few extraordinary figures. The leading one wore a purple-gold robe, had a square face, and exuded a natural authority. It was indeed Zhang Chen, who was at the midstage of the golden core. Behind him followed a handsome young man in white whose cultivation was only at the third layer of Qi refining, yet standing beside the golden core cultivator, he appeared surprisingly composed. I did not know the head of the Zhang family would visit, and I failed to greet you properly. My apologies. Lin Tiannan bent, deeply bowing, with his entire family sweat dripping down his forehead. Zhang Chen glanced at the trembling crowd, slightly retracting his aura. A somewhat kind smile appeared on his face. Lin family head, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have come today not for official matters, but rather to discuss a joyful occasion with the Lin family. A joyful occasion? Lin Tiannan was bewildered. I have heard that the Lin family has a daughter, Lin Qingxue, who is gentle and virtuous, possessing both talent and beauty. Zhang Chen waved his hand, and several attendants immediately brought forth a dozen large boxes tied with red silk, heavily dropping them on the ground with a thud. As the box lids opened, the brilliance of jewels and treasures dazzled everyone's eyes. High-grade spirit stones, vials of pills, gleaming magical artifacts, and several centuries-old spirit herbs exuding rich medicinal aromas. This is the betrothal gift. Zhang Chen pointed at those treasures and said loudly, I wish to ask for your daughter Lin Qingxue's hand in marriage for my son Zhang Chen. What does the head of the Lin family think? Silence. A deathly silence. The expressions of the Lin family members were utterly remarkable. Some had mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, while others rubbed their eyes hard, doubting their own perceptions. Some even pinched themselves to check if they were dreaming. Asking to marry Lin Qingxue, that useless person, the black hole that burns money every day. Had the Zhang family gone mad? Lin Tiannan stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. He had thought the Zhang family had come to kill or to annex them. He even considered they might be here to borrow money. But he never expected them to bring money. Zhang family head, you are not joking, are you? Lin Tiannan stuttered, my daughter is seriously ill. Her cultivation has regressed, and she is no longer the genius of the past. What I admire is her person, not her cultivation. Stepping forward, Zhang Chen smiled and said, I have admired Miss Qingxue for a long time, and I do not care about her physical condition. As long as she is willing to enter the Zhang family, I will use all the resources of my family to treat her illness. This statement struck the hearts of the Lin family members like a thunderclap, especially the sinister elder who had previously suggested selling Lin Qingxue to the evil cultivators. At this moment, his eyes nearly bulged out. That box of spirit stones was worth more than the Lin family's total income for 10 years. Lin Tiannan hesitated. While he hoped for his daughter to have a good future, this felt too unreal, instinctively making him feel there was a conspiracy. Master, agree to it. The sinister elder jumped out first, a smile plastered on his face, changing his expression faster than turning pages. This is a tremendous blessing. If that child Qingxue knew she could marry into the Zhang family, she would surely be overjoyed. This is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Other elders had also come to their senses and chimed in. Yes. Talented man and beautiful woman, a perfect match. Our Lin family is also one that knows how to repay kindness. Since young Master Jeang is so sincere, if we refuse, it would be ungrateful of us. What this group of people thought was hurry and send that financial burden away. Moreover, we can exchange it for so many resources, it's like a pie falling from the sky. With this batch of resources, each of them could get a large share. Who still cares if that useless person would be wronged marrying over? Lin Tiannan looked at the greedy faces of his kin, feeling a wave of melancholy, yet feeling helpless. At that moment, a soft sound came from behind the screen in the back of the hall. Everyone turned to look. They saw a woman in a plain white long dress leaning against the door frame, slowly walking out. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Even though her face was pale as paper, her figure so thin that it seemed a gust of wind could blow her away, her exquisitely refined features still left one in awe. Especially her pair of cold eyes, like the icy springs on a snow-capped mountain, exuding a chill that kept others at a distance. It was Lin Qingxue. She had actually arrived long ago, hiding behind the screen. Listening to her kin discuss in such harsh language how to deal with her, listening to their excitement over those boxes of treasures, her heart had long since turned cold. This is what is called family. When you are flourishing, everyone gathers around you. When you are down, you are cast aside like a worn-out shoe. Lin Qingxue's gaze passed over the crowd. It fell on the white-clad youth standing in the center of the courtyard. At the third level of Qi refinement, his aptitude was mediocre, yet his eyes were exceptionally clear, devoid of the depravity and frivolity of those spoiled young masters. Is this the person who is going to marry me? He must be a pitiful soul, arranged by the family to take in a useless person like myself. Qingxue. Lin Tian saw his daughter and felt somewhat at a loss. Lin Qingxue did not look at her father, nor did she glance at those elders who displayed their shameful behavior. She looked at Zhang Chen, her voice a bit hoarse, yet extraordinarily resolute. I have accepted this marriage proposal. Zhang Chen gazed at the stubborn woman before him, silently marveling what a cold and beautiful woman. Her looks are absolutely perfect. However, I have one condition, Lin Qingxue continued. You may speak, Zhang Chen nodded. My mother is seriously ill and bedridden, and I want to bring her along to the Jeang family. Lin Qingxue stared into Zhang Chen's eyes. Moreover, I want to keep the 9-leaf spirit herb from the betrothal gifts for my mother. The rest can be dealt with by the family. She knew that if she did not take her mother with her once she left, her mother would not survive in such a cold-hearted family. She would definitely not see another winter. No problem, Zhang Chen agreed without hesitation. Once we reach the Jeang family, we are family. We will take care of your mother's illness in the Jeang family. In Lin Qingxue's ice-cold eyes, a hint of fluctuation finally flashed. She looked deeply at Zhang Chen, then slightly bowed and said, in that case, Qingxue agrees to marry. In less than a day, this strange marriage affair spread like wings across the entire Dongshan archipelago. In every street and alley and tea houses and taverns, everyone was discussing the matter. Have you heard? The useless young master of the Zhang family is going to marry that useless young lady from the Lin family. Haha, what a perfect match. One is a piece of rotten mud that can't stick to the wall, and the other is a fallen genius. I wonder what kind of creature will come from their union. I think the Zhang family must be desperate. A prestigious cultivation family is actually reduced to this extent. In a luxuriously decorated loft, the heir of the Wong family, the Zhang family's nemesis, was holding a wine cup, laughing heartily at the reports from his subordinates. I'm dying of laughter. Is that old ghost Zhang Tianzheng about to kick the bucket? His mind is clearly not clear anymore. The Wong family heir downed his drink, his eyes filled with mockery. Just wait and see, this wedding will be the beginning of the Zhang family's decline. Bringing back a medicinal jar, not only will they not strengthen their ties, but they'll also become the laughingstock of the world. For this marriage, the Zhang family truly spent a considerable fortune. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist on the sea surface, and deafening sounds of joy erupted along the main waterway of the Dongshan archipelago. This was not the mundane clamor of the ordinary world, but the performance of 12 Foundation establishment musicians playing Phoenix seeking Phoenix. With the surge of spiritual power, the melodious music spread for miles, causing even the fish in the sea to leap joyfully out of the water. As the groom, Zhang Chen was particularly well dressed today. He wore a radiant red wedding robe. This was no ordinary garment, but the 9-yang cloud pattern robe from the family treasury, a rare high-quality defensive spiritual artifact. Not only could it automatically protect its master, but it also accentuated his tall figure, making him look like a jade tree in the wind. Though his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he stood at the bow of the most luxurious dragonhead flying boat, his posture straight, with a faint smile on his lips. That calm demeanor gave people a fleeting impression that he was not some useless young master, but rather a hidden young talent. Behind him was a welcoming procession that stretched for several miles. Dozens of small flying boats adorned with colorful flags flanked him, each loaded with boxes tied with red ribbons, showcasing the bride's dowry and the Zhang family's display of strength to the outside world. The Zhang family is indeed being extravagant. This scale is even larger than when Zhang Yunshan took over as head of the family. What good is a grand display? It's just putting on a brave front. Have you heard? That bride is a sickly person. Her arrival is likely just to bring inauspiciousness. Chill. Keep it down. The Zhang family's flying boat is still above us. Below, many wandering cultivators and residents from nearby islands stopped to watch. Their expressions were complex. Some envied the shower of spirit stones, some were jealous of the Zhang family's resilience, while more wore a mockery of spectatorship. In their eyes, this was a complete farce. Zhang Chen stood at the bow of the boat. Although his divine sense was not strong, he still caught fragments of the whispers carried by the wind. If it had been before, he would have been blushing with shame and rage, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But the current Zhang Chen felt no turbulence within her. In fact, he even wanted to laugh. Laugh away, let loose your laughter. What do you little sparrows know of the joy of swans? He slightly turned his gaze toward the large red flower palanquin that was tightly protected by formations. Inside sat his bride. She was also the first key to changing his fate. Young master, we are about to pass through the fallen soul strait, a place frequented by wandering cultivators from the outer sea. Should we increase our defenses? The guard captain Zhang Wu asked in a low voice. Zhang Wu was a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator and a trusted aide of Zhang Yunshan, his face full of vigilance. No need follow the established route. Zhang Chen waved his hand, his expression calm. Today is my wedding day, though I doubt those little rascals would dare to stir up trouble. However, before his words could finish, a sudden change occurred. The originally clear sky darkened without warning. A nauseating stench rushed out from the cliffs on both sides of the strait, instantly stirring up towering black waves. Then a cacophony of cackling laughter echoed like the cries of night owls. It pierced the eardrums and reverberated above the entire welcoming procession. Ha ha ha! The Jeang family's young master sure has a big mouth. In this Dongshan archipelago, there's nothing this old man dares not touch. Accompanied by this arrogant laughter, a thick cloud as dark as ink suddenly appeared, forcefully blocking the way of the flying boats. Amidst the rolling black clouds, a gaunt figure emerged. The person wore a black robe adorned with skulls, his face gaunt like a ghost with sunken eyes, exuding a ghostly green light. He stood on a bone staff as white as snow, emanating a terrifying pressure belonging to a mid-golden core cultivator. He swept across the scene with utmost disregard. It's the Black Wind, old monster. This beast actually came. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd of onlookers below. This Black Wind, old monster is a notorious evil cultivator from the southern region, known for his ruthless actions and his penchant for yin-yang practices, with countless female cultivators' blood staining his hands. Due to his elusive movements and extremely fast escape techniques, he has evaded capture even after several attempts by major families. Unexpectedly today, he blocked the Jeang family's wedding procession. Zhang Wu's expression changed drastically as he stepped forward, standing in front of Zhang Chen, and shouted sternly, "Black Wind, old monster. Today is the joyous day of my family's young master's wedding. If you know what's good for you, leave at once, or my Zhang family's ancestors will not spare you. Spare you." Bah! The Black Wind, old monster spat a thick phlegm that sizzlingly landed on the defensive barrier, saying that old fool Zhang Tianjing is probably long exhausted and on his last legs. Using the name of a dead man to frighten me, do you think you are worthy? His lecherous green bean eyes greedily gazed over the crowd, fixating on the large red bridal sedan chair, licking his cracked lips. I've long heard that the girl from the Lin family has an anomalous ice spiritual root. Although she's a waste, her primordial yin still remains. To make such a waste as a wife is simply a waste of resources. It would be better to offer her as a cauldron for me to aid my breakthrough to the late golden core stage. Ha! Presumptuous. Zhang Wu was furious, drawing his long knife, which transformed into a 10-tang-long blade of flame, fiercely striking towards the Black Wind, old monster. A mere trick. The Black Wind, old monster sneered contemptuously, not even moving his treasure, just casually waving his sleeve. Boom. A swirl of black hurricane abruptly materialized, mixed with the wails of countless vengeful spirits, instantly shattering the flame blade. The tremendous impact slammed into Zhang Wu's chest like a heavy hammer. Puffed. Zhang Wu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the deck of the flying ship, creating a large dent in the hard ironwood deck. In just one strike, Zhang Wu at the Peak of Foundation establishment was as fragile as an infant before the mid-golden core Black Wind, old monster. Captain. The surrounding guards were alarmed and quickly surrounded him. The wedding procession was thrown into chaos, with those responsible for playing the music dropping their instruments into the sea, and the originally festive atmosphere utterly vanished. The onlookers below erupted in chatter. It's over, the Zhang family has lost face this time. The Black Wind, old monster calculated that the Zhang family's ancestor would not easily leave seclusion. He intends to rob the bride in public. Poor Lin Qingxue, her life was already difficult. If she falls into the hands of this evil cultivator, it would be worse than death. From within the bridal sedan, listening to the sounds of fighting and foul language outside, Lin Qingxue's already pale face turned even more ashen. Her slender jade-like hands tightly clenched the sleeves of her dress. Is this her fate? Falling from the clouds into the dust, and now even stripped of the qualification to be an ordinary woman. She knew of the Black Wind, old monster's infamous reputation. If she were to fall into this man's hands, it would truly be a case of being unable to seek life or death. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. From her sleeve, a sharp, short sword slipped out. That was her last shred of dignity. If it truly came to that point, she would rather end her life than allow this broken body to be humiliated. It's just a pity for her mother. And for Zhang Chen, who appeared weak, but was willing to give her a home. The little brat of the Zhang family get lost. The Black Wind, old monster, seeing no one to stop him, became increasingly arrogant. He extended his hand, conjuring a gigantic claw of spiritual power, reaching directly towards the bridal sedan. Beautiful lady, come with this ancestor. The Zhang family cannot protect you. As the black claw was about to shatter the defense array of the bridal sedan, Zhang Chen remained standing still, not moving an inch. He even tidied the corners of his clothes that the wind had disheveled. Just when everyone thought Lin Qingxue was doomed, sigh. A voice of ancient weariness seemed to traverse from a primordial past. It gently resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated the ears of everyone present, even resonating deep within their souls. The sea wind ceased, the waves stilled, and even the billowing black clouds seemed frozen in place by that sigh. Today is the joyous day of my great-grandson, which should not be a day of bloodshed. But since you have sought your own death, then stay and serve as a congratulatory gift. The originally arrogant black wind old monster's face froze in laughter the moment that sigh echoed. That was the terrifying presence of the nascent soul Tao Lord. Zhang Tianjin, you are not dead. The black wind old monster shrieked. He no longer cared about any beautiful cauldron turning to burn his essence blood to escape. Since you have come, why rush to leave? With these faint words, the void above suddenly twisted. In the heavens, endless spiritual energy wildly gathered, instantly condensing into a golden giant palm of 100 zhang in size. This giant palm was clear in pattern, as if substantial, carrying a majestic heavenly might as it slowly descended. Under this giant palm, the black wind old monster's protective black mist melted away like snow under the sun. No, senior, spare my life. I am a guest elder of the Ghost Sha sect. You cannot kill me. Oh. The black wind old monster's cries for mercy had not finished before he was completely engulfed by that golden giant palm. Smack! Like swatting a pesky fly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any dazzling clash of spells. That golden giant palm simply squeezed and pinched. The mid-golden core black wind old monster, along with his defensive treasure, was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. Not even a trace of his divine sense managed to escape before completely dissipating between heaven and earth. Only the falling blood rain proved that a once peerless golden core master had existed here. The golden giant palm slowly dissipated. The sea surface regained its calm. Sunlight once again poured down, illuminating the stunned crowd. A deathly silence fell. Everyone's mouths were agape, their eyes nearly popping out. That was a mid-golden core powerhouse. One who could dominate a region. Just like that. It was gone. Is this the power of the nascent soul Tao Lord? Is this the foundation of the Zhang family? Those spies who had previously mocked the decline of the Jeang family were now terrified to the core, their legs trembling, wishing they could instantly forget all their previous memories. Who said the Jeang family's ancestor was on the verge of death? The power of this palm was even more terrifying than during his prime. On the long head flying bow, Zhang Chen straightened his attire and respectfully bowed deeply towards the direction of the family's forbidden grounds. Grandson, thank you for your ancestor's intervention. His voice was clear and rang out in all directions. This bow was not only a gesture of gratitude, but also a declaration. A declaration that this slumbering lion of the Zhang family still possesses its fearsome fangs. After a moment, Zhang Chen straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd that had fallen silent, finally resting on the still shocked wedding procession. Continue the music, continue the dance. He waved his hand lightly. Do not miss the auspicious time. The sound of joyous laughter rang out once more, though somewhat trembling. It was more fervent than before. The procession set off again, but this time no one dared to show even a hint of contempt. Among all the gazes, only reverence remained. The journey ahead was unexpectedly smooth. An hour later, the wedding procession successfully arrived at the Zhang family estate. The Zhang family was adorned with decorations with a red carpet laid out. Countless guests had been waiting outside, and upon seeing the procession return unscathed, each face was filled with smiles warmer than those of their own fathers. Congratulations, young Master Jeang. A match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Amidst a chorus of compliments, the bridal sedan chair landed smoothly. Zhang Chen approached the door of the sedan chair and gently kicked it. A pale yet cold hand reached out from behind the curtain. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen grasped that hand. The hand was icy to the touch, as if holding a piece of ice. This was the cold poison within Lin Qingxue acting up. He could feel that the hand was trembling slightly, the palm slick with cold sweat. Zhang Chen did not let go, but instead tightened his grip. With his warm palm, he conveyed a hint of strength. Don't be afraid, we're home, he whispered in her ear. Lin Qingxue, covered by the red veil, stiffened slightly, and then the tension of her defenses seemed to dissipate a little. She allowed Zhang Chen to lead her across the fire basin, symbolizing the warding off of evil and misfortune. In the family great hall, under the comforting gaze of her parents, amidst the complex looks of all the guests, the two stood side by side. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. Bow to each other as husband and wife. Following the officiant's loud call, the two bowed to each other. The night was as dark as ink with stars twinkling. The Zhang family estate remained brightly lit. The noise gradually faded, leaving only the large red lantern hanging outside the wedding chamber, gently swaying in the night breeze. Inside the wedding chamber, the red candles of the dragon and phoenix burned brightly, occasionally crackling with bursts of light. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, calming his somewhat restless emotions. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time getting married. Although this marriage was heavily colored by interests and systematic tasks, looking at the slender figure sitting at the edge of the bed, he felt an indescribable sense of responsibility rise within him. He walked slowly to the bedside and picked up the jade scale tied with red silk from the tray. Lin Qingxue, seemed to sense his approach, and her fingers tightly entwined on her lap suddenly stiffened. She was both frightened and nervous. "Don't be afraid," Zhang Chen said softly, his voice gentle. He extended his hand steadily, guiding the scale into the edge of the red veil, gently lifting it. The red silk fell away, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Although he had mentally prepared for it, Zhang Chen still froze for a moment. She was beautiful, too beautiful. Even though her face was pale at this moment and a layer of lingering illness shrouded her brow, that cold and proud demeanor, coupled with her exquisitely flawless features, resembled a snow lotus blooming amidst ice and snow. However, at this moment, the snow lotus seemed to be on the verge of freezing stiff. As the veil was lifted, visible white cold air surged from Lin Qingxue's body, instantly causing the temperature in the wedding chamber to drop several degrees. Lin Qingxue's eyelashes trembled, quickly forming a fine layer of white frost. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly enduring some immense pain, her body shaking uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chen frowned and quickly reached out to grasp her wrist. Where he touched, an icy chill penetrated directly to the bones. "The cold poison has flared up." Lin Qingxue managed to squeeze out a few words, her voice weak like a mosquito's hum. "I'm sorry. Today is your joyous day. And yet falling ill at this moment was not only disappointing, but also inauspicious." Lin Qingxue was filled with guilt, as she felt like a burden. She couldn't even maintain the last shred of dignity. "Stop saying foolish things." Zhang Chen interrupted her, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, but more concern. He quickly pulled out an exquisite white jade porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out a crimson pill. This was a second-tier top-grade Qiyang pill, which his father Zhang Yunshan had acquired at great expense. It was specially used to suppress cold poison. "Open your mouth." Zhang Chen held the pill and brought it to her lips. Lin Qingxue hesitated, looking at him. This pill was worth a fortune, enough to cover a small family's expenses for half a month. In the Lin family, they were unwilling to buy even ordinary warming dispersions for her in the later stages. Yet Zhang Chen casually took out such a valuable pill. "Eat it," Zhang Chen said decisively, directly placing the pill into her mouth, then lifting a cup of wedding wine from the table. "Take a sip to help it go down." The pill melted instantly upon entering, turning into a warm current that flowed down her throat into her abdomen, then spreading throughout her limbs. The chilling sensation that had nearly frozen Lin Qingxue slowly receded, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Feeling better, Zhang Chen set down the wine cup and gently helped her wipe away the droplets of melted water from her brows. Lin Qingxue looked up at the man before her. Under the candlelight, Zhang Chen's gaze was clear and focused, without disdain or disgust. Only a warmth that brought her a sense of security. Is this really the rumored good-for-nothing young master who lacked any academic skills? Thank you, husband." Lin Qingxue lowered her head, her voice a bit choked. That one word, husband, was spoken a bit awkwardly, but it was much more sincere than before. "Now that we have married, we are husband and wife. Between husband and wife, there's no need for such formalities." Zhang Chen sat beside her, holding her gradually warming hand, not rushing to do anything. He understood well that although Lin Qingxue had come to the Zhang family, her mental defenses had not been fully lowered. To truly earn the system's high-scoring rewards, simply having someone was not enough. One must also have the heart. "Qingxue, I know what you are worried about." Zhang Chen looked into her eyes and said earnestly, "You worry about your health, worry about becoming a burden to the Zhang family, right?" Lin Qingxue's body trembled slightly, acknowledging silently. "You used to be a favored daughter of heaven, establishing your foundation at the age of 15. How spirited you were then." Zhang Chen continued. "Now, having fallen to such depths, that kind of contrast is unbearable for anyone. But I tell you, in my eyes, you have never been a good-for-nothing. Since you have entered the Zhang family, I will help you retrieve everything you have lost piece by piece. Not only your cultivation, but also your dignity." Zhang Chen's voice was not loud, but it resonated with conviction, carrying a powerful confidence. Lin Qingxue suddenly lifted her head, her cold eyes for the first time showing a ripple of emotion, a mix of shock and a hint of incredulous hope. "My cold poison. Even a golden core master is helpless against it. If I didn't have some confidence, how could I dare to marry you?" Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously, gently squeezing her palm. Don't forget there are always miracles in this world. Believe me and give yourself a little confidence. Looking at Zhang Chen's confident demeanor, the hardened ice in Lin Qingxue's heart finally cracked open a seam. Perhaps this is the fate that should not end. Perhaps this husband who seems to have no cultivation can truly bring her miracles. An unprecedented sense of security surged in her heart. At this moment, she was no longer the abandoned child cast aside by her family, nor was she the sickly girl enduring the cold night alone. She had found her support. Lin Qingxue nodded heavily, her eyes slightly reddening. I believe you. The flickering candlelight created a gradually enchanting atmosphere. Zhang Chen gazed at the gradually relaxed beauty before him, and his heart stirred slightly. It's late time to rest. Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling lightly. Without refusal, Zhang Chen lazily lay on the bed. The familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind on time, crisp and pleasant like celestial music. Ding. Host detected to have completed a major life event. First marriage successful. Calculating rewards. Bride Lin Qingxue. Identity young mistress of the Jeang family, former talent of the Lin family. Special physique detected, extreme ice spirit body grade, currently in a damaged sealed state. Comprehensive score 95 points, excellent. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up suddenly. Grade 95 points. As expected, this was not some sickly waste, but rather an undeveloped treasure trove. The so-called cold poison was merely an illusion caused by the special extreme ice spirit body backlash. As long as the method is correct, this is not a disease. Instead, it is a heaven-defying cultivation talent. Due to the host's first marriage partner's exceptional quality, triggering beginners' critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining cultivation enlightenment directly raised to the peak of Qi refinement level 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining superior cleansing pill 1, can remove impurities from the body, enhancing root bones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining physique enhancement pill 1, can enhance bloodlines, removing negative effects of special physiques. Congratulations to the host for obtaining family fortune golden dragon juvenile phase golden core cultivation, capable of suppressing family fortune, enhancing the cultivation speed of the entire clan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item yellow grade superior spirit vein upgrade card 1, can unconditionally upgrade a spirit vein by 1 minor grade. A series of reward notifications left Zhang Chen feeling somewhat dizzy. He had struck it rich. This wave had thoroughly made him wealthy. Without relying on the system, with his mediocre yellow grade talent, it would take him at least 20 or 30 years to cultivate to the peak of Qi refinement level 10, even if he consumed the Jeang family's pills like meals. And now all he had to do was marry a wife and take a nap to achieve this. This was simply cheating. But this feeling was truly delightful. System claim cultivation rewards. Zhang Chen silently chanted in his heart, unable to suppress the feeling of eagerness. Distributing rewards. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a massive surge of spiritual power appeared out of nowhere in Zhang Chen's dantian. It was like a once dry stream suddenly encountering a once-in-a-century flood. The surging spiritual power violently broke through the originally blocked meridians in his body. Ugh! Zhang Chen groaned, his entire body tensing up. This was not a gradual cultivation process. This was a simple and crude enlightenment. Qi refinement level 4. Break. Qi refinement level 5. Break. Qi refinement level 6. 7. 8. His aura began to rise steadily, and his previously not-so-strong physique emitted crackling sounds under the wash of this spiritual power. Bone density was increasing, meridians were widening, and even a layer of light gray impurities seeped from the surface of his skin. Lin Qingxue, who had been lying beside him, had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. At this moment, she was suddenly awakened by the terrifying heat wave that erupted beside her. She opened her eyes in a daze, subconsciously reaching out to touch Zhang Chen. Husband, what's wrong? Before she could finish her sentence, her hand was pushed away by an invisible wave of energy. Lin Qingxue immediately woke up, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she stared at the man beside her. She saw Zhang Chen completely enveloped in a layer of faint golden light, and the weak aura that used to signify Qi refinement level 3 was now surging like a volcano about to erupt. She was all too familiar with the intensity of this spiritual power fluctuation. Before she established her foundation, she was at this level. This was no longer merely Qi refinement level 3. This was clearly the peak of Qi refinement, and there were even faint signs of breaking through to foundation establishment. How is this possible? Lin Qingxue covered her red lips, her face filled with disbelief. Could it be? He has been hiding his strength all along. Yes, only this explanation makes sense. It turns out the entire Dongshan archipelago had been deceived by him. This was no wasteful young master. He was clearly a hidden genius pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. As Lin Qingxue's thoughts whirled, the spiritual power within Zhang Chen finally reached its peak. Qi refinement level 10 peak of completion. That force rampaged through his body, unable to find an outlet, and ultimately exploded outward. Break! Zhang Chen growled, his eyes suddenly opening wide. Boom! The violent energy exploded outward from his body. The luxurious bed beneath him could not withstand the terrifying impact, letting out a mournful cry as it shattered into countless pieces. Not only that, but this force also affected the ground. With a loud crack, the entire floor of the bridal chamber collapsed, as if struck by a giant hammer. It instantly sank down more than half a meter, with dust rising and wood chips flying everywhere. Even the festive decorations on the wall were blown into disarray by the shockwave. "Ah!" Lin Qingxue exclaimed in shock, falling with the collapsing bed. However, the next second a pair of strong arms securely caught her. As the dust settled, Zhang Chen stood amidst the ruins, holding the disheveled Lin Qingxue in his arms. His previously somewhat slender muscles now showed defined lines, glistening with a faint lustrous sheen. He felt the surging spiritual power within him, as if filled with boundless strength. The sensation of controlling power was simply intoxicating. However, Zhang Chen glanced around at the chaos and twitched his lips. This was a bit embarrassing. The commotion seemed a bit too loud, even causing the bed to collapse. Lin Qingxue curled up in his embrace, feeling his solid chest and the powerful aura emanating from him. Her heart raced as if it might leap out of her throat. She looked up, her gaze complex as she regarded the man holding her. "Husband, you." She swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "You are actually so strong. Where is this the third layer of Qi refinement? The density of this aura is such that even the elder of the Lin family, who is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, might not compare. 18 years old and already at the peak of Qi refinement. This talent is even more terrifying than hers back in the day." Zhang Chen looked down at the beauty in his arms, seeing the admiration and shock in her eyes. He felt an immense thrill in his heart. Although this show-off was passive, the effect was simply perfect. Since it was a misunderstanding, let's deepen it a bit more. He couldn't exactly say it was a gift from the system, could he? Thus Zhang Chen smiled slightly, with an enigmatic expression. "Keep a low profile," he casually stated. "I prefer to be quiet and not too ostentatious. You know that the wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind. In this world of cultivation, it's always wise to hold back a little." Lin Qingxue's admiration for him deepened upon hearing this. So it was for the sake of the family, and to avoid being targeted, he endured this much. This level of character is rare, even among those old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. "I was truly blind. I used to believe the rumors and thought he was a waste. Don't worry, my husband, I will keep your secret." Lin Qingxue immediately declared, her tone exceptionally firm. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction, just about to say something to reinforce his image as a peerless genius. Just then, hurried footsteps and clamorous voices came from outside the door. "What's happening? Is there an earthquake?" "The noise is coming from the young master's bridal chamber. This is bad. Are there assassins? Quick, protect the young master." The door was forcefully slammed open from the outside. The captain of the guards burst in with a fully armed entourage. Each held weapons exuding a murderous aura. Even the uncle Zhang Yunhai, who had not yet gone to bed, rushed to the door in a nightgown, wielding a flying sword. "Chainer, don't be afraid. Uncle is here to save you." Aye. The moment everyone rushed into the room, it was as if they were hit by a freezing spell, all of them froze in place. The originally festively arranged bridal chamber now looked as if it had been ravaged by two demonic beasts. The ground was collapsed, the bed shattered into pieces, and chairs and tables were strewn everywhere. In the center of this wreckage stood their young master Zhang Chen, bare-chested, holding the bride in his arms. Although he was a bit dusty, his vitality was astonishingly strong. "This?" Uncle Zhang Yunhai glanced at the powdery remnants of the jade bed, then at his spirited nephew. His face instantly turned a shade resembling pig liver. As someone who had been through it, countless inappropriate images flashed through his mind in an instant. Just how intense must it have been? Even the specially made warm jade bed was crushed. Are today's young people so wild? Cough, cough. Zhang Yunhai awkwardly coughed twice, quickly turning around and waving his hand to shoo everyone away. "Get out. What are you looking at? Have you never seen anything like this before?" The group of guards also reacted, each blushing, lowering their heads as they hurriedly retreated. "It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened." As Zhang Yunhai retreated, he didn't forget to give Zhang Chen a thumbs-up, winking as he said, "Chainer, well done. Our Zhang family's lineage is indeed strong. But do remember to exercise restraint. After all, Qingxue's constitution is still weak. Well, let the kitchen prepare some tiger whip soup for you tomorrow to replenish your strength." After saying this, he thoughtfully closed the half-collapsed door. However, the moment the door shut, it fell down with a loud crash. Zhang Chen, Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue's previously pale face turned crimson like a ripe apple. She buried her face in Zhang Chen's chest, utterly embarrassed. Now it seems the whole family will probably know that they broke the bed on their wedding night. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This misunderstanding seemed to be a bit off course. But never mind, reputation is nothing compared to strength. He felt the surging power within him, and a glint of sharp light flickered in his eyes. Reaching the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement is just the beginning. With the system, this golden dragon of fortune, and this exceptional wife in my arms, the rise of the Jeang family cannot be stopped by anyone. Qingxue. Zhang Chen leaned down and kissed the forehead of the person in his embrace. Let's change rooms and continue. Lin Qingxue stiffened for a moment, then whispered, but the bed is gone. No worries, I have a storage bag. There's a spare inside. Zhang Chen chuckled, holding his wife, and boldly stepped over the wreckage, heading towards the adjacent side room. The long night is still far from over. As dawn broke, the Dongshan Islands were shrouded in a light mist, with the air filled with the unique salty dampness of the sea and the fragrance of morning grass. In the Zhang family courtyard, the early risers were busy sweeping fallen leaves, but their eyes often strayed towards a particular side room. Last night, the legendary waist young master Zhang Chen made quite a stir on his wedding night, even shaking the specially made warm jade bed to pieces. The news spread like wildfire overnight throughout the inner courtyard, causing everyone to look at Zhang Chen with a mix of strange awe. In the side room, Zhang Chen had already gotten up. After a night of chaos, mainly due to the sudden influx of cultivation energy, he now felt extraordinarily invigorated. Husband, we need to pay our respects to the ancestor. Lin Qingxue's voice came from behind. She had changed into a light blue long dress. Though she hadn't applied any makeup, the residual effects of last night's spiritual energy had added a healthy flush to her previously pale complexion. She looked like an orchid just receiving dew, exuding a captivating charm amidst her cool demeanor. Zhang Chen turned around and naturally took her hand, saying, "Let's go, the ancestor is probably waiting for us." Lin Qingxue's fingers trembled slightly, yet she didn't pull away. A hint of crimson crept up her ears. The two walked through the long corridor toward the Wendafing. As they passed by family members, whether they were stewards or ordinary disciples, they unconsciously bowed a little lower upon seeing Zhang Chen. In the past, it was a mere formality due to his direct lineage, but now it was a sign of some kind of speculation and respect for a strong one. The stone door of Wendafing slowly opened. Zhang Tianjing sat cross-legged on a mat, his gaze piercing. Although he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he appeared unusually well today. Clearly, the marriage of his great-grandson had alleviated half the burden in his heart. Grandson Zhang Chen, accompanied by granddaughter-in-law Lin Qingxue, comes to pay respects to the ancestor. They respectfully performed a grand bow. Good, good, good. Zhang Tianjing exclaimed 3 times, his gaze lingering on Lin Qingxue, for a moment a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Though this girl's cultivation has declined, her character and demeanor truly embody the elegance of a well-bred lady. Qingxue, now that you have entered the Zhang family's door, you are family from now on. Do not worry about the matter of the cold poison. Even if I must risk my old face to beg those old friends, I will find a way to obtain the antidote for you. Lin Qingxue felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes slightly red. Thank you for your concern, ancestor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke. Qingxue, you go to the side hall for tea first. I have some urgent matters regarding the family that I wish to report to the ancestor privately. Lin Qingxue was an extremely intelligent woman. Upon hearing this, she immediately stood up to take her leave without a word of unnecessary chatter. Once the stone door closed again, only the old man and the young man remained in the cave. Zhang Tiansheng's smile gradually faded, his gaze sharpening. Chena, what do you want to say? Has there been a change regarding the inheritance? Zhang Chen remained silent, taking a deep breath and no longer suppressing the aura within him. Boom. A robust and pure wave of spiritual power erupted from his body in an instant. The strength of this aura caused a small whirlwind to stir within the hall, flickering the surrounding everlasting lamps. Zhang Tiansheng's originally serious expression suddenly changed dramatically. He widened his eyes, staring intently at Zhang Chen before him, as if he had seen a ghost. Qi refinement. Great perfection. The ancestor's voice changed pitch, filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, this boy was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. After sleeping and marrying, he directly reached great perfection. Such a speed of cultivation, not to mention in the southern region, is unheard of throughout the entire cultivation world. Is this the power of the inheritance? Zhang Tianjing asked with a tremble in his voice. Indeed. Zhang Chen nodded gravely, beginning to weave the lie he had long prepared. Last night my wife Qingxue and I were wed, and I sensed the first awakening of the bloodline power in the depths of my being. This great perfection of Qi refinement is the first gift bestowed by the bloodline. Incredible. So terrifying. Zhang Tianjing gasped, his excited beard trembling. Instant results. Truly instant results. He had originally thought it would take 10 months of pregnancy to see any effect, but unexpectedly, just getting married yielded such tremendous feedback. Not only that, Zhang Chen looked at the excited ancestor and dropped the second bombshell. This bloodline awakening not only enhanced my cultivation, but also granted me a secret technique in my mind. What secret technique? Spirit ascension technique. Zhang Chen slowly uttered 3 words. This technique is an ancient bloodline divine ability. As long as you expend family luck and my blood essence, you can forcibly elevate the rank of the spirit vein. Though the cost is significant, the effect is enough to defy the heavens. Elevate the spirit vein. Zhang Tianjing suddenly rose, genuinely unable to remain seated this time. The spirit vein is the foundation of a cultivation family. The reason the Jeang family can rank among the top in the Dongshan Islands is precisely because of this second-tier middle-grade main spirit vein and 2 second-tier lower-grade auxiliary veins. Even elevating the spirit vein by 1 small realm would greatly enhance the cultivation speed for the family cultivators. But this is a spirit vein generated by the heavens and earth. Human effort sometimes has its limits, aside from those legendary transformation experts who possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas, who would dare to claim they can elevate a spirit vein's rank. Chainer, is this true? This is not a matter to joke about. Zhang Tianjing stood up and gripped Zhang Chen's shoulders tightly, his strength nearly crushing his bones. I am willing to swear a military oath. Zhang Chen looked directly into the ancestor's eyes, his gaze steadfast. If I fail, I am willing to accept the family law. Zhang Tianjing stared at Zhang Chen for a long time before shaking his head. What nonsense are you saying, Chainer? We are family. What matters of punishment are there? Since this is a divine inheritance, then let us give it a try. He waved his large sleeve, enveloping Zhang Chen and turning into a streak of light that dashed towards the forbidden area on the back mountain of the Wendafeng. There lies the core of the Zhang family's main spirit vein, as well as the eye of the family's protective formation. The back mountain's forbidden area was filled with spiritual energy. A huge spiritual spring was slowly spewing out white spiritual mist, although the concentration of that mist was not very high. Occasionally, there would be interruptions in the flow. This is the second-tier middle-grade spirit vein that the Zhang family relies on for survival, commonly referred to as the earth vein. Zhang Tianjing casually cast a few spells, dismissing the surrounding guards and sealing off this space. Chainer, it's up to you now. Zhang Chen nodded and walked to the edge of the spiritual spring. He silently thought, System, use the spirit vein upgrade card. On the surface, however, he pretended to bite his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence, his hands quickly forming several complicated but meaningless seals while murmuring incantations. Heaven and earth, profound yellow, the root of all energy, ascend. With his low shout, an invisible golden card instantly merged into the spiritual spring beneath him. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A dull rumbling sound arose from deep within the earth, as if a slumbering giant beast was awakening. Rumble. The entire Wendafeng began to tremble violently. Zhang Tianjing's expression changed, thinking the spirit vein was about to explode. He was about to reach out to protect Zhang Chen when he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw that the previously somewhat shriveled spiritual spring suddenly seemed to be infused with boundless vitality. Whoosh! A column of pure spiritual energy as thick as a water barrel erupted like a volcano, shooting into the sky. The richness of the spiritual energy condensed into visible spiritual liquid in midair, transforming into a gentle spiritual rain that fell down. This is... Zhang Tianjing reached out to catch a few drops of spiritual rain, feeling the terrifying energy contained within, and tears streamed down his face. Spiritual energy transforming into rain. This is the sign of a third-tier spirit vein. However, the shock was just beginning. Zhang Chen's eyes moved slightly, and he issued the second command in his heart. System, deploy the family luck golden dragon. Roar. A vast and ancient dragon's roar suddenly erupted in Zhang Tianjing's ears without warning. Following that, the soaring column of spiritual energy radiated with golden light. A phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon, 100 feet long, spiraled up from the ground. Its entire body seemed to be composed of condensed spiritual power, its scales shining brightly, and its eyes like lightning. It carried the majesty of overlooking all living beings. This was not a true beast, but a manifestation of the family's luck. The golden dragon circled 3 times above the Zhang family, then let out a deafening roar and dove headlong into the mountain body of Wendafeng. Boom! With the golden dragon's entry, the previously second-tier, middle-grade spirit vein instantaneously completed a qualitative leap. A visible wave of spiritual energy rippled from Wendafeng, rapidly spreading outward. Wherever it passed, dead trees sprouted anew, 100 flowers bloomed, and even the stones in the mountains were tinged with a faint glossy sheen. A third-tier lower-grade spirit vein. It is achieved. At this moment, the Jeang family courtyard was already in complete chaos. The young disciples practicing their swordplay in the training ground suddenly felt the air around them thicken. Every breath they took felt like swallowing a small sip of spiritual liquid. What's happening? Why has the spiritual energy concentration suddenly increased? Heavens, my bottleneck. It has loosened. A collateral disciple who had been stuck at the third layer of Qi refinement for 2 years simply inhaled a couple of breaths and was startled by a soft popping sound from within, achieving a breakthrough right then and there. This phenomenon was not an isolated case. I've broken through too. I feel I'm about to advance. Excited shouts echoed throughout the Zhang family. Meanwhile, in the patriarch's study, Zhang Yunshan frowned as he looked at the account books in his hands. Due to the blockade from the demonic sect, the family's income had decreased by another 30% this quarter. Just as he was feeling distressed, a wave of golden spiritual energy swept through the study. What is this? Zhang Yunshan suddenly lifted his head, feeling the pure spiritual energy surging from the soles of his feet to his crown, accompanied by a dragon's roar that resonated within his soul. Under the wash of this immense force, his golden core, which had been stuck in midstage for over 100 years, began to rotate violently. After a century of accumulation and hard work, at this moment, under the blessing of the fortune golden dragon, it finally erupted. Crack! It felt as if a lock had been opened. Zhang Yunshan felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, filled with an immense power. The roof of the study was blown away by the violent pressure of spiritual energy, and Zhang Yunshan slowly ascended, surrounded by golden light, his aura now several times more imposing than before. Latest stage golden core. Zhang Yunshan have finally broken through. His roar echoed like thunder spreading across 100 miles. On the cliff at the back mountain, Zhang Chen looked at his spirited father in the sky, a smile tugging at his lips. Chainer. Behind him, Zhang Tianzheng was completely out of control at this moment. He looked at the earth-shattering changes before him, at the jubilant clansmen, and finally his gaze fell upon his 18-year-old great-grandson. All of this is brought by you. Yes. Zhang Chen turned around and smiled, and this is just the beginning. Zhang Tianzheng took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. He knew that the Zhang family was about to undergo a transformation. No, they were about to soar. A quarter of an hour later, in front of the Zhang family's council hall, the family bell rang out again 9 times. All the elders, stewards, disciples, including the newly ecstatic patriarch Zhang Yunshan, gathered here. Zhang Tianzheng floated in midair with the window peak behind him, still gently shedding spiritual rain. He surveyed the vibrant and hopeful faces below, his voice booming, resonating throughout heaven. Bless the Zhang family. Today, our Zhang family's spiritual vein has advanced, and the patriarch has broken through. This is a momentous occasion. But do you know where this blessing comes from? The crowd exchanged glances, although they had an inkling, none dared to confirm. Zhang Tianzheng pointed to Zhang Chen, who stood at the top of the steps, his tone extremely solemn. All of this is due to my grandson Zhang Chen, the chosen one. He awakened the ancient bloodline and drew the fortune golden dragon into his body, which is why our Zhang family has undergone such a transformation today. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Countless gazes converged on Zhang Chen. There was shock, adoration, and fervor. The previous label of useless young master was completely torn to shreds at that moment. What replaced it was the aura of family auspiciousness and chosen child. Convey my decree. Zhang Tiansheng's voice was like a great bell, pronounced clearly. From this day forth, Zhang Chen's status shall be equal to that of the patriarch. All resources within the family treasury are to be freely accessed, no need for reporting. Seeing Zhang Chen is like seeing me. Those who show disrespect shall be expelled from the family. We obey the ancestral decree. We greet young Master Chen. Thousands of clansmen knelt in unison, their voices booming. Standing to the side of the crowd, Lin Qingxue was bathing in the rich spiritual rain at that moment. She could feel the stubborn cold poison within her body slightly easing under the nurturing of this vibrant spiritual energy. She looked up at her husband on the high platform, dressed in white, receiving the worship of thousands. The sunlight bathed him, giving him a golden halo. At this moment, he resembled a true immortal. Lin Qingxue gently pressed her hand against her chest. Her heart raced in an unusual manner. She had originally thought that marrying Zhang Chen was a reluctant decision, a final mockery by fate. But now she understood. This was not a compromise born from desperation. This was a miraculous opportunity bestowed upon her by the heavens after enduring hardships. Husband, she softly called out in her heart, her eyes slightly moist. Although the spiritual rain from Window Peak had stopped, the nourishing aura seemed to seep into every inch of land on the Dongshan Islands. Since the Zhang family's fortune golden dragon entered their bodies and their spiritual vein advanced to the 3rd tier, the entire Zhang family courtyard had fallen into an almost frenzied atmosphere of cultivation. That feeling was akin to crops rejoicing after a long drought, all the clansmen were desperately absorbing this hard-won opportunity. In just one night, reports of success flooded in from within the family. 3 stewards who had been stuck at the peak of Qi refinement for years successfully established their foundations during a thunderstorm, riding the wave of the spiritual energy explosion. That night, the clouds over Jeang family's back mountain gathered and dispersed, with good news coming one after another, making the elder Zhang Yunhai so overjoyed that he could hardly keep his mouth shut, walking as if he was floating. Not just those at the foundation establishment stage, even the lower-tier Qi refinement disciples burst forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Previously, Zhang family disciples commonly hovered around the 4th and 5th layers of Qi refinement, but now walking down the street one could find many young disciples boasting the cultivation of the 6th or 7th layers. This overall leap in strength brought the cohesion of the Zhang family to an unprecedented peak. Yet as the instigator of all this, Zhang Chen was currently hiding in a side chamber of his bridal chamber, engaged in something crucial for himself. He sat cross-legged on a cushion holding a crystal-clear pill that emitted a faint fragrance. This was the premium body cleansing pill obtained from the system's beginner gift package. Having a mid-tier yellow-grade aptitude is indeed too lacking. Zhang Chen looked at the pill in his hand and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although with the system's cultivation enlightenment, he was now at the peak of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, even more profound than those old-timers who had cultivated for decades. But it was like a max-level character using a severely underpowered computer. It always felt sluggish and at risk of crashing at any moment. Talent determines the limit as well as the smoothness of cultivation. If one does not improve their talent, even if they forcibly establish their foundation, they will likely be the weakest type, and the path ahead will only become narrower. I hope this pill does not disappoint me. Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and tilted his head to swallow the Shisui pill. The pill dissolved as soon as it entered without the bitter taste one might expect. Instead, it felt like a refreshing spring flowing down his throat into his abdomen. Immediately, this coolness transformed into a scorching torrent, roaring as it surged towards his limbs and bones. Pain, a sharp agony as if all his bones were being disassembled and reassembled, struck him. Zhang Chen let out a low groan, clenching his teeth tightly as cold sweat burst forth from his forehead. Yet he could feel that under the cleansing power of the medicine, the impurities that had accumulated over the years within him were being gradually peeled away, expelled through his pores. His meridians became broader and more resilient, and his somewhat murky spiritual root began to shine with its original brilliance. It was unclear how long had passed, but that intense pain gradually faded. In its place was an unprecedented feeling of lightness and clarity. Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Is this the feeling of improved talent? He clenched his fist, sensing the affinity between the surrounding spiritual energy and himself. If previously absorbing spiritual energy felt like drinking water through a straw, tedious and slow, now he felt as if he had transformed into a small vortex with the surrounding spiritual energy actively drilling into his body without any deliberate guidance. His talent had already jumped from yellow rank middle grade to mystic rank middle grade, a complete leap over an entire major rank. Though there was still a gap to the so-called Earth rank and Heaven rank of true prodigies in the remote East Mountain Archipelago with adequate resources, mystic rank middle-grade talent meant that cultivating to the golden core stage was a definite prospect. In fact, Zhang Chen faintly sensed that the solid barrier that had troubled countless cultivators between the Qi refinement stage and foundation establishment was now as thin as a cicada's wing before him. It felt as long as he was willing, with a little push, he could step into that brand new realm. No rush. Zhang Chen suppressed the urge to immediately impact his foundation, saying the firmer the foundation is laid, the higher the building can be constructed in the future. After all, with the system in place, establishing his foundation was only a matter of time. It was better to stabilize things first. He got up to wash off the layer of black, greasy impurities expelled from his body in the cleansing chamber and changed into a fresh moon-white robe. Pushing open the door, the sunlight outside was just right, warming his body. Lin Qingxue was sitting by the stone table in the courtyard reading an ancient book. Hearing the movement, she looked up and a hint of surprise flickered in her cool eyes. As a former genius, her perception was extremely keen. "Husband, you seem a bit different." Lin Qingxue set down the book, standing up to scrutinize Zhang Chen with some uncertainty. Clearly his cultivation aura had not changed at all, yet Zhang Chen felt different to her. He appeared more pure and transparent, like a rough jade that had been polished clean of dust, beginning to emit a gentle luster. "It's just that I have gained some small insights." Zhang Chen naturally walked over and took her somewhat cold hand, saying, "Perhaps it's thanks to last night's spiritual rain." Lin Qingxue nodded, thoughtfully, not asking further. There had been too many miracles happening with this man, enough for her to learn to accept rather than question. "Let's go. A father and mother sent someone to urge us, saying they've prepared breakfast for us to gather together," Zhang Chen said with a smile. The two crossed the corridor and arrived at the main courtyard where the head of the family resided. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard Zhang Yunshan's hearty laughter coming from within. Since breaking through to the late golden core stage, this head of the family has maintained an excited mood, even finding the crooked tree in the courtyard charming. "Oh, my daughter-in-law has arrived." Upon seeing the two enter, his mother Lu Yuru immediately dropped the spiritual fruit. She was peeling her face, filled with smiles, as she welcomed them. She bypassed her biological son Zhang Chen and grabbed Lin Qingxue's hand, her eyes gleaming as if she were looking at some rare treasure. Come, let mother take a look. How have you been resting these past 2 days? Is the guest house to your liking? If it's too noisy, you can move to the Tingtao Pavilion behind the main peak. It's quiet there and has plenty of spiritual energy." Lin Qingxue was somewhat flustered, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you for your concern, mother. The guest house is quite good and my husband treats me very well. He should treat you well." Lu Yuru shot Zhang Chen a glare, then removed a turquoise bracelet from her wrist. Without further ado, slipped it onto Lin Qingxue's wrist. This was mother's dowry from back in the day, a middle-grade defensive artifact. Although it is not a rare item, it bears an array for gathering spiritual energy. Wearing it will benefit your health. "Mother, this is too precious." Lin Qingxue wanted to decline. She spoke the truth. After all, this was a genuine artifact. Not just any magical tool or spirit tool could compare. "Just take it." Zhang Yunshan waved his hand from his seat at the head of the table, saying, "Our Jeang family does not lack for such things now. Moreover, you are a great contributor to our Jeang family. What is this little gift to meet you?" Zhang Chen sat down on a nearby chair, casually taking a bite of the spiritual fruit on the table. Watching this harmonious scene unfold before him, he felt warm inside. He knew that his parents treated Qingxue so well, not only because she was beautiful or from the Lin family, but also because of the changes that had occurred in the Zhang family in recent days. Whether it was the upgrade of the spiritual vein or Zhang Chen's sudden awakening of cultivation, although Zhang Chen had a set explanation for the outside world, no one knew their son better than Zhang Yunshan and Lu Yuru. How could they have no doubts at all? 18 years of silence, and suddenly, after getting married, he has defied the heavens. But their cleverness lay in never asking. No matter what secrets their son had, whether he had gained the possession of a great power or awakened some past life memories, as long as he still recognized these two parents and treated the family with kindness, that was enough. This tacit understanding was the foundation for maintaining harmony within the family. The family gathered together to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast. During the meal, Zhang Yunshan mostly talked about the recent development plans of the family, such as expanding the market and recruiting new vassal families. Until the tea had gone around 3 times, Lu Yuru suddenly set down her teacup, her gaze shifting back and forth between Zhang Chen and Lin Qingxue, her expression becoming somewhat profound. "Zhang, are you? Oh, mother, what do you want to say? You and Qingxue have been married for several days now." Lu Yuru paused, her tone becoming gentle and expectant. "For cultivators like us, although our lifespans are long, this matter of branching out is best done sooner rather than later. When your father was your age, I was already pregnant with you." As these words were spoken, the previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Lin Qingxue, who was drinking tea, trembled slightly, nearly spilling the liquid. She lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, her once rosy complexion now paling a few shades. A child. This was a topic she wished to touch, yet dared not approach. If they were a normal couple, she would likely have shyly agreed by now. But she, with her broken body counting down her own life, how could she have the right to nurture a new life? Even if she were to become pregnant, the cold poison would pass to the child through her blood, and the baby would probably be doomed to die. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxue tightly twisted the hem of her clothes, a flicker of pain and sorrow flashing in her eyes. Zhang Chen noticed the change in his wife's emotions. He put down the spirit fruit in his hand, reached out to hold Lin Qingxue's cold hand, and smiled at his mother, saying, "Mother, this matter is not urgent. You also know that the cold poison in Qingxue's body has not been resolved yet. Having a child now would put too much burden on her body and would not be good for the child." He continued, "Our priority now is to first restore her health. As for a grandson, don't worry, I will definitely let you hold him until your arms ache." Lu Yuru was momentarily stunned, then realized she had been a bit too hasty. She looked at her daughter-in-law's sorrowful expression, feeling a pang of sympathy, and quickly tried to smooth things over. Yes, Chainer is right. It was foolish of me. Health is important. Health is important. This matter can be discussed later." Zhang Yunshan quickly changed the topic, discussing a high-level sea beast from the recent outer sea. However, by the end of the meal, Lin Qingxue's mood remained low. Leaving the main courtyard, and on the way back to the side courtyard, she kept her head down, silent. Zhang Chen did not speak either. He just quietly held her hand, slowing his pace to accompany her. When they returned to the room, he dismissed the servants. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue turned around and grabbed Zhang Chen's sleeve. She looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, radiating a heartbreaking beauty. "Husband, what is it?" Zhang Chen gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Let's have a child. Lin Qingxue's voice trembled, yet held a decisive tone. I know my body may not last for many years. You are the only heir of the Jeang family. There cannot be no continuation. I want to leave you a bloodline while I can still move. Even if it costs me my life, I want to try. She was genuinely afraid. Afraid that one day she might silently die in the cold night. In this warm home, she felt like a burden, a person who could only take resources but could not give back. The only way she could think of to repay him was to give Zhang Chen a child to continue his bloodline. Looking at this woman before him, who was so foolishly heart-wrenching, Zhang Chen's heart was touched deeply. He pulled Lin Qingxue into his embrace, holding her tightly. Fool, Zhang Chen whispered in her ear, I will not allow you to speak of yourself like that. Your life is mine. Without my permission, even the king of hell cannot take you away. As for children, we will have them, and many of them. But not now, and not at the cost of your life. He released her from his embrace, cupping Lin Qingxue's face in his hands, his gaze incredibly serious. Do you trust me? Lin Qingxue stared blankly at him, instinctively nodding her head. Then give me half a month. Zhang Chen raised a finger, saying, in half a month I will give you an answer. By that time you won't be able to go back on your word. He certainly did not truly need half a month to find the antidote. The physique enhancement pill that could perfectly solve Lin Qingxue's condition was quietly resting in his system space at that moment. But the issue was that this item had a dubious origin. If he casually took it out now and claimed he found it on the road, or that it was from the mysterious bloodline inheritance, it would be too shocking and too easy to arouse suspicion. The more precious something was, the more it required a reasonable and arduous process of acquisition to appear authentic and to conceal the existence of the system. Thus, this half-month was the performance time he arranged for himself. In the following days, Zhang Chen began to become extraordinarily busy. Every day before dawn, he would rush to the Wendafeng, staying there for the entire day, claiming to be pestering the Ancestor to leverage personal connections to find the antidote. Every night, when he returned home in the deep of night, he had to put on an exhausted facade while forcing himself to comfort Lin Qingxue. Today, the Ancestor contacted a master alchemist from Zhongzhou, saying there might be hope. The Ancestor almost got into a fight with someone today over exchanging a main ingredient. Watching her husband toil for her growing increasingly thin, which Zhang Chen was deliberately doing by controlling his diet, Lin Qingxue felt both moved and pained. She had countless times wanted to persuade Zhang Chen to give up, to say she had accepted her fate, but each time her words were blocked by Zhang Chen's determined gaze. During this half-month, Lin Qingxue's heart felt like it was being fried in an oil pan. On one hand was the yearning for life, and on the other was the heartache for her husband. Additionally, there was the fear of fate. Finally, on a dusk half a month later, the setting sun in the sky bled red, dyeing the entire Jeang family courtyard in golden crimson. Lin Qingxue was sitting in front of the window, lost in thought, tightly clutching the heart, not that Zhang Chen had given her. Suddenly, the courtyard door was slammed open with a bang. Zhang Chen rushed in, looking disheveled, his hair a bit messy, and his long robe covered in dust, appearing extremely haggard. But his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, flames of wild joy burning within. Qingxue! Qingxue! Zhang Chen shouted as he ran, his voice trembling. Lin Qingxue stood up abruptly, her heart racing. Husband, what happened? Zhang Chen dashed in front of her, panting heavily, as if he had just gone through a life-and-death battle. He tremblingly reached into his bosom and carefully pulled out a small wooden box wrapped in layers of brocade. I found it. I finally found it. Zhang Chen's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of crying. The Ancestor. The esteemed Ancestor has leveraged a life-saving favor from a latest-stage nascent soul master to obtain this miraculous pill. Lin Qingxue's breath instantly halted. She stared blankly at the unassuming little wooden box, feeling as if the world around her had quieted down. This is something that can save your life. Without further ado, Zhang Chen opened the wooden box. There was no earth-shattering phenomenon. Inside the box lay a pill that was entirely snow-white, with swirling cloud patterns on its surface. However, at the moment the box opened, Lin Qingxue's body trembled uncontrollably, as if meeting its nemesis. Merely inhaling the fragrance of the pill, she felt the bone-chilling coldness that had tormented her for 3 years dissipate significantly. It's real. It's really real. Lin Qingxue covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Over the years, the Lin family had sought numerous pills for her, yet none had ever provided such an immediate effect. This must be a divine pill. Hurry, eat it. Zhang Chen urged, his eyes filled with encouragement. Lin Qingxue trembled as she extended her hand, pinching the pill. She glanced at the pill, then at Zhang Chen, who was covered in dust, and wore an expression of eager anticipation. At that moment, 1,000 words caught in her throat, unable to be expressed. She tilted her head back and swallowed the pill. Boom! This time it was no longer a bone-chilling cold, nor a searing fire. Lin Qingxue felt as if she had swallowed a warm sun. The gentle yet immense medicinal power instantly enveloped all the meridians within her body. The cold poison which had originally clung to her like a parasite melted away rapidly before this medicinal force, as if ice meeting boiling water. Strangely, the cold poison did not disappear. Instead, it transformed into an extremely pure ice attribute spiritual energy, gently integrating into her dantian. Moreover, she could feel that her once somewhat exhausted spiritual roots were undergoing a tremendous transformation. Although her spiritual root had always been a mutated ice root, a shadow had constantly loomed over it. Now that shadow was completely swept away, and her spiritual root became crystal clear, pure, and flawless. A powerful physique known as the extreme Yin ice spirit body was truly awakening. Crackling sounds echoed from within her body like the crisp sound of bones cracking. Within the short span of a stick of incense, Lin Qingxue's aura began to surge upward. Foundation establishment layer 5, 6, 7. It continued until it reached the threshold of foundation establishment, then slowly came to a stop. This was not due to the depletion of the medicinal power, but rather the immense force lying in wait, waiting for her to gradually refine and control it. Lin Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her previous ill state vanished without a trace. She radiated a cool and noble aura, much like a fairy descending from the moon palace. She lowered her head, gazing at her crystal-clear hands, feeling the surging power within her. It's done. She was completely healed. Not only healed, she felt her talent was several times stronger than 3 years ago. Husband. Lin Qingxue suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Chen, who was smiling at her from the side. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she let out a choked call and leapt into Zhang Chen's arms. Whoa, thank you. Thank you. She held onto this man tightly, using all her strength as if she wanted to meld herself into his body. Without him, she would still be waiting to die under the cold gaze of the Lin family. Without him, how could she possibly have been reborn? This gratitude, this love had long transcended life and death. Zhang Chen smiled as he caressed her hair, feeling the excitement and trembling of the person in his arms, his heart filled with a sense of fulfillment. This half-month of play was worth it. All right, you're all foundation establishment grandmasters now. Why are you still crying? Zhang Chen teased. Lin Qingxue lifted her head from his embrace, and on her tear-stained, exquisite face a smile blossomed that could outshine 100 flowers. That was the joy of rebirth and the unreserved affection. She stood on her tiptoes and actively kissed Zhang Chen's lips. A long time passed. Lin Qingxue's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her eyes sparkling with water, carrying a hint of shyness. But more so, it was a bold invitation. She leaned close to Zhang Chen's ear, her breath fragrant, as she said in a soft, tender voice that could make one's bones go weak, "Husband, my illness is cured. Shall we give our parents a grandchild?" Zhang Chen looked at the alluring beauty before him, feeling the waves of fragrance emanating from her, and was overwhelmed by a rush of blood to his head. He lifted Lin Qingxue effortlessly. "One is not enough. Since you're healed, let's make up for the past half-month with interest." The following month, life at the Jeang family estate was quite peaceful for the servants and guards, but the gossip behind the scenes spread like wildfire. Since that night, when the bed in the young master's wedding chamber collapsed, Zhang Chen's courtyard had practically become a forbidden zone. Except for the maid who delivered meals and water daily, no one was allowed to approach. It was common for the door to open only when the sun was high, and sometimes it remained shut all day, with only faint spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from within. For this shameless lifestyle, the clan members not only had no complaints, but instead wore understanding and gratified smiles. The young master is working hard for the family's future. You're right, you all heard the commotion that night. The young master is truly robust. The guards exchanged knowing glances as they changed shifts, their words filled with admiration for their young master's virility. After all, in the cultivation world, being able to break a specially made warm jade bed was a feat that would allow Zhang Chen to boast for a lifetime among men. However, within the newly renovated and reinforced bedroom, the atmosphere was not as simple and romantic as outsiders imagined. Zhang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, exhaling and inhaling visible currents of white energy circulating around him with every breath. During this month of intense dual cultivation, his gains were beyond imagination. Although Lin Qingxue's extreme Yin ice spirit body was just in the initial stage of awakening, it was the finest tonic for Zhang Chen, a man. With each union of Yin and Yang, the extremely pure primal Yin energy would cleanse his meridians, refining his spiritual power. His cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, which had previously seemed slightly superficial due to system bestowal, had been tempered to an iron-like solidity in just 30 days. Now his foundation was more stable than those cultivators who had painstakingly ascended step by step, not a trace of superficiality remaining. Who? Zhang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze a flash of sharp light flickered. "Husband, how do you feel today?" A gentle voice came from beside him. Lin Qingxue, draped in a thin veil, leaned against the head of the bed, gently wiping the beads of sweat from Zhang Chen's forehead with a silk handkerchief. At this moment, Lin Qingxue had long shed the pallor and ill state from when she first entered. The complete awakening of her extreme ice spirit body, combined with the dual nourishment of spiritual herbs and love over the past month, had transformed her completely. Her skin was so translucent that it seemed one could squeeze water from it, and amidst her originally cool demeanor, there was now a hint of the charm and tenderness of a newlywed. Lin Qingxue's speed of recovery is astonishing. With the Jeang family's endless resources and her innate talent, she has firmly established herself at the early stage of foundation establishment in just 1 month, and even seems to be subtly advancing towards the mid-stage. In front of outsiders, she is the unattainable and frosty young mistress. Yet in front of Zhang Chen, she is as docile as a little cat that has retracted its claws. Even when Zhang Chen makes slightly unreasonable requests, she always blushes, bites her lip, and silently complies. "I feel great." Zhang Chen naturally held her delicate hand and kissed it by his lips, saying, "But you've worked hard, my dear wife." Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently pulled her hand back and shot him a reproachful glance. "You're so unserious. Father and mother will probably laugh at us for waking up late again." "Who dares to laugh? We are dealing with serious matters." Zhang Chen chuckled, rolling out of bed. "Come on, let's go to the main courtyard to have dinner with father and mother. I heard the kitchen's specially prepared silver-lined spirit fish caught from the deep sea today. It's extremely delicious." The two quickly washed up, changed into their regular clothes, and walked hand in hand towards the main courtyard. The main courtyard was especially lively today. Zhang Yinshan was in an exceptionally good mood recently. Although the family's business faced some obstacles due to the demonic path, the benefits from the upgrade of the spiritual vein had begun to show, with several subordinate families sending in this year's offerings, which were at least 30% more than the previous years. At the dining table, the atmosphere was harmonious. "Come, Qingxue, this is the freshly made spirit fish soup. It is very nourishing." Lu Yiru beamed with joy, personally serving a bowl of milky white fish soup in front of her daughter-in-law. "Your body has just recovered, and this is the perfect time for you to replenish your strength." The fish soup was indeed of excellent quality, with a milky color exuding rich spiritual energy and a few red goji berries floating on the surface, making it incredibly appetizing. Lin Qingxue smiled and thanked her, took a spoonful, and brought it to her mouth. However, just as the delicious fish soup slid down her throat, an indescribable feeling of turmoil surged from her stomach straight to the top of her head. Ugh! Lin Qingxue's face instantly turned pale as the spoon in her hand fell into the bowl with a clatter, splashing a few drops of soup. She suddenly covered her mouth and turned to the side, letting out a series of violent dry heaves. This sudden change startled the three people at the table. "What's wrong? What's happening?" Zhang Chen reacted the quickest, supporting Lin Qingxue's shoulder with one hand, while the other quickly placed on her back, channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy to help her calm down, his face filled with anxiety. "Is it the fish that isn't fresh? Or did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Lu Yueru also panicked and quickly put down her chopsticks, leaning closer. "Qingxue, don't scare me. Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhang Yunshan's face darkened as he slammed the table and shouted towards the door, "Someone, go fetch Zhang Xuanhu for me. Quick, it's urgent." Zhang Xuanhu is the oldest second-tier alchemist in the Zhang family and also serves as the family's physician. Normally, even if an elder is injured, it would be difficult to summon him, but now that the family head has spoken, the servants ran faster than rabbits. Lin Qingxue dry heaved for quite a while until tears streamed down her face, and that feeling of nausea finally calmed down a bit. She weakly leaned against Zhang Chen's embrace, shaking her head. I don't know what's wrong. As soon as I smelled the fishy odor, my stomach started churning violently." "Fishy odor?" Lu Yueru was taken aback. This silver-lined spirit fish was handled exceptionally well. How could there be any fishy smell? As someone who has been through it, a thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yueru's mind, her gaze instantly falling on her daughter-in-law's flat abdomen, her eyes bursting with an incredible surprise. Could it be? Before she could finish her sentence, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. Zhang Xuanhu, his hair and beard white, rushed in with a medicine box, panting, "Master, what happened? Who is injured? Stop the nonsense, quickly check on the young mistress." Zhang Yinshan pointed at Lin Qingxue, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Zhang Xuanhu did not dare to delay. Calming his breath, he walked to Lin Qingxue's side. He extended 3 bony fingers, gently placing them on Lin Qingxue's pale wrist, closing his eyes slightly to sense carefully. The room fell silent instantly, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Zhang Chen held his breath, staring intently at the old physician's face, his palms sweating profusely. Although he has a system, he is not omnipotent, and for matters of pathology, he is completely in the dark. Time ticked by. Zhang Zuanhis' previously furrowed brow slowly relaxed, then turned into a strange surprise, ultimately transforming into a face full of joy. But he did not speak immediately. Instead, he switched to another hand to confirm once more. Zhang Lao, what is going on? Speak up. Zhang Yunshan, being impatient, could not hold back any longer. Zhang Xuanhu withdrew his hand, stood up, and deeply bowed to Zhang Yunshan, and Zhang Chen, his wrinkled old face, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, young master. The young mistress is perfectly healthy, not only healthy, but also brings great joy. Zhang Xuanhu stroked his beard, his voice booming. I have practiced medicine for many years and would never misread it. The young mistress has a happy pulse. The pulse is round and smooth like a pearl rolling in the basin, strong and vigorous, indicating an excellent sign of pregnancy. Happy pulse. Zhang Chen was stunned, his whole being struck by a lightning bolt named happiness, his mind buzzing. Although he had long planned to have a child and worked tirelessly towards that goal, when this moment truly arrived, the shock of becoming a father still left him somewhat flustered. Pregnant? Has she really become pregnant? Really? Lu Yueru exclaimed, her tears welling up as she grabbed Zhang Zuanhis' arm. Zhang Lao, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Absolutely true. Zhang Xuanhu grinned and dropped the second bomb. Moreover, in my opinion, this pulse is in a state of mutual stroke, subtly resembling the scene of twin dragons playing with a pearl. This pregnancy is likely not singular, but very possibly a pair of twins. Boom. If the previous moment was lightning, this was simply thunder. Twins. In the cultivation world, due to the defiance of nature, both the physical body and genes undergo changes, making childbirth difficult. The higher the cultivation level, the more challenging it becomes to conceive. Being able to conceive one would be a great fortune, but twins. The odds are even lower than stumbling upon a high-grade spirit stone. Ha 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 ha. Twins. They are actually twins. Zhang Yunshan was stunned for a full 3 seconds before bursting into a deafening laugh. He rushed over, hugging Zhang Chen, who had yet to react, and patted his son's back vigorously. Good lad. You're truly impressive. This double shot is far better than your father's. Zhang Chen was caught grinning widely, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He turned his head to look at Lin Qingxue, who was sitting in a chair. At this moment, Lin Qingxue gently caressed her small belly, her gaze soft and tender, as if it could drip water. She lifted her head, meeting Zhang Chen's passionate gaze, and they exchanged a smile, everything unspoken yet understood. Quick, go to the Tao-seeking peak. Such a momentous occasion must be reported to the Ancestor immediately. Zhang Yunshan was excited like a child, turning around and running outside. Tao-seeking peak, Ancestor's cave. What? The usually unperturbed nascent soul Ancestor Zhang Tianjing sprang up from his mat after hearing Zhang Yunshan's report, not even bothering to put on his shoes, pacing barefoot in the cave. Twins. Are they really twins? That old fellow Zhang Xuansong didn't misjudge. Ancestor, do you still doubt Zhang Lao's medical skills? He would stake his head on it. Zhang Yunshan bowed, unable to hide the joy on his face. Good. Heaven bless our Zhang family. Zhang Tianjing was so excited that his beard trembled. At his age, he had long since looked past cultivation and status, valuing family lineage and prosperity above all. The fact that Zhang Chen had only one heir had always been a worry for him, and now not only was there one, but two had come at once. What was this? This was a sign of good fortune. Convey my decree. Zhang Tianjing took a deep breath, waving his hand grandly. Reward. A generous reward. In addition to the doubled childbirth rewards stipulated in the clan rules, I will personally allocate the newly formed micro-spiritual vein in the east to that girl Qingxue as her private funds. From now on, all the output from that spiritual vein will not need to be submitted to the family, and she will control it all herself. Zhang Yunshan gasped. A micro-spiritual vein. Even if it was micro, its annual output was still a fortune. The Ancestor was truly putting in the investment this time. And Zhang Tianjing thought for a moment and added, the Lin family cannot be neglected either. Send a batch of pills and magical artifacts over, telling Lin Tian and that he has a good daughter. From today on, the Lin family's offerings as a subordinate clan will be halved and their status will be elevated one level. Understood. Zhang Yunshan accepted the command. With this decree, the entire Zhang family erupted in excitement once more. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away at the Lin family, when they received the news of this great bounty, the family head Lin Tianin held the storage bags filled with resources, crying like a 200-pound child. One person ascends, and the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Night fell quietly. After the commotion, Zhang Chen did not fall asleep. He sat alone in the study, unable to calm his emotions for a long time. Just moments ago, upon confirming that Lin Qingxue was pregnant with twins, the system that had been silent for a month finally emitted that delightful notification sound once more. Ding. Detected that the host's family is nurturing new life. After detection, this pregnancy is for twin offspring, and the mother is of the extreme ice spirit body, while the father has undergone system enhancement. Offspring qualification prediction extremely high, triggering the more children, more blessings reward preview. Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened and his breath quickened. This system can even forecast rewards. Reward preview will be fully distributed upon the safe birth of the offspring. 1. Earth-level low-grade technique 9 transformations of the universe complete version suitable for dual cultivation with the Tao partner, significantly enhancing cultivation speed. 2. 3-tier premium pill longevity pill X1 consumption can extend life by 200 years. Looking at these two rewards, Zhang Chen's pupils constricted suddenly. An Earth-level technique is one thing. While precious, it is not something the current Jeang family has never encountered. But this second item, the longevity pill, a full 200 years of lifespan. For the current Zhang Tianjing, who was on the brink of death relying solely on breath to sustain himself, what did those 200 years mean? It meant he would have more time to seek opportunities for a breakthrough, or at the very least could protect the Zhang family for another 200 years. 200 years. Zhang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Ancestor, I will extend your life. Time slipped away quietly like sand through fingers. In the Zhang family council hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Bang! A blue and white teacup was smashed heavily to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Zhang Yunshan's face was filled with anger, his chest heaving violently, and the long robe of the family head rustled with his movements. Too much. This is simply too much. Zhang Yunshan gritted his teeth, pointing at the door. The Wong family is lowering the prices of pills and magical artifacts at this critical moment, causing our market business to shrink by a full 40%. They've even united with several small families to block our trade routes, clearly not putting our Zhang family in their eyes. The elder Zhang Yunhai below also had a gloomy expression, sighing, "Big brother, calm down. This is also unavoidable. That old man Wong Lai has recently come out of seclusion and reportedly has grasped the threshold of fake infancy. He is now at the peak of the golden core stage. Our two families have long been at odds. Such friction is very normal. Not just in business." Elder Zhang Yunwu, responsible for the family's battle preparedness, added with a grim face, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Yesterday near Qingluo Island, the two sides clashed again over that second-tier mid-grade spiritual mine. We managed to hold our ground with the formation, but we lost 2 foundation establishment stewards and over 30 Qi refining disciples were injured." Hearing the words, "lost 2 foundation establishment," everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts. For any cultivation family, foundation establishment cultivators are the backbone. Losing one is a significant blow. Zhang Chen sat quietly beside, listening attentively. His current status was on par with the family head, making his presence essential in this core meeting. Wong Lai's arrogance stems from betting that our ancestor has little time left and thus hesitates to act. Zhang Chen suddenly spoke, his voice calm and somewhat uncharacteristic for a young man. Moreover, with his current cultivation advancing, he believes himself capable. Zhang Yunshan glanced at his son, suppressing his anger. Chainer is right. The Wong family is employing a dull knife to cut flesh, attempting to force our ancestor to intervene. Once our ancestor uses his true energy, his lifespan will hasten to diminish, and that is when the Zhang family will truly be finished. This was indeed the Wong family's wicked scheme. A blatant strategy, yet one that left others with no recourse. "We must endure," Zhang Chen said softly, scanning the elders present. "As long as our main lineage remains stable, what harm is there in allowing them half of the second-tier spirit mine? Allow them." The third elder suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with reluctance. "That is a second-tier mid-grade spirit mine. Why should we concede it to those bandits? Not only should we concede, but we must do so with great fanfare." Zhang Chen's eyes flashed coldly. "By appearing weak, we can inflate their arrogance further. Only by making them feel assured of victory can we expose greater flaws." The elders exchanged glances, feeling stifled, yet understanding that this was the best method to preserve their strength for now. After the meeting, Zhang Chen walked alone on the path back to his courtyard. The sea breeze was cool, stirring the edges of his garments. He could sense the spiritual power within him had long reached its critical point, akin to floodwaters blocked by a dam, each collision causing subtle pain throughout his meridians. In truth, had he wished, he could have easily established his foundation 2 months prior. But he did not. He was forcefully suppressing it. In the realm of cultivation, foundation establishment was not merely a matter of advancing in realms, but a cornerstone for future paths. Foundation establishment is divided into 3 tiers: human path, earth path, and heaven path. The human path is the lowest, requiring only the consumption of an ordinary foundation establishment pill, which can extend one's life by 200 years. However, one would forever remain at the initial stage of golden core with their magical power being mixed and impure. The earth path is slightly better, requiring the combination of earthly energy and high-grade foundation establishment materials with hopes of reaching nascent soul, albeit with a very low probability. Their ancestor Zhang Chen had established his foundation and golden core through the earth path. Later he risked half his life to form the weakest human path nascent soul, which not only left him at the bottom of his tier in combat power, but also reduced his lifespan compared to normal nascent soul cultivators. As for the heaven path foundation establishment, that was the legendary perfect foundation. It required gathering the fortunes of heaven and earth and top-grade spiritual materials. Once successful, not only would one's magical power exceed that of peers by several folds, it would also be the only ticket to transcending to the god transformation, refining the void, and even higher realms. With a system of his own, Zhang Chen's vision would naturally not be limited to the tiny Dongshan archipelago. His goal was the vast starry sea, that legendary longevity and eternal life. Thus, even though the family situation was dire, even as he endured the pain of cultivation suppression every day, he must wait, waiting for that most perfect opportunity. It won't be long now. Zhang Chen touched the storage bag at his waist, looking towards the distant rolling clouds over the sea. Once the child is born, it will be the time for the Jeang family to soar to the heavens. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The originally tense and oppressive Jeang family compound was now shrouded in an even more anxious atmosphere. Within the courtyard, the usually calm and collected servants were now bustling about, carrying hot water and towels, entering and exiting in a flurry. All because the young mistress was about to give birth. Outside the delivery room, Zhang Chen paced back and forth under the osmanthus tree, his steps quick enough to nearly spark the blue bricks beneath him. Usually composed, he now had beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. "Chainer, could you stop pacing? You're making your mother dizzy," Lu Yuru said, though her hands were close to breaking the string of Buddhist beads she was twisting. Muttering prayers, she had pleaded with every deity imaginable. Zhang Yinshan was even more exaggerated, pressing himself against the door, wishing to press his ear into the crack to hear the commotion inside, completely losing the dignity of a golden core practitioner. Ah! A painful scream echoed from within the room, the sound stabbing into Zhang Chen's heart like a knife. Why isn't the child out yet? It has been 2 hours. Zhang Chen couldn't help but question the maid at the door, his voice trembling. It was no wonder he was so anxious. Childbirth for cultivators was inherently more perilous than for mortals, as the fetus would instinctively absorb the mother's spiritual energy. Moreover, Lin Qingxue was carrying twins, and those 2 little ones were already quite domineering in the womb, naturally increasing the difficulty of delivery. "Young master, don't worry," the midwife said. "The young mistress has a good constitution, she will be fine." The maid softly reassured him, though her face was equally tense. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked up at the sky, whether it was an illusion or not. The clouds above the Jeang family today presented a strange light purple color with spiritual energy surging excessively. At that moment, wah! A loud cry pierced through the door, resonating throughout the entire courtyard. This cry was powerful, carrying a faint wave of spiritual energy. It shook the leaves in the courtyard, causing them to tremble. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, another slightly sharper, yet equally powerful wail followed. "It's a boy. It's a girl." The midwife's delighted voice came from inside. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, family head. It's a pair of twins. Both mother and children are safe." Boom. Just as this voice fell, a system notification echoed in Zhang Chen's mind like thunder. It even overshadowed the external clamor. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of twins. Detecting that the offspring have exceptionally high innate talent, triggering the Qilin descending supercritical reward. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the low-grade heavenly tier technique 9 transformations of the universe complete version. This technique directly points to the Tao, once cultivated to perfection, one can pluck the stars and tread upon the sun and moon. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Heaven Path Foundation Establishment, Pill 1. Consuming it allows you to disregard bottlenecks, invoke the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, and forge a supreme, perfect foundation. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 3rd tier premium longevity, Pill 1. Can extend life by 200 years, ignoring cultivation restrictions. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 3rd tier spiritual field enhancement card. Can instantly mature spiritual herbs below 1,000 years. Congratulations, host, on obtaining talent enhancement Pill 2. Even mortals consuming it can give rise to spiritual roots. A series of golden reward notifications flooded Zhang Chen's mind, making him dizzy. His breath nearly halted. He had struck it rich. This time it was truly a windfall. If the previous rewards were a modest comfort, then this wave was akin to overnight wealth. especially the Heaven Path Foundation Establishment Pill and Longevity Pill. They were practically divine tools to resolve the current crisis. With the Longevity Pill, the Ancestors' crisis would be resolved, and it could even potentially grant them another 200 years of protection for the Jeang family. With the Heaven Path Foundation Establishment Pill, Zhang Chen would be free to leap through the vast seas and soar high in the sky. However, at this moment, Zhang Chen had no time to dwell on these rewards and rushed into the delivery room. Qingxue. He pushed open the door, and Lin Qingxue appeared pale, looking particularly weak. Yet her eyes were astonishingly bright, gazing tenderly at the two little ones swaddled beside her, a gaze so warm it could melt ice and snow. Husband. Seeing Zhang Chen enter, she attempted to rise. Don't move. Zhang Chen quickly stepped forward, kneeling beside the bed, tightly grasping her hand and kissing it. You've worked hard, my wife, you've worked hard. Lin Qingxue smiled weakly and pointed beside her. Quick, look at the children. Only then did Zhang Chen turn to glance at the two wrinkled little creatures. Although they had just been born and their features were not yet discernible, the waves of spiritual energy emanating from these two little ones made even Zhang Chen the father feel astonished. What were these if not infants? They were simply two humanoid vortices of spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhang Yinshan and Lu Yueru rushed in as well. Quick, let me hold them. Zhang Yinshan was so excited that his hands trembled as he carefully picked up the boy. He skillfully extended a finger, touching the baby's forehead, channeling a trace of spiritual power to examine the child's potential. Just a breath later, Zhang Yinshan was like a person struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his eyes bulging, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the child? Lu Yueru was startled and quickly asked. The Earth rank. Zhang Yunshan's voice trembled akin to a broken wind instrument. Earth rank, high quality. No, wait. It's a quasi-heavenly rank. What a... Everyone in the room gasped in shock. In this Dongshan archipelago, where even a high-quality Earth rank was considered a top genius, what did an Earth rank, high quality, signify? It meant that as long as they didn't perish prematurely, they would start with a nascent soul and have the prospect of reaching divine transformation. This was undoubtedly the family's prodigy. What about the other one? What about that girl? Lu Yueru fumbled to pick up the other child. Moments later, she let out an even sharper exclamation, also Earth rank, high quality. Heavens! Our Jeang family must be blessed by our ancestors. Two high-quality Earth ranks. If this news were to spread, the entire southern region would surely be shaken. Ha! Good. Very good. Zhang Yunshan laughed heartily, his voice booming. This is a heavenly omen. My Zhang family shall prosper. He surveyed everyone, sweeping his sleeve, his voice like a great bell instantly resonating throughout the entire Zhang family courtyard. Today the Zhang family hosts a grand feast, and every member of the Zhang family shall receive 100 spirit stones. Every child under 10 years old may enter the library to choose a volume of cultivation method. At that moment, the Zhang family, which had been under pressure for months, welcomed a time of celebration. Zhang Chen stood at the back of the crowd, watching his wife and children being adored like stars. He smiled faintly. At this moment, his palm gently pressed against his chest, where the scorching Longevity Pill and Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Pill lay. The night was thick, with only a hint of lingering revelry remaining in the Zhang family courtyard. The banquet laid out during the day stretched for 3 miles, and the aroma of spirit wine seemed to still linger in the air, intoxicating the senses. The family residence, once brightly lit, gradually quieted down, leaving only a few large red lanterns swaying in the wind, casting shadows on the ground. Zhang Chen stepped out from the warm chamber of his wife and children, tightening his robe. The night wind was cool, dispersing the lingering scent of alcohol from him and instantly clearing his slightly dazed mind. He glanced back at the tightly closed door behind which slept his wife and the pair of newborn children, the deepest attachments he had in this world, and also the soft spot he had to protect. It was precisely because he had such a soft spot that he needed a tougher armor. Zhang Chen turned around, directing his gaze towards the towering peak deep within the family, the Windafing. Without disturbing anyone, he passed through the layers of formation effortlessly. The mountain path was silent, with only the occasional sounds of insects chirping. The higher he climbed, the denser the spiritual energy became. The outside world only knew that the Zhang family was celebrating a joyous occasion, with a prodigy born, seemingly heralding another prosperous era for the family. But only those truly within the core circle knew. Beneath this so-called prosperity lay hidden dangers. Like a building whose foundation had already rotted, no matter how beautiful the exterior paint was, it could not hide the crumbling interior. Zhang Chen arrived at the stone door of the cave dwelling, not entering immediately, but standing at the entrance to steady his breath. He instinctively reached for the ancient wooden box pressed against his chest. As long as this thing existed, the Zhang family's sky would not collapse. Come in. The voice of the Ancestor came from within the cave. Unlike the booming voice he had before in front of others, this time, It carried an unmistakable weariness and hoarseness. The stone door opened with a loud crash. Zhang Chen stepped inside. The cave was dimly lit with only a long-lasting lamp in the corner, emitting a small, flickering light. In the interplay of light and shadow, Zhang Tianzhong was sitting cross-legged on a mat. At this moment, he looked more than 10 years older than usual. The aura of decay surrounding him was even more pronounced than when Zhang Chen last visited the cave. It was a scent belonging to rotting wood which even the expensive calming incense burning in the cave could not mask, revealing the impending demise. Still awake, Zhang Tianzhong slowly opened his eyes, his pupils somewhat cloudy, but upon seeing Zhang Chen, he still managed to muster a gentle smile. Just became a father, and instead of staying in the room with your wife and children, what are you doing here with this old man? I came to see the Ancestor. Zhang Chen approached, respectfully bowing, and without pretense directly sat down on a mat at the lower side. There were too many eyes during the day. Some things are not easy to say, and some things are not easy to take out. Zhang Tianzhong sighed, waving his hand. You child worry too much. In fact, even if you hadn't come, I was planning to find you to talk in the next few days. The Ancestor adjusted his sitting posture, slightly, seemingly trying to appear more spirited. Chainer, I saw the two children. They are excellent seedlings, truly exceptional seedlings. Zhang Tianzhong's tone carried a sense of comfort, but also a deep regret. Unfortunately, I fear I will not see them grow up. Why would the Ancestor say such a thing? Zhang Chen knowingly asked. I know my own body. Zhang Tianzhong forced a wry smile, pointing to his chest. I was injured at the source during a confrontation years ago, and coupled with the forced suppression of my injuries in recent years, I am already running on empty. If I were to sit quietly and cultivate, perhaps I could prolong my life for another 10 or 8 years, but now with the situation unstable and the Wong family's wolf cubs eyeing us, I fear I won't hold on for much longer. At this point, the elder's expression turned exceptionally serious, and his gaze sharpened slightly, as if he were imparting his final wishes. The burden of the family will largely fall on your shoulders. Although you are young, since awakening that inheritance, you have handled matters with steadiness and method surpassing your father. Remember, if anything were to happen to me, the Wong family will undoubtedly strike. At that time, do not resist, take the core seeds of the clan, especially those two newborns, and directly use the teleportation array to go to Zhongzhou. Even being a wandering cultivator is better than being exterminated here. This was an elderly man soon to depart, making his final arrangements and expressing his concerns for the family. He had even mentally calculated countless escape routes after the family's downfall. Zhang Chen listened quietly, his heart heavy with emotion. This old man had truly exhausted himself for the Jeang family, pouring out his heart and blood. Even in his final moments, he was not thinking of how to survive, but rather of how to ensure the continuation of his descendants. Suddenly Zhang Chen spoke, interrupting Zhang Tianzhong's seemingly dying words. Zhang Tianzhong paused for a moment. What? Are you tired of great-grandpa's rambling? Not at all. Zhang Chen shook his head, raising his gaze to look at the elder with fervent eyes. What I want to say is that the escape routes you arranged may no longer be necessary. Nonsense. Zhang Tianzhong frowned, thinking the young man was being naive. Do you think the fall of a nascent soul cultivator is a trivial matter? Do you know what level Wong Lai of the Wong family has reached now? Elder, please don't be quick to scold me. Zhang Chen smiled, reaching into his robe. Just take a look at this first, then it's not too late to scold me. As he spoke, he pulled out an ancient wooden box he had prepared long ago and gently placed it on the stone table between them. The box was not large, adorned with simple cloud patterns, appearing ordinary. However, the moment the box was revealed, a faint yet overpowering fragrance wafted out through the not entirely sealed crevice. This scent was peculiar. It did not resemble any flower or herb, but rather seemed to encapsulate an entire spring. Just inhaling a whiff made Zhang Tianzhong feel as though his heavy leaden body had lightened somewhat. The dazed feeling in his mind instantly dissipated. Zhang Tianzhong's once dull eyes widened in surprise, as if he had been pricked by a needle. He sprang up from the mat. Having lived for hundreds of years as a nascent soul elder, he had seen countless treasures and naturally possessed discerning eyes. The fragrance emanating from this level of pill was certainly not ordinary. It was even several grades higher than the creation pill he had consumed when he first reached nascent soul. This is... The elder's voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on the wooden box, his throat moving up and down. Zhang Chen did not keep him in suspense, extending his hand to slowly open the lid of the box. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering phenomenon or soaring light beam, just an incredibly gentle azure radiance. It rippled through the cave like water waves. In the center of the box, resting quietly on the velvet, was a pill the size of a longan. The pill was entirely emerald green, its surface adorned with 9 naturally forming cloud patterns, as if containing some profound truth of heaven and earth. Around this pill, the vitality in the air was immensely dense. This is a longevity pill. Zhang Tianzhong exclaimed in surprise, his entire being stiffening. He did not recognize the specific grade of this pill, but he recognized this aura. This was pure life force. It was a supreme treasure that could defy fate and steal time from the hands of the king of hell. In the world of cultivation, while pills that enhance cultivation were precious, they were not unattainable. Only this pill that increases lifespan was truly rare, appearing only occasionally, each time causing bloodshed. Even a god transformation expert would fight for it. After all, while cultivation may be lost, it can be rebuilt. But if life is lost, then everything is lost. Indeed, Zhang Chen's expression was calm. To be precise, it is a top-grade, third-tier longevity pill. A top-grade third-tier. Zhang Tianjing felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. Ordinary longevity pills can extend life for 10 or 20 years, which is already exorbitant. A top-grade third-tier. How many years could that extend life? This pill can extend life by 200 years. Zhang Chen casually dropped a bombshell. Moreover, the properties are gentle and disregard cultivation realm. Even for your current condition, elder, it will still be effective. 200 years. Zhang Tianjing completely lost his composure. He trembled as he reached out to touch the pill, fearful of breaking it, his cautious demeanor completely devoid of the authority he usually held. 200 years. For mortals, that is a lifetime. For someone like him, who had already 1 foot in the grave, this was like a second chance at life. Chainer this. This is also that inheritance. The elder looked up, his face filled with shock as he gazed at his great-grandson. Indeed. Zhang Chen nodded, having told the lie 1,000 times until it became truth. The birth of twins is a great auspicious sign. This is the opportunity bestowed by heaven alongside the children's birth. He pushed the box in front of the elder, his tone sincere. Elder, I have said it before. As long as you are here, the Jeang family will endure. This item is just a decoration in my hands. Only if you consume it will it become a divine artifact to protect the family. This. Zhang Tiansheng's eyes were somewhat red. Having lived such a long life, he had seen the deceit of men, even witnessing conflicts between fathers and sons or brothers over family inheritance. But now facing such a longevity pill that could drive countless old monsters mad, this great-grandson, who was only at the Qi refinement stage, had unhesitatingly offered it to him. What an incredible act of filial piety. Good child. Good child. Zhang Tiansheng's voice choked with emotion, and he no longer feigned indifference. As Zhang Chen said, the Zhang family desperately needed him to live. He took a deep breath, trembling hands reaching for the emerald green longevity pill. The pill felt warm in his hand, as if it had its own body heat. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianjing tilted his head and placed the pill in his mouth. Boom! The pill melted instantly upon entering, requiring no chewing. It transformed into a vast torrent of life force rushing down his throat and into his abdomen, then surging towards his limbs and bones in a domineering yet non-injurious manner. It was as if a riverbed that had been dry and cracked for hundreds of years suddenly welcomed a roaring flood. Zhang Tianjing felt a jolt throughout his body, followed by a tingling sensation of pain and itchiness emanating from deep within his marrow. He let out a muffled groan as his aura erupted instantly. The spiritual energy that he had deliberately suppressed to conserve his lifespan surged upward like a volcano erupting, spurred by the overwhelming vitality. The restrictions within the cave were immediately triggered, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. The light curtain flickered violently, nearly bursting apart. Zhang Chen was well prepared. He quickly retreated to the corner of the cave, activating his defensive barrier while keeping a vigilant gaze on the Ancestor at the center of the storm. Zhang Tiansheng's skin, which had been as dry as tree bark, was now visibly becoming plump and rosy. The deep wrinkles that resembled ravines seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible hand. Most astonishing was his hair. Once sparse and brittle, his head of white hair was now growing wildly, rapidly, turning black from the roots. In the blink of an eye, a thick mane of black hair cascaded over his shoulders, shining with a healthy luster. A series of crackling sounds echoed as his bones restructured. The once hunched body of Zhang Tianjing straightened anew. His muscles bulged, bones reshaped, and the dense aura of death was forcefully expelled from his body by the surging vitality, dissipating as wisps of black smoke. But this was not yet the end. The potency of the longevity pill was overwhelming. After restoring his physical body, the remaining power began to assault the bottleneck of his cultivation, which had stagnated for over 100 years. Zhang Tianjing had suffered internal injuries in his early years, leaving his nascent soul incomplete. He had thought he would remain at the initial stage of nascent soul for his entire life. However, at this moment, nourished by the vast vitality, his somewhat wilted nascent soul unexpectedly regained its vigor. It became translucent. The once unbreakable bottleneck showed a hint of looseness under the onslaught of this power. Break for me. Zhang Tianjing, filled with spiritual energy, let out a long howl. Boom. A powerful aura swept across the scene. Although he did not directly break through to the midstage of nascent soul, 1 foot had already stepped inside. That was the pinnacle of the initial stage of nascent soul. Moreover, it was the peak of his prime. The brilliance gradually faded. The cave returned to tranquility. The frail old man was gone. In his place stood a middle-aged man who appeared to be only around 40. His features were rugged with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his black hair flowed freely behind him. His upper body was muscular, exuding a sense of power. If not for the traces of time still visible in his eyes, who would dare believe this was the Jeang family ancestor who had lived for centuries? Zhang Chen slowly lowered his head, gazing at his hands that had become strong and fair once more, while feeling the surging vitality within him like a vast ocean. In disbelief, he waved his hand, and a water mirror materialized before him. Looking at the young face that was both familiar and unfamiliar in the mirror, this man, who had always been strong and never flinched even when facing the onslaught of demonic forces, was now overwhelmed with tears. "I have returned." He trembled as he touched his cheek, the real sensation confirming to him that this was not a dream. He had truly returned to his peak. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the flame of his life was frighteningly vigorous. That was a full 200 years of lifespan. 200 years. As long as he remained at the pinnacle of the initial stage of nascent soul and held down the Jeang family, even if the demonic forces launched a large-scale invasion, he would dare to shatter a few of their teeth. Furthermore, with this 200 years of buffer leveraging the residual power of the pill, he was completely confident in breaking through to the mid-stage of nascent soul within 10 years. Once he became a mid-stage grand cultivator who would still dare to underestimate the Jeang family in the eastern mountains and islands. Congratulations, Ancestor, on your rebirth and on climbing the path again. In the corner, Zhang Chen withdrew the defensive barrier and smiled as he offered his congratulations. Zhang Tianzhong turned around to look at the young man before him. At this moment, his gaze had completely changed, no longer just seeing a junior, but rather viewing the future hope of the Jeang family, even seeing a person equal to himself. A benefactor. He stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of Zhang Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tiansheng's outstretched hand came down heavily on Zhang Chen's shoulder. "Chainer." Zhang Tiansheng's voice trembled, yet was incredibly firm. "You have not only saved the life of your great-grandfather, but also the life of the entire Jeang family." The Wong family. Humph. A glint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Tiansheng's eyes, and a fierce smile belonging to a strong man crept onto his lips. Doesn't Wong Lai's little brat think he's capable? Wasn't he just testing whether this old man is dead or not? Tomorrow. No, right now. This old man will let him know what it means to be seasoned. Zhang Chen felt the strength transmitted from his shoulder, watching the ancestor's spirited and murderous demeanor, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. It settled. This tiger skin has finally hardened again. Ancestor, wait a moment. Zhang Chen smiled as he stopped the ancestor, who was ready to rush out to fight. If we go now, we could definitely catch them off guard, but it would be too easy for them. Oh. Zhang Tianzhong halted his steps, looking at the great-grandson who had brought him countless surprises with interest. What crafty? No good plan do you have? In the cave, the flickering flame of the everlasting lamp illuminated the faces of the old and the young, both wearing similar mischievous smiles. Zhang Chen's eyes gleamed. Ancestor, what is the Wong family most afraid of right now? It is that you are still alive. What do they most want to confirm? It is how much longer you can live. If you appear in peak condition at this moment, it will undoubtedly extinguish the arrogance of the Wong family. But it would not benefit our Jeang family. Zhang Tianzhong pondered, stroking his chin, and nodded. You mean to lure the snake out of its hole? Exactly. Zhang Chen stood up and took a few steps in the cave. The Wong family has coveted the position of the first family in the East Sea for quite some time. If we appear strong, they will retreat, searching for the next opportunity. But if we appear not only weak, but also gluttonous, even on the brink of death, then they would be unable to resist, pouncing, wanting to tear off the largest piece of flesh. Zhang Tianzhong took the lead in speaking, his eyes shining brighter. At that time, shall we close the door and beat the dog? Not only should we close the door and beat the dog, but we also need to clean out all the monsters and demons from the eastern mountain islands. Zhang Chen's voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling intent. In recent years, besides the Wong family, many affiliated families have been indecisive, even secretly, withholding their offerings. We might as well take this opportunity to see who is human and who is a ghost. Good lad. Zhang Tianzhong slapped his thigh, looking at his great-grandson with admiration. This trick of feigning weakness, although old-fashioned, is indeed effective. Especially for someone like me on the verge of death, it's truly exquisite. At this point, the ancestor took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals. The vigorous blood energy that had once radiated from him like the rising sun began to visibly recede and lie dormant. His plump skin became shriveled and slack once more, and his dark hair turned gray and sparse again. Even his once straight back gradually bent. In just a few breaths, the spirited middle-aged man vanished, transformed into a frail old man who seemed on the verge of death. To make his performance more convincing, Zhang Tianzheng even used a secret method to force out a mouthful of congealed blood to hold in his throat, making his complexion appear even more ashen. Cough, cough. Zhang Tianzheng coughed violently a couple of times, his voice hoarse and murky, striking fear in others' hearts. Grandson, do you see your great-grandfather's acting? Even if Wong Qingxue from the Wong family stood right in front of me, would he be able to spot any flaws? Absolutely brilliant. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I might have thought everything earlier was just an illusion, Zhang Chen replied, giving a thumbs up. All right, it's late. You should head back now. Zhang Tianzheng waved his hand. I need a night to adapt to this young body and the new powers. I will emerge on time for tomorrow's naming ceremony. Zhang Chen cupped his hands in farewell. Then I shall return to prepare. This grand performance is only just beginning tomorrow. As he left, the wind the night had deepened. However, Zhang Chen felt an unprecedented lightness in his heart. He made his way through the corridor and returned to the side courtyard. Inside the room, Lin Qingxue had already fallen asleep. She lay on her side, one hand gently resting on the edge of the cradle, maintaining a protective posture even in her dreams. In the cradle, the two little ones were sleeping soundly, their tiny mouths occasionally twitching as if still drinking milk in their dreams. Under the dim moonlight, Zhang Chen quietly watched this scene. A warm current surged within him. This was his home, the greatest bond of his two lives. Rest assured. He extended his finger, gently touching his son's chubby cheek, then tucked his daughter's blanket corner before silently promising in his heart, Father will give you the best future. The next morning, a heavy and prolonged bell tolled, breaking the tranquility of the Jeang family compound. Yet this bell did not sound as passionate as before. Instead, it carried a weighty sense of dusk akin to an old man's last sigh at sunset. A frail voice wrapped in spiritual energy echoed intermittently throughout every corner of the family. This old man has emerged from seclusion. Hearing this voice, the Zhang family members felt a jolt in their hearts. The voice was too frail, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. It seemed as if it would extinguish completely in the next second. Many elderly stewards felt their eyes redden instantly. They could tell that the ancestor's emergence from seclusion likely did not indicate a rise in cultivation. But rather, that time was running out. In the Zhang family assembly hall, the setup for today was particularly grand, with a red carpet laid out and golden incense burning. However, there was little joy on anyone's face. Instead, everyone wore a frown, the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. Especially the family head Zhang Yunshan, who had dark circles under his eyes and an anxious expression. He had been overly joyous yesterday, but once he regained his composure, he remembered the ancestor's physical condition. Now, hearing that voice, his heart felt even colder. The ancestor has arrived. As a servant outside shouted, everyone's gaze turned sharply to the doorway. Two maids cautiously assisted Zhang Tianzheng as he walked in. The ancestor moved slowly, each step seeming to drag a heavy burden. His face was waxy and sallow, eyes sunken. The once mighty nascent soul master now appeared as a mere mortal on the brink of death. Before he even reached the main seat, he stopped and coughed violently. Ancestor! Zhang Yunshan exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to support his father. What he touched was skin stretched over bones, a chilling aura enveloping him. Zhang Yunshan's heart sank instantly. I'm fine. I won't die. Zhang Tianzheng waved his hand, speaking weakly. Supported by his son, he trembled as he sat down on the Grand Master's chair, symbolizing the family's highest power. He scanned the family members before him, his gaze murky, yet nostalgic. This performance was so compelling that even Zhang Chen, standing nearby, could not help but secretly admire it. Had he not witnessed the ancestor consume a longevity pill last night with his own eyes, he might have almost believed it. What are you all standing there for? Zhang Tianzheng took a breath, forcing himself to speak with energy. Today is a grand day for our Zhang family, as show some smiles for this old man. Do you want me to watch you all with long faces as you name my great-grandson? Upon hearing this, everyone could only force out a smile that was more painful than crying. Bring him over. Zhang Tianzheng beckoned to Lin Qingxue, who was standing beside him. Today, Lin Qingxue was dressed in formal attire. Although she was slightly weakened after giving birth, her noble aura was even more pronounced. She and the wet nurse each held a swaddled infant walking up to the ancestor. Zhang Tianzheng trembled as he extended his hands to first receive the male infant. The little one had not yet opened his eyes, but upon being held by the ancestor, he seemed to sense the closeness of blood ties, ceasing his whimpering, and his tiny hand instinctively grasped one of the ancestor's fingers. Good child. A glimmer of moisture flashed in Zhang Tianzheng's murky old eyes as he gently touched the infant's brow with his finger. A faint golden light entered the infant's body. You are the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, bearing the hopes of the clan. The ancestor's voice, though weak, carried a sense of solemnity. I bestow upon you the name, Zhang Daoxian. May you attain the Tao and reach immortality. He then cradled the female infant. This little girl was more spirited than her brother, immediately kicking her legs upon being held. As for this girl, Zhang Tianzheng smiled affectionately. She is blessed with beauty and brilliance. Let us name her Zhang Daoling. May your life be smooth, and may you blossom with grace. Zhang Daoxuan Zhang Daoling. As the two names were announced, the family tree steward immediately picked up a brush to write these two names prominently in the family record. In that moment, a faint golden light shimmered on the family record, as if responding to some celestial vow. After the naming ceremony concluded, according to tradition, the ancestor was supposed to return and rest. But Zhang Tianzheng did not move. Leaning against the Grand Master's chair, he seemed to be gathering his strength to speak. The hall was deathly silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the ancestor's instructions. They had a foreboding sense that this might be the ancestor's last command to the family. After a long while, Zhang Tianzheng finally spoke slowly. In my lifetime, I have battled demonic cultivators and slain fierce beasts, who I can say I have lived to the fullest. Now seeing these two little ones descend into the world, my heart feels at ease. But before I leave, I wish to create one last spectacle. At this point, the old ancestor's voice rose a notch. Send out the order. A month later, we shall hold a full moon baptism banquet for Dao Xian and Dao Ling. Send invitations far and wide. Invite all cultivation families and sects from the Dongshan archipelago to witness. Even those who are at odds with us should receive an invitation. I want to show everyone that the Jeang family has heirs. Even if I am no longer here, the Jeang family will not fall. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire assembly erupted in uproar. The Grand Elder Zhang Yunhai exclaimed anxiously, "Old ancestor, isn't it too ostentatious to hold a banquet at this time? And your health? What? Am I not allowed to speak if I'm not dead yet?" Zhang Tianzheng glared fiercely, and although the pressure had lessened, its remnants still lingered. "I dare not." Zhang Yunhai quickly lowered his head. "Then go and prepare." Zhang Tianzheng gasped heavily and waved his hand. "It must be done grandly. Bring out all the aged spirit wine from our family's vault. Don't let anyone laugh at us." Zhang Yinshan replied with tears in his eyes, "Yes, I will go and handle it. I will ensure your satisfaction." Watching the old ancestor being supported away, Zhang Chen stood in the crowd. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. This tactic of entrusting the future at the end of life, combined with last madness, was quite the show. Now the bait had been cast. It was just a matter of time before the big fish in the sea would take the bait. The news of the Zhang family's full moon banquet instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in the Dongshan archipelago. One by one, the gold-embossed invitations flew toward various islands like snowflakes carried by flying swords. The reactions from different forces were starkly contrasted. Several small families that were on good terms with the Zhang family sighed deeply upon receiving the invitation, feeling that the Zhang family was simply putting on a brave front, yet they were all preparing generous gifts. Meanwhile, those who were usually neutral or allied with the Wong family wore expressions of schadenfreude. It was clear to everyone that this was not just a full moon banquet. If a family loses its only nascent soul support, it would be like a toothless tiger who wouldn't want to take a bite of that juicy piece of meat. 3,000 miles north of Qingluo Island lies Heijiao Island. This is the stronghold of the Wong family. Inside the Wong family's meeting hall, the lights were dim. A middle-aged man in a black python robe sat at the head of the table, holding the gold-embossed invitation from the Zhang family, a hint of disdainful smirk playing on his lips. This man was none other than the head of the Wong family, Wong Lai. He was burly and rugged in appearance. Though he had not yet formed a baby, he had already reached the peak of golden core cultivation, and his aura was terrifying, earning him the notorious title of Madman Wong in the Dongshan archipelago. A full moon banquet. Wong Lai lightly rubbed his fingers, and the exquisitely crafted invitation instantly turned to ash. That old ghost Zhang Tianjing seems to be on the verge of death. Holding a banquet so grandly at this time is nothing more than a ploy to seek good fortune and intimidate us, trying to show everyone that he can still eat and drink. An elder with a goatee, sitting lower down, the strategist of the Wong family, smiled ominously. The head of the family is wise. According to reliable intelligence from our insiders in the Zhang family, that old ghost needed 2 people to support him just to walk when he emerged from seclusion yesterday. He was even out of breath while speaking. I see he is arranging for his aftermath, wanting to pave the way for those 2 newborn cubs while he still has this last breath. Paving the way. Wong Lai snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That still depends on whether the road exists or not. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing in the direction of the Zhang family. The Dongshan secret realm is about to open. This time, the secret realm not only relates to the spiritual materials for forming a baby, but is also crucial for redistributing the power dynamics of the Dongshan archipelago. The Zhang family has held the largest quota for far too long. This time I want them to spit out both the principle and the interest. The goatee elder cautiously asked, "Does the head of the family mean? Should we go this time or not?" "Go? Of course we must go. Since they are putting their face out for us to hit, what reason do we have not to strike? However, I will not be going. I need to enter seclusion to adjust my state, preparing for the final push for the nascent soul to avoid that old ghost's last-ditch effort to drag me down with him." He scanned the room and finally set his gaze on a young man in silver armor with an arrogant expression. "Second brother, I'm here." The second young master of the Wong family, Wong Tung, stepped forward and clasped his fists in response. This Wong Tung was also a fierce character, having reached the mid-foundation establishment stage at a young age. His style of conduct was even more arrogant than his father. He had shed the blood of many Jeang family cultivators. "You will lead the team to this banquet." Wang Lai took out a black silk pouch from his bosom and tossed it to his son. "Remember, when you arrive at the banquet, do not give the Jeang family any face. Test them fiercely. I want to see how much breath that old ghost has left. If he's putting on an act, you retreat. If he truly is on the brink of death." Wang Lai chuckled coldly, his tone chilling. "Then there's no need to speak of any sentiments. Don't worry, father. I will definitely peel the face off the Jeang family and trample it underfoot. That Zhang Chen, isn't he said to have married a genius wife? I'll go see for myself as well to see what that so-called genius is really like now." In the following month, the entire Jeang family courtyard resembled a pot of boiling oil on a great fire, appearing vibrant and bustling on the surface, yet dark currents surged beneath. For this full moon banquet, Zhang Chen set a single-tone extravagance. To what extent? Even the gaps in the blue stones used for the pathway were filled with fine powder of luminous stones, making it look like a starry river beneath one's feet at night. The second-tier spirit fruit red jade apricot, which was originally only used for guests during festivals, was now piled up like cabbages in every reception hall. Even the artificial mountains and streams used for courtyard decoration were replaced with those driven by circulating spirit spring water. Every day, the flying boats that came and went from the Zhang family to procure supplies were in constant flow, spending spirit stones lavishly, leaving the surrounding smaller families gaping in astonishment. Is the Zhang family no longer living day to day? Hey, what do you know? This is called a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. They are demonstrating their might to other families. I doubt it. Most likely that old Ancestor is really on the verge of death, wanting to cover up the family's weakness in this manner. This is a classic case of putting on a brave front. The rumors from outside flew into the Zhang family courtyard as if they had grown wings, yet they were blocked by the high walls and deep courtyards. In the side courtyard's bedroom, the air here was much more tranquil than outside. Zhang Chen sat cross-legged on the mat, his spiritual energy contained not swirling wildly as usual. Ever since that night, when he obtained the 9 turns universe art, he decisively abandoned the family's foundational cultivation technique and turned to this heavenly grade divine skill. Although the process was somewhat painful, requiring him to repeatedly compress and purify the spiritual energy within his body, the results over the past month were significant. His previously somewhat unstable Qi refinement great perfection realm had now become as solid as a rock. The spiritual liquid in his dantian was thick as mercury, with each drop containing explosive power. He could establish his foundation at any moment. The reason he was holding back was to wait for the perfect opportunity. The moment after the full moon banquet, when the family's fortune was at its peak, to consume the heavenly Dao Foundation establishment pill and forge a perfect foundation. "Husband, look at these 2 little ones, they are asleep again." Lin Qingxue's voice interrupted Zhang Chen's thoughts. She was sitting by the cradle, gently teasing the dragon and phoenix twins who had just been fed. Zhang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze landing on his wife, momentarily lost in thought. Over this past month, the one who had changed the most was neither him nor the dragon and phoenix twins. It was Lin Qingxue. Under the influence of the body enhancement pill and the Zhang family's abundant resources combined with the physical transformation after childbirth, Lin Qingxue was now at the peak of her beauty. She wore a loose moon-white home outfit, yet it could not conceal her exquisite figure. Her complexion radiated a healthy pink. Her long black hair was casually tied up with a few strands falling beside her ears, adding a touch of lazy charm. What was most astonishing was her aura. After the complete awakening of her extreme ice spirit body, she was like a massive magnet, drawing in the surrounding water attributes spiritual energy, even without deliberate cultivation. "What are you staring at?" Lin Qingxue felt the burning gaze and shot him a reproachful glance, her cheeks blooming with 2 red clouds. "I'm admiring my beautiful wife." Zhang Chen stood up, walked behind her, gently wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, and said, "You've worked hard this month taking care of the kids, while also recovering your cultivation. It's not hard at all." Lin Qingxue grasped Zhang Chen's hand, her eyes flashing with determination. "Only by quickly regaining my strength can I protect Dao Xian and Dao Ling in this chaotic world." I don't want my children to have to live looking at others' faces in the future. Her current cultivation had already stabilized at the peak of early foundation establishment, just a step away from mid-stage, and it wouldn't be long before she stepped into mid-stage cultivation. Don't worry. Zhang Chen kissed her hair. I'm here too. He glanced out the window at the darkening sky. Tomorrow is the full moon banquet, and those vile creatures will make their appearance. The next morning, as the sun rose, the surface of the sea around the East Mountain Island sparkled. The square in front of the Jeang family's estate was already bustling with noise, with drums and gongs resounding. Thousands of banquet tables were set up, extending from the foot of the mountain all the way to the mid-mountain, creating an incredibly grand scene. It was the largest in nearly 100 years for the East Mountain Islands. Today was not just a family affair for the Jeang family, but a grand inspection of the entire power structure of the East Mountain Islands. In addition to the Jeang family's cultivators, the dozen or so small families allied with the Jeang family had also assembled. They huddled in corners like quails, wearing flattering yet anxious smiles. The truly significant guests were the 6 foundational families connected by fate. Look, that's the flying boat of the Li family from Iron Bamboo Island. I heard that the head of the Li family just married his daughter to a steward of the Wong family last month, and now he's a loyal lapdog of the Wong family. With an exclamation, a completely black shuttle-shaped flying boat descended to one side of the square. The head of the Li family, Lin Qingxue, descended with a dozen clan members. Following them were the Zhao family from Miyu Island, the Qian family from Jinsha Island, and the Sun family from Qian Island. One by one, the prominent forces of the East Mountain Islands made their entrance. Their attitudes were ambiguous. Some were overly polite to the Zhang family's stewards, while others watched coldly, and some even gathered together to point and discuss about the Zhang family's main hall, their eyes full of schadenfreude. They're not here to celebrate the full moon banquet. They're clearly here to watch a spectacle. Zhang Yunshan stood at the entrance of the main hall, looking at the faces of those with hidden agendas below, his expression dark enough to drip water. Stay calm. Zhang Chen stood beside his father, dressed in splendid garments, with his trademark faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The more they dance now, the harder they will fall later. Just then a sharp eagle cry suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Screech. The sound was extremely piercing, causing many low-level Qi refinement cultivators present to feel their eardrums throb painfully, and the wine cups in their hands slipped, spilling everywhere. Everyone looked up in shock. A massive black-scaled giant eagle with a wingspan of at least 10 zhang swept down with a roaring gale like dark clouds descending. The giant eagle did not land at the edge of the square, but arrogantly flew directly to the center of the square. The powerful gusts from its flapping wings overturned several banquet tables, spilling soup and wine everywhere. It's the guardian spirit beast of the Wong family, the black-scaled eagle. The Wong family is here. On the back of the giant eagle stood over 20 individuals. At the forefront was a young man clad in silver spirit armor with a delicate face, but eyes that gleamed with a wolf-like ferocity. He was none other than Wong Tung, the second young master of the Wong family. Behind him were several clan leaders who had long since pledged allegiance to the Wong family, now surrounding this second young master with flattering expressions resembling a pack of tail-wagging lapdogs. Huh, the Zhang family is celebrating. How could my Wong family not come to join the festivities? Wong Tung laughed heartily, jumping down from the Tenzhangi eagle's back. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground, causing the neatly laid blue stones to crack. As the dust settled, he strode towards the main seat, without even glancing at the surrounding guests. Wong Tung, you are too presumptuous. Zhang Yunshan shouted angrily, stepping forward, his golden core latestage pressure suddenly bursting forth. Wong Tung paused, feeling a discomfort in his chest, but he remained unperturbed, instead pulling out a jade pendant, emitting a soft white light from his pocket. It was a defensive treasure capable of withstanding golden core pressure. Why should Uncle Jeang be so angry? Wong Tung smiled widely, clasping his hands. I just arrived late and was anxious. Moreover, I am here on the family head's orders, specifically bringing heavy gifts for the 2 little nephews. With that, he waved his hand. Several attendants behind him immediately carried up a huge box covered with a black cloth. Open it. At Wong Tung's command, the black cloth was violently torn aside, and the entire hall fell into instantaneous silence. At the base of the withered pine, several serpentine black vines coiled like venomous snakes, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. What is this? And the ghost-faced withered pine. And someone recognized it, and drew a sharp, chilling breath. This plant thrives only in places of utmost yin energy. It actively suppresses vitality. To place it within one's home is an omen of grave misfortune, signifying barrenness, lineage extinction, and the utter collapse of familial fortune. To present such a thing at a full moon banquet was no gesture of celebration. It was a deliberate, brutal affront designed to grind the Zhang family's dignity into the dust and simultaneously poison the very soul of Elder Zhang Tianzheng. Wong Tung, you seek death. And the Jeang family's young disciples could no longer contain their fury. None by one, they drew their magical artifacts ready to charge forward. Hold, na frail, aged voice echoed from the depths of the grand hall. And Zhang Tianzheng emerged, leaning heavily on two maidservants, his steps trembling and unsteady. His complexion was even more ghastly than on the day he broke seclusion. Lips tinged violet, each step punctuated by 3 ragged, laborious gasps, as though he might crumple at any moment. Elder! Clan members cried out in anguish and outrage. Zhang Tianzheng raised a feeble hand, gesturing for them to stand down. Ni's gaze fixed upon the ghost-faced, withered pine, and suddenly he erupted into violent coughing. Black blood flecked his lips. Ah, what a splendid gift. And he chuckled weakly. Master Wong, your thoughtfulness moves me. It serves as a sobering reminder that time spares no one. Seeing the elder patriarch teeter so close to the grave, Wong Tung's wariness dissolved, replaced by brazen, unrestrained contempt. So this was the vaunted nascent soul elder. And indeed the rumors held true. The old ghost was truly burning his last wick. Senior Master Zhang, greetings. Wong Tung sneered, his gaze sweeping past the elder to lock on his Zhang Chen, with open provocation and disdain. In truth, beyond this potted pine, I have a few words to share. Arms clasped behind his back, Wong Tung surveyed the assembly, his voice rising in pitch and authority. All know well, the cultivation world bows only to strength. The Zhang family today has elders who are frail youths who are green, and those in between. And he pointed dismissively at Zhang Chen and clicked his tongue twice. Though young Master Jeang secured a beautiful wife, alas, he himself is famed as a talentless wastrel. And his wife? A shattered meridian invalid. Na pair of worthlessness and infirmity. What child could possibly rise from such union? Even if this infant now radiates spiritual energy, his future holds little promise. Therefore I propose. Wong Tung revealed his true intent, declaring boldly, to prevent the waste of Dongshan Archipelago's spirit veins, the Zhang family should voluntarily cede the Tier 2 supreme-grade spirit vein near Qingluo Island to a family with greater capability and rightful claim. This would benefit all, and accrue merit for the Zhangs, lest this withered pine fulfill its dire prophecy. Na thunderous roar shook the air. His words ignited chaos across the hall. And this was naked extortion, carried out openly before witnesses, aiming to sever the Zhang family's very foundation. Bullshit. Wong Tung, I'll kill you where you stand. Fiery Zhang youth's eyes, blazing crimson, surged with turbulent spiritual energy, on the verge of losing all restraint. Wong Tung remained utterly unmoved, watching coldly. He welcomed their first strike. It would grant the Wong family perfect justification. Just as tension reached its breaking point, a voice rang out, clear, icy, and resonant as mountain spring water, slicing through the square like a blade. Who says the Zhang family has no one? Its authority instantly quelled the clamor. Nall instinctively turned toward the main gate of the hall, where the doors now swung slowly open. A graceful figure stepped forth beneath the midday sun, cradling 2 swaddled infants. Lin Qingxue. And today she wore a shimmering ice-blue cultivation robe radiant with arcane luster. This was no ordinary garment. It was her dowry from the Lin family, long kept unworn due to her lost cultivation. Now restored, it flowed with spiritual light, transforming her into a celestial being descended from the moon palace itself. With each step, frost bloomed across the stone floor beneath her feet. In her foundation establishment, aura surged forth, unfiltered, unyielding, unmistakable. Even more striking was the piercing glacial chill woven into that aura, a frigid pressure that swept across the square, sharper and more commanding than that of any ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. And this is Lin Qingxue. But wasn't she said to have shattered meridians, rendered utterly powerless? In that aura, foundation establishment, early stage peak. No, stronger still, surpassing even typical mid-stage cultivators. Guests who had come merely to gloat now stared, mouths agape, eyes bulging in disbelief. Wong Tung's arrogant smirk froze solid upon his face. How was this possible? Not only moments ago she'd been branded a dying invalid, propped up by medicinal concoctions. Now she stood before them as a formidable foundation establishment master. Her vitality pulsed with vigorous abundance, her spiritual energy gleamed with pristine purity, not a trace of injury lingered. Lin Qingxue ignored the stunned gazes surrounding her. She strode directly to a spot 10 paces before Wong Tung and halted. Her gaze flickered once, cold, disdainful, toward the ghost-faced, withered pine. And then, with a casual flick of her wrist, crack, a crescent of azure ice light erupted into being, cleaving the withered pine and its pot into weightless, glittering dust. Second young Master Wong, is it? Lin Qingxue's voice was crystalline, detached. Your mouth reeks. I decline this gift for my son. Nan, tell me, did you truly call us a pair of wastrel and invalid? She leaned forward slightly, her peerless eyes blazing with lethal intent. And then let us test that claim. Should you fail to withstand even a single strike from this invalid, what pray does that make you? You. Wong tongue recoiled 3 staggering steps under the sheer force of her presence, his face flushing deep purple. To be publicly humiliated by a woman he had once scorned as broken, that was unforgivable disgrace. Not only now did he feel the glacial pressure emanating from her, the very flow of his own spiritual energy faltering in its wake. This was no ordinary foundation establishment aura. It belonged to a genius whose unique constitution had awakened. Alarm bells shrieked in Wong Tung's mind. He was arrogant, but not foolish. This confrontation had spiraled far beyond his calculations. And though Elder Jeang appeared near death, his daughter-in-law was an undeniable, devastating variable. What a razor-tongued Madame Jeang. Wong Tung inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his shock and fury. A gentleman does not contend with women, and besides, this is your family's joyous occasion. To spill blood here would stain the child's auspicious day. My sin would be unforgivable. His words sounded noble, yet served as both a graceful retreat and a veiled barb accusing the Zhangs of poor hospitality. Since Madame Lin believes her strength restored, and since the Zhang family still dares claim its place in the Dongshan archipelago, then so be it. Wong Tung suddenly raised his voice, withdrew a pre-written challenge scroll from his robes, and sent it flying toward Zhang Yunshan, propelled by a burst of spiritual force like a thrown dagger. By ancient custom, disputes over contested spirit veins are settled not by words, but by fists. Rather than trade insults here, let us settle matters on the arena platform. 1 year hence, we meet in formal contest. The wager that Tier 2 supreme grade spirit vein. Should the Zhangs prevail, the Wongs shall never again raise the matter of that vein. And should the Zhangs fall, na flash of cold malice crossed Wong Tung's eyes. The vein belongs to the Wong family. A collective gasp tore through the hall. And this was no mere duel, it was high-stakes gambling. Na Tier 2 supreme grade spirit vein was the lifeblood of a clan. Was the Wong family openly declaring its ambition to supplant the Zhangs as the paramount house of the Dongshan archipelago? The Wong family has such ruthless intentions. A senior cultivator among the crowd sighed, softly stroking his beard. You must know that 3 years from now is the day the Dongshan secret realm will be opened. Upon hearing this, several young people nearby were still processing the information, while those with some experience revealed expressions of realization. The Dongshan secret realm is a great opportunity that only occurs once every 50 years in the Dongshan Islands. Although it is fraught with danger, it is also filled with treasures, especially the legendary Ningyin fruit that can assist in the golden core formation. It is a coveted divine object that countless foundation establishment cultivators yearn for. However, the secret realm has restrictions. Only cultivators in the foundation establishment stage can enter. If the Zhang family takes this gamble, regardless of the outcome, even if they miraculously win, these 10 foundation establishment cultivators will surely suffer heavy casualties in the life and death arena. By then, what will the Zhang family use to explore the secret realm? Without the resources from the secret realm, how will the Zhang family cultivate golden core experts in the next 50 years? Nascent soul cultivators. This move is simply ruthless and insidious. Someone shook their heads secretly. The Wong family not only wants to swallow the Zhang family's mineral veins now, but also wants to cut off the Zhang family's future road. Everyone's gaze converged on the steps in front of the Zhang family's main hall. They were waiting for the Zhang family's response. Would they endure humiliation, admitting their inferiority, to allow the Wong family to insult them? Or would they stubbornly accept this doomed gamble? To gamble their family's future for a slim chance of survival. The Zhang family's elder Zhang Yunhai looked extremely grim at this moment. He turned to the elders behind him, only to find the second elder Zhang Yunhai and the third elder Zhang Yunwu also showing difficult expressions. Elder brother, we cannot accept this challenge. The third elder lowered his voice, speaking urgently. You know our family situation. Apart from those who are too old to fight, the number of capable foundation establishment cultivators we have is limited. If they all fall on the arena, our Zhang family will truly be half destroyed. But what if we don't accept? Zhang Yunhai had a fiery temper. Although he understood the family situation more than that, he felt frustrated. In front of so many eyes, if we back down and hand over our ancestral spiritual vein, how can the Zhang family raise its banner again? Those small families that depend on us will probably turn against us and side with the Wong family. It was a dilemma. This is the open scheme. Wong Tung stood at the foot of the stage, arms crossed. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. He relished the thrill of cornering his opponent. It was even more enjoyable than selecting a top courtesan in a brothel. What's wrong? Is the Zhang family head still undecided? Wong Tung mocked loudly. If you really can't gather 10 who are not afraid of death, that's also fine. As long as you hand over the deed to that spiritual vein, this young master can let you off the hook and avoid this brutal fight. After all, heaven has a benevolent nature, ha. A chorus of laughter erupted from Wong family's lackeys. Their laughter was grating to the ears. Zhang Chen trembled with rage, about to shout, when Zhang Chen gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Father, you don't need to get worked up over such a clown. Zhang Chen slowly stepped out from the crowd. Today he wore a dark brocade robe with a jade pendant symbolizing his status as the young master hanging at his waist. He appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of panic in the face of disaster. Chain are you? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Zhang Chen did not explain, but simply gave his father a reassuring look before striding directly in front of Wong Tung. He did not look at Wong Tung, but reached out to take the golden war letter filled with provocative words from Zhang Chen's hand. This gamble the Zhang family accepts. But these words fell into the ears of the crowd like a thunderclap. Accepted. This prodigal actually accepted it. Crazy. Simply insane. Does he even know what this means? Alas, he is indeed a piece of rotten mud that cannot hold up a wall, sacrificing everything for the sake of face. The surrounding discussions rose and fell, mostly filled with regret and mockery. Even Lin Qingxue looked at her husband with some surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Since her husband has made a decision, she just needs to ensure her sword is sharp enough. Wong Tung clearly did not expect Zhang Chen to agree so readily. He was momentarily stunned, then the mockery in his eyes deepened. Good? What boldness? Wong Tung gave a thumbs up, his tone exaggerated. Indeed, the Zhang family's young master. If that's the case, then please sign here to avoid any regrets. Saying this, he gestured for his subordinates to bring writing materials. Wait. Suddenly Zhang Chen raised his hand, interrupting him. What's wrong? Are you scared? Wong Tung sneered. If you want to back out now, it's too late. Scared? Zhang Chen chuckled softly, lightly flicking the war letter in his hand. I just feel that since it's a grand gamble, the stakes seem a bit too meager. Meager? Wong Tung's eyes widened. A second-tier high-quality spiritual vein worth a fortune, you call this meager? For families like the Jeang and Wong, although a spiritual vein is precious, it merely causes some injury. It won't kill anyone. Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he stepped forward, locking eyes with Wong Tung. Since we are going to play, why not make it bigger? In addition to the ownership of that spiritual vein, both sides should add another second-tier mid-quality spiritual vein and a bonus of 300,000 spirit stones. Whoever loses will forfeit their spiritual veins and spirit stones to the other. Silence. A deep silence fell. In the entire square, thousands of people could hardly be heard breathing. 300,000 spirit stones. What kind of concept is this? Even for foundation establishment families, this is a sum that could drive one insane. Although the Zhang family has a deep foundation, they have been declining in recent years and their liquid assets are already scarce. Taking out 300,000 spirit stones would essentially mean emptying the family treasury. They might even have to sell off some of their properties to gather the amount. This is essentially gambling the entire family's life away. Are you serious? Even Wong Tung, who was used to being arrogant, was momentarily stunned by this number. He instinctively swallowed hard. What? Are you saying the Wong family can't afford it? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, mimicking Wong Tung's earlier tone to mock. If the Wong family can't come up with this much money or lacks the courage, that's also fine. This gamble will be considered void. Bullshit. Wong Tung was instantly enraged, his face turning red. When has he ever been humiliated like this? And by a person recognized as a good for nothing. More importantly, in his view, the Wong family was destined to win this gamble. What is the situation of the Zhang family now? The old are old, the young are young. The only one who can put up a fight is the recently recovered Lin Qingxue. In contrast, the Wong family is strong and well prepared. They have even spent heavily to recruit several desperate mercenaries. Winning 6 out of 10 rounds, the Wong family could win even with their eyes closed. Since victory is assured, this is not gambling, it's a gift of money. Zhang Chen is such a fool. Does he want the Zhang family to perish even faster? He is eager to deliver a spiritual vein and 3 million spirit stones to the Wong family. Only a fool would agree to such a good deal. Good. Since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish. Wong Tung, fearing Zhang Chen might back out, waved his hand and directly took out the family head's order from his storage bag, biting his fingertip and heavily pressing his bloody handprint on the challenge letter. 3 million spirit stones, a second-tier spiritual vein, plus the ownership of the spiritual vein. Anyone who defaults shall face the wrath of heaven and be consumed by their inner demon. With a sinister smile, Wong Tung tossed the challenge letter to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took the letter and signed his name without even glancing at it. He then pressed his bloody handprint in the same manner. A flash of blood light indicated the contract was established. There was no turning back now. Zhang Chen, aren't you going to manage your wasteful son? At the foot of the stage, the family heads who had ties with the Zhang family could no longer bear to watch. They couldn't help but shout at the main seat. Zhang Chen opened his mouth, looking at the elders sitting in the Grandmaster's chair. Everyone's gaze turned to the about-ity elder. As long as the elder spoke, there might still be hope for this bet. After all, Zhang Chen was just a young master and did not represent the highest will of the entire family. However, a scene of despair unfolded. Zhang Tianjing, sitting in the main seat, merely lifted his eyelids, weakly, his murky gaze sweeping over Zhang Chen. Then he let out a long sigh. He trembled as he waved his hand, his voice weak, as if he could expire at any moment. Cough, cough. Enough. Enough. This family will inevitably fall into their hands. Let it be. After saying this, the elder closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, no longer moving. Only his chest heaved violently. This scene stirred the hearts of everyone present. Is the Zhang family truly going to give up? Ha! Good. Good, let it be. Wong Tung laughed heartily. Since Elder Jeang has said so, the 3 million spirit stones shall be accepted by the Wong family. A year from now, we shall meet at the arena. At that time, I hope you will have all the spirit stones ready, so it won't be too tiring for this young master to carry. After saying this, Wong Tung swaggered away from the Zhang family with his entourage full of swagger. It was as if he could already envision the scene of the Zhang family's downfall. As the Wong family members departed, the originally festive full-month banquet concluded in an extremely bizarre and oppressive atmosphere. The guests, lacking the appetite to eat, hurriedly took their leave. They were eager to relay this shocking news back home, so their families could prepare early for once the Zhang family fell. The power dynamics of the Dongshan Islands would be reshuffled. In less than half a day's time, the news that the Zhang family's young master was a madman and that the family was on the verge of decline spread throughout the entire Dongshan Islands. The outside world was waiting to see the spectacle. However, within the Zhang family, everyone was on edge. Deep into the night, in a soundproof secret chamber within the depths of the Zhang family estate, the atmosphere was completely different from the rumors circulating outside. Inside the secret chamber, there were no clouds of sorrow in sight. Instead, it was filled with an indescribable excitement and exhilaration. Family head Zhang Yunshan Zhang, Yunhai Zhang, Yunwu Zhang Yuntao, and Lin Qingxue, the absolute core figures of the Zhang family, were all gathered around a round table. Their gazes were fixed on the elders sitting at the head of the table. At this moment, Zhang Tianjing showed none of the frailty he had displayed during the day. He sat up straight, holding a cup of spirit tea and savoring it slowly. Although he maintained the appearance of an old and withered man to avoid drawing attention, it was impossible to disguise the terrifying aura that faintly emanated from him. That was the pressure belonging to a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, it was not the kind of dying aura. Instead, it radiated a vitality as vibrant as the rising sun. Old, elder, are you really? The elder Zhang Yunhai stammered with excitement, his eyes red. Though he had suspected it beforehand, he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Now, feeling the elder's overwhelmingly powerful aura, the heavy stone in his heart, which had suffocated him for so long, finally shattered. If it weren't for the need to cooperate with Chainer in this act, I would have long slapped that ignorant little beast to death. Zhang Tianjing put down his teacup, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. How dare he act so recklessly in my Zhang family's grand hall? Does he really think there is no one in the Zhang family? Elder, please calm down. Zhang Chen smiled as he poured another cup of tea for the elder. That Wong Tung is merely a jumping clown. Keeping him around is for our benefit. If we kill him now, that old fox Wong Lai will definitely retreat, and it will be difficult to find such an opportunity again. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was a gamble worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even if they knew the elder had recovered, they probably wouldn't dare take such heavy action. But this boy placed his bet without batting an eye. This determination, this calculation. All right, the act is over now. It's time to attend to serious matters. Zhang Chen's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he surveyed the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The Wong family believes we are doomed and will certainly lower their guard. However, this year is still crucial for us. Although the elder has recovered, to avoid alarming the enemy, the elder cannot intervene unless absolutely necessary on the day of the arena match. Therefore, we must win this arena match, and we must win it beautifully. We must rely on our own strength to reclaim victory." Zhang Chen took out a jade slip that had been prepared long ago and placed it on the table. "This contains a list I compiled. Don't be stingy with the spirit stones in the family treasury. I'll take them all out. In this year, we must spare no expense to enhance the strength of the participants. Whether it's magical tools, elixirs, talismans, or techniques, anything that can boost combat effectiveness must be the best. Buy the top-grade magical tools that we hesitated to purchase before. Consume the second-tier top-grade elixirs that we were reluctant to use before. In short, the goal is to use spirit stones to arm them to the teeth." Hearing Zhang Chen's fierce words, several elders felt their blood boiling. This is the kind of spirit a great family should possess. After being suppressed for so many years, they were finally going to be bold again. Rest assured, young master. I will make arrangements right away. Even if it means emptying the treasury, I will ensure that our family's foundation establishment cultivators are equipped with the best. Wait. Just as the atmosphere was high, Zhang Yuntao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. He was in charge of the family's logistics and elixir refinement, and his personality was the most cautious. Zhang Yuntao furrowed his brows as he glanced over the list given by Zhang Chen, a troubled expression crossing his face. Young master, everything else is manageable. Although we don't have many spirit stones, we can still scrape together a few. But this pill is a significant problem. Zhang Yuntao sighed. According to your plan to elevate the cultivation of these 10 foundation establishment cultivators by a minor realm within a year, we will need an immense quantity of gathering yuan pills and purple heart barrier breaking pills. We have the recipes, and we are not short of alchemists, but the raw materials, especially the main ingredient purple ghost grass, must be over 500 years old to have any efficacy. Although we have planted some in our herb garden, most are only 200 to 300 years old and are utterly useless. If we were to buy from the outside, the Wong family must have already taken precautions monopolizing all the purple ghost grass available in the market. Without the spirit grass, this pill cannot be refined. Merely having magical tools won't enhance our cultivation. This arena competition is still precarious. As the third elder spoke these words, the previously lively atmosphere instantly cooled down. A skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. This is a hard truth. Everyone's gaze turned back to Zhang Chen, their eyes filled with a hint of worry. However, there was no sign of panic on Zhang Chen's face. He lightly tapped the table, a slight smile curving his lips, revealing a mysterious and unfathomable grin. Purple ghost grass, is it? Zhang Chen stood up, his gaze directed towards the pitch-black night outside the window. You need not worry, we should not only maintain our pace for this pill business, but rather intensify our efforts. As for the spirit grass, he pulled out an inconspicuous small cloth bag from his pocket, which contained the system reward, the third-grade spirit field enhancement card. Since we can't buy it, we will grow it ourselves. Moreover, the grass I cultivate will definitely astonish the Wong family. Looking at Zhang Chen's self-assured demeanor, although everyone felt puzzled about where his confidence came from, no one dared to ask further out of trust in the series of miracles he had performed. Let's disperse the meeting, Zhang Yunshan declared decisively. Everyone rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, we the Zhang family will show the entire East Mountain Archipelago what a true nascent soul family looks like. As the moon rose high in the sky, bathing the night in a watery glow, the once bustling Zhang family compound finally fell silent. Only the occasional footsteps of patrolling disciples broke the tranquility. At this moment, Zhang Chen was not returning to his room, as others might think. Instead, he donned a black cloak and headed towards the back mountain of Wendafing. There lay Zhang family's spirit herb garden, the very foundation of the family's pill production. Guarding the entrance was an elderly man in his 60s named Zhang Tong. He had overseen the herb garden for his entire life within the Zhang family. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, his understanding of the nature of plants made even the second-tier alchemists of the family address him as master. Who? Upon hearing footsteps, Zhang Tong alertly raised the lantern in his hand. Uncle Lu, it's me. Zhang Chen lowered his hood, revealing a gentle smile. Seeing the young master in the dim light, Zhang Tong hurriedly prepared to bow. Young master, what brings you here so late? Zhang Chen stepped forward to support the old man, slipping a bottle of nourishing spirit wine into his hand, smiling as he said, I drank quite a bit during the day and couldn't sleep, so I thought I would take a stroll in the garden to disperse the wine's effect. You need not concern yourself with me, go rest inside, I wish to be alone for a while. Sniffing the rich aroma wafting from the bottle, Zhang Tong's throat moved, and a simple smile spread across his face. All right, young master, feel free. I've activated all the array formations in the garden, it's very safe. They'll just guard the entrance. If you need anything, just call out. He watched as Zhang Tong cheerfully entered a small wooden house holding the wine bottle. Only then did Zhang Chen turn and walk deep into the herb garden. The scale of Zhang family's herb garden was not insignificant. It was built along the mountainside, irrigated by a tributary of a spiritual spring from Wendafing. However, due to the limitations of the spirit vein's rank and the soil's fertility, most of the herb plants here were of the first grade, with only a few scattered plots in the core area of the spiritual, growing some second and third grade materials. Zhang Chen arrived at the center of the herb garden, where the urgently needed purple ghost grass was planted. However, the sight before him was rather bleak. While the purple ghost grass was growing reasonably well, most of it was only 200 to 300 years old. The leaves were yellowing, clearly indicating insufficient fertility. As for the heavenly spirit fruit tree, it bore only a few unripe fruits far from maturity. A skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. Zhang Chen sighed. If the grass were to grow at its normal rate, it would take at least 50 more years to gather enough materials for 10 pills. But he could not afford to wait, nor could the Zhang family. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was around, and that the array formations isolated him before pulling out the card that emitted a faint golden glow, the third-grade Spirit Field Enhancement card. Since he obtained this item, he had regarded it as a treasure. Today it was finally time to put it to use. System used the Spirit Field Enhancement card, targeting the 10 acres of core herb garden centered here. As Zhang Chen's mental command was issued, the card in his hand instantly transformed into countless golden starlights merging into the soil beneath his feet. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a subtle change that was as silent as a whisper. Zhang Chen distinctly felt the earth beneath him seemed to have come to life. The originally brown, ordinary spirit soil was now infused with some mysterious purple dye. The color began to deepen rapidly, ultimately transforming into an extraordinarily fertile purple-black hue. An overwhelming earthy fragrance mixed with pure spiritual energy surged forth from deep within the soil. Soon after, a miracle descended. Those originally half-dead spirit herbs seemed to be yanked upward by an invisible hand. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The air was filled with the crisp and dense sounds of plant growth, like silkworms devouring leaves in spring. Zhang Chen watched in awe as the purple ghost grass, which had only 2 leaves, visibly sprouted its 3rd and 4th leaves. The purple patterns on the leaves deepened, ultimately radiating an eerie glow. That was a phenomenon only seen in herbs over 500 years old. The nearby heavenly spirit fruit tree displayed even more exaggerated changes. The originally withered branches quickly became sturdy and glossy, while those unripe fruits inflated like balloons, changing from green to red, then from red to purple, ultimately becoming crystal clear and exuding an enticing fruity aroma. Such a growth rate that defied the laws of nature would surely cause any spirit herb cultivator who witnessed it to kneel and call out for a divine being. In just half an hour, the once barren herb garden had transformed into a lush and thriving paradise. Before the naked eye, over the 10 acres of spiritual field, a rich aroma of herbs gathered so densely that it condensed into a thin layer of colorful spiritual mist swirling endlessly under the moonlight, resembling a fairyland. It's done. Zhang Chen reached out to pluck a ripe tianling fruit, taking a gentle bite as the juices burst forth. The abundant spiritual energy made him feel completely at ease. He looked at this treasure that could drive any Golden Core family mad, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With these, he could arm not just 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Even if 10 more came, it would be more than enough. Under the same night sky, hundreds of miles away on Black Reef Island, the Wong family's conference hall presented a different scene. The hall was brightly lit, and although the atmosphere was lively, there was an undercurrent of sinister plotting. Wong Tong was vividly describing various achievements of the Zhang family to his father Wong Lai, who sat at the head of the table. When he spoke of that fool Zhang Chen signing a bet of 3 million spirit stones, he laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Father, you should have seen it. That old ghost of the Zhang family was sitting in his chair, gasping for breath, directly closing his eyes to feign death, saying to let it be. Wong Tong raised his cup and downed it in one go, a look of disdain on his face. I think the Zhang family truly has no one left daring to sign such a wasteful bet. It's a case of a broken pot being smashed. Wong Lai listened to his son's report, idly playing with 2 iron tokens in his hand. Although a smile adorned his face, a contemplative glint flickered in his hawk-like eyes. Are you saying that woman Lin Qingxue has really restored her cultivation? Wong Lai suddenly asked. She has indeed restored it, and it seems a bit uncanny. Wong Tong recalled the bone-chilling sword energy from earlier and frowned, but even so, she's just a foundation establishment novice. How could she turn the tide? We have 10 people. Patriarch, I feel that this matter is a bit strange. An elder with a goat beard sitting at the left side put down his teacup. He was Wong Lai's clan brother. He was also Wong Lai's advisor. Twirling his beard, he frowned deeply. The Zhang family has stood on the eastern mountain islands for hundreds of years. The so-called centipede doesn't die easily. Though Zhang Chen may not be well known, being appointed as the young master means he is no true fool. 3 million spirit stones plus a second-tier spirit vein, this is nearly the entirety of the Zhang family's assets. If they didn't have absolute certainty of victory, how could they dare to place such a bet? The strategist is overthinking it. Wong Tong waved his hand dismissively. He's just a waste who has been hollowed out by beauty, trying to show off in front of his wife. Besides, that old ghost Zhang Tianzheng is on the verge of death. The Zhang family is now like a scattered sand pile. What hidden cards could they possibly have? The goat-bearded elder shook his head. What if Zhang Tianzheng is just acting? Acting? Wong Lai abruptly halted, the iron token in his hand making a crisp sound. He narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. The likelihood of acting is low. I have received reliable news that the old ghost's injuries from years ago have indeed flared up, and he has been relying on medicine to sustain his life for these past few years. Even if he were to exit seclusion today, his frail body cannot hold out for long. At this point, Wong Lai gave a sly smile. Moreover, even if that old ghost truly has the strength for one last battle, what can he do? He lowered his voice, casting a cold glance at several trusted subordinates present, his tone icy. Don't forget who is standing behind us. Upon hearing this, the faces of the several individuals present changed. A flicker of fear and greed flashed in their eyes. The demonic path, that colossal entity lurking in the outer seas, causing righteous cultivators to tremble in fear. The Lord of the demonic path has already sent word. Wong Lai took out a black jade slip from his sleeve, gently stroking it. They are very interested in that secret realm. During this competition, the Lord of the demonic path will secretly send 2 agents to infiltrate our team. With the assistance of the Lord of the demonic path's agents, coupled with our Wong family's accumulation over these years, our chances of victory are at least 70%. Wong Lai suddenly stood up, a powerful aura of golden core perfection erupting. A 70% chance of victory is enough for us to take this gamble. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. This time I will ensure that the Jeang family is completely eliminated from the eastern mountain islands. He turned to his eldest son Wong Long, who had been standing silently beside him. Eldest, you go arrange it. Gather those old geezers who are in closed-door cultivation and those desperate individuals we've recruited with heavy rewards. Bring them all together. In this year's time, even if it takes spirit stones to pile up, we must boost their combat power. Yes, father. Wong Long clasped his fists in response. The next morning, as the eastern horizon just began to lighten, in the Zhang family's herb garden on the back mountain, the caretaker old Zhang Tong, just like usual, stretched and pushed open the door of the small wooden house. Last night's bottle of spirit wine was strong, allowing him to sleep particularly soundly. I wonder when the young master left last night. Zhang Tong mumbled to himself, while picking up a water bucket, preparing to water those precious spiritual herbs. However, when he turned around that fence that blocked his view and saw the scene before him, the water bucket in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, spilling the spring water everywhere. My dear mother. Zhang Tong rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming, wincing in pain. Only then did he confirm he was not dreaming. The several acres of core medicinal fields at this moment looked as if they had been blessed by divine magic. The purple ghost grass grew taller than a person, its leaves waving like purple silk in the morning breeze. The purple monkey flower bloomed wildly with flowers as large as wash basins. He could even see dew rolling on them. That row of Tianling fruit trees was even more laden with fruit, the heavy fruits bending the branches and the aroma wafting forth could almost steal a person's soul. More frightening was the purple-black soil. Even at a distance, one could feel the terrifying spiritual power contained within. Is this the legendary celestial soil? Zhang Tong was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly and he sat down on the ground. He had worked at the Jeang family for a lifetime and had never seen such an outrageous thing. Yesterday, it was still a sapling. After a night's sleep, it has turned into a towering tree. After a brief moment of shock, the old man quickly walked out of the herb garden. This matter was too great. It must be reported to the family head as soon as possible. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang family head Zhang Yunshan, along with the great elder, third elder, and several stewards in charge of the pill hall, hurried to the back mountain. When they passed through the formation and saw the herb garden with their own eyes, their expressions were not much better than Zhang Tong's. The usually composed third elder was now gaping. His beard was even trembling. He trembled as he approached a cluster of purple ghost grass, cautiously caressing its thick leaves, as if he were touching the skin of a beloved. This pattern, this color, this is an 800-year-old purple ghost grass. My heavens, this single plant is worth a fortune. Here, there are actually hundreds of them. And this heavenly spirit fruit. It's also a top-notch specimen with 500 years of age. Another alchemist clung to the trunk, nearly drooling. Using this fruit to refine foundation establishment pills could increase the success rate by at least 30%. No 50%. Zhang Yunshan, though a golden core cultivator with slightly stronger resolve, felt his head buzzing. He turned to Zhang Chen, who stood nearby with a calm expression. Chainer. What is going on? Zhang Yunshan's finger trembled as he pointed at the medicinal garden. Zhang Chen had already thought of an explanation. He smiled slightly, gesturing toward the direction of the questioning peak, his expression filled with utmost respect. Father, there's no need to think. It must be the handiwork of our esteemed ancestor. Ancestor. The crowd's gazes instantly turned puzzled. Indeed, Zhang Chen said earnestly, last night, I came here to relax and happened to encounter our ancestor emerging from seclusion. Seeing that the medicinal garden lacked spiritual energy, fearing it would jeopardize the family's significant matters, he willingly expended his source spiritual energy to cast an ancient forbidden technique, reviving with the spring from dead wood. The ancestor stated that the spiritual herbs in this garden are sufficient to support us in winning this arena competition. Although he rarely speaks, he has been silently contributing to the family behind the scenes. As he spoke with emotion, Zhang Chen appropriately revealed a hint of heartfelt expression. So it was our ancestor. Tears welled in Zhang Yunshan's eyes as he deeply bowed in the direction of questioning Peak. Ancestor, you have truly poured your heart and soul into the Zhang family. Your grandson is unfilial indeed. The other elders also knelt on the ground weeping bitterly. If they had any doubts about the ancestor's recovery before now facing this tangible miracle, they were completely convinced. Who else besides that unfathomable ancestor possesses such means to defy fate? Quick, don't just stand there. Zhang Yunshan suddenly stood up, wiping his tears, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. Send the order down seal off the back mountain. Mobilize all the family alchemists and start refining pills immediately. With these spiritual herbs, not only can we help those 10 youngsters break through a small realm, but it's also possible to produce several fully established foundation establishment practitioners. The Wong family wants to compete with us in terms of foundation. This time I will crush them with pills. Watching the elders spring into action as if invigorated, Zhang Chen stood in the morning light, hiding his accomplishments and fame. This burden is well carried by the ancestor. Everyone is happy. As the batch of spiritual herbs produced by reviving with the spring from dead wood was continuously sent into the alchemy room, the entire Zhang family courtyard began to operate at an unprecedented speed. The furnace fires in the alchemy room burned day and night, and a rich medicinal fragrance enveloped the family, lingering for a long time. If it weren't for the protective formation isolating the aura, this fragrance would surely attract sea beasts from the surrounding seas. Previously, if family stewards and disciples wanted to request a second-tier pill, they had to accumulate enough family contribution points and wait in line for a long time. But now, as long as one's cultivation has reached a bottleneck, they only need to inform the elders, and that which was previously regarded as Qi gathering pill or nurturing essence pill, even the second-tier low-grade foundation strengthening liquid, is abundantly available. Such nearly extravagant cultivation conditions made all Zhang family members envious, each one as if injected with adrenaline, eager to stretch a single day into two aside from the necessary eating and drinking. The remaining time was spent entirely in the practice room. Outside the Zhang family's practice room, sounds of breakthroughs could be heard every day. The bottleneck that has plagued me for 5 years has finally been broken today. With my 10th layer of Qi refinement, I have also reached the threshold of foundation establishment. An elder over 50 years old rushed out of the room, tears in his eyes, bowing deeply toward the direction of questioning Peak. Me too. Eating second-tier pills like candy. If I don't break through again, I might as well slam my head against the wall. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the Zhang family. In just a month, the number of latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators in the family surged by 30%, and even 2 elders who had been hovering on the edge of foundation establishment successfully pushed their cultivation forward a small step thanks to this medicinal power. Although they did not directly break through to a higher realm, their combat power was undoubtedly enhanced. The outside world circulated rumors that the Zhang family was experiencing a resurgence, a struggle before death. Little did they know that within these high walls and deep courtyards, a terrifying power capable of overturning the entire eastern mountain islands was brewing. As the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Chen lived a life both busy and comfortable. During the day, he coordinated the overall situation, checked the cultivation progress of the clan members about to participate in the battle, and collaborated with several elders in acting occasionally, making an appearance in the marketplace. He pretended to be a wasteful young master who squandered his family fortune to confuse the Wong family's spies. At night, the room in the side courtyard became his warmest and most diligent battlefield. Ever since Lin Qingxue gave birth to twins, her health had not only fully recovered, but her extreme yin-eye spirit body had also brought indescribable benefits to the couple's dual cultivation. At this moment, the night was deep. The red candles in the room burned brightly. After a round of passion husband, Lin Qingxue extended her fair fingers, lightly tracing circles on Zhang Chen's solid chest, her voice soft and tender. Isn't the recent change in the family all related to you? Although she spent most of her time raising the children and recovering her cultivation, she was after all of noble birth and possessed a keen insight. The sudden emergence of these top-quality spiritual herbs, the capricious condition of the ancestor, and Zhang Chen's confident demeanor. These details combined made it impossible for someone as astute as her to not guess a thing or two. Zhang Chen held her hand, kissed it gently, and did not answer directly, only smiling. Some things are better left understood in the heart. Just know that everything I do is for our family, to ensure that Dao Xian and Dao Ling can walk freely in the future. Lin Qingxue lifted her head, gazing deeply at this man. Once she thought she had married an ordinary family young master destined for a mundane life. But now this man seemed to be shrouded in layers of mystery. Every time she peeled back a layer, it brought her immense surprise and shock. I want to ask. Lin Qingxue pressed her face against his chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat. As long as it's your doing, I believe it all. Even if you say you are the reincarnation of a great Luo golden immortal, I would still believe it. Zhang Chen felt warmth in his heart and replied with a mischievous smile, I wouldn't dare to claim to be a great Luo golden immortal, but I certainly have the ability to help you bring more members into the Jeang family. Ah, the children are still sleeping beside us. They sleep soundly and can't hear a thing. More than half a month had passed. On this particular morning, Lin Qingxue was feeding the two little ones when she suddenly felt a heaviness in her chest, and that familiar wave of nausea surged up again. She was momentarily taken aback and instinctively reached for her wrist. Moments later, a blush of both shyness and surprise appeared on her face. What's wrong? Zhang Chen, who had just finished practicing his sword in the house, noticed something unusual about his wife. Husband. Lin Qingxue set down the child, took Zhang Chen's hand, and placed it on her still flat abdomen, her eyes shimmering as she whispered, it seems. There's a stir here again. Zhang Chen froze for a moment, and then an overwhelming joy surged within him. At the same time, the long silent system notification sounded as expected. It exploded in his mind. Ding. Host partner successfully pregnant detected. Family bloodline is expanding, triggering the more children, more blessings preview reward. This time, the expected qualification for offspring top tier enhanced by the extreme ice spirit body of the mother and the host techniques. The preview rewards are as follows to be distributed upon the birth of the offspring. 1. Second tier top tier skill inheritance card weapon refinement technique allows the host to instantly master second tier top tier weapon refinement skills and includes blueprints for top tier magical artifacts. 2. Top tier growth type magical treasure embryo heaven shaking seal can advance with the owner's cultivation currently at second tier top tier. 3. Secret technique God shaking technique, a top tier secret technique focused on divine sense, undefeated at the same level, capable of harming souls across levels. 4. Family member cultivation enhancement card 5 can enhance Qi refining stage family members by one small realm without side effects. Effectiveness have for foundation establishment stage. 5. Top tier qualification enhancement pill 1 can elevate Xian tier qualifications to earth tier. Seeing this series of rewards, Zhang Chen's breath became heavier. Especially the weapon refinement technique and God shaking technique, which were tailor-made for the impending great battle. The weapon refinement technique could arm the family, while the God shaking technique was his trump card. As for the family member cultivation enhancement card, it could quickly boost a core group of strength. Good. Zhang Chen excitedly picked up Lin Qingxue and twirled her around. Qingxue, you are truly my lucky star. You are the great benefactor of our Jeang family. Lin Qingxue laughed giddily as she was spun around. Put me down quickly, don't scare the child. After they shared a moment of tenderness, Zhang Chen's expression gradually turned serious. Since the child was already conceived and the rewards were set, he had to fill the last gap in the family before the child was born. That was his own cultivation. Although relying on the 9 turns heaven and earth technique, his Qi refining full circle strength was enough to easily defeat an ordinary foundation establishment beginner. However, in the cultivation world, cultivation level was the most important thing. He needed to establish a foundation. Moreover, it had to be an unparalleled heavenly Tao foundation establishment. That afternoon, Zhang Chen summoned a core family meeting. What? You want to enter seclusion to break through to foundation establishment? In the conference hall, Zhang Yunshan, upon hearing his son's words, nearly dropped his teacup in shock. Chainer, there are still over half a year until the arena competition, and we are in a critical preparation stage. You want to enter seclusion now? Several elders exchanged glances. In their view, while Zhang Chen was clever and resourceful, his cultivation talent had never been top-notch. Even with the enhancement pills, establishing a foundation was not something that could be achieved overnight. If he were to fail, it would not only demoralize them, but also cause the Jeang family to lose its backbone. Father elders. Zhang Chen's gaze was firm as he looked around. As for the preparations for battle, with your guidance, we are already on track. Adding or subtracting me does not matter. But I am still just in the Qi refining stage. If I can successfully establish a foundation, even if it's just the initial stage with my means, I can add a chance of victory for the family. But Zhang Yunshan wanted to persuade him again. There's no but. Zhang Chen waved his hand, his expression serious as he said, I have already reported this to the Ancestor, and he has agreed. By mentioning the Ancestor, the others immediately fell silent. Since the Ancestor has agreed, then you can rest assured and enter seclusion. Zhang Yunshan sighed, patting his son's shoulder. You can rest assured about the family matters. I will support you. Zhang Chen nodded, offering no further explanation. This time he entered seclusion, it was not just a simple foundation establishment. It was a complete transformation. On Mount Ask Dao, in the forbidden area at the back. This was the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the Jeang family courtyard, and it was also the source of the family's third-tier spiritual vein. Usually besides the ancestor, even the family head could not enter recklessly. Today this forbidden area was surrounded by heavy restrictions. Within a 10-mile radius, not even a fly could enter. The air was filled with a heavy and murderous atmosphere. Inside a naturally formed cave, the spiritual energy was so thick that it almost turned into white mist slowly flowing on the ground. At the center of the cave, there was a raised piece of blue stone, which was the spiritual eye of the entire spiritual vein. Zhang Chen, dressed in a thin white robe, sat cross-legged on the spiritual eye. Opposite him stood the ancestor Jeang, Tianjing, arms crossed. At this moment, the ancestor had removed his disguise and returned to the peak state of a middle-aged man. However, he appeared unusually tense. Zhang Chen took a deep breath to calm himself. He slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust the qi within his body. The spiritual power at the qi refining 10th layer surged through his meridians like a river, each cycle producing a low rumbling sound. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his energy and spirit already at their peak. It's time. He flipped his hand, revealing a delicate jade box in his palm. Opening the box, a pill the size of a longan, displaying a blend of purple and gold with flickering lightning glows on its surface, lay quietly inside. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Pill. As soon as this pill appeared, the previously docile spiritual energy around became restless, as if it feared or perhaps worshipped the king. Zhang Chen showed no hesitation, tilting his head back. He swallowed this divine pill, which could make the entire cultivation world go crazy in one gulp. Boom! Upon entering his mouth, the pill was not as gentle as imagined. Rather, it exploded like a detonated thunder pearl, plummeting down his throat straight into his dantian. Immediately after, an indescribably terrifying medicinal power erupted explosively within Zhang Chen's body. Ugh! Zhang Chen grunted, his face instantly turning pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls. This medicinal power was too overbearing. It was not nourishing the body at all. Instead, it was destroying it. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment emphasized no destruction, no establishment. To forge an unparalleled Tao Foundation, it was essential to completely shatter the mortal body, then reshape it with the laws of the great Tao. First stage: shatter. Crack. Crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds that could make one's teeth ache echoed through the cave. Before the naked eye, his bones, starting from his toes, shattered inch by inch under the torrential surge of medicinal energy. The agony was 100-fold more excruciating than death by 1,000 cuts. It was not only his bones, the meridians, muscles, and even his 5 vital organs seemed ground to dust beneath that tyrannical force. Were it not for a shimmering violet gold membrane enveloping his body, he would have long since collapsed into a shapeless mass of pulp. Even with the unyielding fortitude forged across 2 lifetimes, Zhang Chen could no longer suppress a guttural, agonized roar. This pain transcended all human endurance. His consciousness began to blur, his soul itself trembled on the verge of dissolution, teetering upon the precipice of utter annihilation amid boundless torment. Guard your spiritual altar. Remain lucid. From the cave entrance, Elder Patriarch Zhang Tianzheng recoiled inwardly at the harrowing scream nearly rushing in, but he knew this was an inescapable tribulation of Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. No outsider could intervene, a Zhang Chen alone must endure it. Must not faint. Absolutely must not faint. Clenching his teeth with desperate resolve, he bit through his own lips until blood streamed down his chin. In his fading mind flashed Lin Qingxue's gentle smile, the tender faces of his 2 newborn children and his clan, fragile, trembling on the brink of collapse. If I fall, what becomes of them? I must lead the Jeang clan to sovereign dominion over all under heaven. How dare I perish here? A conviction named responsibility anchored his disintegrating awareness with iron will. Bearing the agony of pulverized flesh and shattered bone, Zhang Chen, clinging to the last sliver of clarity, frenziedly activated the 9 revolutions heaven and earth art. Inhale, he roared inwardly. As the cultivation technique surged, the previously rampaging destructive medicinal energy finally yielded, guided along a profound arcane trajectory. Instantly, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy coalesced around Zhang Chen's body, a howling maelstrom erupting with terrifying suction. The dense mist-like spiritual energy within the cavern was instantly vacuumed away, flooding into the vortex. Yet this was still far from enough. The vortex expanded further, piercing straight through the mountain rock and extending outward into the world beyond. Above Wendafing Peak, the clear sky darkened abruptly. Within a 100-mile radius, the ambient spiritual energy responded as if summoned by divine decree, rushing wildly toward the rear mountains of Wendafing. A colossal, visible funnel of spiritual energy inverted itself over the summit, an awe-inspiring spectacle. What in the world is happening? Clan members practicing on the front mountain rushed outside in shock, gazing upward at the celestial anomaly. Spiritual energy turbulence. Could a supreme treasure be manifesting? No, it originates from the forbidden rear mountain. It's the young master cultivating in seclusion. Zhang Yinshan stood before the grand hall, throat dry as he stared at the overwhelming spectacle. This is foundation establishment. It's utterly preposterous. Even elder patriarch Zhang Tianzhong, guarding inside the cavern, stood dumbfounded, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the suction. He could feel that the Jeang clan's prized third-tier spirit vein was groaning in anguish, the spirit eye's reserves draining at a horrifying pace. This isn't foundation establishment, it's devouring heaven itself. Zhang Tianzhong drew a sharp, shuddering breath, heart pounding with reverent awe. Yet he did not intervene. Instead, gritting his teeth, he withdrew tens of thousands of spirit stones from his spatial pouch and shattered them all at once, releasing torrents of spiritual energy into the cavern. Drink deep. Sate yourself fully. Let us see what monstrous Tao foundation my chainer shall forge. As vast quantities of spiritual energy flooded in, the transformation within Zhang Chen entered its second phase, shaping. His pulverized flesh and bones, under the dual refinement of the 9 revolutions heaven and earth art and heavenly Tao medicinal energy, began reassembling. This time they were no longer mundane mortal tissues. His newly formed bones gleamed translucent, like flawless white jade faintly inscribed with primordial Tao sigils. His meridians widened and strengthened, flowing like golden rivers carrying violet gold blood. All impurities were expelled, not as black filth, but as wisps of ashen vapor. These were the innate turbid qi embedded deep within the human body. As reconstruction progressed, the soul-rending agony gradually receded, each newly formed inch of flesh now thrumming with cataclysmic power. Zhang Chen felt like a butterfly bursting forth from its chrysalis, ascending to a higher tier of existence. Yet this was not the end. The true trial had only just begun. Rumble after rumble. Above the world, the gathered clouds thickened, heavy and ominous. Within those clouds, violet lightning churned, coalescing a celestial authority so terrifying it made even seasoned cultivators quake. Foundation establishment via the heavenly Tao defied heaven itself, and thus invited heavenly wrath. Lightning tribulation had arrived. Above Wendafing Peak, the clouds roiled and piled ever higher, a suffocating pressure slowly emanating from their depths. This was no ordinary storm. It was the gaze of heavens while descending upon mortal earth. Across hundreds of miles of sea, low-tier sea beasts, once frolicking and feeding, sensed impending apocalypse and plunged into the abyssal dark. Some timid ones even ruptured their gallbladders outright from sheer atmospheric pressure. Even the Jeang clan's ancestral defensive formation emitted a resonant hum, designed to repel invaders, yet faltering before this celestial authority. Ink-black clouds smothered the mountaintop, violet lightning serpents writhed chaotically within. Deep in the cloud layers, thunder ceased its dull, rolling resonance. It sharpened into piercing, ear-splitting detonations. Under this heavenly authority, every servant and low cultivation disciple of the Zhang clan struggled to breathe. Their chests felt crushed beneath 10,000 gene of stone. Within the secluded cavern, Zhang Chen snapped his eyes open, his corporeal reconstruction nearing its final stage. His new bones glowed with soft luminescence, but he sensed it was still insufficient. True heavenly Tao foundation establishment demanded purification by thunder. Only then could the faintest trace of impurity be utterly eradicated. Come, Zhang Chen roared inwardly. As if answering his defiance, the violet thunderclouds above contracted instantaneously. Then, a single bolt of lightning pierced the cavern ceiling, striking Zhang Chen directly atop his crown. The moment it entered his body, sensation surpassed agony altogether. Zhang Chen deployed no defensive artifact, not even a wisp of protective spiritual energy. He stood as raw iron, awaiting the fiercest hammer strike to reveal his true essence. Arcs of lightning surged violently through every fiber of muscle, his newly reforged meridians cracking anew beneath such savage force. Zhang Chen's face blackened instantly, his pristine white robes turned to ash. His Ancestor-like skin rapidly desiccated and carbonized beneath the lightning's fury. In just a few breaths, Zhang Chen appeared no longer as a living being, but rather like a piece of old charcoal struck by lightning. His life force had weakened to the extreme. Standing at a distance, the protector Zhang Tianjing clenched his fists tightly. Even after living for hundreds of years, he had never witnessed such a suicidal method of foundation establishment. If it were not for his ability to sense Zhang Chen's tenacious primal energy still pulsating, he might have been unable to restrain himself from intervening. Just when Zhang Chen's physical body was on the verge of total collapse, the 9 turns Qingxue art within him suddenly underwent a fierce transformation. Beneath the layer of charred skin, golden spiritual power began to circulate. It began to frantically devour the incoming purple lightning. This was the might of the 9 turns Qingxue art. It was not merely a cultivation technique, but the highest level of body-refining divine art. Amidst destruction, new life was nurtured. Although the lightning had ravaged his physical form, the trace of natural creation contained within it was extracted by the technique and infused into every newly formed cell. Golden light radiated from the cracks in his charred skin. With each strike of the lightning tribulation, the golden light grew more vibrant. Until after the ninth bolt of lightning, the previously heavy dark clouds appeared to struggle to hold themselves up. The final bolt of lightning manifested in a bizarre pure golden hue. It fell without a sound, yet caused the peak of the windafing mountain to descend slightly. At the moment the lightning tribulation completely dissipated, the sky did not clear. Instead, an invisible wave swept through the entire cave. The inner demon tribulation arrived quietly when the physical body was at its weakest. Zhang Chen's consciousness plunged into darkness. In a daze, he saw the Jeang family's courtyard ablaze. The face of Wong, the head of the Wong family, appeared before him, holding a bloodied long knife. And he himself was left powerless, covered in blood, lying on the ground. He could only helplessly watch as Zhang Yunshan and several elders were killed one by one. No, this isn't real, Zhang Chen calmly told himself. As the illusion shifted, he saw Lin Qingxue. She stood at the edge of a cliff holding two swaddled children, surrounded by countless demonic cultivators. Lin Qingxue turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Then amidst her piercing cry, she fell into the bottomless abyss. That heart-wrenching feeling was so real that it made Zhang Chen's soul tremble. In the illusion, he had become a true cripple. That sense of powerlessness constantly eroded his will. However, just as he was about to sink into despair, the Tao seed, representing the heavenly path of foundation establishment deep in his dantian, suddenly trembled. Zhang Chen's eyes instantly regained clarity. No matter how many illusions there are, I shall sever them with a single thought, he murmured softly. The illusion here was like a shattered mirror collapsing under his gaze. As the inner demon tribulation dissipated, a series of majestic celestial sounds echoed through the heavens and earth as if ancient deities were praising. The layer of charred shell on Zhang Chen's withered body began to peel away in large flakes. The newly born skin shimmered with a faint metallic luster. Every line was filled with a sense of power. More importantly was his sea of consciousness. At this moment, his sea of consciousness was undergoing earth-shattering changes. If the sea of consciousness of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator resembled a pond, then Zhang Chen's sea of consciousness was like a vast lake. Its expansion speed was incredibly fast, reaching more than 10 times that of an ordinary foundation establishment. With a sweep of his divine sense, Zhang Chen could clearly sense the waves jumping on the surface of the sea dozens of miles away. He succeeded. The heavenly path of foundation establishment had been achieved. Just as he was about to rise, the previously oppressive sky suddenly burst forth with myriad rays of light. Golden spiritual clouds took shape in the sky. Following that, a golden spiritual rain began to fall in abundance. This spiritual rain spread widely, enveloping the entire Jeang family courtyard. Raindrops fell on the withered grass and trees, instantly causing them to sprout green shoots again. When it fell on the aging mortal servants, it swept away their long-standing ailments, even causing their graying hair to faintly regain its dark hue. This was the response of heaven and earth to a heavenly path foundation establishment cultivator. It was a kind of fortuitous encounter that could not be sought. The Zhang family members, anxiously waiting in the front yard, all looked up. Is this spiritual rain? Zhang Yunshan extended his hand to catch a drop of golden rainwater. Upon ingesting it, he felt the flow of spiritual power in his body double in speed. The bottlenecks seemed to have loosened slightly. The family disciples who were struggling to cultivate each displayed euphoric expressions, breaking through the small barriers that previously required months or even a year to surpass. In this spiritual rain, they unexpectedly crossed over as if it were a natural occurrence. Heavenly auspiciousness has descended. This is heavenly auspiciousness. The shouts of the clansmen converged into a tidal wave. Within the cave, Zhang Chen donned a new moon-white robe, and his demeanor had undergone a qualitative change compared to before his seclusion. If he had previously carried some youthful sharpness, now he resembled a divine weapon returned to its sheath. His presence was restrained, deep, and unfathomable. He slowly walked out of the cave, and with each step he took, it felt as though spiritual energy was supporting him. Zhang Tianjing, standing at the door, stared blankly at his great-grandson as he walked out. This aura. Zhang Tianjing couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Although Zhang Chen was now only at the early stage of foundation establishment, the aura emanating from him surprisingly rivaled that of those in the late stages of foundation establishment. That sense of perfection, that flawless foundation, made even him, a nascent soul cultivator, feel an indescribable sensation. Great-grandfather, Zhang Chen smiled and cupped his hands. Zhang Tianjing regained his senses and burst into laughter, his voice echoing in the valley. Good. Good, good. I have lived for so many years and today I have truly opened my eyes. He patted Zhang Chen's shoulder vigorously. With the heavenly path of foundation establishment, our Jeang family's generation is truly destined to soar like dragons in the sky. At this moment Zhang Yinshan also hurriedly arrived at the back mountain with several elders. They looked at Zhang Chen standing beside the Ancestor, and everyone's eyes were somewhat moist. Elders, thank you for your hard work during this time. Zhang Chen scanned the crowd, looking at the faces filled with excitement. The sense of responsibility in his heart grew heavier. Ha, good. Very good. My son possesses the grace of an immortal. Zhang Yinshan laughed heartily as he walked up, first paying respects to the Ancestor Zhang Tianzheng. Then he vigorously patted his son's shoulder. The excitement within the others was also hard to quell. Don't be too quick to rejoice. Just as they were about to say something, Zhang Tiansheng's expression turned serious as he spoke lightly. What happened today is only to be known by those present. It must not be spread outside. Zhang Yinshan, as the head of the family, reacted the quickest. If the outside world were to learn that Zhang Chen was the legendary Heavenly Path Foundation establishment, the Wong family would likely sense some issues. Understood. Ancestor. Zhang Yinshan nodded, and then spoke. Everything that happened in the back mountain today is to be classified as a family secret. All elders and stewards present must take a vow against their inner demons and must not leak a single word. He paused for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the loyal disciples on guard outside. As for the strange phenomenon just witnessed, let's declare it was the Ancestor using his command to purify the younger generation of the family. The elders nodded in agreement. This explanation serves to clarify the source of the spiritual rain and further lull external enemies into complacency, achieving two objectives with one action. Go take care of it. Zhang Yinshan waved his hand. Moreover, Chainer also needs time to stabilize his realm. Before he exits his seclusion, everything remains the same. Those who should show weakness will show weakness, and those who should play the fool will play the fool. Understood. As everyone dispersed, the truth about the spiritual rain quickly spread within the Zhang family. The family members who had initially been overjoyed by the blessings were now filled with tears and a mix of sorrow and anger upon learning that it was a chance bought with the Ancestor's life. The entire Zhang family courtyard did not become restless due to the increase in strength. Instead, it was shrouded in a tragic atmosphere known as the sorrowful army must prevail. This atmosphere was exactly what Zhang Chen desired. Although the Zhang family had sealed off the news, the phenomenon covered a radius of hundreds of miles. Ultimately, it could not be hidden. In less than half a day's effort, various rumors spread like wings across the entire Dongshan archipelago. Hey, you island Wong family. Are you saying that golden rain has fallen on Zhang family's side? Wong Lai sat on a tiger skin chair, his brow furrowed. His iron rods crackled in his grip. The spy kneeling below him had a grave expression, reporting to the family head. It is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Golden spiritual energy turned into rain, and many low-ranking disciples of the Zhang family broke through because of it. Family head, there must be something unusual about this. Such a phenomenon, even if it were a golden core, would be nothing more than this. Could it be that Zhang Tian really returned to his youth? Absolutely impossible. Wong Lai categorically denied it. A golden core would face a tribulation. Did you hear any thunder? Perhaps that old ghost used some ancient forbidden technique that overdraws his potential. He stood up, pacing back and forth in the hall, eventually sneering. I see that old ghost knows his days are numbered, trying to forcibly elevate the strength of the younger generation with such methods, so they won't lose too badly in the tournament. Such a trick of fleeting glory might fool outsiders, but to deceive me, Wong Lai. Dream on. Send down the orders, ignore it. The more they jump around, now the quicker that old ghost will meet his end. We just need to proceed step by step and prepare for the tournament. Understood. Not just the Wong family, but several smaller families that relied on the Wong family, as well as some neutral rogue cultivators, also came to similar conclusions. After all, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is a myth that only exists in ancient texts far too distant from this barren Dongshan archipelago, so far removed that they didn't even think in that direction. In their eyes, the Zhang family was just a dying beast struggling for survival, doing everything possible to prolong their dwindling heritage. The external mockery, speculation, and pity had no effect on Zhang Chen in the secret chamber behind the window peak. At this moment, he was seated cross-legged on a huge cold jade bed, his eyes tightly closed. His mind was completely immersed in his inner world. Although he had been psychologically prepared, he was still shaken when he truly introspected his own being. Typically, when ordinary cultivators establish their foundation, the spiritual energy in their dantian liquefies into a lake, with the foundation being a simple spirit platform. Those with slightly better aptitude might have a spirit platform with several steps. The color would also be purer. But within Zhang Chen's dantian, there now floated a 9-layer altar of purple gold. The altar bore an ancient and weathered appearance with countless runes engraved upon it. Each rune seemed to contain the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Below the altar, the original lake of spiritual power had transformed into an ocean calm on the surface, yet unfathomably deep. Is this the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Zhang Chen attempted to manipulate a strand of spiritual power. Boom. Just a thought, and the ocean erupted into towering waves. An overwhelming force surged into his meridians, a sensation akin to someone who was used to steering a small boat, suddenly commanding a massive warship. The total amount of spiritual power is at least 10 times that of cultivators of the same rank. Zhang Chen's heart raced. What does 10 times mean? It means he would hardly need to worry about spiritual power depletion in battle. It means he can recklessly unleash high-consumption powerful spells. Even more terrifying was the recovery speed. He tried to operate a complete cycle, and the spiritual energy in the surrounding space seemed to be drawn in like a black hole rushing frantically into his body. This devouring speed was faster than he had ever experienced during his Qi refining period by more than 100-fold. If combined with the aid of pills, I would be an indomitable battle machine. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. He knew that the benefits brought by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment were not merely a quantitative change in spiritual power. There must also be a qualitative change. He spread open his right palm, and with a thought he activated the 9 turns to the universe technique, which he had just broken through to the second layer. Sizzle. With a light sound, a strand of purple-gold flame danced at his fingertips. This flame was not large, only the size of a candle flame. It even appeared somewhat weak. Yet the moment it appeared, the temperature in the secret chamber did not rise. Instead, the surrounding space exhibited thin, twisted patterns. Zhang Chen brought the flame close to a piece of discarded fine iron. Without any sound, that hard fine iron was instantly penetrated as if it had been vaporized by the flame. This. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Within this flame was an integration of the purple-gold thunder power he had encountered during the tribulation. Thunder is primarily destructive while fire is primarily burning. The combination of the two generated an extremely domineering destructive force surpassing the realm of ordinary spiritual fire. It was more like a nascent form of a divine ability. Since you were born with the tribulation and condensed due to the 9 turns to the universe, I shall name you Qi-cultivation Thunderfire. Zhang Chen gazed at the flame dancing at his fingertips, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If this were used for a sneak attack, even a protective spiritual shield of a latest-stage foundation establishment would likely not withstand the burn. For the next month, Zhang Chen did not rush to exit seclusion. He was like a tireless craftsman repeatedly honing his new realm, familiarizing himself with every trace of the spiritual power's flow, completely mastering the surging strength, until he was certain he could perfectly conceal his aura. Only when even golden core cultivators would not be able to detect anything upon facing him did he finally push open the door of the secret chamber. The moment he saw the light of day again, Zhang Chen took a deep breath of air. Although he had only been in seclusion for a little over a month, seeing this familiar world again brought about a completely different sensation. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile became vividly clear under his current divine sense. He could even hear the sound of leaves falling in the distance. He could sense the direction of the moisture in the air. Without disturbing anyone, he headed straight back to the side courtyard. Upon pushing open the door, a faint scent of milk mixed with a calming incense wafted towards him. Lin Qingxue was leaning on a soft couch holding a small tiger belly band that was yet to be finished. A few months had passed and her abdomen had already shown a noticeable bulge. With a touch less chilliness and a touch more gentleness, she lifted her head upon hearing the door open. Their eyes met and no words were needed. You are out of seclusion. Lin Qingxue set down her needle and thread, attempting to rise. Don't move. Zhang Chen quickly walked over, helping her sit back down and placing his palm gently on her abdomen. How have you been feeling lately? Is this little one still well-behaved? Lin Qingxue displayed a helpless smile. Well-behaved. This little one is even more restless than Dao Xian and Dao Ling were at that time. Especially at night, it feels like there's a small furnace inside me, making it impossible for me to sleep all night. Oh, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Lin Qingxue, being an extreme ice spirit body, was naturally fond of cold and averse to heat. If she could feel the heat, it seemed that the attribute of this unborn child was anything but ordinary. He felt a stir in his heart, gently releasing a wisp of life spiritual power from his palm. It slowly flowed into his wife's body. This spiritual power had already undergone a qualitative change through the purification of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It was no longer mere spiritual energy, it resembled a vibrant life energy. As the spiritual power entered her body, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but let out a soft, comfortable moan. She could feel that the constant heat in her abdomen became gentle the moment it encountered this cool and soothing spiritual power. The little life inside her seemed to have tasted sweetness, joyfully sucking in the nourishment sent by its father. Such pure spiritual power. Lin Qingxue looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. Husband, during your seclusion, there was a breakthrough. Zhang Chen did not conceal too much from his wife, casually stating, now I have more than enough strength to protect you and the children. Lin Qingxue smiled, gently resting her head on his shoulder. I believe in you. In the days that followed, Zhang Chen's life became extremely regular. During the day, he handled family affairs and supervised preparations for battle. At night, he used his own spiritual power to help Lin Qingxue regulate her meridians and nourish the fetus. With his presence as a human-shaped spiritual medicine, Lin Qingxue's complexion improved day by day. The fetus in her womb was developing rapidly. Occasionally, he could even see a fleeting red light through her belly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Jeang family estate, the atmosphere was chillingly tense. On the training grounds, the sounds of battle echoed loudly as the 10 selected foundation establishment seeds underwent a hellish special training. They were making remarkable progress in their cultivation under the irrigation of elixirs, but Zhang Chen knew well that having cultivation without practical combat experience would only lead to being easy prey on the life and death arena. Therefore, he invited a few retired elders from the family, often referred to as old soldiers. Although these elders might not possess the same cultivation level anymore, their killing techniques were ingrained in their bones. You fools! Are you pigs? Who told you to charge straight in? What are you hiding from? This is an illusion. Break it. Remember, once you are on the arena, there is no morality to speak of. Low blows, throwing lime, poking eyes, as long as you can kill the opponent, it's a good move. Under such near-maniacal training, the combat skills of these participating cultivators skyrocketed. At the same time, the Wong family was also not idle. To disrupt the Zhang family's preparations and to test their strength, the Wong family continuously sent small groups of cultivators to create friction at the boundary between the two families' forces. Robbing merchant caravans, sabotaging mines, ambushing patrols, their methods were extremely despicable. In response, the internal mood of the Zhang family was one of outrage, with many young people clamoring to retaliate. However, each time, they were forcefully suppressed by Zhang Chen. His only command was one word: endure. Not only to endure, but to endure creatively. When encountering members of the Wong family, if you can fight back, then do so. If not, throw something and run away. This was the tone Zhang Chen said at one family meeting. Don't hold back on the talismans you carry. Throw them as needed, let them pick them up. Thus, in the ensuing conflicts, extremely bizarre scenes unfolded. When the two groups encountered each other, the Zhang family disciples did not hesitate, directly throwing a burst talisman, and while the smoke was still rising, they turned and fled. At first, the Wong family members were vigilant, suspecting a trap. After several encounters, the Wong family members became completely arrogant. These Zhang family cowards. It seems the rumors are true. The Zhang family really is finished. Brothers, in the future, when you see members of the Zhang family, keep your eyes sharp. They are not enemies, but walking treasure troves. This kind of talk reached Wong Lai's ears, completely dispelling any remaining doubts he had. Rich to the point of overflowing, yet weak and easy to bully, Wong Lai toyed with the Zhang family's flying sword. He had just obtained a cruel smile gracing his lips. Very good, I like such fat sheep. When we get to the arena, I will skin them alive. Little did he know these so-called spoils of war were all poison bait deliberately fed to them by Zhang Chen. To inflate one's ego is the quickest way to destroy a person. Time passed like sand slipping through fingers, and in this game of tension and release, several months hurriedly went by. The sea breeze of the Dongshan Islands gradually grew hot, heralding the arrival of summer. On this deep night, the moon was obscured by thick clouds, and the entire world was as dark as ink. In the Zhang family's side courtyard, only a few lanterns were lit. Suddenly, a wave of heat erupted, centered around the master bedroom. This heat wave was not ordinary fire, but an extremely domineering wave of fire attribute spiritual power. The flowers and plants in the courtyard withered and curled instantly under this heat wave. It was as if they had been exposed to the scorching sun for 3 days and nights. Even the large water tank at the entrance meant for decoration began to bubble with rising steam. Several koi fish floated up, exposing their white bellies. Ugh! A suppressed cry of pain came from within the room. Zhang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the outer room, suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a flash of purple lightning flickered. It's happening. He shifted his figure and instantly appeared at the bedroom door, only to see Lin Qingxue gripping the bedsheet in agony. Her complexion was flushed and she was drenched in sweat. A layer of visible red spiritual light surrounded her, which was not the chill of the ice spirit body. It was pure fire. What's happening? It's scorching hot. The midwife tasked with delivering the child had barely stepped into the room when a wave of searing heat forced her to stagger backward in alarm. Thigh's temperature. It's impossible to approach. Zhang Chen strode into the chamber in a single step and cast a gentle spiritual energy barrier shielding the midwife within. His voice was low and steady. Do not panic. This is an omen born of the infant's unique constitution. You attend only to the delivery. The spiritual energy surge will be suppressed by me. Inside the birthing chamber, the temperature continued to rise relentlessly. Had Zhang Chen not erected the barrier in time, even the silken curtains would have burst into spontaneous flame. Lin Qingxue's condition at this moment was profoundly extraordinary. Born with the rare ice spirit body, her meridians had long coursed with frigid qi. Yet now the child within her womb blazed like a nascent sun poised to erupt. It radiated pure, unyielding solar fire, a force diametrically opposed to her innate frost. Ice and flame antithetical essences raged against one another within her very being. This violent oscillation between extremes inflicted torment far more harrowing than the mere physical agony of delivering twin heirs. Husband, it's hot, so hot. Lin Qingxue's consciousness wavered. Her skin took on a surreal, shifting pallor. One moment glazed with glistening frost, the next flushed crimson, as if seared by molten iron. She clenched her lips until blood welled forth, yet dared not cry out, fearing that even a single breath might shatter her vital qi. Zhang Chen watched, his heart pierced by anguish. Without hesitation, he mounted the bed and sat cross-legged behind his wife, pressing both palms firmly against her back. Instantly, his celestial Tao foundation platform roared to life. Hold fast. Violet gold spiritual energy flowed like a docile river, steady, boundless, pouring ceaselessly into Lin Qingxue's meridians. This force was sovereign in its dominance, thrusting itself directly into the battlefield of ice and fire. It moved as a celestial sovereign, calming the riotous qi with one hand, soothing the rampaging yang flames with the other. And between them it forged an unshakable bridge. Under Zhang Chen's overwhelming suppression, the cataclysmic conflict within Lin Qingxue finally began to subside. She exhaled deeply, a thick, acrid plume of fiery toxin expelled from her lungs. Qingxue, endure. The child is coming now. His voice resonated beside her ear. Emboldened by Zhang Chen's unwavering presence, the midwives at last dared draw near. Madam, push. The head is crowning. It's a heavens. Why is the child's hair crimson? At the midwife's startled cry, a pillar of blazing scarlet light erupted from the birthing chamber, piercing straight through the roof. Wah! In the next instant a cry rang out, clear, piercing, resonant as the call of a phoenix. With that cry the surrounding heat dissolved instantly. A sharp resonance hummed within Zhang Chen's mind, and the system's chimes sounded precise and timely. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator. You have welcomed a noble son. Analysis complete. This offspring possesses the profound yang blazing fire body, innate grade celestial tier lowerborn with affinity for fire, commanding absolute submission from all flames. Triggering reward settlement. 4 blessings multiply with offspring. Award granted second tier supreme art inheritance card. Art of artifact forging includes treatise of 100 refinements. Award granted supreme grade evolving artifact embryo, the heaven-shaking seal. Award granted secret technique, soul-quaking art, a divine sense assault method. Award granted family member cultivation ascension, token 5. Award granted supreme grade innate aptitude enhancement, pill 1. Before Zhang Chen could examine the rewards in detail, warmth emanating from his arms drew his full attention. The midwife had already bathed the infant and swaddled him in the finest spirit silkworm brocade, presenting him with trembling reverence. Congratulations, young master. A robust, healthy son. This child truly embodies righteous qi. Zhang Chen cradled the babe. He was astonishingly sturdy, larger at birth than most infants were at 1 month. His sparse newborn down shimmered faintly crimson. Upon his brow rested a natural birthmark shaped like a flickering flame, softly luminous. Rather than weeping, he blinked wide jet-black eyes, curious, alert, as he gazed up at his father. One tiny fist flailed, then clutched tightly at a stray lock of Zhang Chen's hair. His grip possessed startling strength. Fine lad. You've got grit, Zhang Chen murmured, delighted, and gently brushed a fingertip across the infant's cheek. But the boy opened his mouth and blew out a perfect miniature smoke ring. Zhang Chen paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Since you were born bearing fire fierce as the sun itself, your name shall be Zhang Daoyan. He turned toward Lin Qingxue, still resting upon the bed. Though exhausted, joy bloomed warmly upon her face. Daoyan, a fine name, she whispered weakly. Though I fear such a temper may prove difficult to guide. Fear nothing. Zhang Chen lifted the child high, his voice ringing with unshakable pride. A scion of the Jeang clan. Even should he pierce a hole through heaven, his father shall hold the sky firm. After settling his wife and son, Zhang Chen did not rest. He entrusted the infant to the wet nurse and entered his study alone. Within, candlelight danced upon the walls. Seated in the grand armchair, Zhang Chen sank his consciousness into the system realm. Before him floated several cards aglow with golden radiance, especially the Art of Artifact Forging Inheritance card and the Soul-Quaking art. His heart burned with fervent anticipation. Less than 2 months remained before the life-or-death arena duel with the Wong clan. Until now, he had planned to wear them down through strategy and alchemical advantage. But with these treasures at hand, the unification of the entire Dongshan archipelago under the Jeang clan was no longer a dream. It was imminent. What then was the Wong clan but dust? In the next instant, with a mere thought, a palm-sized seal materialized in his hand. Rough-hewn, earthy yellow, its surface coarse and unrefined like raw, uncarved stone. Yet therein lay the essence of the embryo, supreme simplicity, returning to primordial truth, the heaven-shaking seal, the evolving artifact bestowed by the system. In this world of cultivation, artifacts adhered to strict hierarchies. Disciples at the Qi refinement stage typically wielded weapons forged from mundane iron. Only the comparatively affluent could afford low-tier spirit artifacts. Cultivators who achieved foundation establishment would proudly brandish a magical artifact, such a tool granting them stature among peers. A supreme-grade magical artifact, meanwhile, was treasured as a family heirloom. Beyond magical artifacts lay true artifacts, typically the domain of Golden Core elders. Each possessed apocalyptic power capable of reshaping realms. Fully mastering such an artifact demanded cultivation at the Golden Core's late stage, or even nascent soul level, requiring years of refinement to fuse it into one's body, enabling effortless size shifting at will. Higher still stood spirit treasures and heavenly spirit treasures, artifacts accessible only to sovereigns of the divine transformation or beyond. To the Dongshan archipelago, such beings and their treasures remained legend, utterly beyond reach. Thus, holding even a single true artifact placed him among the most formidable cultivators in the region. Logically speaking, Zhang Chen was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter how profound his spiritual power was, he could at most wield a top-grade magical artifact. To activate a true treasure would be akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer. Not only would it fail to harm others, but it would also likely crush him first. However, the heaven-shaking seal was different. It was a growth-type treasure and was currently in an embryonic state of second-tier top grade. This meant that its grade was precisely at the limit that Zhang Chen could barely control. It possessed the indestructible material of a treasure and the unpredictable wonders of divine abilities. Moreover, it didn't require the terrifying amount of spiritual power demanded by the Golden Core stage. Integrated offense and defense, and it can evolve as my cultivation increases. This is simply a tailor-made cheat for me. Zhang Chen lovingly caressed the seal, and a faint trace of purple-gold spiritual power emerged from his palm. The seal immediately emitted a dull humming sound, and a heavy pressure like a mountain briefly flashed through the study. The ancient books on the shelves trembled and fell off, a few of them. Putting away the heaven-shaking seal, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and then continued to focus on the glimmering golden card, second-tier top-grade skill inheritance card, crafting technique. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. The Wong family is still sharpening their knives, and I must prepare some surprises for our Jeang family's cultivators as well. With a thought, Zhang Chen gently tapped the card with his finger. Use. Buzz. The card transformed into a stream of golden light and instantly penetrated his forehead. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt as if a library had been forcibly stuffed into his mind. Endless information about or textures, flame temperatures, rune carvings, and material fusion ratios. An avalanche of information violently bombarded his spiritual sea. Hiss. Zhang Chen frowned, tightly pressing hard on his temples. The intense pressure felt as if his head was about to burst, causing him to involuntarily take a sharp breath. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, relying on his remarkably strong divine soul, which far exceeded that of ordinary individuals after foundation establishment. He gradually sorted and digested this vast memory. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes, the fatigue in his gaze vanishing in an instant. He looked down at his hands as if they had been tempered through countless trials of divine weapons. The path of crafting, which had once been obscure and difficult for him to comprehend, now appeared as simple and straightforward as eating or drinking. He could even instantly conjure up 7 or 8 plans to reforge the inkstone on the table into a magical artifact. Is this the foundation of a second-tier top-grade craftsman? Produced by the system, indeed domineering. Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly, but he did not rush to take action. Crafting relied not only on the knowledge in his mind, but also on exquisite control of the flames and the subtlety of divine sense. Especially when refining top-grade magical artifacts, intricate formations had to be inscribed within a very limited space. A slight fluctuation in divine sense could lead to a complete failure or even an explosion. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. Zhang Chen took out a jade slip from his bosom and pressed it against his forehead. This was the secret technique specializing in divine sense, heaven-shaking technique. This technique was extraordinarily domineering. It could not only temper divine sense to be as tough as steel, but also transform it into a sword that ignored physical defenses and directly slayed the enemy's soul. In this cultivation world where most focused only on spiritual power and neglected divine, since it was simply a devastating weapon of dimensionality reduction. Of course, the process of cultivating this technique was, as its name suggested, shaking the mind and causing immense pain. Zhang Chen sat cross-legged and, following the method in the jade slip, began to mobilize his divine sense. He visualized an invisible giant hammer in his spiritual sea, striking down fiercely at his own soul. As the first hammer fell, Zhang Chen's body shook violently and his face turned pale in an instant. The sensation was akin to someone jabbing a red-hot steel needle deep into his brain. He had to stir it around twice inside. This pain was directly felt in his soul, impossible to block or evade. Yet he remained silent, his forehead veins bulging, and he was drenched in sweat. Each strike was meant to purge the impurities within his soul, refining his divine sense to be more condensed and pure. For the Jeang family, for his wife and children, this bit of pain was trivial. Time passed quickly, and half a month had gone by. During this time, the door of the side courtyard remained tightly shut, with only Lin Qingxue coming in occasionally. No one dared to disturb him. This morning, the long-closed door finally opened. Zhang Chen stepped out. Though his complexion was slightly pale, his eyes shone with a frightening brightness. If a foundation establishment cultivator dared to meet his gaze at this moment, they would likely feel a piercing pain in their eyes, as if they were falling into an abyss. Heaven-shaking technique initiated. Although it was merely the initial stage, Zhang Chen's current divine sense strength and its refinement level were comparable to a peak foundation establishment cultivator. It was more than sufficient for controlling the furnace flames for crafting. It's time to splurge a bit. Zhang Chen adjusted his robe and headed straight toward the family treasury. At that moment, Zhang Yuntao, who was responsible for guarding the treasury, was seated in a recliner, holding a ledger with a furrowed brow. Recently, the family's expenses had been excessively high, with pills being dispensed like water. Although their strength had increased, their financial foundation was rapidly depleting. "Third uncle, are you busy?" Zhang Chen's voice echoed. Zhang Yuntao looked up, and seeing Zhang Chen, quickly stood up. "Young master, you've come out of seclusion. Is it because we don't have enough pills?" "There are still plenty of pills." Zhang Chen waved his hand, smiling as he reached the treasury door, pointing to the thick black iron door inside. "Open that for me, I want to pick a few items." Zhang Yintao's heart sank. Behind that door lay the true wealth accumulated by the Jeang family over centuries. Every piece of, or every spiritual material was snatched back from secret realms or sea beasts by their ancestors with great effort. Young master, what do you intend to take?" Zhang Yintao stammered. "It's nothing much, just some refined black iron, purple, gold, copper, cold soul stone." "Oh right, the star pattern meteorite we got from the auction is still here, right? Bring that out too." Hearing this string of names, Zhang Yuntao's face twitched. These were all primary materials for refining top-grade magical artifacts, or even spirit artifacts. Normally, even when crafting a superior magical artifact, they would only dare to mix in a little powder. "Young master," Zhang Yuntao said with a bitter face, trying to dissuade him. "These things are the lifeblood of our Jeang family. Without a high-tier craftsman, we simply cannot refine them. Even if we hire a master from outside, they would take 30% as a fee. No need to hire anyone." Zhang Chen waved his hand, directly interrupting his third uncle's ramble. "The master is right here." "Huh? Where?" Zhang Yuntao looked around. Zhang Chen pointed to his own nose. "Far in the sky, close at hand." Zhang Yuntao's mouth dropped open. He stared at his young master as if he were an idiot. But the craft of forging and refining required decades of experience beside the furnace. When did the young master learn this? In his dreams. "Uncle Third, trust me." And Zhang Chen offered no further explanation. He simply withdrew the patriarch's token from his robes and commanded, "Open the gate." And to behold the token was to behold the patriarch himself. Though Zhang Yunwu trembled with anguish, he dared not disobey. Sighing helplessly, he tremblingly unlocked the long-sealed treasury door. And half a shurchen later, Zhang Chen emerged deeply satisfied, his storage pouch swollen and heavy. He left behind Elder 3 staring blankly at the shelves, now half empty, tears welling in his eyes. And profligate wastrel. This family truly has abandoned all sense of thrift. And leaning against the doorframe, Elder 3 felt his blood pressure surge. Back at Winda Peak, Zhang Chen headed straight for the underground magma chamber in the rear mountains, a forge chamber fueled by subterranean volcanic fire reserved exclusively for the clan's artifact forgers and alchemists. He selected Jia-class forge chamber, the one blazing with the fiercest flames, and activated its isolation formation, barring all visitors. "Huh. And standing before the colossal forge furnace, he felt the scorching wave of heat wash over him, not as discomfort, but as something else entirely. Instead, a fierce, exhilarating rush surged through his veins. With a flick of his sleeve, dozens of rare ores clattered onto the floor. "And rise." Zhang Chen uttered a low command and sealed his hands into a complex mudra. Instantly, the crimson magma flame within the chamber leapt 3 qi higher. Yet it was still insufficient, so he lightly snapped his fingers. A thread of violet gold Qingxue thunderfire wove itself into the blaze. And boom! In the once crimson fire transformed into an eerie violet red, its temperature surging several-fold in an instant. Even the hardest ore, starry vein meteoric iron, began softening the moment it touched the furnace, impurities vaporizing into wisps of azure smoke. Such was the overwhelming dominance of the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment flame. Zhang Chen settled into lotus position, his divine sense spreading outward in full force. He was about to attempt something wildly audacious, to simultaneously refine artifacts while honing the Hanzhen art through this exquisitely demanding dual focus. It was like dancing upon a razor's edge. One misstep would mean shattered divine sense, a catastrophic furnace explosion, and ruined materials. Yet Zhang Chen's eyes blazed with feverish intensity. Melt, now! Ni's divine sense fragmented into countless invisible chisels, plunging deep into the heart of the furnace flame. Under the searing heat, each filament of his divine sense quivered, but he forced control, meticulously excising every microscopic impurity from the molten ore. Agony, and the sensation of his very soul roasting on open flame, drenched him in sweat, soaking his robes completely. Yet this torment yielded a reward. The molten alloy achieved near-perfect purity. Not enough. Again, in biting his tongue, he spat a mouthful of vital blood, forcibly amplifying his mental acuity. As time passed, the chamber's heat intensified relentlessly. Zhang Chen himself glistened, drenched as if pulled from water. Yet within his divine perception, the molten alloy was no longer inert matter. It had become a living embryo. He could see the precise arrangement of every infinitesimal particle within it. He could shape it at will into any form imaginable. In solidify, Nat Zhang Chen's thunderous shout, the furnace flame violently contracted. A flying sword 3 qi in length slowly took shape within the fire, its surface shimmering with a deep violet luster. Engrave the arrays. And this step was the most perilous of all. Zhang Chen's divine sense darted like a hummingbird among blossoms, racing across the still molten blade surface. Thunder patterns, wind patterns, spirit-gathering patterns. Nietzsche's second-tier supreme formation array of staggering complexity. Within mere breaths, he forcibly imprinted them deep into the blade's core. SSSS. And the sword vibrated fiercely, emitting clear, resonant chimes, as if resisting, yet also rejoicing. Complete. Zhang Chen slammed his palm hard against the furnace cauldron. Clang. Violet beam shot skyward, striking the protective formation atop the forge chamber. Ripples cascaded across its surface. The sword hovered midair, tiny serpentine lightning coiling along its length, its razor-sharp aura so potent that from afar it cleanly severed a strand of Zhang Chen's falling hair. Zhang Chen beckoned with his hand. The sword obediently settled into his palm. 9 seamless thunder patterns graced its spine, its edge gleamed with bone-chilling coldness, radiating an aura of ruthless, lethal intent. Second-tier supreme artifact, Thunderclap Sword. He plucked the blade lightly, savoring its crystalline resonance, a look of deep satisfaction crossing his face. The blueprint granted by the system is truly exceptional. Its quality is such that even the protective spirit light of a Foundation establishment cultivator at the late stage would shatter beneath a single strike. And moreover, beyond sheer quality, these artifacts could accumulate energy to unleash a devastating thunderfire technique, immensely powerful indeed. Even a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator struck by such a blow would be crippled, if not slain outright. It was without question a true weapon of annihilation. With this first success, Zhang Chen's confidence soared. Yet he remained unsatisfied. For the impending 10-person team battle, solo combat was the inferior strategy. True supremacy lay in synergy. What I shall forge is not merely supreme artifacts, but a complete set. Nina's mind unfolded a special blueprint from the Balian Shinji to the 7-star Thunderfire armor and the mother-child linked blades. These were more than mere defensive or offensive artifacts. They bore mutually resonant miniature teleportation arrays. Once worn by all 10 members, they would enable shared spiritual energy and synchronized offense and defense. They could even converge the full power of 10 cultivators in an instant, delivering a combined strike rivaling that of a golden core expert. If the Wong clan believes our only advancement lies in cultivation strength alone, their demise will be swift and brutal. In the days that followed, Zhang Chen became an inexhaustible forging machine. The forge chamber's door remained sealed, never opening again. When hunger struck, he swallowed a pill of abstinence. When fatigue mounted, he consumed a supreme recovery pill. Under this relentless cost-object exertion, supreme artifacts, one after another radiant with auspicious light, poured forth from the furnace like a river. Violet gold battle armor, luminous flying swords, inscrutable hidden weapons, unbreakable shields. Each would ignite frenzied bidding wars among Foundation establishment cultivators at any auction house. And amid this ceaseless forging, Zhang Chen's Hansen art advanced at a breathtaking pace. That intoxicating thrill, dancing repeatedly on the knife edge of extremity, had forged his divine sense into something terrifyingly resilient. He could now project 10 distinct threads of divine sense, simultaneously performing micro-adjustments on 10 separate artifacts. Time slipped quietly away, measured only by the rhythmic clang of hammer on metal. Beyond the forge chamber, cicadas began their summer chorus. The Jeang clan elders who had first waited anxiously gradually grew numb, and finally expectant. For every few days brought another surge of auspicious energy, a sign of yet another artifact's birth. So frequent were these fluctuations that some elders half-joked the forge chamber had become a wholesale market for supreme artifacts. Less than 1 month remained until the life-or-death arena duel with the Wong clan. On this day, the forge chamber's door, sealed for nearly a month, slowly creaked open at last. A wave of searing heat rolled forth. From the shadows emerged Zhang Chen, his once pristine white robes now tattered and blackened by smoke and flame. A thick stubble covered his jaw, his hair was unkempt and wild. He looked quite frankly like a beggar, yet his spirit burned with incandescent fervor. In the next moment, Zhang Chen saw his third uncle Zhang Yuntao looking at him with eager anticipation. With that, he casually tossed a storage bag and said lightly, "Uncle, I have fulfilled my promise." Zhang Yuntao fumbled to catch the storage bag, scanning its contents with his divine sense. The next second, this golden core cultivator, accustomed to facing great storms, nearly collapsed in surprise. His legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel before the young master. This. Inside the storage bag, 10 complete sets of exquisite armor were neatly arranged. Each set emanated a suffocating aura of spiritual pressure. Just looking at them could make one feel an overwhelming sense of killing intent. With these, Zhang Chen smiled gently. If our Jeang family cannot win this battle, then we deserve to be exterminated. Uncle, let's gather the clansmen who are about to fight for our Jeang family. It's time for them to change their gear. In the Jeang family assembly hall, 10 clan members stood in a line at the center. Among them were young elites from the collateral branches of the Jeang family, as well as several middle-aged stewards who had devoted half their lives to the family. Despite their age differences, the determination in their eyes was the same. They all knew that this journey would be one of life and death. The outlaws recruited by the Wong family had blood on their hands, yet none of them showed any signs of regret. Is everyone here? Zhang Chen slowly walked out from the back hall holding nothing but a dusty storage bag. He was not wearing the signature robes of the young master, but had changed into a neat training outfit. Although it was a bit unkempt, his eyes shone brightly, making it difficult to look directly at him. Young master, everyone is here. The leading man, named Zhang Tieshan, was a steward from the collateral branch with Midstage Foundation establishment cultivation, and he was the captain of this team. May I ask why the young master has summoned us? Seeing this, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and tossed the storage bag over, saying, "Open it and see. These are battle gifts prepared by the family for you." Zhang Tieshan was momentarily stunned and instinctively probed with his divine sense. The next second, this tough man trembled, nearly dropping the storage bag. "What's wrong, Tieshan?" questioned a clan member nearby. Zhang Tieshan remained silent, trembling as he pulled out a suit of armor from the storage bag. This was no ordinary metal armor. The armor was a deep purple hue with a faint layer of lightning flickering across its surface. The armor pieces were crafted to resemble dragon scales, tightly interlocking with each other. As soon as it was removed, a suffocating aura of spiritual pressure instantly swept across the entire hall. "This is a second-tier exquisite armor," someone gasped in surprise. But that was not all. One by one, Zhang Tieshan pulled out gleaming flying swords, shields engraved with runes, and even sets of concealed weapons. They were laid out before everyone. A total of 10 complete sets. Each set was fully armed to the teeth, and their auras were synchronized. Clearly, they were crafted by the same master. This armor is called the 7-star Thunderfire armor. It can not only withstand the full-force attacks of peak Foundation establishment cultivators, but also inscribes a spirit-gathering array that can continuously restore your spiritual energy. As for that weapon, it's called the Motherchild Chainblade, containing both lightning and fire attributes, specifically designed to break through protective spiritual light. And that sword can gather lightning and fire energy to unleash powerful attacks. For a moment, there was a deathly silence. The hall was engulfed in stillness. Everyone's eyes widened, and their breathing became heavy. They had originally thought that the family providing a single high-grade artifact for each person would be the limit. But now the young master had directly presented 10 sets of exquisite gear. With these items, not to mention the Wong family's outlaws, even when facing 10 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, they would dare to confront them heat-in. Young master. Zhang Taizhan suddenly knelt on one knee. This kindness Taizhan can never repay. In this battle, we will definitely win. We will win. We will win. The other 9 also knelt down in unison, their voices booming like thunder. Enough, no need to kneel. Zhang Chen waved his hand with a smile on his face. I've given you the equipment, so for the next 2 days, don't do anything else, just practice with these artifacts in the training arena. Understood. The crowd clutched their gear, treating it as a treasure, rushing towards the training arena, their excitement palpable. They could hardly wait to find someone to spar with. After sending off this group of hot-blooded individuals, only Zhang Chen and a few others, including Zhang Yunshan, remained in the hall. Chainer, we have the equipment, but... Zhang Yunshan looked at the departing figures, his brow still furrowed. Inside, the gap in hard power is still too great. The Wong family would surely deploy their entire peak foundation establishment lineup, and there might even be experts at the great perfection level. Among these 10 people, only 3 are at the peak stage while the rest are mostly mid-stage. Although the artifacts are good, cultivation level is fundamental. It's like a child wielding a legendary sword, yet he might not defeat a strong man with a wooden stick. Father, I understand your concerns. Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously, but there's no need to worry. Just leave everything to me. Zhang Yunshan, seeing Zhang Chen's confident demeanor, fell silent. For a moment, he had nothing more to say. Everything was unspoken. The night was dark as ink, and the sea breeze carried a chill, blowing through the corridor and flickering the lanterns. Zhang Chen sat alone in the master's chair of the study. In front of him were 5 cards emitting a faint golden glow, neatly arranged. These were the cultivation improvement cards rewarded by the system earlier. Good steel should be used on the blade. Zhang Chen's gaze swept over a list spread out on the table. This was the final selection he had determined after careful consideration over the past few days. Among the 10 people on the battle list, 5 were original elders of the family at peak foundation establishment. The remaining 5, including the fiery Zhang Tieshan, were all stuck at mid-stage foundation establishment. In this brutal cultivation world, even a small gap in realms often meant the difference between life and death. If they faced the Wong family's outlaws with the current lineup, these 5 could very well become the breakthrough point for the enemy to tear through their defenses. If we want to win, there can be no weaknesses. Zhang Chen no longer hesitated, lightly circling the 5 names with his fingertip. System used the cultivation improvement cards on Zhang Tieshan, Zhang, Hu Zhang Dazhou, and the other 2. As his thoughts moved, the 5 golden cards in his hand instantly transformed into sparkling starlight, like fireflies melting into the air, passing through the walls. In a simple, quiet room within the Zhang family's courtyard, Zhang Tieshan, one of the expedition members, did not take a rest. This man with dark skin and bare upper body repeatedly polished the 7 stars Thunderfire armor bestowed by the young master under the dim candlelight. There are still half a month left. Zhang Taizhan paused his actions, gazing at the menacing thunder patterns on the armor, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. He had been stuck at the mid-foundation establishment stage for a full decade. This bottleneck felt like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how many pills he consumed or how tirelessly he practiced day and night, that layer of paper could not be broken. As he faced the Wong family this time, although he claimed to be unafraid of death, he feared that his lack of strength would hold back his family. More than that, he feared letting down the heavy trust of the young master. If only I could break through. Even if it cost me 10 years of lifespan, I would be willing. Zhang Taizhan slammed his thigh hard, producing a muffled sound. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A stream of warmth unknown in origin surged deep within his dantian. This power was gentle and rich, yet vast like the ocean. In an instant, it filled his limbs and bones. What is this? Zhang Taizhan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not been cultivating nor consuming any pills, yet this stream of spiritual power poured into him, as if from thin air, requiring no refinement. The warm flow surged through his meridians, and the once unbreakable bottleneck crumbled in the face of this power, like a sandcastle meeting a wave. Boom! A muffled sound exploded within him. His momentum soared. The candlelight in the quiet room flickered wildly, nearly extinguishing. Zhang Taizhan stared blankly at his hands, clenching his fists with force. The air echoed with explosive sounds, a powerful sense of control belonging to the late foundation establishment stage. It felt so real that it made him want to cry. Did I break through? This sensation was too surreal, as if the heavens had played a great joke on him. A similar scene unfolded that night within the Jeang family courtyard. It happened 5 times in succession. Those 5 family members who had been worrying about their insufficient strength and dragging the family down. All at the same time, they crossed the long-standing threshold. Unlike the joy on Zhang family's side hundreds of miles away at the Wong family's stronghold on Black Reef Island, it was shrouded in a suffocating cold atmosphere. In the underground chamber of the Wong family's conference hall, the decor was extremely luxurious, with luminous night pearls embedded in the walls and thick beast skins spread across the floor. However, at this moment, even the usually imperious Wong Lai could only bow low, standing humbly at the lower position. Beside him stood Wong Tung, whose face was filled with fervor and excitement. On the tiger skin throne, however, there was no member of the Wong family seated. Instead, a middle-aged man in a white robe took the seat. The man in white had a fair complexion, appearing somewhat refined, but his narrow, cold eyes seemed to flicker with green, ghostly flames occasionally. He played with two beads made from human skulls. This man was none other than Li Wuji, an outer elder of the demonic sect, Yinluo sect. Elder Li, it is indeed the Wong family's fortune to have you personally come to our little East Mountain Islands. It truly brings glory to our humble abode. Wong Lai bent over, his face filled with flattering smiles. There was not a trace of the usual arrogance of the madman Wong. Li Wuji didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice sharp and cold. No more nonsense. I have come for the matter of that secret realm. The higher-ups are very concerned about this and do not wish for any mishaps. Yes. Wong Lai nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Elder. The Wong family is fully prepared this time. The Jeang family is already like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't last long. If it were truly as easy as you say, would we need to seek help from the sect? Li Wuji snorted coldly, stopping the beads in his hand, producing a crisp sound. Wong Lai laughed awkwardly. This isn't it for the sake of ensuring nothing goes wrong. After all, the Zhang family has some foundation, especially that old ghost Zhang Chen, who has been rumored to have had a recent resurgence of vitality. Enough. Li Wuji waved his hand impatiently, pointing to the shadow behind him. This time, I have brought 2 personal disciples to assist you. As his words fell, the shadows stirred. 2 figures wrapped in black robes emerged, revealing only their vicious eyes. Their aura was extremely obscure, carrying a strong scent of blood. Yet their cultivation had genuinely reached the late Foundation establishment peak. They were just a step away from the fake Dan realm. These are Shueisha and Guling. Li Wuji said faintly. They practice the secret killing techniques of my Yinluo sect, and among their peers few can rival them. For this arena competition, let them replace your 2 useless spots. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Wang Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. These 2 clearly were formidable characters, their killing intent heavier than any loose cultivators he had seen. With these 2 killing gods joining them, wouldn't the Zhang family be easily dispatched like cutting vegetables? Additionally, Li Wuji flipped his wrist, revealing a black jade bottle in his palm. He casually tossed it, and the bottle landed steadily in Wong Lai's hand. Inside are 8 burning blood demonic pills. Give them to the other 8 participants in the arena competition. Wong Lai uncorked the bottle, and a pungent sweet smell instantly filled the air. Just from a single whiff, he felt as if the blood within him was boiling and his heartbeat accelerated. This pill can exhaust a cultivator's vitality and potential in a short time, causing their combat power to surge by 50% or even double within half an hour. Of course, there are some side effects. After the effect wears off, at best the meridians will be damaged and cultivation will regress. At worst, the essence blood will be exhausted, leading to immediate death. Wong Lai's hand trembled slightly. This was a matter of life and death. This was not a pill, but a death warrant. Yet he hesitated only for a moment. The fierceness in his eyes overshadowed that brief moment of compassion. The lives of those men meant nothing in the face of the Wong family's grand ambition. As long as they could win this arena, swallowing the Zhang family's spiritual vein, the Wong family could truly rise. Even if a few lives were lost, it was worth it. A good pill. Wong Lai capped the bottle, his eyes filled with fierce light. With this pill plus the assistance of the 2 esteemed disciples, this arena competition is sure to result in the Zhang family's demise. Li Wuji looked at the greedy and ruthless appearance of this father and son, nodding in satisfaction. This was the kind of dog the demonic path favored. Greedy enough, ruthless enough. Time flowed like sand, slipping through fingers, quietly passing amidst the anticipation and unease of countless people. Finally, the day that would determine the future pattern of the East Mountain Islands arrived. On this day, the heavens were not kind. Dark clouds hung low over the sea, as if leaden weights pressed down upon the sky. The fierce wind stirred up towering waves, crashing against the reefs and producing a dull sound. In the Zhang family courtyard, Zhang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing the wild winds to ruffle his robes as they billowed loudly. His calm gaze gazed into the distance where the venue for the upcoming arena competition lay, Sunset Island at the heart of the archipelago. It was a desolate island known for its naturally formed enormous flatland resembling an arena. Hence it had been chosen as the site for the life and death arena. Husband, Lin Qingxue approached him from behind today. She had changed out of her gentle long dress and donned royal attire. Is Dao Yan and those two little ones settled? Zhang Chen did not turn around, but softly asked, They are with mother. Lin Qingxue nodded, her voice gentle. That's good. Qingxue, let's go. After saying this, Zhang Chen turned around and saw that the courtyard was already filled with assembled people. Even the old-established Golden Core families would have to weigh their options upon seeing such a well-organized formation. Let's set off. Zhang Yunshan and Zhang Yunhai, upon seeing Zhang Chen arrive, did not utter any grandiose proclamations, but simply waved their hands lightly. At this moment, Sunset Island was already crowded with people. Although it was a life-and-death arena, such a large-scale family conflict was indeed a rare spectacle in the cultivation world. Virtually all the notable forces of the Eastern Mountain Archipelago were present. The 5 major foundation establishment families, dozens of small cultivation families, and countless loose cultivators flocking like sharks smelling blood. They anchored their flying boats around the island or occupied high ground, each stretching their necks like spectators waiting for a feast. And in the center of the island was an enormous arena. On the open ground beneath the arena, countless makeshift betting stalls had already opened. Come. Bet wisely. Wong family wins 1 pays 1.1. Jeang family wins 1 pays 10. This odds makes it seem like the Jeang family is already dead. A loose cultivator clicked his tongue and shook his head, saying, There's no way out. Who told the Jeang family to be so disappointing? I heard that the Wong family has invested heavily this time, with several fierce characters among the guest cultivators they hired. In contrast, the Jeang family. TSK. Voices of discussion arose from the crowd, almost unanimously predicting the downfall of the Jeang family. Even some old-timers who remembered the Jeang family's past could only sigh at this moment. Silently, they pulled out a few spirit stones and placed their bets on the Wong family. Friendship is one thing, but spirit stones belong to oneself. They've arrived. The Wong family is here. A shout rang out, and the entire arena fell silent. From the northern horizon, a dark cloud loomed ominously. It was dozens of black-scaled eagles. Each eagle bore a dozen Wong family cultivators on its back. At the forefront atop the largest eagle was Wong Lai, the head of the Wong family, dressed in a black long robe. Beside him were several Golden Core cultivators from the Wong family, each radiating confidence and arrogance. Following them were 10 participating Foundation Establishment cultivators, along with the Foundation Establishment elders and deacons from the Wong family. Each stood tall and proud, especially the 2 black-robed figures standing behind Wong Lai, though they spoke not a word. Their cold snake-like aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Hiss! This lineup is terrifying, someone exclaimed. Who are those 2? I've never seen them before. Their aura seems close to that of a fake Golden Core, right? The crowd collectively gasped, their gaze towards the southern sea growing more pitying. The Wong family members landed on one side of the arena. Immediately someone brought chairs and tea. Wong Tung sat down with a swagger, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on the empty southern sea, coldly sneering. Where are the Zhang family members? They wouldn't be too scared to come, would they? If they really don't dare show up, they should just admit defeat and hand over their spirit vein. We might even leave them a pair of pants. A Wong family elder taunted loudly, provoking laughter from those nearby. Just then, from the southern horizon, several blue spirit boats sliced through the waves, approaching steadily. The spirit boats docked. Zhang Yunshan led the group down. Compared to the Wong family's ostentation that seemed to scream, I am strong, the Zhang family appeared somewhat too simple. Soon the Zhang family's blue spirit boat anchored steadily at the shore. Zhang Yunshan took the lead, stepping down the gangway with a steady stride. Behind him, the Zhang family's Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators streamed out in succession. Their expressions were stern, and although they did not deliberately unleash their pressure, the aura of coldness around them caused the previously rowdy onlookers to instinctively fall silent. Wong Lai stood on the opposite side of the arena, his gaze sweeping over the Zhang family members. Zhang Yunshan, I thought you had shrunk back into your shell again, planning to concede and save your life. Wong Lai smiled insincerely, cupping his hands with a tone that conveyed arrogance. What's this? Have you brought out all your little savings? Zhang Yunshan halted his steps, his expression calm, his tone steady. Master Wong is joking. The good show has just begun. How could the protagonist be absent? But you so eager to present your face for a beating? I've never seen such a request in my life. You. Wong Lai's expression darkened as he prepared to retaliate, but Wong Tung beside him stepped forward first. Zhang Yunshan, stop flaunting your verbal skills here. Since you've come, don't expect to leave completely intact. Especially your useless son, who only knows how to hide behind a woman's skirt. If he dares step onto the stage today, I will personally cripple him, making him experience the taste of a life worse than death. This harsh insult garnered frowns from many loose cultivators nearby, feeling that the Wong family's behavior was indeed too disgraceful. Zhang Chen had initially been quietly standing at the back of the crowd, but upon hearing this, he slowly raised his head. He looked at the grimacing Wong tongue. A disdainful expression crossed his face. No one noticed that in an instant a glint of brilliance flashed deep within Zhang Chen's eyes. Shockwave technique activate. In that moment, Zhang Chen's divine sense transformed into a sharp spike instantly spanning dozens of feet, fiercely piercing into Wong Tung's sea of consciousness. Oh! The previously arrogant and shouting Wong Ting suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his head tightly with both hands, his features contorting into a tangle. 2 streams of crimson blood gushed forth from his nose. The entire person seemed as if all the bones had been sucked out of him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground and began to roll in agony. Tengayer. This sudden turn of events startled Wong Lai. He swiftly moved to Wong Teng's side, reaching out to check his son's pulse. Aside from the violent agitation of his soul, there was no sign of any external injuries. Who is plotting against my son? Wong Lai immediately raised his head, his eyes scanning the surroundings as his golden core divine sense erupted without reservation, attempting to locate the hidden expert who had struck from the shadows. In his view, to silently and severely injure a late Foundation establishment cultivator's soul, one would at least need to be a late golden core cultivator or perhaps even an old nascent soul. The entire venue fell into a dead silence as everyone looked around, fearful that the mysterious master would target them next. However, Wong Lai's divine sense swept in circles, finding nothing but a group of trembling loose cultivators. He did not detect any unusual aura. As for Zhang Chen, in Wong Lai's perception, he was merely a fledgling cultivator who had barely established his foundation. His divine sense was pitifully weak, and he simply overlooked it. Master Wong, what has happened to your son? Zhang Chen stepped forward with a face of feigned surprise and asked with concern, could it be that he has done too many bad deeds and incurred heavenly punishment? Or is it that the sea breeze was too harsh, damaging his delicate mind? You little beast, do you dare curse my son? Although Wong Lai was filled with doubts, he looked at Zhang Chen's expression of schadenfreude. He wished he could slap him dead. Whether I cursed you or not, you know in your heart. Zhang Chen's smile vanished, his gaze suddenly turning. I see this is an arena, not your Wong family's garden. If you want to fight, then fight. If you are afraid, kneel and admit defeat now and take your useless son back. Perhaps you can still keep your life. Good. Very good. Wong Lai fed a calming pill to Wong Ting, seeing that his son no longer screamed in agony. However, his eyes still looked a bit dazed, so he had him taken down. He slowly stood up, killing intent radiating from him. Since you Jeang family are so eager to die, I shall fulfill your wish. He suddenly waved his hand, sending a storage ring flying towards the central adjudication platform. 3 million spirit stones along with a mining deed from my Wong family are all here. Zhang Yunshan, without wasting words, also threw out a storage ring. The 2 rings collided in midair above the adjudication platform. A flash of light signaled the opening of the restrictions. Countless spirit stones poured out like a waterfall, refracting dazzling light under the sun. In an instant, they formed a small mountain on the adjudication platform. The dense spiritual energy made everyone's breathing grow heavy. It was absolutely shocking. This was a grand gamble of 6 million spirit stones, enough to buy out the entire assets of several small sects. At the peak of this hill of spirit stones, 2 ancient scrolls quietly hovered. These scrolls represented the foundations of both families on Dongshan Islands, the spiritual vein contracts. The contract is formed, life and death are irrelevant. The notarizer, a golden core steward from the offshore merchant alliance, cast a deep glance at the heads of both families. He then struck a gigantic bronze gong. Ding! First match, who will go up? Wong Lai, with a darkened face, turned to look at the team behind him. A burly man with a face full of muscles stepped forward, carrying a giant axe the size of a door. This man's name was Li Meng, a guest cultivator recruited at great cost by the Wong family, possessing innate strength and late Foundation establishment cultivation. He was notorious in this area, with countless souls having perished under his axe. Rest assured, master, I will return soon. Li Meng let out a savage laugh, exerting force under his feet, and shot towards the arena like a cannonball, crashing down onto the stage with a loud bang. The ground shook violently. He slammed the giant axe down onto the ground, pointing at the Zhang family members and roaring, who will come to die? On the Zhang family's side, Zhang Chen's gaze brushed past the boisterous Li Meng. His divine sense swept over the remaining 9 individuals. When it swept over the 2 figures in black robes standing in the shadows behind Wong Lai, his brow involuntarily raised slightly. On the surface, these 2 appeared to have restrained auras quite ordinary. However, under his heavenly Tao Foundation level divine sense perception, he sensed a nauseating black energy surging within them. That was not spiritual energy, but pure demonic energy. Demon cultivators. Zhang Chen sneered coldly in his heart. The Wong family is indeed desperate, even daring to bring such rats into their home. Uncle Taizhan. Zhang Chen did not turn around, simply calling out lightly. Here. Zhang Tieshan, who had been unable to contain his battle intent, took a step forward, his purple armor gleaming ominously. In this first round, winning is allowed, losing is not. Zhang Chen looked at him, his tone calm. This big fool is strong, but not very bright. Do not clash with him. He didn't use the methods I taught you to outmaneuver him. Rest assured, young master, if I lose, you won't need to lift a finger. It'll twist my head off and use it as a ball to kick. Zhang Taizhan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He then leaped into the air and landed steadily on the arena. Compared to Li Meng's thunderous landing, Zhang Taizhan's descent appeared remarkably light. Hey, a fool has come to die. Li Meng sized up Zhang Taizhan with disdain in his eyes. You look quite human-like, but I wonder if this turtle shell can withstand a blow from my axe. So much nonsense. Whether it can withstand it, don't you just need to try and see. Zhang Taizhan drew the dual blades from his waist, spinning them in a floral pattern in his hands. Seeking death. Li Meng roared, his muscles bulging like rock as he raised the heavy axe that weighed 1,000 pounds. With a whistling wind, he swung the axe down at Zhang Taizhan's head. This axe was heavy and powerful. If it struck true, even a giant stone would be reduced to dust. Zhang Taizhan did not take the blow heat, instead shifting his steps and slipping to the side like an eel. Bang! The giant axe struck the empty space, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Before Li Meng could lift the axe, Zhang Taizhan's mother blade had already transformed into a beam of cold light, aiming directly for his throat. A mere trick. Li Meng reacted swiftly, using the axe handle for support to leap into the air and kick towards Zhang Taizhan's wrist. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as Zhang Taizhan retreated in response, but in that moment of retreat, the subblade in his left hand flew out. It drew a strange arc in the air, heading straight for Li Meng's back. Li Meng sensed the killing intent behind him and had to forcibly twist his body. The subblade skimmed past his ribs, though it did not strike a vital spot. It did slice through his protective spiritual light. It left behind a blood mark on his waist. Damn! Seeing blood, Li Meng immediately flew into a rage. He no longer held back, pouring all his spiritual energy into the giant axe. In an instant, the axe shadows filled the arena, pressing down on Zhang Taizhan like a torrential storm. Although Zhang Taizhan was agile, he had to lift his shield and endure several blows. Clang! 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 The dull sounds of impact echoed continuously. With each strike, Zhang Taizhan had to retreat several steps. Yet the set of 7 stars Thunderfire armor he wore displayed astonishing defensive power. The faint purple lightning shield, though shaking under the giant axe's assault, remained unbroken. It stood resilient and unyielding. Why is this shell so impenetrable? Is this truly a Tier 2 defensive armor? Wong, watching from the stands, furrowed his brows. He had assumed Li Meng, a brute force combatant, would overwhelm his opponent with sheer strength, cleaving the Jeang family's representative in two with just a few axe strikes. He never expected the very first match to stall into a deadlock. On the arena platform, Li Meng himself grew increasingly alarmed with every blow he struck. He no longer felt as though he were hacking at a human, but rather at an unbreakable ingot of refined iron. Each recoil from the colossal axe sent jolts of numbing force up his arms, splitting his palms open. Meanwhile, his spiritual energy bled away rapidly under such relentless explosive exertion. In stark contrast, Zhang Taizhan, though constantly evading and defending, breathed with calm, measured depth. His paired Bladian dagger set coiled like a venomous serpent, striking unexpectedly with chilling precision. If this dragged on, he would be worn down to death. No, I must end this now. A flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Li Meng's eyes as he retreated momentarily after a violent clash. In that split second, he snatched a crimson pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. Blood-kindling demon pill. Boom. The instant the pill dissolved in his gut, his already massive frame swelled further. Muscles surging, tendons knotting. His skin flushed, deep crimson veins erupting across his body like writhing earthworms. His eyes blazed blood red, a feral bestial roar tore from his throat. Die for me. This time his speed and strength surged, more than doubling in an instant. Even the great axe in his hands ignited with a seething scarlet flame. He took a single thunderous step, and the arena trembled beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhang Tieshan's axe, sweeping sideways with a shriek of torn air. Too fast. Zhang Taizhan had no time to evade. He raised his shield before his chest and activated every defensive formation embedded within his battle armor. Crash! A deafening detonation echoed like thunder bursting from solid ground. Zhang Taizhan was hurled backward, shield and body alike, slamming hard against the arena's protective barrier before crashing onto the floor. Ugh! Zhang Taizhan spat a mouthful of blood. A hairline fracture now marred his shield's surface. Had it not been for his peerless battle armor, that single strike would have pulverized his internal organs. Come on, fight me again. Why run now? Li Meng roared with manic laughter, dragging his axe forward step by step. Among the Jeang clan spectators, gasps erupted. Zhang Yunshan's fingers clenched white-knuckled around his armrest. Resorting to pills. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold, disdainful smile flickered across his lips. Such demonic elixirs drain life force itself. Powerful, yes, but fleeting as a single shiver. On the arena platform, Zhang Taizhan staggered upright, wiping blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He gazed at Li Meng, advancing relentlessly, radiating overwhelming momentum. Yet fear did not flicker in his eyes. Just as Li Meng raised his axe, once more preparing to strike again, Zhang Taizhan moved, not to defend nor to flee. Instead, he charged headlong straight into the descending axe. Suicidal fool. Li Meng exulted, pouring even greater force into his swing. At the very instant the axe's edge neared Zhang Tieshan's skull, his figure blurred, not through teleportation, but by detonating the thunder shadow formation woven into his battle armor. His speed reached its absolute apex. Whoosh. He became a violet afterimage, skimming low across the ground, sliding beneath the axe's arc and slipping like smoke into Li Meng's guard. What a... Li Meng recoiled in shock, too late to counter. His hulking frame and heavy weapon, once advantages, now shackled him like anchors. Thunk. A sickening muffled sound. The mother blade sank deep into Li Meng's lower abdomen. Zhang Taizhan did not withdraw it. Instead, he channeled spiritual energy into its core, igniting the lightning Ganfire formation etched into the blade's structure. Explode. Boom. A violent burst of violet-purple fire erupted from Li Meng's gut. The agony was unbearable, even for Li Meng, raging in berserk fury. He screamed, his colossal axe flying from his grasp. But it was not over. Zhang Taizhan released. The mother blade pivoted behind Li Meng, and the sun blade, already spinning midair, answered his will, spiraling inward to pierce Li Meng's nape. Blood geysered forth. Li Meng's massive frame stiffened, then choked out a ragged guttural rattle. His bloodshot eyes burned with disbelief, raw and uncomprehending. Then, like a puppet with its strings severed, he collapsed. Silence swallowed the arena. Only the sea wind howled. All eyes widened, fixed upon the Jeang clansman, drenched in blood, yet standing unbowed upon the dais. Had he won? That Jeang cultivator, who had seemed utterly overwhelmed, had reversed certain defeat, slaying even a pill-fueled Li Meng in his moment of peak ferocity. We won. We've won. After a breathless pause, the Jeang side erupted in thunderous jubilation. Zhang Taizhan retrieved both blades and his shield, then turned toward Zhang Chen's position, and flashed a grim, triumphant grin. Though battered and bloody, the smile brimmed with fierce pride. Worthless trash. Damn it. From the Wong family's viewing platform, Wong Lai watched the spectacle and smashed his teacup to shards in fury. He had never imagined Li Meng, already at Foundation Establishment latestage, could lose so humiliatingly even after consuming a forbidden elixir. Clan Lord, these incompetents are useless. A golden core elder of the Wong family leaned close, voice lowered to a whisper. His gaze remained locked on Wong Lai, whose face had darkened to storm black. Send them in. I refuse to believe the Zhangs still hold any trump cards capable of stopping them. Wong Lai drew a slow, icy breath, his gaze sweeping the arena, cold, calculating, before settling on Zhang Tieshan, who was descending the platform with quiet dignity. Go. At Wong Lai's command, one of the two figures cloaked in shadow stepped forward. He walked slowly, no dazzling surge of spiritual energy, no thunderous footfalls. Yet with each step the air thickened viscous as tar. A cloying coppery sweet stench seeped outward, sickening, suffocating. Who is this? When did the Wongs acquire such a figure? Scattered cultivators murmured among themselves. Those nearest the arena pulled their robes tighter, chilled to the marrow by an unnatural creeping cold. Second match, Zhang Clan Zhang Song. Zhang Yunshan studied the black-robed figure, brow slightly furrowed, then selected the most composed elder from his clan, an elder renowned for unwavering discipline. Zhang Song, also at Foundation Establishment late stage, oversaw clan justice. His cultivation was profound, his spirit unshakable, ideal for confronting an opponent whose methods defied convention. Be cautious. Zhang Chen murmured softly behind him. There's something unnatural about him. Do not let his spiritual energy touch you. Zhang Song nodded, gripping his newly forged, purple lightning pure frost sword, and strode resolutely onto the arena. They faced each other. Sea winds tugged at their sleeves. The black-robed figure slowly lifted his head, his wide hood receding to reveal a pallid, bloodless countenance. Only his eyes betrayed life, sclerae vast and milky pupils unervingly small, gazing with a stillness that froze the soul. The figure in the black robe, let out a strange laugh from his throat with no apparent movement. His hands suddenly shot out from the sleeves. A pair of hands grasped at the air, and two dark red mists instantly coalesced in his palms. They then transformed into two ferocious blood pythons roaring as they lunged towards Zhang Song. Playing tricks, Zhang Song snorted coldly, shaking his long sword, which instantly erupted with purple lightning slashing forth as the sword energy rumbled like a bolt of thunder, aiming directly for the blood python's vital spots. Puff, puff. The sword energy struck the blood pythons, yet there was no sound of metal clashing, but was as if it had struck a pile of rotten flesh. It made a dull sound. The blood pythons were severed but did not dissipate. Instead, they exploded into a sky full of blood mist resembling a festering wound. It rushed towards Zhang Song. Not good. Zhang Song's expression changed. He could sense the strong corrosiveness within the blood mist. If it touched him, it would likely eat away both skin and flesh. He decisively activated the 7-star Thunder Fire armor on his body. Buzz. The purple spiritual energy shield instantly expanded, blocking the overwhelming blood mist outside. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The blood mist touched the shield and emitted a sizzling sound like hot oil splashed onto ice. The originally radiant supreme armor began to dim at a visible rate. The surface of the shield showed dark spots that resembled mold. This is demonic power. A knowledgeable cultivator in the audience exclaimed, it can corrupt the spiritual nature of artifacts. This is definitely not a righteous technique. Wong, seated on the high platform, changed his expression slightly upon hearing this, but quickly returned to his sinister demeanor, sneering, as long as we can win, who cares what technique it is? The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. On the arena, Zhang Song was now embroiled in a bitter battle. The black-robed man employed extremely despicable tactics, avoiding direct confrontation with Zhang Song and continually releasing this bizarre blood mist. He manipulated the surrounding blood evil energy, constantly compressing Zhang Song's space for movement. Although Zhang Song wielded a supreme artifact under such pervasive corrosion, he gradually felt his spiritual energy becoming sluggish, and the swings of his long sword became slower. Hee, old man, your turtle shell is about to break. The black-robed man cackled, weaving through the blood mist, occasionally extending a claw. He left a scratch on Zhang Song's shield. That old man from the Jeang family is going to lose. This Wong family's guest elder is too sinister. That blood mist is simply unstoppable. The onlookers shook their heads, believing that Zhang Song's defeat was merely a matter of time. Even the Jeang clan members had their hearts in their throats at this moment. Each of them was sweating profusely. Only Zhang Chen stood there with a calm expression. Almost there. Zhang Chen quietly remarked, observing the purple figure on the arena that was nearly entirely engulfed in blood mist. On the arena, Zhang Song looked at the approaching withered claw and the wavering shield. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Since you want to suck my blood, then let me give you enough. Zhang Song suddenly halted, no longer dodging, but instead withdrew part of his defensive spiritual energy, allowing the black-robed man's withered claw to reach for his heart. Looking for death. The black-robed man was overjoyed, his eyes glowing red as black energy coiled around his palm, targeting Zhang Song's heart. Just as the withered claw was about to touch the collar of his robe, Zhang Song suddenly placed the purple lightning clear frost sword horizontally across his chest, his left hand forming a blade, pressing heavily on an inconspicuous dark red rune on the spine of the sword. Explode. A roar erupted from this usually calm elder. Buzz. In that instant, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. A terrifying wave of energy burst forth violently from the long sword. It was not ordinary spiritual fire, nor was it common lightning. It was a remnant force of the heavenly tribulation that Zhang Chen had captured during his foundation establishment, fused with his own Qian thunder fire, a destructive power sealed within the artifact. Extremely firm and extremely young, specifically meant to break evil spirits. Boom! A blinding purple golden beam shot up into the sky, centered around Zhang Song. The endless blood mist under the impact of this pure yang power could not even emit a cry of anguish before it melted away completely, like snow meeting hot water. Ah! What kind of fire is this? The black-robed man screamed in horror. His hand, upon touching the purple golden light, instantly vaporized. Immediately after, the flames spread, engulfing his entire body in an instant. The demonic protective power on his body crumbled before this lightning fire, infused with the will of the heavenly path, as if it were nothing. No. In the horrified gaze of thousands, the black-robed man struggled madly in the flames. His black robe turned to ashes in an instant, revealing a body as thin as a skeleton. On that body, densely packed, peculiar tattoos exploded under the burning of the lightning fire. They spewed forth thick, foul-smelling black smoke. Only 2 breaths later, the screams abruptly ceased. The flames dissipated. On the arena, Zhang Song stood leaning on his sword, though his hair and beard were slightly scorched, and his breath was somewhat chaotic. But he remained completely unharmed. And opposite him, where was the shadow of the black-robed man? All that remained was a pool of thick black liquid exuding a nauseating stench, still emitting black smoke. Silence, an overwhelming silence. Everyone gaped, staring blankly at the pool of black water on the arena. If Zhang Taihan's previous victory was narrow, then this one was nothing short of a crushing victory. Demon cultivator. Someone trembled and shouted as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake. That is the corpse water of a demon cultivator after death. It cannot be wrong. I have seen it in ancient texts. Heavens, the Wong family has actually colluded with the demonic path. This is a major taboo in the cultivation world. Has the Wong family gone mad? A wave of uproar instantly swept across the entire Sunset Island. In the cultivation world, although the law of the jungle prevails, the distinction between righteous and demonic paths is a bottom line. Demonic cultivators cultivate with the blood of living beings, cruelly slaughtering who once discovered they are to be killed by all. Now under everyone's gaze, the guest elder sent by the Wong family was actually a demon cultivator, and he was even beaten back into his true form on the spot. The nature of this matter had completely changed. Wong Lai, what else do you have to say? Zhang Yinshan stepped forward, pointing at Wong Lai on the high platform, sternly shouting, colluding with the demonic path, harming fellow cultivators. Does your Wong family wish to become the public enemy of the entire Dongshan archipelago? On the high platform, Wong Lai's face turned extremely ugly, his originally gloomy face now as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was both shocked and angry. Shocked that even the experts from Yin Luo sect had been defeated, and so thoroughly defeated that there was not even a chance for resistance. Angry that this damned demon cultivator died, yet left behind such obvious evidence. Nonsense. Facing the accusations from all sides, Wong Lai suddenly stood up, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of his golden core perfection, forcefully silencing the surrounding murmurs. This guest elder is a rogue cultivator I recruited from overseas, though I had no knowledge that he practiced demonic arts. Moreover, who knows if your Jeang family has used some kind of sorcery to frame us. Though his words were forceful, they seemed utterly powerless before the stinking black water. The cultivators present were not fools. A late Foundation establishment demonic cultivator has been lingering around your Wong family, and you, a golden core family head, couldn't notice. Are you trying to deceive ghosts? What utter shamelessness! The Wong family is truly such a disgrace. Who would dare to do business with them in the future? Exactly. They can't afford to lose, and yet collude with demonic paths, utterly shaming us cultivators of Dongshan. At this moment, public opinion completely shifted in favor of the Zhang family. Those rogue cultivators who previously bet against the Zhang family despite feeling the sting of spirit stones turned their guns against the Wong family in the face of righteousness. Listening to the accusations around him, Wong Lai trembled with rage, his killing intent almost materializing. What? Do you want to disrupt the arena? Continue. The arena continues. With the precedent of that black-robed demonic cultivator, the atmosphere of the upcoming matches became even more eerie and murderous. On the Wong family's side, morale had clearly dropped significantly. Initially believing that the presence of strong allies would guarantee a victory over the Zhang family, the results of 2 consecutive defeats along with the label of colluding with demonic paths left the remaining Wong family members and guest elders feeling somewhat apprehensive. In contrast, the Zhang family was filled with momentum. Zhang Song's sword not only slayed the demonic cultivator, but also severed the last thread of fear lingering in the hearts of the Zhang family members. In the third match, the Wong family sent out a guest elder skilled in poison. However, he was defeated in an instant upon stepping onto the stage. The Zhang family achieved another victory. In the fourth match, the Wong family finally won a round. This was a direct descendant elder of the Wong family who, in pursuit of victory, consumed a blood ignition demonic pill on stage, achieving a Pyrrhic victory at the cost of his meridians. Yet even after winning, watching that elder being carried away, foaming at the mouth like a pile of mush, there were no cheers from the Wong family. A Pyrrhic victory felt like a defeat. The fifth match. The sixth match. The competition proceeded rapidly with barely any evenly matched tug-of-war. The participants from the Zhang family were not only well-equipped, but also extremely tactical. They fought when they could win, avoided when they couldn't, and used their equipment advantages to maneuver. If all else failed, they would throw talismans, pushing the sneaky strategy to its limits. On the Wong family's side, despite everyone fighting like they were on gunpowder, even taking red pills before stepping onto the stage, they still lost far more than they won due to the absolute equipment disparity and psychological pressure. When the gong signaling the end of the seventh match rang out, the score on the scoreboard froze at a suffocating number. 5-2. The Zhang family had 5 victories, while the Wong family had 2. According to the 10 matches, 6 victories rule, the Zhang family only needed to win 1 more match to completely secure victory, claiming the staggering bet of 600,000 spirit stones and the Wong family's spirit vein. It's over. The Wong family is finished. The spectators below looked at the score, their expressions complex. Who would have thought that the Jeang family, once seen as a lamb to the slaughter, would dramatically turn the tables? The young master of the Jeang family truly has impressive tactics. Some looked towards Zhang Chen, who stood calmly at the forefront of the Jeang family team, their eyes filled with awe. From the initial display of weakness to the later equipment crush, and then to the thunderfire breaking the demonic barrier, it seemed that everything was within this young man's calculations. On the high platform, Wong Lai stared intensely at the scoreboard, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Lost. After meticulously planning for years, even colluding with demonic paths, and draining the family's resources. And yet they lost like this. No, it cannot be allowed. If they lose and hand over the spirit vein and 300,000 spirit stones, the Wong family would be severely crippled. I implore the Ancestor to take action. With Wong Lai's telepathic call, the formerly gloomy sky suddenly darkened even more. A terrifying pressure swept in from the northern seas. The strength of this pressure far exceeded that of the Golden Core stage, feeling as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on everyone's hearts. Is this the nascent soul ancestor? The nascent soul ancestor of the Wong family really came. All the cultivators present, whether foundation establishment or Qi refinement, found their legs going weak under this pressure, with many kneeling on the ground trembling. They saw the clouds in the north being torn apart by an invisible hand. An elder clad in black robes with hair as white as snow descended through the air. With each step he took, the void beneath his feet rippled. It was Wang Jiuyin, the Wong family's ancestor. This ancient monster, who had been in seclusion for 100 years, now surrounded by a dark aura, looked at them coldly, as if they were mere ants. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle this minor matter, and I have to personally intervene. Wang Jiuyin scoffed, his voice booming like thunder, causing many below to bleed from their noses. He didn't even glance at Zhang Yunshan and the others, his gaze directly landing on the victorious Zhang family members on the stage. Since you don't want to lose, then kill all the winners, and naturally it won't count as a loss. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm forcefully pressed down. Boom. A massive hand spanning 100 feet materialized from thin air, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, crashing down towards the area where the Zhang family stood. If this palm landed solidly, not only the 10 competitors, but even Zhang Yunshan and Zhang Chen would be instantly reduced to mush. Old Wong, do you dare to break the rules? Zhang Yunshan's eyes were about to burst with rage as he attempted to rush forward to stop it, but under the pressure of the nascent soul stage, he found it difficult to even move a finger. An uproar erupted in the crowd. Shameless. Too shameless. A dignified nascent soul ancestor actually disregarded his status to ruthlessly strike at a group of juniors. But who dared to voice their dissent? Under the shadow of that world-destroying hand, death loomed over every single member of the Zhang family. Zhang Chen looked up at the descending giant hand, showing no signs of panic, but instead a slight smile of derision at the corner of his mouth. Attacking the younger generation after dealing with the juniors, the Wong family, is truly rotten to the core. A cold snort like thunder from the heavens suddenly resonated. Wang Jiuyin, have you lived long enough to be a dog? You dare to make a move against my juniors? Do you deem yourself worthy? This voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a mighty righteous aura that instantly dispelled the pervasive gloom. Immediately after, a dazzling golden sword light shot up into the sky from the direction of the Zhang family's spirit ship. Rip! That large hand in the face of this sword light was as fragile as tofu directly cleaved in half. Then it burst apart in the air, scattering spiritual energy everywhere. Hua! Wang Jiuyin's face changed dramatically as he retreated 100 feet, gazing down with uncertainty. In the Zhang family's camp, a middle-aged man in a blue long robe stood with his hands behind his back, slowly stepping into the air. He had a refined appearance, eyes like stars, and his whole being exuded a vitality as vast as the sea. Behind him, a golden nascent soul manifestation faintly emerged, dignified and majestic. Upon seeing this face, Wang Jiuyin's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, and he screamed, Zhang. Zhang Tianjing. Impossible. Weren't you supposed to be dying soon? How could you still have such vitality? It wasn't just Wang Jiuyin. All the older cultivators present who knew Zhang Tianjing were dumbfounded. What happened to the severely injured and dying ancestor of the Zhang family? Was the middle-aged man before them with vitality like a dragon and looking even younger than Wang Jiuyin by several decades truly Zhang Tianjing? I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Zhang Tianjing stood in the void, his clothes rustling in the wind. He looked at the terrified Wang Jiuyin, a faint smile on his face, his eyes radiating a daunting arrogance. Not only am I not dead, but I am living better than you. Since you have broken the rules today, I shall use this old bone to loosen up a bit. Die! With a furious roar, Zhang Tianjing struck out his sword once more. This strike seemed unremarkable, yet it was incredibly swift, directly aimed at Wang Jiuyin's face. Wang Jiuyin's pupils shrank sharply. He never expected Zhang Tianzheng to be so decisive. Moreover, the power of this strike was nothing like that of a dying man relying on medicine to prolong his life. He was clearly in the peak state of vitality. Old madman, you're seeking death. Wang Jiuyin screamed sharply, his hands rapidly forming seals as the surrounding spiritual energy instantly coalesced into a massive shield. Attempting to block this attack, boom, the golden sword light collided fiercely with the shield in midair. Without a hint of suspense, that shield cracked into pieces in less than half a breath. Then it exploded. Zhang Tianzheng's momentum did not decrease as the remaining sword energy heavily struck Wang Jiuyin's chest, protective spiritual light. Wang Jiuyin coughed out a grunt, his body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing violently into a small hill behind him, debris, flying dust billowing. Ancestor. Wang Lai saw this scene and was filled with horror. That was their Wong family's towering white jade pillar, the invincible nascent soul Ancestor. How could he be sent flying by Zhang Tianzheng with just one strike? Stop shouting, you're next. Below the arena, Zhang Yunshan was also boiling with killing intent. The suppressed fury erupted completely at this moment. He suddenly turned around and shouted at the Zhang family members who were already poised behind him. The Wong family has colluded with the demonic path, harming their own kind, and has long since fallen into evil ways. Today my Zhang family shall act on behalf of heaven with no mercy. Kill. The Zhang family shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens as they plunged directly into the Wong family's camp. Run. 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Wong family saw this and attempted to flee. Zhang Yunshan snorted coldly, unleashing the pressure of a golden core cultivator without reservation. With a wave of his large sleeve, 2 streams of thick spiritual power blasted forth like heavy hammers. Bang! Bang! The 2 Wong family cultivators, who were only in the early foundation establishment stage, didn't even have time to scream before their heads burst like watermelons, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Zhang Yunshan, you're tired of living. Wang Lai looked at his fallen clansman with bloodshot eyes. His iron grip had already turned to dust. No longer holding back, he summoned a blood-red longsword, exuding a strong scent of blood as he swung it at Zhang Yunshan. Today either you die or I will perish. Zhang Yunshan remained unafraid, summoning a bronze cauldron to collide with the sword-light heathen. Golden core against golden core, nascent soul against nascent soul. The entire Sunset Island instantly transformed from a competition arena into a brutal melee between the 2 families. Spiritual lights danced chaotically, treasures flew, and the cries of battle and screams intertwined. This area was stained with the essence of a slaughterhouse. The surrounding spectators and small families had already retreated several miles the moment Wang Jiuyin made his move. At this moment, looking at the apocalyptic scene on the island, everyone turned pale. They were both relieved to have run away quickly and unable to resist craning their necks to watch. The Zhang family is not declining at all. They are clearly a slumbering tiger. At the very edge of the battlefield, Zhang Chen moved as if strolling in a courtyard. He wove through the chaotic crowd. Husband, where are we going? Beside him, Lin Qingxue flicked her sword to send a refining Qi great perfection cultivator flying, asking softly. Zhang Chen's gaze passed through the crowd, landing on Wang Tung, who was surrounded by a group of guards not far away. To catch a thief, first catch the king, and to eradicate the grass, one must remove the roots. That Wang Tung, who was just loudly cursing, I'll go send him on his way. At this moment, Wang Tung was hiding in the back of the crowd, his face pale. The previous damage to his soul still left him a bit dizzy as he watched his ancestor being suppressed and his father entangled. The arrogance in his heart had long turned into fear. Young master, quickly run. This place can't hold. A mid-foundation cultivator from the Wong family pulled Wang Tung back. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? A chilling voice echoed in front of them. Wang Tung raised his head sharply, only to see that Zhang Chen had blocked their path. You useless piece of trash. Upon seeing Zhang Chen blocking his way, Wang Tang's fear instantly dissipated considerably. Kill him for me. Tear him to pieces. Wang Tung pointed at Zhang Chen, screaming hysterically. The mid-foundation cultivator was also a ruthless character. Upon seeing the aura of the roadblock was only early foundation stage, he grinned and said, Young master, don't worry, I'll take his head right now. Saying this, the guard summoned a large knife, spiritual energy surging all over his body, and slashed down at Zhang Chen. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even a late foundation cultivator would not dare to take it heeded. Lin Qingxue's brows furrowed, just about to draw her sword. But Zhang Chen gently pressed down on her wrist. Qingxue, just watch from the side, don't get your hands dirty. Zhang Chen stood his ground, slowly raising his right hand, and a yellowish seal appeared from thin air in his palm. Suppress. Zhang Chen gently uttered a word, his wrist flipping. The seal expanded with the wind, instantly transforming into a small mountain the size of a house, crashing down with a terrifying pressure. Boom. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere. The fierce guard, along with the large knife in his hand, was directly smashed into the ground by this great seal. When the grand seal flew back into Zhang Chen's hand, only a large pit remained on the ground. At the bottom of the pit lay a blurred mass of flesh and blood. As for the magical artifact, the grand blade, it had long since turned into a piece of scrap iron. This. Wong Tung's mouth gaped open, his whole being stunned. He stared at the yellow seal in Zhang Chen's hand, his body trembling uncontrollably. One strike. Just one strike. How could a mid-foundation establishment expert who had rich battle experience and had even killed many peers be turned into a pulp like this? What kind of treasure is that? Magical artifacts shouldn't possess such power. That is the embryonic form of a treasure. You. Wong Teng's legs went weak as he continuously retreated. What about me? Zhang Chen, holding the Hantian seal, advanced step by step. Didn't young Master Wong just say he would ruin me and make my life worse than death? Why aren't you shouting now? The few Wong family cultivators who had originally intended to help were pale-faced in horror as they witnessed the scene in the pit, none daring to step forward to intervene. You bunch of bastards. Go. Stop him for me. Wong Tung screamed in terror, simultaneously pulling out a large handful of talismans from his storage bag. He threw them at Zhang Chen as if they were worthless. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades. A storm of low-level spells poured towards Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen still summoned the seal, which instantly enlarged. It stood before him. Those spells slammed into the seal, creating quite a commotion. Yet they could not shake the seal in the slightest. Is this all you have? Zhang Chen shook his head, impatience flashing in his eyes. Is this the so-called number one of the younger generation from the Wong family? Oh, I will kill you. Seeing this, Wong Tung's anger surged. A fierce look crossed his eyes as he bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto his long sword. That was his life-bound artifact, also a rare top-grade artifact. Swift shadow kill. Wong Tung roared, transforming into a blur, charging towards Zhang Chen at an incredible speed. Unaware of your own death, Zhang Chen stood his ground, full of disdain. With a mere thought, a wave of invisible energy erupted from him. That was divine sense condensed into needles, overwhelmingly powerful divine sense. Divine sense technique. Oh. Wong Tung, who was rushing forward, suddenly stiffened. In an instant, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He could no longer hold onto the long sword. Divine sense. Divine sense attack. Nearby, Wong Lai was in a fierce battle with Zhang Yunshan when he heard his son scream. Turning his head, he was instantly struck with terror. At this moment, he finally understood that the mysterious expert who had previously ambushed his son was none other than the Zhang family's young master, whom he had dismissed. Tingir. Wong Lai's eyes widened in fury, braving a blow from Zhang Yunshan's sword. He turned to rush to save his son. But clearly it was already too late. Zhang Chen clutched his storage bag, revealing a top-grade artifact, and raised his hand to unleash a sword energy. It sliced through Wong Teng's neck. With a plop, the screams abruptly ceased. A severed head soared into the sky, its expression frozen in utter pain and terror. The headless corpse swayed twice, spraying forth a gush of hot blood before collapsing softly into the dust. Wong Tung, the young master of the Wong family, is dead. No. Upon witnessing this scene, Wong Lai, the head of the Wong family, let out a wail. I will tear you to pieces. Seeing his beloved son's head fly into the air at that moment, Wong Lai felt as if the entire world had turned blood red. The sounds of slaughter and the roar of winds faded away, leaving only the frozen face of his son filled with terror and anguish constantly surfacing in his mind. Oh, I want your life. Wong Lai howled, his spiritual energy igniting like a powder keg, going completely berserk. He didn't even care about the incoming flying sword behind him, allowing a wound to be cut into his left shoulder. His whole being transformed into a blood-red streak, madly charging towards Zhang Chen. He was a golden core perfection cultivator. This furious strike drained nearly 30% of his vital blood. The blood-drink mad blade in his hand slashed through the air, creating a crimson blade aura that spanned 100 zhang, even the air sizzling under the terrifying high temperature. As if he intended to split the heavens and the earth in two. Wong Lai, your opponent is me. Zhang Yunshan would never stand by and watch his son be killed. The moment he sensed Wong Lai's killing intent locking onto him, the bronze ancient cauldron in his hand was already summoned. The cauldron swelled up in the wind, quickly reaching the size of a small mountain. The ancient inscriptions on the cauldron glowed one after another, emanating a heavy and stable aura as solid as the earth. When the blade aura viciously struck the cauldron, the deafening clash of metal echoed through the skies. The terrifying sound waves shattered the ground within dozens of zhang around them. The bronze cauldron trembled violently, its surface shining with intermittent brilliance. Yet it ultimately managed to withstand this deadly blow. Get lost. Wong Lai, hair disheveled, looked like a madman. He frantically swung the long blade, each strike faster than the last upon the cauldron. It was entirely a fight of life and death. Ridiculous. Zhang Yinshan scoffed, performing a hand gesture to stabilize the cauldron, his eyes filled with coldness. As soon as Zhang Yunshan's words fell, several other elders of the Jeang family also stepped forward. They all charged towards Wong Lai. Visibly, the entire battlefield situation was tipping overwhelmingly in one direction. The Wong family cultivators witnessing their young master's death, their patriarch going mad, and their ancestor being hammered down. The so-called morale instantly crumbled. In the sky, Wang Juyin, the Wong family ancestor who had been struck away by Zhang Tiansheng's sword, floated in the air in disarray. His black robe had a large hole in the chest, revealing a shriveled torso within. A ghastly sword wound still oozed blood. He looked at the collapsing battlefield below, and then at the young master of the Wong family who had been turned into a pulp, feeling his eyelids twitch violently. If this dragged on, even his old bones would be lost here. That old fellow Zhang Tianzheng is simply a monster. His vitality was so vigorous it didn't seem like someone nearing the end of their lifespan. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Wang Juyin gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly took out a pitch-black command flag from his bosom, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto it. Mr. Ice. With a whoosh, as the command flag waved, a thick mist surged into existence, enveloping several miles of ocean in the blink of an eye. This mist not only obstructed vision, but could even shield divine sense. Wong family members retreat, disperse and fall back. Wang Juyin's hoarse voice echoed throughout the area. Then, disregarding everything, he burned his cultivation, transforming into a black rainbow, ignoring Wong Lai and the other clansmen below, fleeing madly towards the northern horizon. Even the family ancestor fled. The remaining Wong family cultivators had no fighting spirit left. Run. The ancestor has fled. Quick, save yourselves. The Wong family's battle line, which had been barely holding out, instantly collapsed. Countless individuals summoned their flying swords and boats, scattering and fleeing like a pack of lost dogs. Watching the black escape light of his ancestor vanish into the horizon, Wong Lai found himself frozen in midair. At that moment, he felt as though his spine had been pulled from his body. Around him was the cacophony of battle cries, and beneath his feet lay the bloody remnants of his son. Ahead were figures radiating a murderous aura, drawing closer. Zhang Yinshan advanced coldly, holding a bronze cauldron. Beside him, several elders of the Zhang family formed a semicircle, having already cut off all of Wong Lai's escape routes. Wong Lai, your support has fled. Today is the day you meet your end. Wong Lai suddenly let out a series of manic chuckles, his laughter growing louder until it erupted into a frenzy. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Fled. Yes, they have all fled. My son is dead, the ancestor has fled. Wong Lai lifted his head, and his face no longer bore even a trace of the Golden Core Master's authority. Only madness remained. Since we cannot live, let us die together. You want the legacy of the Wong family. Dream on. Even if I turn to ashes, I will shatter your teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, Wong Lai's internal spiritual power suddenly began to reverse. A wildly turbulent and unstable wave of energy surged from his dantian, spreading frantically through his limbs and body. His body expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon, with countless cracks appearing on his skin through which piercing golden light shone. Not good. This madman is going to self-destruct his golden core. The surrounding elders of the Zhang family changed color drastically and instinctively began to retreat. The self-explosion of a perfected golden core cultivator possesses a power comparable to the full force strike of an early nascent soul expert. At such a close distance, only Zhang Yinshan might survive with his innate treasure. Others would likely be obliterated in this explosion. Even the falling sun island below would be reduced to half a mountain peak. No one is allowed to leave. Come with me to the grave. Wong Lai howled, recklessly charging toward the Zhang family members. Yet just as he was about to detonate his dantian, noisy, a voice extremely bland yet imbued with supreme authority suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Following that, a massive golden hand appeared out of thin air above Wong Lai's head. The patterns on that giant palm were clear, and it pressed down casually. The space within 100 feet seemed to freeze instantaneously. Wong Lai, whose body had already expanded to the limit and was about to explode, became like a fly trapped in amber, unable to move an inch. The raging spiritual energy within him was forcibly suppressed by this immense power, forcing it back into his dantian. No, this is impossible. Wong Lai's eyes widened, filled with despair and terror. Could he not even achieve mutual destruction? In the next moment, a streak of azure sword light flashed by. There were no unnecessary words, nor any fancy techniques. The sword light, like flowing water, sliced through Wong Lai's neck. With a soft thud, his head soared into the air. The body, now headless, instantly exploded into a mist of blood under the pressure of the golden giant hand. Along with it, the golden core that was about to self-destruct was also crushed into powder by that terrifying sword energy. Zhang Tianjing sheathed his sword, standing tall, without a hint of dust on his garments. He did not glance at the blood mist, even once his gaze coldly surveying the entire battlefield. The family head is dead. With Wong lies fall the remaining Wong family cultivators on the battlefield, utterly collapsed. Even the few merciless hired experts who usually prided themselves on their ferocity felt their legs go weak at this moment, unable to steady the weapons in their hands. That was a perfected golden core. In front of that Jeang family ancestor, they didn't even have the qualification to self-destruct, being slaughtered like dogs. Spare us. Senior Jeang, spare us. We were also forced by the Wong family. We are willing to surrender. Many Wong family cultivators hastily dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, banging their heads like garlic, pleading for their lives. Zhang Yinshan looked at those begging for mercy, his eyes devoid of any compassion. He turned around, looking at the blood-soaked Zhang family members behind him, recalling the humiliations faced by the Zhang family over the years. He recalled the heart-stopping moment just earlier. Surrender. Zhang Yinshan sneered, coldly waving his hand, his voice chilling. When you ambushed my family members, did you ever think of mercy? When Wong the old freak was about to crush us just now, did you ever show a hint of leniency? Pass on the order. Seal off the entire island. Except for the unrelated loose cultivators, anyone belonging to the Wong family, as well as those who aided them, leave none alive. Kill, without mercy. Yes. The long-suppressed rage was released at this moment. Zhang Chen, holding the still-dripping longsword, marched alongside Lin Qingxue. The two of them, along with the elite clansmen behind them, charged unhesitatingly into the crowd of fleeing enemies. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. The battle cries on Falling Sun Island continued for half an hour before gradually subsiding. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The sea breeze could not disperse it. The once idyllic island had now transformed into a hellish battleground, the ground stained a dark red with blood. Everywhere were severed limbs and shattered remnants of magical artifacts. Meanwhile, the smaller families and loose cultivators who had been watching from the island's periphery were now silent, as mice not daring to breathe. They looked at the Zhang family members cleaning up the battlefield, their eyes filled with awe, and even fear, especially when glancing at the Zhang family ancestor Zhang Tianjing, standing aloof in midair. They wished they could bury their heads in their laps. Too ruthless. Too strong. They had thought the Zhang family was an old tiger nearing its end, but little did they know it not only had sharp teeth, but had grown wings and transformed into a true dragon. This battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Dongshan archipelago. The Wong family was finished, and the Zhang family would rise above the remains of the Wong family to truly dominate this sea region. Look, the Zhang family members show no signs of stopping. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The Zhang family members who had just finished fighting did not even pause to tend to their wounds, quickly boarding several giant azure spiritual boats docked at the shore under Zhang Yunshan's command. This is to eradicate the roots. The Zhang family is heading to Black Reef Island. They intend to raise the Wong family's stronghold. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Now the heavens of the Dongshan archipelago have completely changed. On the spiritual boat, Zhang Chen stood at the front of the deck, allowing the briny sea breeze to caress his face. He had merely treated a few minor injuries and changed into a clean robe. He still appeared to be the dashing young master of a noble family. Chainer, everyone is a bit tired. Should we rest for half a day before proceeding? Zhang Yinshan walked to his son's side, looking back at the exhausted clansmen with concern. Although they had achieved a resounding victory in the recent battle, the high-intensity life-and-death struggle had taken a tremendous toll on their spiritual energy and physical strength. Father, speed is of the essence in battle. Zhang Chen shook his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the north. Although Wang Juyin has escaped, since he can abandon his clan for his own life, he will definitely not return to Black Reef Island to meet his death. But he has fled, and there are centuries of wealth accumulated by the Wong family on Black Reef Island, along with the remnants that haven't had time to retreat. If we don't rush over now, by the time the news gets back, if they escape with the treasure or destroy the foundations of the island, even if we win this battle, it will be a loss for us. At this point, Zhang Chen smiled lightly. Besides, how can one delay the punishment of a drowning dog? Zhang Yinshan nodded in agreement. You are right, I, as your father, have been a bit too lenient. He turned around and shouted loudly at the clansmen who were meditating to recover. Everyone get ready. Black Reef Island is just ahead. There lies the spirit stones, elixirs, and magic treasures that the Wong family has plundered for centuries. That is what they owe us, and it is also the spoils we deserve. Take Black Reef Island, and contributions will be rewarded in the clan. Everyone will have a share. Roar. The Zhang family members, who had been somewhat listless suddenly, seemed invigorated by these words. With eyes shining with greed, they wished they could sprout wings and fly over directly. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. In the cultivation world, resources equate to life. Just now they killed for revenge, now they head to Black Reef Island for profit. With such high morale, the Azure Spirit boat surged through the waves, sailing at full speed towards Black Reef Island hundreds of miles away. Along the way, sea beasts avoided them, and even the ships of other cultivators lowered their sails early, respectfully giving way, fearing to provoke the wrath of this infamous family. Black Reef Island, the stronghold of the Wong family. At this moment, the island was in utter chaos. Although the news of Wang Jian's escape had not yet spread, the news of the family head and young master's soul lamps extinguishing had already caused an uproar within the Wong family. The Golden Core elder left behind was sweating profusely as he directed the clan members to activate the island's protective formation. Quick, fill in all the spirit stones. Activate the Blackwater Mysterious Een formation. We must hold on. With the family head and young master dead, the Jeang family's madmen will definitely come to kill us. Panic began to spread instantly. Several clever Wong family members had already started secretly packing their valuables, preparing to flee at any moment. However, many diehard loyalists, or those who believed the formation was impregnable, still harbored a glimmer of hope, ready to resist, stubbornly relying on their advantageous position. In the midst of this chaos, several small black dots appeared on the horizon. Soon the dots grew rapidly, transforming into 3 massive azure spirit boats that descended upon Black Reef Island. They've come. They are here. Watching the large flag with the character Jeang fluttering in the wind on the spirit boat, the Wong family members on the island felt their hearts racing, as if they would leap out of their throats. Above Black Reef Island, a thick black light curtain loomed like an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire island. This was the Wong family's pride, the third-tier superior defensive formation, Blackwater Mysterious Een formation. This formation was connected to 3 water veins beneath the island, endlessly sustaining itself with formidable defense. Without nascent soul-level strength, it would be nearly impossible to break through. It would take at least several latest-stage Golden Core cultivators bombarding it wildly for 3 days and nights. Zhang Yinshan, do not bully us too much. Within the formation, the elder of the Wong family stood high, shouting fiercely yet weakly. Although our ancestor has temporarily left, he is a true nascent soul master. If you dare to massacre the island, do you not fear our ancestor's revenge in the future? As long as you retreat, we are willing to offer half. No, 70% of our family assets as compensation. As soon as he shouted this, even he felt his confidence waning. On the spirit boat, Zhang Yinshan scoffed dismissively, not even glancing at the elder. This kind of delaying tactic might fool a 3-year-old child. Ancestor, it's up to you now. Zhang Yinshan respectfully stepped back, yielding the position to Zhang Tianjing, who stood at the bow of the boat. Zhang Tianjing, dressed in a blue robe with hair and beard flowing, looked down at the massive formation, resembling a turtle shell, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. A mere third-tier dead formation dares to block my path. If Wang Juin himself were hosting the formation, perhaps he could have made me exert some effort. But now, Zhang Tianjing slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Boom. With his movement, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. A massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth frantically converged, swiftly condensing behind him into a golden law image towering 100 feet high. The face of that law image was majestic, identical to Zhang Tianjing. It radiated a terrifying aura that commanded reverence. Break. Zhang Tianjing uttered a single word, lightly pressing his index finger downward. At the same time, the enormous golden law image behind him made the same gesture. A golden finger resembling a colossal pillar pressed down on the black light curtain, with earth-shattering force, moving both slow and fast. Creak. The grating sound of unbearable friction echoed. The black light curtain, upon contact with the golden finger, surprisingly resembled a thin eggshell. It caved in dramatically. Immediately after, countless cracks began to spread wildly from the point of contact. No, it's impossible. The elder of the Wong family inside the formation had his eyes nearly bulging out. He desperately poured spiritual power into the formation disk, trying to repair the cracks. But it was futile. Crack. A loud explosion resounded through the heavens. Under the terrified gaze of thousands on the island, the Blackwater Mysterious Een formation that had protected the Wong family for centuries collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless fragments of the black formation turned into light spots, dissipating in the air. The immense backlash force sent several Wong family cultivators who were maintaining the formation flying back, spitting blood. They flew backward. The formation is broken. It's over. It's all over. With the formation's disappearance, Black Reef Island was completely exposed to the Jeang family's military might. Despairing cries and pleas for mercy instantly rang out. Kill! Zhang Yinshan issued no further words, pointing his long sword. Dozens of spirit boats opened their hatches simultaneously. The Jeang family members who could no longer contain themselves pounced down like tigers descending the mountain. Zhang Chen took the lead, bringing Lin Qingxue and several elite fighters, disregarding the fleeing minions. Instead, they charged straight towards the hall at the center of the island. That was the Wong family's conference hall and the entrance to their treasury. Those who block my way shall die. Zhang Chen swung his long sword, unleashing several bolts of lightning and fire sword Qi. Several Wong family guards attempting to stop him were sliced in half before they could approach. At this moment, his divine sense was fully unleashed, and the entire layout of Black Reef Island appeared in his mind, as if he were holding it in the palm of his hand. Qingxue, take people to seal off the medicinal garden and the alchemy room. Don't let anyone destroy the spiritual herbs. Tieshan, take people to the mine and control those foremen. The rest follow me to the treasury. Zhang Chen calmly issued commands as he flew. His goal was clear. Once he seized the treasury and core industries, even if the Wong family had incredible power, they would never rise again. Soon the group arrived at the heavy iron door of the Wong family's treasury. 2 corpses lay at the entrance, clearly belonging to Wong family members who had attempted to steal in the chaos. They were killed by their own kin who arrived later, resulting in an internal conflict. Zhang Chen didn't even glance at them and directly summoned the heaven-shattering seal. Boom! As the seal descended, the heavy iron door, which even late Foundation establishment cultivators would find hard to break, was directly smashed and twisted, collapsing with a loud crash. At the moment the door fell, the treasure light that poured out nearly dazzled everyone's eyes. Hundreds of shelves were neatly arranged inside, stacked with various magical artifacts and medicinal pills. On the innermost shelves, dozens of well-sealed jade boxes were displayed, clearly the true treasures of the Wong family. My goodness! The Zhang family disciples following Zhang Chen were nearly drooling. They had never seen so many treasures in their lives. Don't just stand there. Zhang Chen waved his sleeve and stepped inside first. Quickly pack the spirit stones and those jade boxes and move the rest slowly. Yes, young master. The crowd cheered and immediately began their plundering feast. Soon boxes of spirit stones were opened, and the dazzling light nearly turned the dim underground hall into daylight. The Zhang family members' eyes sparkled with excitement. They swiftly categorized and packed these valuables into specially designed storage bags. Zhang Chen paid no attention to those mundane items. He walked straight to a row of antique shelves at the deepest part of the treasury. There were not many items displayed, mostly jade slips and well-sealed ancient books. His gaze fell upon an apparently ordinary bronze candlestick. As his divine sense swept over it, he detected extremely subtle traces of spiritual energy flow at the base where the candlestick connected to the stone pedestal. If it weren't for his superior divine sense and the sensitivity of his cultivation method to spiritual energy, he might not have discovered it at all. This is interesting. Zhang Chen reached out to grasp the candlestick, slowly rotating it 3 times to the right and then once to the left. Click, click, click. A series of dull mechanical sounds erupted. The heavy antique shelves slowly moved apart, revealing what appeared to be a flat stone wall. Immediately, the center of the stone wall sank in, and a dark compartment covered with talismans popped out. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of the recently arrived Ancestor Zhang Tianzheng and family head Zhang Yinshan. Chainer, what is this? Zhang Yinshan hurried over, frowning slightly as he looked at the cold aura emanating from the compartment. Zhang Chen did not speak. Instead, he waved his hand to release a stream of spiritual energy. The sealing talismans ignited upon contact with the flame, turning to ash and falling away. The compartment opened, revealing nothing earth-shattering inside. Only a black iron box wrapped in unknown beast skin lay inside. The box was not locked as Zhang Chen took it out and placed it on a nearby stone table to open. Inside was a thick stack of letters and several account books. Zhang Chen casually picked up a letter and unfolded it. After just glancing at it, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. This Wong family truly deserves their demise. He handed the letter to his father beside him and opened the account books. The account books were densely filled with records of transaction details from the past year. In the 3rd year of Yuanhe, 30 young boys and girls were offered in exchange for 2 bottles of blood-burning demon pills. In the 3rd year of Yuanhe, 7 wandering cultivators were ambushed on the road, their essence, blood, and souls collected and handed over to the envoy of the Yin Luo sect. In the 3rd year of Yuanhe, a female cultivator born during the extreme Yin period was found an excellent furnace for alchemy in exchange for a promise of assistance from a Yin Luo sect elder. Every line dripped with a nauseating bloodthirst. This was no account book, it was clearly a death ledger from the underworld. After reading the letter in his hand, Zhang Yunshan's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the paper. Beasts. They are even worse than beasts. The usually composed Zhang Yinshan couldn't help but curse angrily. They actually created a false plague in mortal towns to exchange for that damned demon pill, all to collect resentment and souls. There are probably tens of thousands of wronged souls under Black Reef Island. Zhang Tianjing stepped forward and took the evidence. He read quickly, but as he continued, the temperature of the air around the nascent soul Ancestor sharply dropped. What a Wong family, what a Yin Luo sect. He remarked, I initially thought they were just a bit overbearing, but I didn't expect them to have already become lackeys of the demonic path. Colluding with demonic cultivators to harm mortals and fellow cultivators of family like this must not be allowed to continue existing. Gather all these items. Zhang Tianjing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. This is not only evidence against the Wong family, but also our legal basis for exterminating them. With this evidence, our Jeang family will be able to stand tall when it comes to exterminating the Wong family. Zhang Chen nodded and stored all the letters and account books into his storage ring. Not only that, Zhang Chen's gaze deepened. These account books also record several hidden strongholds the Wong family has set up on other islands, which they call transit stations for the population. Since we have to do it, we must do it thoroughly. Once we finish here, those places must be uprooted as well. That is inevitable. The repressed emotions did not last long, and with the deepening of the inventory work, the joy brought by the enormous gains quickly diluted the previous anger. After all, the Wong family was an old established clan that had occupied the East Mountain Archipelago for hundreds of years. Moreover, over the years, through their disgraceful dealings, they had indeed accumulated a jaw-dropping fortune. Young master, huge gains. The third elder Zhang Yuntao, responsible for counting the spirit stones, was beaming, his face wrinkled with a smile as he rushed over with an account book. There are a full 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are also over 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This doesn't even include the unvalued pills and ores. 800,000 spirit stones. This number made Zhang Chen raise an eyebrow. It should be known that previously the Zhang family had nearly emptied their coffers in preparation for battle. This haul directly multiplied the Zhang family's resources by more than 10 times. And these, the third elder pointed to several shelves on the other side. There are over 200 magical artifacts above the second tier, among which there are 7 top-grade magical artifacts. The spiritual herbs are even more numerous, and we even found a 500-year-old Jiang ginseng in a cold jade box, which is the main ingredient for refining golden core pills. Zhang Yunshan's breathing quickened upon hearing this. With these resources coupled with the cultivation methods brought back by Zhang Chen, the Zhang family could completely focus on development in the coming decades without worrying about resources. Seal everything securely and load it onto the spirit vessel. Zhang Chen issued the order, then turned his gaze toward a trembling Wong family captive huddled in the corner. He was a middle-aged steward, precisely the same man who had earlier shouted his surrender. Desperate to survive, he would now willingly divulge the location of the Wong family's ancestral tomb. I have a question for you. Zhang Chen stepped before the captive and looked down upon him with commanding authority. Where is the dungeon referenced in the ledgers? The steward flinched violently and immediately kowtowed. It's beneath the water prison in the rear mountains. The entrance lies behind the artificial hill in the garden. There they hold those destined for the Yin Luo sect. Lead the way. Without another word, Zhang Chen seized the man by the collar and vanished from the treasure vault in a blur of motion. Lin Qingxue, seeing this, swiftly followed. The rear mountain garden, once an elegant, tranquil landscape, now exuded an unnerving, chilling aura. Guided by the steward, Zhang Chen located the subterranean entrance. As soon as he heaved open the massive stone door, a rancid miasma surged forth, a nauseating blend of mold, decay, and fresh blood. Ugh! Several young Zhang family disciples trailing behind clapped hands over their mouths, stomachs churning violently. Lin Qingxue frowned deeply and instinctively flicked her sleeve, casting a gentle breeze, clearing art. The foul air at the threshold dissipated. This dungeon was carved deep beneath the water table. Dank shadowed, its walls slick with damp moss, its floor awash with stagnant, murky water. Unfamiliar vermin scurried frantically into the gloom. A narrow descending staircase led deeper underground, flanked on both sides by cells barred with black iron. Within these cells lay numerous captives, mostly young female cultivators, though a few ordinary girls were also imprisoned. Their robes hung in tatters, their bodies bore crisscrossing whip marks, and searing burns some missing limbs entirely. Hearing footsteps, none cried out for help. Instead, they instinctively shrank into corners, eyes hollow with terror and numb resignation. Clearly, they had long since equated every person entering this place with a tormentor. Damn them! Zhang Chen muttered, fury rekindling within his chest. Outside, the treasure vault gleamed with opulent grandeur, the Wong family's facade. Here, this subterranean hellscape revealed their true nature. Do not fear, Lin Qingxue murmured gently, her gaze soft with compassion as she beheld the wretched women. The Wong family has been eradicated. We are here to rescue you." At the words, "the Wong family has been eradicated," several female cultivators still lucid enough to comprehend paused, and for the first time a faint ripple stirred in their otherwise vacant eyes. Zhang Chen did not rush to comfort them one by one. Instead, he gestured for his subordinates to begin unlocking the cells while he continued onward into the dungeon's depths. The dungeon was stratified by the perceived value of its prisoners. The deeper one ventured, the more precious the captives held within. He halted before the final isolated water cell. Its construction was markedly sturdier than the others, forged from deep-sea cold iron and reinforced with suppression arrays that sealed spiritual energy. At the cell's center stood a stone dais upon which lay a girl who appeared astonishingly young. She wore a green gown whose original hue had long since faded beyond recognition. Thick chains bound her wrists and ankles. Her head hung low, veiled by disheveled hair, her breath shallow. So frail, she seemed moments from death. Yet Zhang Chen sensed something extraordinary emanating from her, an unmistakable vitality. Even here, deep within this suffocating realm of decay and death, even in her near-terminal weakness, a tenacious grass-like life force still pulsed through her veins, a resonance so potent it stirred a faint sympathetic hum within his own wood-affinity spirit root. A spark of intrigue flickered in Zhang Chen's mind as he focused intently upon her. Ding. Special target detected. Name Mu Wanqing Physique E-Wood Azure Spirit Physique Heavenly or Rare Physique Comprehensive Rating 92100 Status Critically Debilitated Spirit Root Suppressed. Assessment: A natural-born spiritherbalist, an alchemical prodigy. Bearers of this physique possess innate affinity with flora, accelerating spirit plant growth with exceptional efficiency and elevating pill refining success rates by over 30%. If integrated into a clan, she could ensure uninterrupted millennium-spanning supplies of supreme-grade elixirs. The system's chime caused Zhang Chen's pupils to contract sharply. The E-Wood Azure Spirit Physique. In the cultivation world, rare physiques arose, but once in 10,000. And this particular type, specialized in support and production, held value surpassing even that of a combat genius bearing a heaven-tier spirit root, especially for a rising clan. A master-level spiritherbalist could double the yield of a clan's medicinal gardens, a master-level alchemist could forge generations of cultivators. The Wong family has indeed left me a most unexpected gift. Zhang Chen breathed deeply, then turned coldly toward the steward. Who is she? Why is she confined separately? The steward stole a glance at the girl and hastened to reply. She is Mu Wanqing, your young master. We captured her 6 months ago during our annihilation of a minor sea-based sect, the Mu family. This girl is uncanny no matter how grievous her wounds. So long as she draws breath, she recovers fully within 2 days. Moreover, she emits a unique fragrance, rumored to be the mark of a peerless furnisting constitution. The steward swallowed hard and continued. Originally, the patriarch intended to present her to Elder Li of the Yinluo sect, a demonic cultivator who favors such constitutions for essence siphoning to break through bottlenecks. As the scheduled exchange had not yet arrived, she was kept strictly isolated, untouched by anyone. Essence siphoning. A flash of glacial fury lit Zhang Chen's eyes. Such one waste. An apex-tier support talent treated as disposable furnisting fodder. The Wong family and the Yinluo sect were nothing short of idiotic. Open the gate, Zhang Chen commanded, voice like frozen steel. Trembling, the steward fumbled a heavy keychain from his robe and unlocked the cold iron lock. Zhang Chen stepped into the cell. At the sound, the girl on the dais stirred faintly, then slowly lifted her head, revealing a face pale as porcelain, yet undeniably delicate and refined. Her eyes, though dull and lifeless, burned with quiet defiance. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, she instinctively recoiled backward. Her chains rattled hollowly. Don't come closer. Her voice was hoarse-parched, as if unused for ages. Just kill me, you demons. Gazing upon this fragile, trembling girl, like a startled fawn caught in a storm, Zhang Chen halted, stepping no nearer. He raised his hand. A soft, verdant light bloomed in his palm. Go. With a subtle flick of his finger, the emerald luminescence drifted gently onto Mu Wanqing's form. The light sank into her flesh like spring rain soaking arid earth. Instantly, a faint flush of color returned to her ashen cheeks. The bone-deep exhaustion receded noticeably. She froze, stunned. This warmth, this gentle nourishment stood in stark sacred contrast to the cruel, icy spiritual energy wielded by the Wong family. My name is Zhang Chen, young master of the Zhang family. Zhang Chen looked at her with a calm, unwavering tone. The Wong family has been annihilated by my hand. Wong Lai is dead. Wong Tong is dead. Every person on that island who harmed you has perished. Mu Wanqing stared at him in a daze, as if trying to digest the enormity of the news. Annihilated, gone, she whispered, a veil of moisture slowly clouding her eyes. Tears then burst forth as if a dam had broken. years of suppressed despair and hatred pouring out. Zhang Chen flicked his palm, a wind blade sliced cleanly through the chains binding her wrists and ankles. With a metallic clatter, the chains fell to the ground. You belong to the Mu family? Zhang Chen asked. Mu Wanqing rubbed her swollen wrist and struggled to sit up on the stone slab. She bowed deeply to Zhang Chen, her voice choked with emotion. This maiden is Mu Wanqing. My deepest thanks to my benefactor for saving my life. The Wong family killed my father and brothers and wiped out my clan to seize our ancestral text, the Qingnong Peiyuan record. This hatred cannot be borne. You have avenged my blood debt, and Wanqing. Wanqing is willing to become a servant to repay you. She was about to kneel. Zhang Chen did not refuse the gesture. He accepted her bow and then reached out as if to steady her. I did not save you solely so you could repay me. Zhang Chen met her eyes without evasion and said plainly, I value your aptitude. The Jeang family is in need of capable hands. We lack someone to oversee the herb gardens and the pill refinement rooms. I know you possess the Mu Qing spirit body. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing stiffened, a trace of fear flickering across her eyes. She fully understood what such a constitution meant in the cultivation world, that she would be coveted as prey. Do not be afraid. Zhang Chen saw through her thoughts and smiled faintly. The Zhang family is a respectable cultivation lineage. We do not practice those vile harvesting arts. What I desire is your talent. Your ability to grow spiritual herbs and refine pills, not your body. Of course, if you refuse, I can give you a sum of spirit stones so you may leave on your own. Only with your present condition and constitution, whether you can survive outside those gates depends upon your luck. It was a choice laid plainly before her. Mu Wanqing studied the handsome young man before her. His gaze was clear, devoid of the lecherous malice that had haunted her memories. Besides, she was now bereft of kin who her clan destroyed. To leave alone would only invite other villains to seize her. The fate awaiting her might well be worse than the cruelty she had just endured at the Wong household. More importantly, the gentle, wood-aligned spiritual energy emanating from him gave her an instinctive sense of safety. After a brief silence, Mu Wanqing drew a deep breath and steeled her gaze. Benefactor, no, young master. She knelt once more, her forehead striking the earth heavily. Wanqing is willing to join the Zhang family. As long as I have a place to shelter and live, all my skills shall belong to the family. Very well. Zhang Chen inclined his head. He took from his storage ring a bottle of rejuvenation pills and a clean cloak, handing them to her. Take the pills first and put on the cloak. The wind outside is fierce. When your wounds have healed, I will have someone set aside a herb garden for you. Then you will have ample opportunity to prove your worth. Having said that, Zhang Chen turned and began to walk out. Follow me. We are going home. Mu Wanqing wrapped the cloak, still faintly scented of pine, tightly around herself and watched his erect silhouette. The great stone that had sat heavy in her chest for half a year finally fell away. When Zhang Chen led Mu Wanqing out of the dungeon, dusk was already gathering across the sky. Husband, what shall we do with these women? Lin Qingxue stepped forward, surprised at the presence of Mu Wanqing following Zhang Chen. Her surprise quickly smoothed into composure. Clever as she was, she could sense that there was something uncommon about this woman's aura. Those who wish to return home should be given travel funds, she suggested. Those without homes or who do not wish to leave, if they possess some spiritual roots, bring them back to the family as outer disciples or menial hands. It is better than being left to wander. Zhang Chen gave his orders, then glanced at Mu Wanqing behind him and said to Lin Qingxue, Qingxue, this is Mu Wanqing. From now on, she is one of our own. Her body is weak. Have someone take her to the quiet chamber on the spirit vessel and tend to her well. Yes, husband. Lin Qingxue replied, gently approached Mu Wanqing and supported her. Sister, you have suffered. Come with me. Feeling the kindness in Lin Qingxue's actions, warmth bloomed in Mu Wanqing's heart. She murmured, thank you, young madam. The seas over the Dongshan archipelago had cleared at last. Upon the vast blue expanse, a dozen enormous verdant spirit vessels rode the waves in a pin formation, cutting through the surf. At the top of each vessel's mast flew a massive banner bearing the character Jeang, snapping loudly in the wind. On the deck, spoils taken from Heijiao Island were piled high. Boxes and chests were stacked to such an extent that even the holds could not contain them. They were sealed with binding arrays and left upon the decks. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the crates, and the dazzling glint of spirit stones flashed like a trance. Their passage was imposing. Along the way, those small and middling powers that had been watching or clinging to the Wong family had long since been frightened into retreat. Their scouts, catching sight of the banner from afar, shrank back like startled quail. Some even activated the island protecting formations outright, fearing that this band, which had just raised the Wong family, would come for them next. They've returned. The young master and his group are back. At the Jeang estate, the townsfolk who had been left behind on guard duty with transmitting talismans flocked to the docks. When the grand fleet slowly made landfall, cheers erupted like an avalanche. Even the ordinarily reserved elders wept openly, waving their arms. How many years had the Jeang family been suppressed beneath the heel of the Wong clan? How much humiliation had they endured? Today they not only lifted their heads with pride, they brought back wealth capable of ensuring the family's prosperity for a century. That night the main square of Wendao Peak burned bright with lights. The place had been arranged as a victory celebration. Hundreds of tables were set in neat rows, fragrant spirit wine steamed, and even rarer large slabs of beast flesh were served generously. Banners fluttered in the night wind, and celestial music swelled. The whole Jeang estate was awash in jubilation. Yet the first act of the ceremony was not drunken revelry. Dong, dong, dong. 3 solemn drum beats quelled the clamor, and silence fell. Zhang Yunshan, clad in his family head attire, walked gravely onto the high platform. Behind him stood a brand-new stone stele upon which several recently fallen names were inscribed. Today's victory is not the work of one man alone, but the fruit paid for in the blood of the whole clan. Zhang Yunshan's voice was low yet carried across the crowd. Zhang Dahai, Zhang Yuan. These clan members shed the last drops of their blood in the assault on Heijiao Island for the family. They did not live to see this splendor, but we must not forget them. Below the stage, several women and children dressed in white were quietly weeping. Zhang Yunshan stepped before them, deeply bowing and loudly announcing the family head's decree. For the clan members who sacrificed in this battle, the compensation will be doubled, and their direct descendants will receive treatment as core disciples. The family will support their elderly and children until they reach 100 years. This declaration moved everyone in the audience. Those who were still grieving were now even more touched, kneeling and unable to rise. In this cruel world of cultivation, death is a common occurrence. To offer some spirit stones as compensation would be considered benevolence. However, promises like Zhang families to support the elderly and children and focus on nurturing the next generation were simply unheard of. This was not merely winning people's hearts. It was clearly telling everyone serving the Zhang family is worthwhile. Once the compensation matters were settled, the atmosphere gradually turned warm. Next, we will discuss merits and rewards. With a wave of Zhang Yunshan's hand, names of those who had performed valiantly in this battle were read out one by one, especially those 10 warriors who participated in the arena competition. They became the focal point of the entire gathering. Zhang Tieshan, victorious in the first battle of the arena, slaying formidable enemies and raising our clan's prestige. Awarding him 200 mid-grade spirit stones and granting him 10 foundation establishment pills, promoting him to the position of inner sect steward. Thank you, family head. Thank you, young master. Zhang Tieshan, the dark-faced man, trembled with excitement, his hands shaking as he received the reward. These foundation establishment pills would undoubtedly allow him to reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and he might even have a chance to glimpse the path of the golden core. Although for a person of his age a breakthrough was not guaranteed. But this was a form of recognition, a kind of glory. The others also received their rewards, and each face was aglow with pride. At that moment, the elder Zhang Tianjing, who had been sitting in the main seat, slowly stood up. As the nascent soul true lord moved, the previously lively square fell silent once more. Everyone looked at this family's stabilizing anchor with awe. You have only seen the victories and defeats on the stage, and the spirit stones brought back. Zhang Tiansheng's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Zhang Chen, who was sitting in the corner peeling peanuts with his head bowed. A smile appeared on his lips, but I must say the credit for this battle does not belong to me nor to Yunshan, but to Chainer. In an instant, hundreds of gazes turned towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen paused for a moment, reluctantly putting down the peanuts in his hand. If it were not for the top-grade magic weapon improved by Chainer, and those special pills he refined, and the strategy he said of showing weakness to deceive the enemy. Even if I risked my old life, even if you were all brave today at the Mount of Inquiry, it would not be colorful flags hanging, but rather white banners. Zhang Tiansheng's words were heavy, yet no one found them exaggerated. Recalling the stunning reversals during the arena competition, those unreasonable, powerful magic weapons, and that astonishing finger that broke the formation of Black Reef Island. None of these lacked the shadow of the young master. Young master is mighty. Suddenly someone led the cheer with a loud shout. Immediately after, shouts of young master is mighty rose and fell like waves, echoing through the heavens. Zhang Chen stood up, not uttering any grandiose words, just smiling and bowing to those around him. He stood tall, dressed in white, appearing particularly calm and composed under the flickering candlelight. This unpretentious demeanor caused many clan elders to nod in approval. Lin Qingxue sat beside Zhang Chen, holding their recently born son Zhang Daoyan, while Zhang Daoxian and Zhang Daoling, who had just learned to walk, were by her side. She looked at this man, the center of everyone's attention. A hint of pride could not be hidden in her beautiful eyes. Once he was the one ridiculed for relying on the family's influence. But now he had become the true backbone of the entire family and even the entire Dongshan archipelago. This is my husband, Lin Qingxue silently thought. The smile on her face could not be concealed. The celebration lasted until deep into the night, and only when the moon was high did the noise gradually subside. But for Zhang Chen, this was merely the beginning of his busy schedule. He did not return to his bedroom to rest, but instead took a few trusted aides straight to the quiet room in the side courtyard, the one with the most abundant spiritual energy, where Mu Wanqing had just been rescued from the dungeon. Pushing open the door, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted over. Mu Wanqing lay quietly on the warm jade bed covered with a thick brocade quilt. Although she had undergone a simple cleaning, her small face remained pale and her breathing was weak. Long-term torture and imprisonment had nearly depleted her vitality. If it were not for the trace of the Yimu Qingling body essence sustaining her life, she would have likely perished long ago. Young master, this girl is too severely depleted. Ordinary first or second tier pills cannot restore her. A family physician beside him sighed and shook his head. Then let's use a third tier one. Zhang Chen did not hesitate at all, flipping his wrist to produce a delicate jade bottle. Removing the cork, a refreshing medicinal aroma instantly filled the entire room. It was the Jade Dew Recovery Pill, a third-tier lower-grade healing elixir. Even in the Jeang family's treasury, it was a treasure used to save the lives of Golden Core elders. Young master, this. The physician widened his eyes, feeling a pang in his heart. Pills are dead, but people are alive. Zhang Chen waved his hand, interrupting him. He walked to the bedside, gently supporting Mu Wanqing. At that moment, she was in a semi-conscious state and could not swallow on her own. Zhang Chen could only use his spiritual power to dissolve the pill, turning it into a pure medicinal liquid. Then he carefully pried open her jaws and administered it bit by bit. The medicinal liquid entered her throat, transforming into a warm current that spread through her limbs. Mu Wanqing's previously tightly furrowed brows slightly relaxed. A faintly weak blush appeared on her pale cheeks. At that moment, a light and graceful footstep echoed from outside the door. Husband. Lin Qingxue entered holding a bowl of freshly made spiritual ginseng chicken soup. She immediately spotted Zhang Chen sitting beside the bed, one hand supporting the unfamiliar woman's shoulder, while the other was using magic to guide the medicinal liquid into her body. The position of the two under the flickering candlelight appeared somewhat ambiguous. Lin Qingxue's steps slightly halted. Her fingers holding the tray instinctively tightened. Though she was a lady of a prominent family and fully aware that her husband as the young master would inevitably have multiple wives in the future, but upon seeing her husband caring so deeply for another woman, even using precious third-tier pills, a twinge of bitterness surged uncontrollably in her heart. Qingxue, what are you doing here? Zhang Chen sensed her presence, turned his head, and saw the complex expression in his wife's eyes, initially taken aback. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, suppressing the little emotions in her heart, and walked over with a gentle smile. It's quite late, and I saw the lights still on here, so I made some soup to bring over. Sister, how is the situation now? The situation is not good. The foundation has been severely damaged. Zhang Chen gently laid Mu Wanqing down, then took Lin Qingxue's hand, guiding her to sit by the bed, lowering his voice to explain, Qingxue, don't overthink it. I saved her not out of lust. This girl possesses the Yimu Qingling body. Yimu Qingling body. Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. She hails from a prominent family. Naturally, she has seen records of this constitution in ancient texts. Are you saying that kind of innate ability to communicate with plants, whether it's growing spiritual herbs or refining pills, is a special constitution that seems divinely assisted? Exactly. Zhang Chen nodded, his expression serious. The fools of the Wong family don't understand, treating her merely as a vessel for their own gain. But to me, she is a living treasure mountain. Our Jeang family has expanded its territory. The demand for pills will only increase in the future. If we can win her heart, managing the family's herb garden and refining pills, the foundation of our Zhang family could at least increase by 30%. Hearing this, the hint of jealousy in Lin Qingxue's heart quickly dissipated. In its place was the rationality and joy of a family matriarch. She understood too well what such talent meant for an emerging family. If it's for the greater good of the family, let alone using a few third-grade pills, even the most precious items are worth the investment. Looking at the girl on the bed, who appeared particularly pitiable at this moment, Lin Qingxue's gaze softened, filled with a sense of compassion and a newfound closeness, treating her as family. So that's how it is. I misunderstood. Lin Qingxue smiled shyly. She put down the tray in her hand and took a warm towel from the side, gently wiping the sweat from Mu Wanqing's forehead. Husband, you are a big man, clumsy and heavy-handed. How could you take care of someone? Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at Zhang Chen, teasingly saying, let me handle this delicate task. You just fed her medicine, and now is the time for the effects to take place. It needs gentle water, spiritual energy, to guide it slowly, and I am more skilled in this area than you. As she spoke, a gentle blue light radiated from her palms, softly pressing against Mu Wangqing's abdomen, helping to disperse the stagnant medicinal energy. Her movements were skilled and tender, resembling a matron caring for a younger sister. Zhang Chen watched this scene, feeling a warm current surge within him. With such a wife, what more could one ask for? Then I will trouble you with this. Zhang Chen did not hesitate, standing up to stretch his stiff shoulders. I will guard outside. Call me anytime if anything happens. Go on then, don't be a hindrance here. Lin Qingxue waved her hand, focusing intently on arranging the bedding for Mu Wanqing. Zhang Chen smiled and turned to leave the inner room. Standing in the corridor, he gazed at the bright moon in the sky, exhaling a long sigh. The Wong family was destroyed, the family stabilized, and a virtuous helper was found. Talents were also in place. The days ahead would be the true moment of Zhang family's rise. In the next half-month, the entire Dongshan archipelago experienced a violent upheaval. The Zhang family's iron cavalry swiftly took over all the assets left behind by the Wong family, like a storm sweeping fallen leaves. The mines were marked with the Zhang family's banner, shops in the marketplace reopened, and even those small families that had originally relied on the Wong family obediently presented generous gifts. They lined up to the Wendafing to plead for forgiveness. For these fair-weather friends, Zhang Yunshan adopted a strategy of recruiting one batch while eliminating another. The most heinous were directly exterminated, while those slightly less guilty were required to sign harsh vassal contracts paying 70% of their earnings each year. In an instant, the Zhang family's prestige reached its peak, becoming the undisputed overlord of this sea region. Amidst the busy restructuring, however, Zhang Chen enjoyed an unexpectedly leisurely life. In the side courtyard, the sun shone perfectly. Mu Wanqing was already able to walk. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, the feeling of lifelessness had completely disappeared. At this moment, she was crouched in front of a corner of the courtyard's herb bed, holding a small shovel, carefully tending to a few wilting spiritual herbs. These were a few second-grade Ninglu grass that Zhang Chen had casually planted. Due to neglect, they were almost dead. But under Mu Wanqing's care, a miracle occurred. She let out a faint blue spiritual energy from her fingertips, which seeped into the soil along the roots. Before long, the once yellowing leaves visibly transformed into a lush green. Some even bore a few sparkling dewdrops at their tips. What an impressive talent! Lin Qingxue stood in the corridor watching this scene, unable to help but exclaim. Zhang Chen sat on a rocking chair nearby, holding a teacup, and nodded in satisfaction. This is just the beginning. Once her health fully recovers, I will allocate the abandoned high-quality spiritual field on the back mountain to her. By then, our Zhang family will no longer need to pay high prices to the Overseas Merchant Alliance for spiritual herbs. As he spoke, Mu Wanqing seemed to sense the gazes of the two. She hurriedly stood up, awkwardly wiping the dirt off her hands, and walked up to the two with small steps, lowering her head to bow. Young master, young mistress. How does your body feel now? Zhang Chen set down the teacup and asked. Thank you, young master, for the medicine. I feel much better now. Mu Wanqing's voice was still somewhat weak, but it had gained more vitality than when she first arrived. I couldn't help but notice these herbs looking a bit pitiful, so I couldn't resist helping them. That's a good thing. Lin Qingxue smiled and stepped forward, taking her hand. From now on, this is your home. You can do whatever you wish here. Husband has already arranged a separate courtyard for you right next to this side courtyard and provided you with 2 diligent maidservants. Thank you, young mistress. Mu Wanqing was taken aback by the kindness, her eyes turning a bit red. She had spent half a year in the Wong family's dungeon, accustomed to the ugliness of humanity. Now suddenly treated with such gentleness, she felt somewhat unaccustomed, as if she were dreaming. All right, no need to keep thanking us. Zhang Chen stood up, taking out a jade slip from his storage ring and handing it over. This contains some insights I've compiled on spiritual plant cultivation, along with a few alchemical formulas. Take a look at it first. Once your health is fully restored, there will be a heavy responsibility awaiting you from the family. This was part of the foundational volume from the family's Baichao Tulu. The Baichao Tulu was a legacy obtained by the early ancestor Zhang Tianzhong during his travels at the site where a nascent soul cultivator had perished. Unfortunately, the Zhang family had always lacked talents in the field of spiritual plant cultivation, thus neglecting it. Now with Mu Wanqing, they could finally make use of it. Mu Wanqing took the jade slip, her divine sense, scanning it briefly. Her eyes instantly brightened. For an innate spiritual plant master, such profound heritage was worth 100 times more than any jewelry. Yes, Wanqing will not disappoint the young master. This time her gaze was no longer filled with hesitation, but rather with a sense of anticipation and determination for the future. After settling Mu Wanqing, Zhang Chen did not remain idle. He made his way to the family's forging room. Although the war had ended, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Now that the Zhang family had ascended to a dominant position, it was bound to attract the attention of higher-level forces. Even the fleeing Wong Juyin. This also posed a hidden danger that could erupt at any moment. One must be strong to forge iron. Although the heaven-shaking seal was formidable, it had yet to fully mature. He needed to refine more trump cards both for himself and for the family. In the following days, the ground fire in the forging room burned day and night once again. Meanwhile, outside the Dongshan Islands, a massive flying vessel adorned with a black skull flag was slowly navigating through the mist, heading toward this maritime region. On the deck of the flying vessel stood an old man cloaked in a black robe. He held a broken soul token in his hand. His cold gaze seemed to penetrate across the 1,000-mile sea. The blood fiend and bone spirit sent by elderly have actually perished. Even the Wong family has been annihilated. The old man's voice was hoarse like the cry of a night owl. Interesting. It seems that a remarkable individual has emerged from the Dongshan Islands. The seasons changed and time flowed. Time in the cultivation world always passes particularly quickly, and in the blink of an eye more than a year had passed since the shocking battle that led to the downfall of the Wong family. In this year, the ever-changing external circumstances were dizzying. On the Nanzhou continent, the 6 demon sects were stirring restlessly, clashing several times with the righteous alliance formed by the 7 major sects. Smoke rose and countless small sects were annihilated in the cracks. Wandering cultivators were like fish crossing a river. In contrast, the Dongshan Islands, tucked away in a corner, became a rare pure land. Although there were spies from the demon sect attempting to infiltrate under the watch of Zhang Chen, the reborn nascent soul, true monarch of the Jeang family, combined with the efforts of the 2 nascent soul ancestors from the Dongshan sect and the Yunyu sect, the entire archipelago was fortified like an iron barrel. Any demonic cultivator daring to extend their claws would only meet one fate: complete annihilation. In this relatively stable environment, the Zhang family's development was rapid. On the Wendafeng, the spiritual energy was increasingly dense. Thanks to the resources accumulated by the Wong family over centuries and the various top-tier pills provided by Zhang Chen, the overall strength of the Zhang family underwent a tremendous transformation. One day, a clear and melodious long howl suddenly echoed from the back mountain of Wendafeng. A powerful pressure belonging to the golden core stage surged into the sky, causing the clouds to swirl. It worked. Elder Wu has broken through. Zhang Tieshan, practicing with the clan members in the training ground, looked up with envy and excitement in his eyes, including the family head and the ancestor. Our Zhang family now has a total of 6 golden core cultivators. 6 golden cores. Just a few years ago, this was a number that the Zhang family members would not have dared to dream of. Now the Zhang family had undeniably become the foremost family of the Dongshan Islands. At this moment in the courtyard, Zhang Chen was comfortably reclining in a purple bamboo chair, watching several children playing on the grass nearby with a fatherly smile on his face. "Daddy, look at me." A little boy carved like jade confidently ran to a heavy stone weighing 100 pounds, and with a serious expression, he lifted it single-handedly. This was the eldest Zhang Daoxuan, only 3 years old. "I can do it too. I can do it too." Next to him, the slightly weaker Zhang, Dowling with a glint of intelligence in his eyes, refused to be outdone. Sitting cross-legged, he formed a seal with his fingers, and a faint yet pure spiritual energy danced at his fingertips. Foundation establishment stage. If outsiders were to see this scene, they would likely be astonished. At 3 years old, most children were still playing in the mud, and the better ones were just beginning to learn to read. However, these 2 young masters of the Zhang family had already stepped into the threshold of cultivation. This was the terrifying aspect of top-tier talent. As for the youngest Zhang Dayan, although just over a year old and just learned to walk, he had already shown extraordinary potential. Whenever he cried, the surrounding temperature would inexplicably rise. "Good. You are all impressive." Zhang Chen smiled and waved, and the little ones immediately dropped what they were holding and rushed into his embrace. Feeling the vibrant energy of the children, Zhang Chen was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This year he too had not been idle. With a massive accumulation of resources along with the assistance of Lin Qingxue's extreme Yin-I spirit body for dual cultivation, his cultivation soared like a rocket, and he had now firmly stepped into the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was only a step away from the late foundation establishment stage. As for Lin Qingxue, who was by his side, her progress was even more astonishing, having directly broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. Her cool and ethereal demeanor became increasingly transcendent, much like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. "Husband, you are spoiling them again." A gentle voice came, and Lin Qingxue approached, holding a plate of freshly cut spirit fruits. Today she wore a light blue skirt, her long hair casually tied up. Although she was already the mother of 3 children, time seemed to treat her especially well, leaving no traces behind. Instead, it added a touch of mature charm to her. "Boys should be tougher." Zhang Chen smiled as he took the spirit fruits, casually squeezing her palm. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? You were practicing late last night." Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glance, then sent the children off to play elsewhere. Once they were alone, she sat beside Zhang Chen, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar, tinged with shyness, yet unable to conceal her joy. Husband, I have something to tell you. What is it? Did something happen with your cultivation? Seeing her unusual expression, Zhang Chen quickly sat up straight and reached out to check her pulse. Lin Qingxue, it did not evade, allowing his fingers to rest on her delicate wrist. You see for yourself. Zhang Chen focused his senses, and in the next moment his eyes widened in shock. Beneath her steady and powerful pulse, there were actually two extremely faint, yet vibrant heartbeats. Another one. And two. This. Zhang Chen was so delighted that he almost jumped from his chair with another pair of twins. Lin Qingxue smiled with pursed lips, her eyes filled with maternal glow. Yes, you know Zhang Lao's medical skills, there's no mistake. It has been more than 2 months already. At that moment, the long-lost mechanical voice in Zhang Chen's mind timely echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Detected that the legitimate wife Lin Qingxue is pregnant again. Detecting the fetus qualifications. Detection complete. This pregnancy is for a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, inheriting the enhanced bloodline of the father and the mother's physique. Qualification rating exceptional genius. Triggered more children, more blessings. Announcement rewards. Reward preview to be distributed when the offspring are safely born. 1. Special divine ability Eye of Fortune can probe others' fortune levels and hidden qualifications. A divine skill for discovering talents and avoiding risks. 2. 4th tier top tier pill breakthrough. Pill 2 unconditionally breaks through one small realm for those below golden core stage. For those at golden core stage, it increases the breakthrough chance by 30%. 3. Special item infinite resource search card can search for high-level veins and resources within a radius of 10,000 miles. Looking at the long list of rewards, Zhang Chen felt his breath becoming heavy. The Eye of Fortune. This was simply a divine skill tailor-made for him as the head of the family. With this item, he would no longer view others through a foggy lens. He would instantly know who the genius was, who the undercover agent was, and who the great fortune bearer was. And that resource search card was priceless for the Zhang family, which was in a period of expansion. One must know that the Dongshan secret realm would open in just over a year. If he could use this resource search at that time, wouldn't it mean he could empty the secret realm? Good. That's fantastic. Zhang Chen excitedly embraced Lin Qingxue and planted a heavy kiss on her forehead, saying, Qingxue, you truly are my lucky star and a great contributor to our Zhang family. Lin Qingxue nestled in his arms, enjoying this warmth. After a long while, she seemed to remember something, lightly tracing circles on Zhang Chen's chest with her finger. Hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Husband, our Zhang family is growing larger and larger. Some matters should be put on the agenda. What matter? Zhang Chen asked, casually, feeling in a good mood. It's about Wang Qing. Zhang Chen paused slightly, lowering his head to look at the beauty in his arms. Lin Qingxue raised her head, her gaze clear and earnest. Over the past year, Wang Qing has managed the medicinal garden meticulously. Our Zhang family's current stock of pills owes much to her efforts. Moreover, she paused, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Even a blind person can see that girl's feelings. Every time you look at her, her face turns red to the roots of her neck. While you're busy with cultivation and family affairs, that girl has been quietly watching you from behind. Zhang Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, saying, I have always regarded her as a capable assistant. A capable assistant is what one says about subordinates. Lin Qingxue poked him playfully. She is the young lady of the Mu family. Even though she has faced hardships, she is still a good girl with a clean background. For more than a year, she has been following us without any title. There have been plenty of rumors outside. You are the young master and will soon be the head of the family. If there is only me by your side, it wouldn't sound good if it got out, and it wouldn't benefit expanding the family. At this point, Lin Qingxue's eyes flashed with wisdom and composure. Moreover, Wang Qing's gentle nature and her unique constitution are rare. If she were to be formally included in the household, it would not only be a resolution for her, but also a benefit to our family. I, as the main wife, don't mind. Why are you being so particular as a man? Zhang Chen looked at his understanding wife, and a warm current surged in his heart. In this world, while it was common for powerful individuals to have multiple wives, to encounter someone like Lin Qingxue, who was not jealous and actively thought of her husband and family, was indeed a blessing he had accumulated over several lifetimes. Furthermore, he did not lack feelings for Mu Wanqing. He genuinely appreciated the girl's resilience and talent. Qingxue, I've put you through so much. Zhang Chen held her hand tightly. I am not wronged. Lin Qingxue gently shook her head, her voice soft. As long as you always have me and our children in your heart, I will be content. Wang Qing is easy to get along with. In the future, we can call each other sisters and have each other's company. Since you've said so. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and nodded. Then let's go with your wishes. Since this matter was settled, Lin Qingxue revealed a decisive side. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. In the medicinal garden, Mu Wanqing was carefully watering a newly transplanted purple rhythm dragon ginseng. After more than a year of nurturing, she was no longer the frail girl who had just been rescued from the dungeon. Now her skin was as fair as snow, and she wore a light green dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Although she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as Lin Qingxue, she possessed a quiet and gentle charm akin to an orchid. Sister Wanqing. Upon hearing the voice, Mu Wanqing hurriedly put down the watering can, slightly flustered as she adjusted her skirt, and saluted Lin Qingxue, who approached. Young madam, why are you here? The soil here is muddy, don't dirty your shoes. There are no outsiders here, call me sister. Lin Qingxue smiled, took her hand with no hint of disdain, and affectionately wiped away a bit of dirt from her cheek. Sister. Mu Wanqing was somewhat flattered, lowering her head and not daring to make eye contact. Lin Qingxue pulled her to sit on a stone bench by the field and got straight to the point. Wanqing, you have been with the Jeang family for over a year now. How do you feel about this past year? Very good. Mu Wanqing quickly nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. The young master and sister have treated me very well, and the clan members are all very kind. This place feels like a dream. Since you feel good, do you want to stay here permanently? I want to. Mu Wanqing blurted out, then became somewhat downcast. As long as the young master doesn't chase me away, Wanqing is willing to spend her life growing medicine for the family. Silly girl, who told you to grow medicine for a lifetime? Lin Qingxue looked at her cautious demeanor, both amused and pained, softly, saying, I have discussed it with my husband. We want you to formally enter the household and become a side wife of the Jeang family. Would you be willing? Huh? Mu Wanqing froze in place, her hand dropping the handkerchief onto the ground. She widened her eyes like a startled deer in disbelief as she looked at Lin Qingxue, stammering, Side wife? How could someone of my status deserve that? What status? You are a young lady of the Mu family possessing a rare Qingling body, deserving of anyone. Lin Qingxue held her icy little hand over. This past year, my husband and I have seen your feelings. I just want to ask you one question. Do you have feelings for my husband? Mu Wanqing's face instantly turned bright red like a ripe tomato. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly twisting the hem of her clothes. After a long time, she finally spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. The young master saved me from fire and water and avenged my deep-seated grievances. This heart of mine has long been given to the young master. Then that's settled. Lin Qingxue patted the back of her hand, smiling. In that case, you can prepare to be a bride. The rest will be handled by me and my husband. Watching Lin Qingxue leave, Mu Wanqing stood in the medicinal garden, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The news of Zhang Chen taking a concubine quickly spread throughout the entire family and even the entire Dongshan archipelago. Regarding this matter, whether it was the ancestor Zhang Tianzheng or the family head Zhang Yunshan, they both wholeheartedly agreed. Are you kidding? What kind of person is Mu Wanqing? She was a natural talent for spirit plant mastery. Over the past year, the output of the Zhang family's medicinal garden had tripled, all thanks to her efforts. Such talent, if they could not bind her firmly to the Zhang family's chariot, it would be a loss for the family. Elder Zhang Tianzheng waved his hand grandly, directly offering 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones as a betrothal gift. Though it was for taking a concubine, the standard was exceptionally high. It was even more elaborate than marrying a primary wife. A few days later, the peak of the inquiry path was adorned with lanterns and festooned with red silk for 10 miles. The entire Zhang family estate was immersed in a sea of celebration. Starting from early morning, the arrival of congratulatory airships was unceasing, nearly blocking the waterways of Inquiry Path. The Dongshan sect presents 2 third-tier spirit herbs to congratulate young Master Jeang on his great joy. The Yin-Yu sect presents a pair of deep-sea luminous pearls, wishing young Master Jeang many sons and much happiness. The Haisha sect. Each notable force from the Dongshan Islands was bustling as if attending a fair. The family head and elders personally brought generous gifts to congratulate. They all understood clearly that the Zhang family was currently at the height of its power. Young Master Zhang Chen was even more unfathomable. Even taking a concubine was a significant political event. Who would dare to disrespect it? Inside the grand hall, guests filled the seats and cups were exchanged. Zhang Chen wore a bright red wedding robe, although this was not his first marriage. Yet looking at the sincere or respectful smiles around him, he felt a surge of emotions. The auspicious time had arrived. As the officiant sang, Mu Wanqing stepped in wearing a pink wedding gown. With the support of 2 maidservants, she slowly entered the grand hall. Although according to customs a side room could not wear bright red, this pink embroidered gown was personally chosen by Lin Qingxue. The flowing colors accentuated Mu Wanqing's delicate and charming beauty like a peach blossom on the verge of blooming. First we bow to heaven and earth. Second we bow to our parents. Now husband and wife bow to each other. As the ceremonial words concluded, Mu Wanqing was sent to the bridal chamber. Zhang Chen mingled outside, drinking a few cups of spirit wine. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he walked towards the backyard. Pushing open the door, the red candles flickered. Mu Wanqing sat nervously on the edge of the bed, tightly clutching the bridal veil. Zhang Chen approached and gently lifted the veil. Under the candlelight, the young girl's lightly adorned face was fully revealed before him. Her long eyelashes trembled, her eyes misty, both shy and expectant. Young husband. Mu Wanqing summoned the courage to call out the title she had repeated countless times in her dreams. Wanqing, from now on, this will truly be your home. Zhang Chen sat beside her, gently holding her hand. It felt warm and soft, carrying a faint fragrance of herbs that calmed the mind. Mu Wanqing nodded heavily, tears streaming down her face. Wanqing will serve husband with all her heart, taking care of household matters so that sister won't have to worry. In moments of deep emotion, no words were needed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed. Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Mu Wanqing, who was still fast asleep in his arms. A smile crept onto his lips. Just then, the long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind, sounding precisely on time. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully married again. Calculating rewards. Bride Mu Wanqing. Identity: side wife of the Jeang family, former genius of the Mu family. Special physique detected: Mu Qingling, body S grade fully activated, showing signs of advancement under the host's nurturing. Comprehensive score 94 points, excellent. Given the host's marriage partner has a significant supportive role for the family's development, triggering special bonus rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving cultivation breakthrough, directly promoted to foundation establishment late stage. Congratulations to the host for receiving 4th tier alchemy inheritance, great perfection, includes 30 lost pill formulas. Note, this inheritance can be shared with the partner. Congratulations to the host for receiving special building blueprint. Herb spirit liquid pool after construction can automatically gather and transform spiritual energy into spirit liquid. Watering the herb garden can shorten the growth cycle of spirit herbs by 50. Congratulations to the host for receiving top grade magic treasure. Qingmu longevity cauldron integrating offense and defense can enhance pill success rate in alchemy and can suppress all beings against enemies. A continuous stream of reward notifications left Zhang Chen feeling a bit dazed. Latest stage foundation establishment. 4th tier alchemy. And that herb spirit liquid pool, which seemed like a cheat. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, feeling the sudden surge of spiritual power within him rushing through his meridians like a river. The once solid bottleneck crumbled like paper before this force instantly broken through. Boom. A powerful aura belonging to the late stage of foundation establishment quietly took form within him, yet he perfectly concealed it. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Zhang Chen looked at Mu Wanqing in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. This was no fragile side wife. She was clearly a treasure bestowed upon the Jeang family by heaven. With these foundations, the rise of the Jeang family was unstoppable. Half an hour later, Mu Wanqing also woke and got up. As a new wife, her face had lost some of its youthful innocence, gaining a charming flush. At that moment, she was sitting at the dressing table with Lin Qingxue, helping her style her hair. Husband, are you awake? Lin Qingxue caught sight of Zhang Chen sitting up in the bronze mirror and turned back with a smile. Sister Wanqing said to let you sleep a bit longer. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's ears turned red, and she put down the jade comb, hurriedly walking over. She poured the warm tea that had long been prepared. Husband, please have some tea. Zhang Chen took the teacup, looking at the harmonious scene between his wife and concubine, feeling greatly comforted. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and smiled, saying, Today I still need to go pay respects to my father, we can't delay. After a quick wash and changing into a smart blue brocade robe, Zhang Chen left the side courtyard with his 2 wives, heading straight for the main hall of inquiry path. At this time, the family head Zhang Yinshan was sitting in the study holding an ancient text, though his mind was clearly not on the book. Yesterday his son took a concubine, and the lively atmosphere made him as a father very happy. The Zhang family was currently at its peak, and a thriving population was fundamental. Father. Zhang Chen stepped into the room, respectfully bowing with the 2 women. Good, everyone rise. Zhang Yinshan put down the scroll, looking at the 3 with a smiling face. His gaze lingered on Mu Wanqing for a moment, then he nodded. Wanqing is a good child. Now that you have entered the Zhang family, just live your life peacefully. If you feel wronged, you can tell your father. Mu Wanqing felt a warmth in her eyes, responding softly. By the way, father. Zhang Chen did not rush to sit down, but stepped forward, slightly releasing a hint of his aura. There is a matter I must report to you with joy. Zhang Yunshan's initially kind smile froze upon sensing the deep, vast aura from his son. The scroll in his hand fell to the floor with a thud. You have broken through. Zhang Yinshan stood up abruptly, his voice changing tone. Foundation establishment late stage. How long has it been? Zhang Chen had only been in foundation establishment for a little over a year, and now he was already at the late stage. In his day, it took him 20 years to move from mid to late stage. I had some insights last night, and I broke through as a result, Zhang Chen said, nonchalantly attributing the achievement to that so-called insight. Zhang Yunshan's lips twitched twice, eventually turning into a long sigh. What a monster. Well, you've had many strange occurrences, and I can't be bothered to ask. This is great news indeed. Besides your cultivation, my son has a big gift for the family. Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously. Father, let's go take a look at the herb garden in the back mountain. Zhang Yunshan was taken aback. Herb garden. What's happened there? Although puzzled, he still followed Zhang Chen and the others towards the back mountain. The Jeang family's herb garden in the back mountain had now expanded several times. The once barren hillside had been cultivated into neat terraces. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth and herbs. This was the result of Mu Wangqing's hard work. Although today was the first day after the grand celebration, her eyes became especially focused as soon as she arrived here. The spiritual energy here, although denser than before, is still insufficient for some delicate spirit herbs. Mu Wangqing pointed to a patch of Zhang ginseng not far away, saying, for this Zhang ginseng to grow to 500 years, it still needs at least 200 more years. Our current spiritual fields can only shorten the growth time by 30%. Zhang Yunshan nodded. Being able to shorten by 30% is already the limit, and this is thanks to your special physique, Wangqing. What if we could shorten it by 50% or even more? Zhang Chen suddenly spoke. Impossible. Mu Wangqing instinctively shook her head and analyzed professionally. Unless we use the legendary Shirong or bury an entire third-tier spiritual vein beneath the herb garden. Otherwise, the soil's fertility and the speed of spiritual energy transformation simply cannot keep up. Zhang Chen smiled without refuting her. He walked to the center of the herb garden where a natural spring was located, though the water flow was not abundant. It could barely sustain the irrigation of a few acres of spiritual fields. The blueprint rewarded by the system should be used here, Zhang Chen thought, taking out a stone plate from his storage ring. This stone plate was no ordinary item. It was densely engraved with complex runes. The patterns of flowing water and plant growth could be faintly seen. What is this? Zhang Yunshan and Lin Qingxue curiously leaned closer. This is something that can change the world. Zhang Chen shouted softly, pouring his spiritual power into the stone plate without reservation. Buzz! A deep humming sound suddenly rang out as if the pulse of the earth was beating. The blue stone plate flew from his hand, hovering above the spring. Then it suddenly sank downward, directly submerging in the water. In the next moment, an extraordinary event occurred. The previously calm spring seemed to boil, swirling violently. Immediately after, an extremely dazzling emerald green beam of light shot up from the spring, piercing the sky. The light was so bright that it dyed the entire back mountain a brilliant green. This commotion. Zhang Yunshan's expression changed, and he quickly raised his hand to cast several incantations, activating the isolation array of the back mountain to prevent outside intrusion. However, his concerns were evidently unnecessary. The green light came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After just a few breaths, the soaring beam of light dissipated, turning into countless green light spots. They fell like spring rain, scattering throughout the entire herb garden. A refreshing fragrance instantly permeated the air. This scent. Mu Wangqing took a deep breath, her face showing shock. What pure with spiritual energy. The light spots that landed did not disappear, but merged into the soil and plants. The once hard rocky soil visibly softened and moistened. A faint sheen even appeared on the surface. And that spring had changed dramatically. The outlet, originally the size of a wash basin, had silently expanded into a pool with a diameter of 3 meters. The water in the pool was no longer transparent, but presented a jade-like emerald green with a thin layer of white mist hovering above. This white mist did not disperse, but flowed gently with the terrain into every plot of herb field. Is this spirit liquid? Zhang Yunshan crouched down, dipped his finger in the pool water, and tasted it. Instantly, a pure vitality exploded in his mouth. Even he, a golden core cultivator, felt invigorated. Indeed, this is the herb's spirit liquid. Zhang Chen looked at the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. This pool can automatically gather and transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into this vitality-rich spirit liquid. From now on, we'll use this water to irrigate the spirit herbs. This is truly incredible. Mu Wangqing, disregarding the mud on the ground, rushed to a recently planted Ninglu grass. This small grass, originally only 2 inches tall, after absorbing the drifting spiritual mist, surprisingly sprouted tender green shoots right before everyone's eyes, standing taller. So fast. This growth rate is at least twice as fast as usual. Mu Wangqing's voice trembled of fervor from seeing a divine item as a spiritual planter. Not just fast, Zhang Chen walked beside her softly, saying, this spirit liquid can also enhance the quality of the spirit herbs. From now on, the herbs we grow in the Zhang family will have at least 20% stronger effects than those outside, even if they are first tier. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunshan, the family head, fell silent for a long time. As the head of the family, he understood the weight of this matter better than anyone. What is most valuable in the cultivation world? Besides top-grade magic treasures, consumables are the most expensive, and among consumables, pills are of utmost importance. With this pool, the Zhang family essentially possesses an inexhaustible treasure trove. Chainer, the news about this must be tightly sealed. Zhang Yunshan regained his composure, his expression turning extremely serious. Aside from us few present, and the elder, no outsiders must know the secret of this pool's water. Even core members of the family can only say that Wang Qing used a special secret method. A man is innocent, but possessing jade brings guilt. Everyone understood this principle. Father, rest assured, I have already set up restrictions around this pool. Zhang Chen said. Moreover, if the spirit liquid leaves the pool for more than 3 hours, the special vitality will dissipate, and it will revert to ordinary spirit water. Even if outsiders steal it, it will be useless. That's good, that's good. Zhang Yunshan finally let out a breath. In the time that followed, Zhang Chen did not rush to leave, but worked with Mu Wanqing to replan the entire herb garden. Since they had such a divine item, the originally planted low-tier spirit herbs could be appropriately reduced in planting area, freeing up more space to cultivate high-value third-tier spirit herbs. In the days that followed, the vast machinery of the Zhang family began to operate at full speed. The rear mountain of the Wendafing became a forbidden area, accessible only to core disciples who had passed strict scrutiny to assist with weeding and fertilizing. The core area was personally managed by Mu Wanqing. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen engraved parts of the 4th stage alchemy inheritance onto a jade slip and handed it to Mu Wanqing. For Mu Wanqing, this was akin to opening a door to a new world. As a person with the Yimu Qingling body, she possessed a natural affinity for herbal medicine, and with this profound inheritance, her alchemy skills progressed rapidly. Half a month later, in front of the largest pill shop by Keitang in the Zhang family's market, a brand new sign was hung. New pills available today, high quality, limited quantity, hurry to purchase. At first, the passing loose cultivators did not pay much attention. Although the Zhang family had destroyed the Wong family, they were not particularly strong in the realm of pills, mostly relying on importing and reselling from the Outer Sea Merchant Alliance. Hey oldly, shall we go in and take a look? I heard the Zhang family has released a new batch of recovery pills. What's so special about recovery pills? They're everywhere, and they're just that price. But I heard this time it's different. They say the Zhang family made them themselves, and their efficacy is 30% better than those on the market, plus they're a spirit stone cheaper. You're just talking big, right? 30% better and cheaper. Is the Zhang family doing charity? Although the loose cultivator named Old Li was skeptical, his body was honest and followed his companions into the shop. Inside the shop, neatly arranged jade bottles were displayed on the counter. The shopkeeper was a shrewd member of the Zhang family, and upon seeing more customers, he directly opened one of the bottles and poured out a plump pill. A rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire hall. This quality, Old Li being an experienced cultivator, could tell at a glance. The surface of the pill even had a faint pill pattern with the spiritual energy contained neatly within. It was definitely a top-quality product. Shopkeeper, how much for this recovery pill? 5 low-grade spirit stones per bottle, 10 pills per bottle. The shopkeeper grinned, holding up a hand. What? The whole place was in an uproar. To know that similarly priced recovery pills on the market usually sold for at least 8 spirit stones and were often out of stock. 5 spirit stones was practically a bargain. They'll take 10 bottles. I want 20 bottles. Don't shove. I want some too. The store was instantly thrown into chaos as countless spirit stones were slapped down on the counter. This was just the beginning. As the first batch of pills flowed into the market, their immediate effects completely conquered all cultivators. The Zhang family's blood coagulation powder is amazing. I was injured by a beast yesterday, and it scabbed over in just half an hour after applying it. And that gathering spirit pill, I took one, and it was equivalent to 3 days of my meditative practice. The reputation snowballed like an avalanche. Within just a few days, the foot traffic in Zhang family's market multiplied several times. Even cultivators from nearby islands traveled great distances by boat to snatch them up. A month later, in the discussion hall of Wendafing, Zhang Yuntao looked at the account book in his hand, unable to contain his smile, his face wrinkling with joy. Family head, young master. It's exploded. It's completely exploded. He excitedly waved the account book. This month, our pill shop's net profit has reached a staggering 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's twice as much as our previous earnings from selling ores and collecting rents combined. 300,000. This was a terrifying figure. For the Zhang family of the past, this was the total income for a year. This is just the beginning. Zhang Chen, seated at the lower end, calmly sipped his tea. Once Wanqing cultivates the 3rd-grade spiritual herbs, we can start attempting to refine the pills needed for foundation establishment. That will be the real big deal. Additionally, Zhang Chen put down his teacup, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Send the order down. Starting next month, our Jeang family will cease all external sales of first and second-grade raw materials and spirit herbs. All spirit herbs will be consumed by the family's alchemy workshop. Only finished pills will be sold. Monopoly. This was Zhang Chen's true objective. Since they had grasped the source and the core technology, why sell cheap raw materials to others to make big profits? But won't this provoke dissatisfaction from other forces? An elder asked with some concern, what about the Outer Sea Merchant Alliance? So what if they're dissatisfied? Zhang Yinshan exuded an aura of dominance, snorting coldly, now the Dongshan Islands are dictated by my Zhang family. If they want pills, they must abide by our rules. Besides, our pills are of good quality and fair prices. If they don't buy from us, who else can they buy from? Exactly. Zhang Chen stood up, walked to the entrance of the hall, and gazed at the bustling market below, his eyes deep and profound. The marketplace is like a battlefield. Now that we have this cash cow, we must protect it well, using the fruits it bears to exchange for more flying swords, formations, and talismans. Only by converting spirit stones into strength can we achieve true power. Zhang Chen turned around, looking at the united clan members in the hall, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The Zhang family's pill empire had already laid its first cornerstone. Next, it was about building this structure taller and more stable than anyone else. The spring breeze swept across Windafing, stirring up the vibrant greens across the mountains and fields. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the grand concubine selection banquet. During this period, the most talked-about topic within the Zhang family estate was the harmonious relationship between young master Zhang Chen and his side wife Mu Wanqing. Since Mu Wanqing entered the family, the previously quiet side courtyard had gained a touch of warmth. Today, when Mu Wanqing woke up, the space beside her was already empty, with only the slightly indented pillow still retaining her husband's scent. She did not rush to get up. Instead, she lazily stretched, feeling warm all over. A stream of exceptionally pure spiritual energy flowed through her limbs and bones. That was the result of their dual cultivation from last night. For her once severely depleted body, this was not only a boost for her cultivation, but also the best nourishing remedy. Madam, you're awake. A gentle voice from outside the door belonged to the maid Xiao Chui. The young master instructed, that snow ginseng black chicken soup is warming on the stove for you to drink while it's hot. Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded softly. Since marrying into the Zhang family, her 3 meals a day had almost all been personally attended to by Zhang Chen. Moreover, Zhang Chen utilized the magical spirit liquid pool in the Baikaiwan to cultivate many high-grade spiritual herbs tailored to her constitution. Those spirit herbs, which were hard to come by outside for a fortune, were treated as everyday ingredients in the Zhang family, creatively used to nourish her body. After a simple wash, Mu Wanqing did not linger in the room, but went straight to the medicinal garden on the back mountain. The medicinal garden today was no longer the appearance of a few acres of thin fields. Nourished by the spirit liquid pool, the spiritual energy here was so dense that it was almost misty. As far as the eye could see, Xiang ginseng ninglu grass and Qijing mushroom, various rare spiritual herbs, thrived, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a refreshing herbal fragrance. Mu Wanqing crouched in front of a half-human-tall zhugua tree, meticulously trimming the excess branches and leaves. Her movements were gentle, her gaze focused and tender, as if caressing her own child. You've cut too much here. A gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind. Mu Wanqing was startled, almost losing grip of the scissors in her hand. Turning her head, she saw Zhang Chen standing on the ridge, having appeared without her notice, holding a food box and smiling at her. Husband, how come you walk so silently? Mu Wanqing shot him a reproachful glance, then shyly pointed at the zhugua tree, saying, I just thought the branches and leaves were too dense, blocking the sunlight below. In theory, that's not wrong, but the zhugua prefers shade over sunlight, especially during fruiting, when it requires the leaves for protection. Zhang Chen stepped forward, naturally taking the scissors from her hand, demonstrating as he spoke. See, you need to leave these main branches, just trim the side ones a bit. Only then will the fruits be full and plump. Mu Wanqing gazed at the man's serious profile, feeling a twinge of sweetness in her heart. Who would have thought that this Zhang family young master, usually decisive and authoritative, would know so much about tending to plants? Yes, you're the greatest husband. Mu Wanqing took out a handkerchief, tiptoed, and wiped away a drop of sweat from his forehead. Zhang Chen gently grasped her hand, kneading it in his palm. After 3 months of careful nurturing, Mu Wanqing's once pale and thin fingers had become plump and fair. Her fingertips displayed a healthy pink hue. It seems the tonics over the past few months were not in vain. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Your complexion has improved significantly, and your cultivation has advanced. It's all thanks to you and my sister's care, Mu Wanqing said, lowering her head a little shyly. All right, stop working for now. Zhang Chen pulled her to a nearby pavilion to sit down, opened the food box, and an intense aroma wafted out. First, drink the soup. This was specially made by Qingxue, simmered for 3 whole hours. Mu Wanqing picked up the porcelain bowl and sipped slowly. The warm soup entering her belly brought a feeling of being cherished that made her eyes slightly moist. In the Mu family, although she was also a young lady, the family had been declining, and everyone bore heavy burdens. Later, when the Mu family was destroyed, she spent a dark time in the dungeon. At one point, she thought her life was ruined. Yet now in this Jeang family courtyard, she not only had a place to live, but also a truly loving family. What's wrong? Is it not good? Zhang Chen, seeing her lost in thought, waved his hand in front of her eyes. No, it's very good. Mu Wanqing came back to her senses and smiled broadly, her smile as fresh and charming as a lily blooming after the rain. Husband, the first batch of third-tier spiritual herbs ginseng is almost ripe. I was wondering if I could try to refine a batch of foundation establishment pills. Zhang Chen was slightly surprised, his eyes flashing. Do you have confidence? Although foundation establishment pills are only second-tier top-grade pills, their refining difficulty is extremely high, and they have strict requirements for the age of the herbs. Generally, only third-tier alchemists dare to attempt it. After reviewing the inheritance you provided, I have been simulating it in my mind these past few days. Mu Wanqing nodded confidently, plus I have the assistance of the Yimu Qingling body. Although I can't guarantee 100% success, I do have a 50% chance. 50%. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling secretly pleased. Even the seasoned offerings from the Outer Sea Merchant Alliance have a success rate of only about 30 to 40% when refining foundation establishment pills. Mu Wanqing had a 50% confidence on her first attempt. This talent is indeed terrifying. Great. Then let's give it a try. Zhang Chen waved his hand decisively. We have plenty of herbs. Even if the furnace explodes, we won't be afraid. You need any auxiliary materials, just request them from the warehouse or come directly to me. With her husband's support, the spark in Mu Wanqing's eyes grew even brighter. In the following days, the two spent even more time in the herb garden. Although Zhang Chen had the alchemy inheritance from the system rewards, his practical experience was still not as refined as that of Mu Wanqing, a naturally talented practitioner. The two often gathered together to discuss pill formulas, study the heat control, sometimes arguing and sometimes sharing smiles. This simple yet fulfilling cultivation life rapidly deepened their bond. It was not just a physical connection, but also a resonance of souls. Under the careful management of this wife and concubine, this master and assistant, the Jeang family's herb garden flourished even more. An endless supply of spiritual herbs was sent to the alchemy room. It became a solid foundation supporting the family's rise. Half a month later, the summer cicadas began to chirp noisily in the branches. One afternoon, the sun was scorching. As usual, Mu Wanqing was focused on watching the heat of the furnace in the alchemy room. This was a batch of Yanyuan pills used for strengthening the foundation, which was the most consumed basic pill for the disciples of the Jeang family at this time. She skillfully performed the pill collection technique with a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. Rise! With a light shout, the lid of the furnace flew off. 12 round pills flew into the prepared jade bottle. The fragrance of the pills wafted through the air. Each one was plump, and 2 of them even bore pill patterns. Phew! Mu Wanqing let out a long breath. Just as she was about to get up and tidy up the aftermath, she suddenly felt darkness before her eyes. A strong sense of dizziness washed over her. Her legs went soft, and she uncontrollably fell backward. Wanqing, just as she was about to fall to the ground, a solid arm caught her securely. Zhang Chen had just walked into the alchemy room and saw this scene. His heart skipped a beat in fright. He quickly picked Mu Wanqing up and hurried to a nearby soft couch, his voice filled with urgency. What's wrong? Are you too tired recently? Mu Wanqing leaned against him, taking a while to recover. The feeling of dizziness gradually faded. She pressed her hand against her chest. The inexplicable nausea was still churning in her stomach, her face slightly pale. No. I'm fine, maybe it's too stuffy in here. I suddenly felt a bit flustered in my chest and wanted to vomit, but couldn't. Chest tightness. Wanna vomit. Zhang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Such symptoms were not normal for a foundation establishment practitioner. Cultivators have physiques different from ordinary people, immune to cold and heat, not to mention that Mu Wanqing also had the Yimu Qingling body protecting her. Normally, she wouldn't even experience a headache or fever. Don't move, let me check. Zhang Chen, not daring to be careless, quickly grasped her wrist, dividing a thread of divine sense to probe into her body. His divine sense was now at the pinnacle of late foundation establishment, detailed and meticulous. The divine sense traveled along the meridians and quickly reached near Mu Wanqing's dantian. Upon this probing, Zhang Chen was completely stunned. At Mu Wanqing's lower abdomen, the location of her dantian, besides the familiar azure vortex of spiritual energy that belonged to her, an exceedingly faint, yet vibrant golden speck now shimmered. That speck pulsed rhythmically like a tiny heart beating with deliberate slowness. Thump, thump. Though barely perceptible, its cadence resonated intimately with Mu Wanqing's own bloodline. Moreover, a profound kinship, a visceral blood-deep resonance, traveled along Zhang Chen's divine sense and settled deep within his chest. It was the breath of life. Zhang Chen's hand jerked violently. He lifted his head in disbelief, gazing down at Mu Wanqing cradled in his arms. Husband. Seeing his strange expression, shocked, almost dazed, Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Flustered, she stammered, Is something gravely wrong with my body? Could it be that old injury from the dungeon has flared up again? The more she thought, the more dread seized her. Tears welled instantly in her eyes. Foolish girl, what on earth are you imagining? Zhang Chen snapped back to himself, astonishment melted instantly into overwhelming elation, a joy erupting from the very core of his being. Even he, the young master of the Jeang family, renowned for stoic composure, now grinned so broadly his lips stretched nearly to his ears. Without hesitation, he dipped his head and pressed a fervent kiss upon Mu Wanqing's forehead. No injury at all. This is auspicious news. Extraordinary, unparalleled fortune. His voice trembled with emotion as he gently placed his palm over Mu Wanqing's still flat abdomen and murmured tenderly, Wanqing, we are to have a child. A child? Mu Wanqing froze entirely. The word detonated in her mind, deafening, disorienting, leaving her breathless and unmoored. Instinctively, she glanced down at Zhang Chen's large hand resting upon her belly, then at her own abdomen. As a cultivator, conception was far rarer than for mortals, and grew increasingly improbable with higher cultivation realms. She had only joined the Jeang family months ago. Could it truly be so soon? Really? Her voice floated like a feather, trembling with fear that this might be nothing more than a beautiful illusion. Absolutely certain, Zhang Chen declared, resolute and unwavering. This bond of shared bloodline cannot be mistaken. And this little one possesses extraordinary vitality. Even at this earliest stage, their presence already stirs the spiritual energy within you. Clearly, they are no ordinary soul. Upon confirmation, Mu Wanqing's tears finally spilled over, not from sorrow but from sheer radiant joy. She clutched Zhang Chen tightly, burying her face against his chest until her tears soaked through his robe. It's perfect, husband. Now we have a home and heirs. For a woman who had lost every kin, left utterly alone in the world, this child's arrival meant the rekindling of bloodline continuity, her true, unbreakable root in existence. Yes, we have a child. Zhang Chen gently stroked her back, his heart swelling with quiet awe. Though he already had 3 children with Lin Qingxue, the thrill of welcoming new life remained undimmed. More profoundly, this child was the living embodiment of his love for Mu Wanqing and the first blossoming branch of the Jeang family's lineage. Attend me. Zhang Chen steadied his voice and called out firmly toward the door. Xiao Chui, who had been waiting just outside, rushed in immediately. Young master, what is your command? Go, inform the patriarch and the first madam, and summon all the family's honored medicinal cultivators at once. With a decisive sweep of his arm, Zhang Chen declared, the secondary madam is with child. Have them confirm the pregnancy and prescribe the finest prenatal tonic. Xiao Chui paused for a heartbeat, then broke into unrestrained delight. Yes, congratulations to the young master. Congratulations to the secondary madam. I shall go at once. As the maid dashed off, the entire side courtyard erupted in jubilant commotion. Just as Zhang Chen basked in the exultant anticipation of fatherhood, once more a familiar mechanical chime rang in his mind, timely, celestial, and unmistakable. Ding! Congratulations, host. The secondary Madame Mu Wanqing has successfully conceived. Scanning fetal aptitude. Zhang Chen's spirit stirred. Though he had suspected it, anticipation still fluttered in his chest. His children with Lin Qingxue were already peerless prodigies. Yet Mu Wanqing possessed the rare Ewood azure spirit physique, and his own bloodline had long been enhanced by the system. What extraordinary potential would this child inherit? After several silent seconds, the system spoke again. Scan complete. Progeny birth forecast. Aptitude rating 10,000 era pill heart. Physique SSS rank. Special physique. Physique description: born of primordial Ewood Qi of heaven and earth, perfectly fused with the host's enhanced bloodline. Innately possesses dual spirit roots, wood and fire, each at absolute purity. Innate talents: Shinong perception, intuitive mastery of all herbs and medicinal principles, even sensing the emotions of spirit herbs. Celestial pillfire genesis: a primordial wood spirit flame coalesced within the body, doubling pill refining success rates and rendering furnace explosions virtually impossible. Assessment: this child is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the alchemical path, an unparalleled genius whose birth will irrevocably elevate the Jeang family's standing in the realm of alchemy. Pending reward preview to be granted upon safe birth. 1. Quintessential 5th-rank pill formulas compendium, including 100 lost ancient formulas. 2. Unique structure alchemical enlightenment pagoda tenfold enhancement of pill refining insight while inside, enables mass cultivation of family alchemists. 3. Familial fortune golden dragon reinforcement greatly boosts clan cohesion and reduces risk of spiritual deviation. As the system's proclamation echoed, Zhang Chen felt his breath catch entirely. 10,000 era pill heart physique. Dual wooden fire spirit roots. Absolute purity. A primordial symbiotic spirit flame. Each term struck him with greater force than his own breakthrough to foundation establishment latestage. In this world of cultivation, whom did mortals and immortals alike revere most? Not sword cultivators, mere masters of brute force, nor elusive formation experts shrouded in mystery. No, the highest honor belonged to elite alchemists. A grand alchemical master needed only raise a finger and countless powerhouses would pledge loyalty, even sacrifice themselves for a single pill. And now the system proclaimed his next child was a natural-born grand alchemical master. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhang Chen silently cried the word 3 times over, his grip on Mu Wanqing's hand tightening instinctively. If her arrival had merely revitalized the Jeang family's medicinal gardens, then this child's coming heralded their future dominance, not only over the Dongshan archipelago but across neighboring seas, in the entire domain of alchemical commerce. That alchemical enlightenment pagoda was nothing short of a strategic treasure. With it, and Mu Wanqing and this child, the Jeang family could establish its own sovereign alchemical pavilion, mass-producing elite alchemists. Then, whether to overwhelm adversaries with pills or barter them for limitless resources, would rest entirely within his will. Husband, what's wrong? Your smile is a bit frightening. Mu Wanqing looked at Zhang Chen's face, which was filled with an expression akin to that of a lovesick fool, and she worriedly waved her hand in front of his eyes. Ahem. Zhang Chen came back to his senses, restraining his emotions, but the smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. He gazed at Mu Wanqing, his eyes burning with warmth and cherishment. Wanqing, you have made a significant contribution this time. Zhang Chen leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I just sense that this child possesses exceptional talent, possibly even surpassing our little ones. Especially in alchemy, it seems they will inherit your mantle and may even exceed you. Really, really. Mu Wanqing's eyes widened, although she did not understand how her husband sensed this. But she had always trusted her husband's words without doubt. When have I ever lied to you? Zhang Chen gently pinched her nose and said, starting today, you don't need to go to the medicinal garden anymore. I'll leave all the heavy work to the servants. Just focus on nurturing the baby. Even if the sky falls, I will bear the weight. But what about the spiritual herbs in the garden? Mu Wanqing still felt a bit reluctant. Spiritual herbs can be replanted. The real loss would be if you and the child were overworked. Zhang Chen's tone was domineering, leaving no room for doubt. Mu Wanqing felt warmth in her heart, obediently nodding her head and no longer insisting. She caressed her abdomen, even though there was no visible sign of any movement yet. But she felt as if she could already sense the existence of that little life. It was her and her husband's child, a little genius who would astonish the family. At this moment, she felt that all the hardships she had endured seemed to be a trade for the blessings of today. The family head has arrived. The First Lady has arrived. With this announcement, the threshold of the side courtyard was nearly trampled. Zhang Yinshan rushed in almost at a run. His hurried demeanor showed none of the composure expected from a golden core master. Chainer, Wanqing, has it been confirmed? Is it really the signs of pregnancy? Before he even entered, his voice had already arrived. Zhang Yinshan burst into the room, looking at the couple nestled together, his face full of smiles. Father, please slow down. Zhang Chen helplessly stood up to salute, saying, Uncle Xuanhu has just checked, and it's confirmed without a doubt. It's been over 2 months already. Excellent. That's wonderful. Zhang Yinshan excitedly slapped his thigh. Our Zhang family is truly going to prosper. A flourishing population is the foundation for a family's everlasting legacy. He looked at Mu Wanqing with eyes filled with kindness. Wanqing, you are truly blessed. For this period, feel free to ask for anything you want, anything you wish to eat. Just speak up. You can use anything from the storeroom, even the old ginseng and spiritual mushrooms. As long as it helps nourish the child to be healthy and chubby, our Zhang family will not be stingy. Thank you, family head. Mu Wanqing wanted to rise to bow, but Zhang Yinshan quickly pressed her back down. Stay lying down. Stay lying down. You are now our Zhang family's key protected individual. Oh, let's skip the formalities. At this moment, Lin Qingxue also walked in. Today she wore a light purple long dress, appearing dignified and graceful. Upon hearing the news, she showed no hint of jealousy, but instead wore a joyful expression. As the main wife, she understood better than anyone else that a family's strength relies on its population. Moreover, having spent over half a year with Mu Wanqing, they had formed a sisterly bond. Sister, congratulations. Lin Qingxue walked to the bedside and naturally took Mu Wangqing's hand, her eyes filled with smiles. Our Jeang family is about to welcome another addition. Dao Xian and the others have been clamoring for younger siblings. Now, they finally have company. Sister. Mu Wangqing looked into Lin Qingxue's sincere eyes, and the last trace of her unease melted away. This is your first pregnancy, and you have no experience. It's natural to feel a bit nervous. Lin Qingxue sat by the bed beginning to share her experienced advice. The first 3 months are the most crucial. You must avoid any disturbances to the pregnancy. Additionally, during this time your cravings may change. It's normal to want sour or spicy food. I will have someone send you some appetizing spiritual fruit preserves. They were my favorite when I was pregnant with Daoyan. The two of them huddled together chatting excitedly about parenting tips. Zhang Chen and Zhang Yunshan, the two men, found themselves unable to join the conversation. They could only stand by and grin. Qingxue is truly virtuous. Zhang Yunshan observed this scene, nodding with satisfaction, and quietly said to Zhang Chen, Chainer, you are fortunate to have such a virtuous main wife in Qingxue, and to take Wanqing as a capable concubine. You must treat them equally in the future. Don't worry, Dadu, I know what to do, Zhang Chen replied with a smile. That night the Jeang family courtyard once again hung up red lanterns. Though there was no grand feast, every member of the family received a share of the rewards. All the clansmen knew that the concubine was pregnant. Everyone was buzzing with excitement in private. Have you heard? The concubine is pregnant. Really? That's a great joyous occasion. The concubine is Miss Mu from the Mu family. Her talent is unmatched, so this child will surely be a genius. That's a given. Our young master is a true dragon. The concubine is also an azure spirit body. This is a powerful combination. Our Jeang family will not only excel in combat, but also in alchemy. Our position as the foremost family in the Dongshan archipelago is secured. The family's cohesion increased once again at that moment. Every Jeang family member's face was filled with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of the side courtyard, Lin Qingxue personally brought a bowl of steaming pregnancy medicine, watching Mu Wanqing drink it, then carefully tucked in the corners of her blanket. Sister, thank you. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Qingxue, who was bustling about, feeling so grateful that she didn't know what to say. Silly girl, we are family. Lin Qingxue gently caressed her still flat abdomen, softly saying, When this child is born, they must call me Annie. I will love them as much as I love Daoyan. The flickering candlelight cast warm silhouettes of the two women. Zhang Chen stood outside the window watching this scene, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. This was the family he wanted to protect. This was the entire meaning of his struggle. Time flew by, and it had been over a year since the Wong family was destroyed. In this past year, the Dongshan archipelago appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging. Especially in the last few months, the atmosphere in the entire sea region had suddenly become fervent. The only topic of conversation in the streets and alleys was the Dongshan secret realm. The Dongshan secret realm was no ordinary cultivation relic. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago in ancient times this was a top-tier paradise. The spiritual energy was so dense that it could transform into liquid, and it once birthed a deity whose power shook the universe. After a great calamity, this paradise fell into the void, opening only once every 50 years. However, due to the unique laws governing the Dongshan secret realm, only foundation establishment stage cultivators and those below are permitted to enter. Thus, it has become a focal point for various factions vying for resources. In the past, the allocation of quotas for the Dongshan secret realm was always controlled by the 7 great families and the 3 major sects. Each family had a set number of individuals they could send in. In their quest for additional quotas, the factions often engaged in open and covert battles years in advance of its opening. Yet in recent years, the situation has undergone a dramatic transformation. The once illustrious Wong family has completely vanished from the annals of history. The shares they left behind have become a coveted prize for many. However, no one dares to covet these quotas. The Zhang family demonstrated terrifying depth during the battle that annihilated the Wong family, especially with the resurgence of their ancestor Jeang, tinging back to his peak. This left the other factions trembling in fear. In the Zhang family estate's conference hall, Zhang Yunshan sat in a grand chair, his face glowing with delight as he held a list compiled from various families. Chainer, you truly have foresight. Zhang Yunshan put down the list, gazing at Zhang Chen, who was seated beside him with a sense of admiration. We have taken half of the quotas that originally belonged to the Wong family. With our own original share included, this time the Zhang family will have an unprecedented 30 individuals entering the secret realm. 30 individuals. This was something unimaginable in the past. It's worth noting that for a colossal entity like the Dongshan sect, the quota for entry was merely around 10. The Zhang family's move is akin to declaring to the entire archipelago that they are the current true overlords. Zhang Chen sipped his tea, his expression calm. Having more quotas is merely the foundation. The key lies in whether those who enter can bring the resources back. Though the secret realm is rich and treasures, the competition is equally fierce. With the Wong family gone, the other factions may well collaborate to deal with us inside. Zhang Yinshan nodded, his expression turning serious. I have already considered this point. Over the past year, we have relied on the spiritual herbs nurtured by Wanqing and our own refined pills to elevate all 30 elite clan members chosen for the selection to the late foundation establishment level. The Jeang family has indeed invested heavily this time. These 30 clansmen not only trained for a full year, but were also placed in the family's newly established secret training grounds for life and death tempering. Zhang Chen waved his hand, grandly allocating 30 second-grade, top-tier magical artifacts, one set for each person, along with a substantial supply of top-level talismans. One could say that once these 30 individuals enter the secret realm, they will resemble a small army, fully armed to the teeth. This is still not enough. Zhang Chen's gaze deepened. In addition to hard power, we need organization. Although Uncle Yanhai will lead this time, he is a golden core and cannot enter directly. In there, everything will rely on Dao Xian and those several leaders who understand cooperation. At this moment on the Wendafeng, 30 elite clansmen were gathered in unified blue combat robes in the square. Each of them exuded a meticulously refined spiritual power, a testament to their long-term consumption of high-quality pills. Observing this vibrant energy-passing clansmen could not help but reveal proud expressions. They all understood that the Zhang family's true ascent might hinge on this battle. 3 months before the secret realm was set to open, the entire Wendafeng was once again enveloped in a rich atmosphere of joy. In the side courtyard outside the delivery room, Zhang Chen paced anxiously. Father Qingxue has given birth to 3 children. Why are you still so nervous? Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Yinshan, who was also glancing around anxiously at the door. Unable to resist, he made a joke to relieve the tension. Zhang Yinshan shot him a glare, rubbing his hands. Nonsense, this is a pair of twins. Our Zhang family has never had twins before. This is an auspicious omen. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick layer of purple clouds suddenly appeared on the horizon. Immediately after, a crisp crying sound pierced the sky, clear and full of vitality. Before long, a second cry followed closely. The delivery room door swung open and several midwives joyfully rushed out, saying, "Congratulations, young master, congratulations, head of the family. The First Lady has safely given birth to a pair of twins. Mother and children are safe." Zhang Chen felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, nearly rushing inside in a single leap. "Husband, you are here," Lin Qingxue softly said. Zhang Chen sat by the bed, gently embracing his wife's shoulder, gazing at the 2 children who had just opened their eyes, their gaze infused with a hint of spirit. At the same time, the familiar system voice echoed in Zhang Chen's mind, right on cue. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The dragon and phoenix twins have been successfully born. Eldest son detected Zhang Deyuan aptitude, unparalleled genius, perfectly inheriting and enhancing the bloodline. Young daughter detected Zhang Daoyao aptitude, unparalleled genius, inheriting the extremely ice spirit body mutation. Issuing rewards for the multiple offspring phase. Rewards have been credited: 1. Top-tier divine ability, Eye of Fortune. 2. 2 4th-grade top-tier breakthrough pills. 3. 1 resource search card valid for 10,000 miles. Listening to the system's announcements like celestial music, Zhang Chen felt all his pores relax. The aptitudes of these 2 children were entirely as expected. Both possessed top-tier talents, 1 in a million. Daoyu and Daoyao. Zhang Chen gently caressed the faces of the 2 children. "May you both be as foundational as the Tao and as radiant as the light of immortals. May your lives be smooth and worry-free." Lin Qingxue savored the names, nodding with a smile. Daoyu and Daoyao, lovely names. After settling his wife and children, Zhang Chen entered the secret chamber. At this moment, 2 jade vials appeared in his hand, their openings faintly radiating a mysterious spiritual energy. They contained the 2 incredibly precious 4th-grade breakthrough pills. Such pills are practically priceless in the outside world, capable of unconditionally helping cultivators below the golden core break through their bottlenecks. Zhang Chen's cultivation level had already been stagnant at the late foundation establishment stage for some time. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to perfection would take at least another 2 to 3 years. But now he did not intend to wait. After all, the journey into the secret realm was fraught with danger. He needed to possess the strongest combat power. Zhang Chen swallowed one of the pills, feeling a scorching medicinal power erupt within him like a torrent. He activated the family's top-tier cultivation method, guiding this force to relentlessly impact the once solid barrier. Half a day later, a powerful cyclone formed within the secret chamber. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance darting across them. His current aura was more than twice as powerful as before. Foundation establishment perfection. He was only a hair's breadth away from the false core realm. Exiting the secret chamber, Zhang Chen found Lin Qingxue basking in the sun in the courtyard, although she was still in confinement. Yet cultivators' recovery rates are remarkably swift. He took out the other breakthrough pill and handed it to Lin Qingxue. "Husband, what is this?" Lin Qingxue looked at the pill in the vial, her expression filled with uncertainty. "This is a breakthrough pill. It can help you stabilize your foundation and break through," Zhang Chen said earnestly. "Although you won't be going to the secret realm this time, I will only feel at ease if your cultivation improves." Lin Qingxue gazed into Zhang Chen's concerned eyes, feeling deeply touched. She knew just how precious this pill was. Her husband had not kept it for himself or allocated it to the family elders. Instead, he thought of her at the first opportunity. "Thank you, husband." Lin Qingxue accepted the pill, silently vowing to safeguard the family, ensuring he would have no worries. After breaking through in his cultivation, Zhang Chen did not rush to continue seclusion. Instead, he began to explore the two new system functions he had acquired. He walked along the edge of the martial arts arena on Mount Winda, his thoughts stirring as he silently intoned Eye of Fortune activate. In an instant, Zhang Chen's world transformed. The ordinary surroundings were now filled with countless vibrant auras in his sight. He glanced at the clan members practicing not far away. Some disciples had a faint azure aura swirling above their heads, indicating that their fortunes were mediocre and their path in cultivation might end at foundation establishment. In contrast, the leader Zhang Taizhan had a dense red cloud hovering above him with a hint of golden light faintly visible within. This signified that he had the opportunity to attain golden core. Barring any mishaps, his future was promising. What a remarkable eye of fortune, Zhang Chen marveled inwardly. It not only revealed a person's potential, but also helped avoid peril. He turned his gaze towards the medicinal garden on the back mountain, where a nearly unbreakable aura of lush green enveloped the area. Faintly, a shadowy figure made of spiritual herbs swirled around. That was Mu Wonking's fortune. Due to her possession of the Emu Qingling body, her fortune was intrinsically linked to plants. As long as she was in the medicinal garden, the entire family's spiritual herbs would receive nourishment. Subsequently, he turned back to the house to check on the two newborn children. To his astonishment, Zhang Daoyuan and Zhang Daoyao each had a purple aura rising directly into the sky above their heads. This was a manifestation of purple qi from the east, a sign reserved for sages or unparalleled powerhouses. With such fortune, as long as they do not meet an untimely end, they are bound to achieve nascent soul or even greater heights in the future. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, feeling a surge of confidence regarding the family's future. Finally, he took out a pale golden resource search card. This was a single-use item, yet it boasted an extremely domineering function. Zhang Chen's current activity range was primarily in the Dongshan Islands, but he clearly understood that the true place he needed resources was the soon-to-be-opened Dongshan secret realm. If this card were used in that secret realm, all the rare mines and ancient relics within a radius of 1,000 miles would be laid bare. Top-tier herbs would be completely exposed. It would not be a mere treasure hunt, but rather a mapped expedition to stock up. The Wong family has painstakingly managed their territory for hundreds of years, yet they merely guard a small piece of the Dongshan Islands. Since I, Zhang Chen, have come to this world and have the assistance of the system, if I cannot lead my family out of this sea region, then that would be a life wasted. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the day of the Dongshan secret realm's opening approached, the atmosphere on Mount Winda grew extremely tense. In the morning, the mountain mist had yet to dissipate. Zhang Chen opened the window and took a deep breath of the air, scented with the fragrance of plants. The spiritual power within him had stabilized at the peak of foundation establishment. As it was itself a manifestation of the heavenly Taoist foundation establishment, the richness of his spiritual power even embarrassed some newly entered golden core cultivators. After several days of exploring the Eye of Fortune, his sensitivity to the auras of all things had become remarkably sharp. At the martial arts arena on the back mountain, the clan members were already geared up and ready for action. Each of them wore specially made azure battle attire with a dark golden Jeang embroidered on their chests. Their storage bags were filled with the hidden cards Zhang Chen had meticulously prepared over the past year. Zhang Chen descended from the high platform, his gaze sweeping over these faces. The eyes of these clan members were filled with fervent admiration as they looked at him. In their hearts, the young master was the embodiment of miracles. After standing still, Zhang Chen did not utter any grandiose words. In a steady tone, he said, "Tomorrow we will set off for the floating pagoda sea. Although the Dongshan secret realm is filled with treasures, it is also fraught with unpredictable dangers. We must face not only the traps within the secret realm, but also the schemes of other forces." 30 disciples listened intently, their expressions solemn. Zhang Chen continued, "To improve our survival rate and search efficiency, I have decided to adopt a strategy of decentralized cooperation. The 30 of us will be divided into 6 small groups, with 5 members in each group. Each group must elect a leader who will be fully responsible for the group's command. Once inside the secret realm, each group will seek opportunities independently, but they must report their locations at fixed times daily using the sensing talisman. This policy sparked low murmurs of discussion among the disciples below. In the past, families entering the secret realm mostly formed tight-knit groups. While it was safe, the search range was too limited. Moreover, they could easily be wiped out. Zhang Chen waved his hand for silence, saying 5-member groups can maintain high flexibility, making retreat easier in case of danger. You all have the top-tier magical tools and defensive talismans I provided. Oh, as long as you do not encounter golden core-level monsters, you should have no problem protecting yourselves. If any group discovers a significant treasure or falls into a dire situation nearby, brothers must provide support immediately. The crowd replied in unison, "We will obey the young master's orders." Zhang Tieshan, as one of the elite representatives for this mission, stepped forward first to express his commitment. "Young master, rest assured we will not bring shame to the Jeang family. Once we enter the secret realm, those who dare to touch us will learn what the current Jeang family is capable of." Zhang Chen nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the morale of the group. After the meeting, Zhang Chen returned to the side courtyard. Lin Qingxue was inside caring for the newborn twins. Dao Yuan and Dao Yao were growing rapidly. They were already faintly emanating spiritual light. "Husband, you will be leaving tomorrow. I'll be sure to be extremely careful." Lin Qingxue walked over to Zhang Chen and adjusted his collar. Her eyes were filled with concern, yet she did not speak any words of discouragement. She understood that as the future head of the family, Zhang Chen must lead this expedition. This was his best opportunity to establish absolute authority. "Do not worry." Zhang Chen grasped her hand, saying, "I will not stay in the secret realm for too long. Once I bring back good things, our children will no longer have to worry about cultivation resources." Mu Wanqing also approached, having recovered remarkably well during this period. She handed Zhang Chen a large stack of specially made jade bottles. "Husband, these are the high-quality detoxification pills I just prepared over the past 2 days. The Dongshan secret realm is rife with marshes and heavy miasma. Take these pills and distribute them to the clan members." Zhang Chen accepted the pills, feeling grateful. These 2 capable assistants were indeed a blessing for him. The next morning at the dock on Mount Wenda, dozens of large azure flying boats hovered silently on the water's surface. These flying boats had been reinforced at great expense after the Zhang family absorbed the Wong family. They were inscribed with defensive formations and formations for attack. Zhang Yunshan, Zhang Yunhai, and Zhang Yuntao, 3 golden core cultivators, personally led the team. This lineup was extraordinarily luxurious for the Dongshan Islands. "Set sail." With a command from Zhang Yunshan, the formations at the bottom of the flying boats were instantly activated, unleashing a strong wave of spiritual power. The flying boats soared into the sky like giant beasts, transforming into azure streaks of light as they sped towards the floating pagoda sea in the far north. The spiritual ships sliced through the clouds, and the scenery around them rapidly receded. The sensation of looking down at the earth from a height of 1,000 zhang left many of the clan's young disciples exhilarated. Zhang Chen stood on the deck of the leading flying boat, letting the wild wind billow his long robe. He gazed ahead towards the floating pagoda sea. It was shrouded in mist year-round, with turbulent waters and countless powerful deep-sea monsters lurking. The flying boat journeyed for about 2 hours. The color of the sea below deepened, transforming from emerald green to a nearly ink-black abyssal blue. "Young master, up ahead is the famous Sea Soul Belt." Zhang Taizhan approached Zhang Chen, his expression somewhat grave. "The magnetic field here is chaotic, causing compasses to fail. We can only rely on the positioning array on board the flying boat. Moreover, this is the territory of the 3rd-tier monster, the Thunderwing Sea Serpent." As he spoke, the once calm sea suddenly erupted. A gigantic sea serpent over 100 feet long burst forth from the water, its back adorned with a pair of translucent lightning wings. It let out a roar, shooting forth a thick bolt of lightning towards the flying boat. "Beast!" Zhang Yunhai snorted coldly. He pointed his sword, and the attack formation on the side of the flying boat instantly charged up. Boom! A beam of white light shot towards the lightning. The terrifying shockwave raised monstrous waves dozens of meters high on the sea. The sea serpent, realizing the flying boat was not to be trifled with, flashed a hint of fear in its eyes. It dove into the depths of the sea, vanishing from sight. Such small incidents occurred several times on the way to the floating pagoda sea. As the flying boat ventured deeper, the sky turned gloomy. The spiritual energy in the air began to grow chaotic and restless. In the distance, a massive whirlpool appeared in the horizon. That was the floating pagoda. The spiritual energy within hundreds of miles was gathering towards it, signaling the imminent opening of the Dongshan secret realm. Surrounding the sea were several desolate islands. At this moment, various flying magical treasures and ships were already docked in abundance. "Look, that is the 9 Dragons golden boat of the Dongshan sect," a Jeang family disciple pointed ahead. A giant treasure ship gleaming with dazzling golden light was anchored beside the island to the east. The ship was adorned with dragons and phoenixes exuding the aura of a great sect's heritage and opulence. On the other side was the Moon Crescent flying shuttle of the Yunhua sect. It had a semi-transparent texture light as a feather. The Zhang family's flying boat slowly descended to their designated area. Many leaders of various factions turned their gazes, their expressions complex. Is that the Zhang family? The one that has developed rapidly these past few years? I heard they destroyed the Wong family. Seeing them today, their combat readiness is indeed formidable. Leading the team are actually 3 golden core cultivators. The Zhang family must be going all out, huh? Zhang Yinshan strode down from the flying boat and cupped his hands at the various powerful figures who had long been waiting. Esteemed guests, I have just arrived. I hope I am not late. An elder with white hair from the Dongshan sect stepped forward chuckling. Zhang family head, you are too polite. Nowadays on the Dongshan Islands, who would dare not wait for the Zhang family? Please take a seat. Though his tone was courteous, the underlying apprehension was palpable. Zhang Chen followed closely behind as he descended from the flying boat. He maintained a calm demeanor, the composed tension in him, making several elder sect members secretly astonished. This young man was the true variable of the Zhang family. Zhang Chen sat beside the family head and did not engage in the tedious pleasantries. He slightly focused his thoughts, and the eye of fortune activated in an instant. In his vision, the previously mundane crowd transformed into a colorful ocean of fortune. He was searching for potential threats that could emerge in the secret realm, or potential stocks worth investing in. Oh, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The majority of the cultivators had a grayish-blue fortune above their heads. Occasionally, a few with blue fortunes were already the elite within their sects. Zhang Chen's gaze swept over the Dongshan sect's camp. There sat dozens of elite cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. On the edge of these elites, a timid little girl caught his attention. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, wearing a slightly oversized robe, her hair a bit messy, and holding a worn-out talisman brush, crouching on the ground as she sketched on several rough sheets of yellow grass paper. Nearby Dongshan sect disciples were gathered in small groups, spiritedly discussing their plans for entering the secret realm. Yet no one spared her a glance. In fact, a male disciple passed by and impatiently kicked the paper bag at her feet. Su Xiaoxiao, at such a crucial moment, can you stop fiddling with those useless talismans? The male disciple laughed derisively. The sect brought you in because of your minor skill in avoiding obstacles. Don't expect us to protect you dead weight. The little girl, having been kicked, dared not retort as she quietly picked up the scattered papers, treating them like treasures as she brushed off the dust. Zhang Chen's heart stirred, and he focused his gaze, causing a system panel to appear in his mind. Ding. Special target detected. Name Su Xiaoxiao, physique, innate spirit, talisman, body, peerless physique, overall rating 93 points, status, neglected potential, yet to be developed, evaluation, a unseen century talent in the way of talismans. Due to the sluggish cultivation speed of this physique in the early stages, often exhibiting an overly delicate sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is commonly mistaken for blocked meridians. Once she steps into the threshold of talisman masters, she can transform countless talismans with spiritual energy, suppressing the heavens. Another one of these templates, Zhang Chen thought in mild surprise. In the cultivation world, many special physiques appear as useless weeds before awakening. Clearly, the people of Dongshan sect regarded this rough gem as a stepping stone. The fortune above Su Xiaoxiao's head was very unique, a deep purple intertwined with golden threads. That was a sign of talent reaching an extraordinary peak. Chena, what are you looking at? Zhang Yinshan noticed his son's gaze and, somewhat puzzled, followed it. That seems to be a peripheral disciple of the Dongshan sect who appears to be rather overlooked. Zhang Chen chuckled and withdrew his gaze. It's nothing, I just found the talisman she drew to be intriguing. Father, once we enter the secret realm, if we encounter this girl, let's help her if we can. It would be best to establish a good relationship. Zhang Yinshan, though confused, had near-blind trust in his son's judgment and nodded. All right, I will instruct them. Just then the whirlpool of the sea ahead suddenly erupted with a roar. Waves surged into the sky, and the originally deep blue sea was violently pressed into white. The time has come. The white-haired elder of the Dongshan sect's voice boomed like a bell as he stood abruptly waving his sleeve. A massive black pestle whistled out. It instantly expanded to dozens of feet long. Dear friends, the gate to the secret realm is unstable. Let us work together to open the heavens. With his call, the beautifully dressed woman from the Yunhua sect also summoned a crystal-clear ice mirror. The mirror emitted a cold light sufficient to freeze the sea's surface, directly stabilizing the violent tremors at the whirlpool's center. Zhang Yinshan was not to be outdone. He laughed heartily and summoned a bronze cauldron from his hand. The heavy pressure seemed to solidify the void. Immediately, several golden core cultivators struck simultaneously, their various magical artifacts converging in a dazzling spectacle resembling a radiant little sun. Boom! The entire floating pagoda sea seemed to be torn open by an immense force. At the center of the vortex, the dark black hole gradually revealed a soft white light under the relentless bombardment. The white light overflowed like a flowing stream, bringing forth an ancient and suffocating aura of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy carried the essence of ancient times, a mere wisp escaping into the air. This stirred the hearts of many cultivators on the brink of breakthrough. It's opened. The secret realm is opened. According to the previous agreement, each sect shall enter in order. The head boss of the Dongshan sect shouted angrily, but at this moment the fervor had already surged in everyone's minds. The disciples of Dongshan's sect were the first to make a move. They rode their flying swords and magical artifacts, charging into the rift. The crescent shuttle of the Yun Yu sect closely followed behind. Jeang family members gather. Zhang Chen stood up, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The clan members in azure battle robes instantly retracted their smiles, their gazes turning fierce and resolute. This uniform discipline was particularly eye-catching. Enter. Without wasting words, Zhang Chen unfolded his azure sword wings and transformed into a streak of light. He led the charge towards the spatial rift. The sensation of passing through the spatial seam felt like being shoved into a rolling drum, spinning wildly. The surrounding lights and shadows shattered, and a sense of weightlessness engulfed him. Just a few breaths later, he felt a solid sensation beneath his feet. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his flying sword already drawn, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Soon after, a series of sounds of air being sliced echoed. Zhang Taizhan and other clan members also landed behind him. They descended at the edge of a vast wetland. Looking up, the sky here exhibited a dreamlike pale purple hue, with three suns hovering side by side in the horizon, emitting a soft, yet non-blinding light. The air was so dense it was almost congealing into droplets of mist. With each breath, he could feel his lungs being cleansed by pure spiritual energy. Not far away, a giant mushroom stood several feet tall, its caps sparkling with twinkling phosphorescence. Enormous vines coiled around ancient trees towering 100 feet high, each leaf translucent and seemingly carved from fine jade. Such rich spiritual energy. Zhang Taizhan couldn't help but exclaim, feeling the bottleneck within himself slightly loosen. Even a wild herb here might be considered a 10-year spiritual medicine outside. Don't be careless, Zhang Chen coldly reminded. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the stronger the beasts. Tieshan, proceed according to plan. 5 people in a group, each with their assigned duties. Though this wetland appeared calm, scanning with divine sense revealed at least dozens of second-tier swamp giant lizards hidden below. The crowd's expressions grew serious, and they immediately spread out around Zhang Chen, forming several defensive formations. At this moment, cultivators from other factions also began to land in different locations. Some unfortunately fell directly into the lair of beasts, their cries of horror rising and falling in the distance. Meanwhile, those prepared disciples of sects had already taken out their ancestral maps, swiftly darting towards known herbal gathering spots. Young master, where are we going? Zhang Taizhan quietly inquired. Although the Wong family had entered the secret realm before, the maps left behind were very rudimentary, mostly detailing some fringe areas. The true treasure troves and core areas were fiercely guarded by the 3 major sects. Zhang Chen watched the competitors rapidly disappearing into the sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. He pulled out a card shimmering with a dark golden glow from his pocket. Attempt the Sandmile resource search card. Those old maps are merely the leftover scraps of our predecessors. Zhang Chen sneered in his heart. Today I will turn this Dongshan secret realm upside down. He pinched the card between 2 fingers, channeling his spiritual power into it. With a light crack, the golden card shattered, instantly transforming into countless specks of golden light that fused into Zhang Chen's brow. In that moment, Zhang Chen felt a cool sensation wash over his mind. The originally dim and chaotic vision became extraordinarily clear at that instant. A tactile 3D holographic map unfolded in his divine sense. This map covered a radius of 10,000 miles, not only clearly depicting the terrain and landforms, but also densely packed with numerous markings. Green markings indicated various low-tier spirit mines and medicinal herbs. Red markings denoted rare resources or powerful beast territories above the 3rd tier. What excited Zhang Chen the most were those few points glowing with deep purple light. Inheritance. Furthermore, it was the top-tier inheritance left by the Taoist Lord of Transformation. This is... Zhang Chen closed his eyes, carefully sensing the information behind those markings. In the due north direction, on a floating solitary island, 3 massive purple orbs shone brightly. Discovered the inheritance of the Transformation Tao, Lord the 9 Heavens, Sword King's legacy. Discovered a supreme spiritual treasure, the thunder sound calming demon cauldron. Discovered a fifth-tier spiritual herb, the 9 revolutions soul-returning flower. In the southwestern direction, at the bottom of a molten lava lake, there was also a dazzling marking. Discovered the transformation Tao Lord, the legacy secret chamber of the flame sky ancestor. Discovered a 4th-tier supreme fire essence vein. In addition, there were hundreds of previously undiscovered hidden medicinal gardens and ancient cultivator caves. Those so-called elite sect members were currently fighting fiercely over a few 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, unaware that in the depths of this secret realm, the true treasures were beckoning to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp enough to solidify. "Qian, come here." Evidently, even with his remarkable temperament, his tone carried a hint of excitement. The vigilant clan members immediately surrounded him. Zhang Chen extended his hand, using his spiritual power to sketch out several coordinates in the void. Group 1, Group 2, head to this location. There lies a set of abandoned ruins. Do not mind the broken jars on the surface 3 feet below the dry well. On the left side of the main hall there is a hidden armory containing at least 50 well-preserved 2nd-tier magical artifacts. After collecting, retreat immediately. Do not linger. Group 3, Group 4, go to the southern Redland Strip. The soil there is buried with a large quantity of blood essence stones, which is an excellent material for refining supreme defensive magical artifacts with astonishing yield. Move quickly. I've already marked the positions of several 2-headed wolves guarding there. Just lure them away. Do not engage in a hard fight. Hearing these precise instructions, which included even the depth and treasure points, the Jeang family disciples were all dumbfounded. "Young master, how do you know this so clearly?" Zhang Taizhan swallowed hard. This was simply more knowledgeable than a deity. "Do not ask what you should know, just do as I say." Zhang Chen's expression turned cold. "Understood." The crowd no longer dared to speak further, their eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. They set off in different directions. Finally, Zhang Chen looked at the remaining 10 core elites, including the strongest Zhang Taizhan. "The rest follow me. We are going to pull off a big score." Zhang Chen gazed at the vaguely visible floating island to the north, a slight smile on his lips. The 9 Heavens Sword Tomb, which the old fellows of Dongshan sect have guarded for hundreds of years, is about to change its master today. To the north of the East Mountain secret realm lies an area perpetually ravaged by thunderstorms. At this moment, beneath a massive floating island suspended high in the sky, dozens of disciples from the East Mountain sect stood pale-faced, confronting a group of ferocious thunderbirds. Each of these thunderbirds possessed peak 2nd-tier strength, leveraging the geographical advantages of the thunder domain, effectively rendering these esteemed disciples unable to advance. "Senior brother, this is impossible. There are too many of these feathered beasts." A disciple from the East Mountain sect spat out blood, shouting in desperation. The leading talent of the East Mountain sect, Zhou Ping, stared intently at the stone door atop the floating island, which emanated a chilling sword aura, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "The 9 Heavens Sword Tomb is right above. The Ancestor instructed us that even if it costs our lives, we must retrieve the 9 Heavens Sword order inside. That is the key to controlling the core of this secret realm." However, just as they were locked in a fierce battle, a streak of azure light circled around the edge of the thunder domain. Zhang Chen, accompanied by Zhang Taizhan and others, deftly avoided the patrol range of the thunderbirds by following the safe path provided by the resource-seeking card. They traversed a spatial fissure behind the floating island. Although it appeared dangerous, it was actually a stable gap formed due to an imbalance in spiritual energy. "Young master, have we really made it up here?" Zhang Taizhan stood on the hard black rock of the floating island, still feeling as if he were dreaming. Below, lightning filled the sky and the shouts of battle echoed thunderously. Yet they moved as if strolling through their own backyard, directly reaching the entrance of the sword tomb. "Silence, conceal your aura." Zhang Chen gazed ahead. Before them stood a colossal mountain of swords constructed from countless broken flying swords. At the summit of the sword mountain, a 10-hang-long stone sword was embedded at an angle into the mountainside, its sword intent causing Zhang Chen's skin to tingle. Below the stone sword, on a stone platform, 3 wooden boxes radiating purple light lay quietly. Detected 5th-tier spirit herb 9, turned soul returning flower, currently fully sealed. Detected top-tier spirit treasure thunder, sound demon suppressing cauldron in slumber. Detected inheritance jade slip of the 9 Heavens Sword King. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen's figure darted forward like lightning. His spiritual energy struck the restriction node on the stone platform. This was a defense left by the 9 Heavens Sword King. A forceful attack would instantly shred even a golden core cultivator into pieces. However, for Zhang Chen, who possessed a panoramic map and resource analysis capabilities, this restriction was akin to an unlocked drawer. Crack. With the wooden box in hand, Zhang Chen swiftly stuffed it into his storage ring. "Let's go." The entire operation, from infiltration to retreat, took merely 30 breaths. As Zhang Chen and the others vanished behind the floating island, Zhou Ping finally broke through the defenses of the Thunderbirds with a few injured disciples landing at the front of the floating island. We've finally made it in. Ha ha ha, the Sword Tomb's inheritance is mine. Zhou Ping laughed maniacally as he rushed towards the stone platform. However, when he saw the empty stone platform, he froze. Who did this? A heart-wrenching scream echoed above the Thunder Domain. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had already led his group far away. At this moment, he was seated in a concealed stone cave, scanning the information relayed from each group with his divine sense. Young Master Group 1 has completely emptied the hidden armory. They obtained 52 second-tier artifacts and 3 third-tier treasures. Young Master Group 2 excavated 300 pounds of top-tier blood essence stone in the southern Red Earth area and also killed several second-tier wolf kings guarding the treasures. Young Master. Reports of success poured in. With Zhang Chen's precise guidance, the 30 members of the Jeang family were conducting a predatory harvest in this secret realm. The harvest in just 2 hours was equivalent to the total accumulation of the Jeang family over 50 years in the secret realm. More importantly, Zhang Chen had no intention of stopping his gains. He once again gazed at the holographic map. At this point, most of the blue markers in the secret realm had been occupied by various forces, and conflicts and battles began to erupt on a large scale. What he was focused on was the last deep purple marker. Divine Transformation, Tao Lord, the Immortal Garden of Longevity. This was within a cave heaven world formed by overlapping spaces. It was located 3,000 zhang beneath the wet ground where Zhang Chen had just landed. Not only were there countless high-tier spirit herbs, but most importantly, there was a tree capable of producing divine transformation opportunities, the Longevity Immortal Tree. Although Wanqing didn't come, I must bring back the fruit of this immortal tree for her. A hint of tenderness flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, which soon turned cold. Tiashan have all nearby groups swiftly converge on the initial landing point. Additionally, if we encounter any disciples from the East Mountain sect or the Yunyu sect who are separated, as long as they dare show their teeth to us, leave none alive, eliminate them all. Zhang Chen stood up, azure, sword energy swirling around him. At his command, the previously low-key Jeang family members instantly revealed their fangs. With the dual enhancement of the resource-seeking card and sensing talismans, the Jeang family became the only hunters in this secret realm equipped with full map hacks. The East Mountain secret realm, an ancient relic that had lain silent for 50 years in this moment, completely turned into a stepping stone for the Jeang family's expansion. Meanwhile, the Jeang family's resource plundering was in full swing. However, for other families and the disciples of the 3 major sects, it was a time of existential doubt. Zhou Ping of the East Mountain sect, accompanied by 7 or 8 junior brothers, rushed once more to Emerald Cloud Valley, as per the map provided by the sect's elders. According to the records, there should be a vast growth of frost-condensing grass here, which was the main ingredient for refining second-tier pills. Everyone stay alert. Zhou Ping wiped the sweat off his face, his gaze grim. We just suffered a major loss outside. The 9 Heaven Sword Tomb was claimed by someone else this time. We must make up for our losses. This Emerald Cloud Valley is very concealed, and definitely no one has come here yet. Several junior brothers looked equally disheveled, their robes torn by thorns. They forced themselves to stay focused, following Zhou Ping as they pushed through the dense underbrush at the valley's entrance. However, in the next moment, everyone froze. What should have been a lush valley filled with spirit herbs now looked as if it had been ravaged by a horde of crazed wild boars. The ground was dotted with pits. The large pits connected to smaller ones, and the freshly dug soil still exuded a damp scent, clearly indicating it had been recently excavated. Not to mention the frost-condensing grass, even the few slightly spiritual trees nearby had been uprooted. All that remained were bare tree pits. What is going on? A junior brother rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling. Wasn't this supposed to be a confidential location? Zhou Ping quickly approached a soil pit, reaching down to grab a handful of dirt. The soil was cool, and the broken roots were cut cleanly, clearly indicating they had been swiftly severed by a sharp tool. There is still warmth. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and slammed the soil in his hand onto the ground, exclaiming, "Which bastard is responsible for this? Is this an attempt to eradicate us completely? They didn't even leave us any grass seeds. Senior brother, what should we do now? To the next location." Zhou Ping's facial muscles twitched twice as he viciously said, "I refuse to believe they can empty the entire secret realm. To the Heishui Pond, there's a nest of accompanying spirit mines right beneath the crocodile's den. Surely no one would dare touch it." Cursing, the group hastily summoned their magical artifacts and rushed towards the next resource point. However, the nightmare was just beginning. When they fought through their injuries and killed 3 peak second-tier ironback crocodiles diving to the bottom of the pond with hope, what awaited them were only shattered debris and several empty caverns. Not only were there no spirit mines, but even the decorative luminous stones had been taken. Buffed. Zhou Ping felt a pang in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not just the Dongshan sect, but also the Yunyu sect and the Haisha sect, as well as teams from several other clans were facing the same situation. They were like a pack of hungry wolves drawn by the scent of food. Yet upon reaching the dining table, they found that even the plates had been taken away. In desperation, these elite disciples of the sects who were used to luxury could only brace themselves and head towards the extremely dangerous, unexplored areas marked on the map. Though those areas hadn't been robbed, they were infested with terrifying beasts of the third and even near fourth tier. In an instant, cries of anguish and pleas for help echoed from the depths of the secret realm. What should have been a treasure-hunting paradise had turned into a slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, various groups from the Jeang family were silently conducting an efficient harvest. Zhang Taizhan was crouched in an inconspicuous valley with 5 clan members. That direction, 3 feet underground, there are accompanying fire crystals. Zhang Taizhan looked at the message talisman in his hand, which had just been sent by the young master. Without any hesitation, he commanded his clan members to begin immediately. Move quickly, don't use brute force, use the earth-shoveling tools sent by the young master. Zhang Taizhan whispered, remember to fill the hole back up after digging, sprinkle some dead leaves on top, and don't let anyone see the traces. Brother Tieshan, isn't this too ruthless? A young clan member asked softly while skillfully digging for the fire crystals. I just saw people from the Haisha sect wandering nearby, their faces turned green. Ruthless? Zhang Taizhan sneered, stuffing a fist-sized red crystal into his storage bag. When the Wong family suppressed us back, then that was truly ruthless. The young master said resources only count as resources when they are in our pockets. Leaving them in the ground for others to dig up is foolish. Yes, we listened to the young master. Several clan members were full of enthusiasm. They had never fought such a wealthy battle before. Previously, entering the secret realm meant risking their lives for a few second-tier spirit herbs. But now, it was like picking up money with a sack. All right, we're done here. Zhang Taizhan clapped the dirt off his hands. It's about time. Everyone gathered towards the central area immediately. The real treasure is over there. The central region of the secret realm was a wetland shrouded in mist year-round. It appeared calm, yet was fraught with danger. At any moment, a man-eating beast could leap out from the mud beneath their feet. But at this moment, Zhang Chen stood in front of a huge hollow tree with 30 fully armed clan members. This dead tree was 100 feet wide with a hollow trunk. The dark entrance seemed to lead to an unknown place. Young master, is this the place of inheritance you mentioned? Zhang Yuntao looked at this eerie place with some trepidation. He tightly gripped his magic, sword his divine sense, constantly alert to the surroundings. Appearances are often meant to confuse the foolish. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, lifting his hand to press against the rough bark of the dead tree. Buzz! A dull wave spread out, and the previously lifeless dead tree suddenly radiated a layer of soft green light. Following that, within the dark hole of the tree, the space twisted. It revealed a white jade staircase extending downwards. A rich, dizzying fragrance of herbs surged up the staircase. This scent, Zhang Yuntao inhaled deeply, feeling the bottleneck within him, which had not budged in a long time, tremble at this moment. At least third-tier spirit herbs, and in large quantities. Let's go. Zhang Chen took the lead and stepped onto the jade staircase. The others hurried to follow. Descending the staircase for about 1,000 feet, the scenery before them suddenly opened up. This was no underground cave, it was clearly a small world of its own. Above them were stalactites emitting a soft glow, twinkling like stars on the dome. Milk-white spiritual springs flowed on the ground, converging into a winding stream. On both sides of the stream were vast, neatly arranged fields of medicinal herbs. My heavens! When they saw what was in the fields of herbs, every Zhang family member's breath caught in their throats. Zhang Taizhan's magic sword clattered to the ground, but he remained oblivious, his eyes wide in disbelief. He stared intently at the nearest plant. It was a spirit mushroom, entirely crimson, its leaves flickering like flames. Qi-yen fire spirit mushroom. Zhang Taizhan stammered. I've read about this in books, but it's third tier as soon as it grows a single leaf, and here. It actually has 9 leaves. 9-leaf fire spirit mushroom, that is a top-tier, 4th-tier treasure. It can be used by golden core cultivators to break through to the nascent soul realm. And such a spirit mushroom here was growing like weeds, casually sprouting along the roadside. Looking deeper, purple ginseng like radishes was half buried in the soil. Golden fruits hung heavily on the branches, bending them down. There were also several plants with a faint aura of Tao. Around them even formed small vortices of spiritual power. That is a nurturing infant fruit. Over there is fine gold grass. And that is the 5th-tier hanging life leaf. The legendary divine herb that can save someone as long as they have a breath left. Exclamations arose one after another. This group of Zhang family men who had never seen such wealth were now completely stunned by the overwhelming bounty. Any single spirit herb from here, when taken out, could incite a bloody storm. Yet now this garden full of treasures was like the cabbage in their own vegetable garden ripe for the picking. Don't just stand there. Though Zhang Chen's voice was calm, it couldn't hide his excitement. He walked to the deepest part of the herb garden where there stood a small tree that wasn't tall, but was entirely green like jade. The tree bore only 3 fruits, each curled up like a baby. It exuded an aura that commanded reverence. That was the longevity fruit, a true opportunity for divine transformation. This is true magnificence. Zhang Chen murmured, then turned sharply to face his still-dazed clansman, his expression hardening into solemn resolve. Obey my command. Every spirit herb here forms the bedrock of Zhang clan's prosperity for the next century. 3rd rank herbs correspond to golden core cultivators, 4th rank to nascent soul, 5th rank to Tao ascension itself. Taishan, Yin Tao, let your people dig. Remember, uproot each plant with its native soil intact. Even a single grain of earth has been nourished by spiritual energy for millennia. Every speck must be brought back. Yes, sir. 30 clansmen roared in unison, their voices shaking the very fabric of this pocket realm. Their eyes burned crimson, their hearts blazed with fervor, and their blood surged like molten fire. All pretense of decorum, all vestiges of restraint, cast aside in that instant. They drew forth specially crafted jade caskets and spirit shovels prepared long in advance. Like starving tigers descending upon prey, they charged into the medicinal garden. This was no mere harvest. It was a grand, meticulous undertaking. To preserve each herb's potency, the Jeang clansmen had to suppress every instinct toward haste or roughness. They excavated the earth inch by inch as tenderly as if tending a newborn infant. Gently. I mean, you Taishan. That's a dragon whisker grass root. 1 snap filament, and I'll dock your stipend for half a year. Zhang Yuntao cried out in anguish, his voice stripped of all elderly dignity, now that of a frantic miser. Zhang Taishan wiped sweat from his brow and chuckled. Rest easy, elder. My hands have never been steadier. His spirit shovel moved with seamless precision, slicing cleanly through the earth to lift an entire 3-foot-tall spirit herb, along with 2 feet of its native soil, intact and undisturbed. He swiftly placed it into a custom jade casket and sealed it with a spirit-sealing talisman. The motion flowed like water, evidence of over a year's rigorous training under Mu Wanqing. Zhang Chen did not remain idle. He focused exclusively on 4th rank and higher spirit herbs, many of which had already awakened faint sentience, instinctively evading danger. Trying to flee. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and flicked his fingers. Several threads of azure spiritual energy shot forth, instantly binding a earth dragon ginseng that writhed like a serpent attempting to burrow underground. Since I've laid eyes upon you, you shall return home with me. With practiced ease, he wove restraining formations around the ginseng, sealing it before drawing it into his spatial ring. Time raced forward amid ceaseless labor. By day's end, all 3rd-rank herbs at the periphery had vanished. What had once bloomed as a sea of flowers now lay barren, a vast expanse of naked yellow earth. On the 2nd day, the core zone's 4th-rank herbs fell one by one. Clansmen's storage pouches overflowed. They were forced to discard previously gathered 1st- and 2nd-rank materials collected outside. Every available space was reserved for these treasures, for compared to such divine herbs, those outerworld materials were little more than refuse. By the 3rd day, within the entire Chongqing cave heaven, only the gently flowing spirit spring and the ancient Chongqing tree at its deepest heart remained untouched. Not a single blade of grass survived. The ground had been scraped bare, cleaned down to the bedrock, so immaculately stripped it stirred tears of awe. Young master, we're full, truly utterly full. Zhang Taishan patted the 7 or 8 bulging storage pouches at his waist, his face alight with blissful torment. I've even discarded my spare cultivation robes, and still there's no room left. Zhang Chen observed the scene and nodded in quiet satisfaction. This haul far surpassed his expectations. With these resources, the Zhang clan would not only secure its dominion over the Dongshan archipelago, but also possess the means to expand outward across the open seas, and even launch an incursion into the southern continent of Nanzhou. Collect more of that spirit-enriched soil near the Chongqing tree. We'll use it to enrich Wanqing's medicinal garden. That earth nourished for eons by the immortal tree was known as Little Shirong, a mere handful capable of transforming ordinary spirit fields into peerless pharmaceutical sanctuaries. Only after the last valuable remnant had been gathered did Zhang Chen stride toward the Chongqing tree. This was the true legacy. He made no move to pluck its 3 fruits. Instead, he settled cross-legged beneath its boughs and formed sacred hand seals. As Zhang Chen deepened his insight, the entire Chongqing tree dissolved into a radiant stream of light, shrinking immeasurably until it coalesced into a 3-inch sapling which descended gracefully into his dantian. There it fused flawlessly with his wood affinity spirit root. A thunderous surge erupted within him. Vast torrents of knowledge flooding his consciousness, the complete transmission of the Changxing Qingdi, art, a supreme cultivation scripture leading directly to Tao ascension. After a long silence, Zhang Chen opened his eyes, sharp light gleaming briefly within their depths. Let's pack up. He rose, brushed dust from his robes, and gazed across the hollowed-out cave heaven, his lips curving into a quiet, knowing smile. Let's go. It's time to leave. Within the Dongshan secret realm, a self-contained microcosm, there existed no conventional sunrise or moonrise. Instead, 3 suns hung suspended side by side in the heavens, their luminance ebbing and swelling in accordance with some ancient celestial rhythm. Only 7 days remained before the realm's closure. In a secluded mountain hollow known as Broken Dragon Valley, the air carried a delicate aroma of roasted meat. Its terrain was ideal. Encircled on 3 sides by towering peaks, its sole entrance concealed behind thick brambles, further masked by several concealment arrays personally inscribed by Zhang Chen. Even a golden core-level demonic beast soaring overhead would fail to detect what lay below. Brother Taishan, the flesh of this crimson flame boar is extraordinary. Grill it with our own spirit-scented powder and its pure perfection. A group of young clansmen sat huddled around a crackling bonfire, each clutching a sizzling, oil-glistening leg of roasted beast, mouths dripping with savory delight. Though their azure battle robes bore traces of dust, their vitality radiated palpably, robust, radiant, overflowing with vigor. Zhang Taishan sat cross-legged atop a massive bluestone slab, methodically polishing his heavy broadsword, its edge slightly nicked and dulled from recent use. Glancing at the rowdy youths, he chided with a grin, "Keep your voices down. We're inside a secret realm, not grilling skewers behind the clan's backyard pavilion. If you lure nearby demons with all that noise, young master will hold you accountable, and I won't shield you." Though his words were stern, his smile refused to fade. His fingers brushed the swollen storage pouches at his waist, the sheer grounding weight of abundance intoxicating him more deeply than 2 Jeang of spirit wine. These past days following their young master felt less like traversing perilous unknowns, and more like strolling through their own ancestral garden. He knew precisely where treasures lay, where traps waited, and which paths offered safe passage. They were diligent porters, digging, collecting, packing. Not a single serious injury. Not even a single truly arduous battle. Deep within the valley, Zhang Chen sat upon a horizontal bough of an ancient towering tree, idly turning over the still warm transmission jade tablet of the Changxing Qingdi art. His divine sense spread outward like an invisible net, enveloping and monitoring every inch within a 10 li radius. 7 days. Zhang Chen murmured, his gaze piercing through the layered foliage toward the distant horizon still roiling with thunderclouds. Endure these 7 days. Wait for the secret realm's repulsive force to wane. Then this prodigious fortune will finally be ours. Compared with the tranquil years at the Jeang home, other corners of the secret realm had become a vale of torment. At the marsh's edge, roughly 800 li from Duanlong Valley, a band of tattered, blood-streaked cultivators fled in frantic disarray. "Hurry! Don't stop! Those beasts are on us." The leader was the prodigious disciple Zhou Ping of Dongshan sect. There was not a trace left of the swagger he had shown upon entering the realm. His once neat inner disciple robe had been torn into rags, hanging from him like a beggar's cloak. The jade crown that bound his hair was lost, his hair unkempt, and his eyes bloodshot. Their panting came like the wheeze of a broken bellows. Roar! Less than 500 Jeang behind them, the earth trembled and mud splashed into the air. More than 30 massive iron-armored rhinoceroses thundered toward them, eyes blazing with rage. Each beast possessed latest-stage second-rank strength, and the leader had reached the cusp of the 3rd rank. Lightning danced along the horn in a way that chilled the heart. These monsters usually guarded their own spirit herbs and never wandered far from their domain. What was strange was that when Zhou Ping's group passed through the rhino's territory to try their luck, they found the spirit herbs had already been dug out. The herd was in the fury of having its home plundered. They happened upon Zhou Ping's party, and unable to find the thief, chose to vent their wrath on the humans before them. What a sin! What a cruel fate! Zhou Ping, overexerting his spiritual power to ride his flying sword, howled at the sky with bitter indignation. What has become of the Dongshan secret realm? We passed 8 resource points, each one a trap. Even the passing beasts seemed to bear us mortal hatred. He could not fathom it. It made no sense at all. In former expeditions, elders might still scrape together a few spirit herbs to break even. This time it was as if someone had swept the entire hidden realm clean with a broom. Not even a bowl of soup was left. "Senior brother, I can't go on." A faint cry came from the rearmost ranks. Su Xiaoxiao stumbled along at the back, her ill-fitting broad robe plastered with black mire. Her face was ashen, a streak of dried blood stained the corner of her mouth. As the group's sole support specialist, she had covered the others' retreat in the earlier skirmish. She had exhausted every talisman on her person. Her spiritual energy was utterly spent, and she moved now by nothing but a primal will to survive. Shut up. If you don't want to die, run faster. Zhou Ping shot her a vicious glare, no pity in his eyes, only contempt. I told you you were a burden. If you drag us down, I'll be the first to throw you to the rhinos. Su Xiaoxiao shrank back at the insult, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, yet she bit down hard to keep them from falling. She clutched the broken talisman pin with white-knuckled hands. It was the last thing of value she owned. Watching her fellow disciples care only for their own escape, a deep despair welled up inside her. Is this the cruelty of the cultivation world? With no background and no might, even in death, one would likely be met with indifference. The flight continued, but both stamina and spiritual reserves were finite. The marsh stretched on as if endless. The iron-armored herd, thick-skinned and versed in the terrain, steadily closed the gap. 400 Jeang, 300 Jeang. The heavy footfalls hammered at every Dongshan disciple's heart. Senior brother, what should we do? My recovery pill is finished. One disciple cried through tears. Zhou Ping glanced back. The Rhino King had begun to gather force. Lightning crackled along its horn, clearly preparing a ranged strike. At that distance, if the lightning struck everyone but him, would surely die. Damn it. Zhou Ping's eyes flashed with ruthless resolve. In the cultivation world, the maxim, better my fellow dies than I, was common. At this crucial moment, someone had to stay behind to cover the retreat and draw the beast's attention. His gaze swept the remaining juniors and landed on Su Xiaoxiao floundering at the rear. The little one with the strange constitution, ridiculed by others, seemed the most expendable choice. Su Xiaoxiao. Zhou Ping suddenly slowed and unleashed a burst of spiritual power, not to pull her up, but to blast the mud at her feet. With a splintering boom, mud exploded outward. Weak and spent, Su Xiaoxiao was unbalanced by the shockwave. She tumbled heavily into the mire. You reek of beast-attracting powder. You must have lured them here. Zhou Ping roared, laying the blame squarely on her. You stay and hold them. Consider it penance for your past mistake. He gave her no chance to answer, then barked at the other stunned disciples. What are you staring at? Scatter. She can buy us dozens of breaths of time. Their faces were conflicted, but when life hung in the balance, selfishness prevailed. No one looked back. Taking advantage of the moment, they flamed their blood to speed into the flanking woods. No, I didn't. Su Xiaoxiao whimpered from the mud, her whole body racked with pain as she tried to rise. Her limbs would not obey. Desperately, she raised her head to watch those who had once called her brother turn their backs with decisive cold indifference. The ground trembled. A vast shadow fell over her. The Rhino King, like a small mountain, had already loomed close but halted and exhaled a fetid, scalding breath. Its bell-like eyes brimmed with brutality. It cared nothing for whether this tiny creature was truly the thief. It only sought to vent its rage. Is this how I die? Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, the half-broken pen clutched in her hand. Her master's dying instructions flitted through her mind. Thoughts of the ingenious talisman techniques she had not yet tested flashed before her. She was unwilling to surrender. Just as the Rhino King raised its massive forehoof to grind her into pulp, she did not meet the expected crushing end. A thunderous blast detonated nearby, ringing through her ears and causing her eardrums to buzz. Trembling, she opened her eyes to find an azure figure had somehow appeared and stood between her and the beast. In front of the man stood a large yellowish seal. The power of the magical artifact buzzed and roared firmly, resisting the giant hoof of the Rhino King that was about to stomp down. The Rhino King, weighing thousands of pounds, found it impossible to budge, trembling all over. Its forehooves sank deep into the mire. Get lost. The man in the green robe uttered a single word. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of spiritual power erupted from his palm. That half-step third-tier beast was sent flying like a ball. It crashed heavily into the group of beasts behind, toppling a large number of them. The remaining herd of rhinos, intimidated by this force, emitted a series of uneasy low growls. They all retreated, not daring to advance a single step. Zhang Chen turned around, looking down from a height at Su Xiaoxiao in the mire. His pristine green robe contrasted sharply with the filthy surroundings. Can you stand up? Zhang Chen's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. In the mire, Su Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the man in green before her. The sunlight just happened to break through the thin clouds, shining on his side profile, adding a layer of soft radiance to his already handsome features. That calm demeanor formed a stark and ironic contrast to the several senior brothers who had only cared about their own escape, even using her as bait. She recognized this face. Nowadays on Dongshan Island, there were probably not many who didn't know this young master of the Jeang family. You are the young master of the Jeang family. Su Xiaoxiao softly spoke. Seeing the little girl staring at him in a daze without replying, Zhang Chen withdrew his overwhelming spiritual pressure. He slightly leaned forward, trying to make his tone sound gentler, as if afraid to startle an injured little beast. Miss, how are you? Can you move? Su Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses, hurriedly trying to nod. She pressed her hands against the rotten mud beneath her, attempting to stand up. Hiss. As soon as she exerted strength, a piercing pain shot through her limbs. After being flung away by her senior brother's wave of spiritual energy and crashing heavily into the mire, her meridians had already suffered shock. At this moment, with her spiritual power exhausted, even the slightest movement felt like being pierced by 1,000 needles. Her body softened, and she fell back into the muck, splattering dark mud. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows, slightly displaying no disdain for her muddy appearance, as he directly took out a delicate, white jade bottle from his storage ring. He poured out a green pill, exuding a refreshing medicinal fragrance, and handed it to her lips. This is a second-tier recovery pill specifically for internal injuries. Open your mouth. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the round pill, feeling somewhat at a loss. A pill of such quality she would be lucky to receive 2 in a year from the sect, and usually treasured them like gems. How could one casually give it away? Just eat it, I won't harm you. Seeing her hesitate, Zhang Chen gently pressed the pill into her mouth. His fingertip brushed against her lips. Su Xiaoxiao shivered, as if an electric current ran through her. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, transforming into a warm current that slid down her throat, spreading rapidly throughout her body. The feeling of being enveloped in warmth caused her previously pale face to recover a hint of color. The sharp pain that had been torturing her was also greatly soothed by the refreshing medicinal power. Thank you, young master. Su Xiaoxiao bowed her head, her eyes slightly moist, her voice as faint as a mosquito's whisper. It was just a small effort. Zhang Chen waved his hand casually, then seemingly asked without care, I see you are a disciple of Dongshan's sect, but how did you end up alone here? And being chased by so many armored rhinos? Upon hearing this, the light in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly dimmed. She bit her lip, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her voice tinged with grievance and helplessness. I and a few senior brothers were originally searching for spiritual herbs, but after running to several marked points, we discovered all the spiritual herbs there were gone, not a single root left. At this point, she cautiously glanced at Zhang Chen and continued, those armored rhinos are also enraged because their territory's spiritual herbs were excavated. They just happened to encounter us and mistook us for herb thieves. Zhang Chen, upon hearing this, touched his nose with a peculiar expression. If one were to trace the roots of this matter, the true culprit was actually standing right in front of her. However, as a qualified young master from a prominent family, having a thick skin was a basic skill. Zhang Chen revealed a look of sudden realization and deep sympathy. He sighed lightly. I see your luck is indeed unfortunate. Although there are many opportunities in this secret realm, the variables are also great. It seems someone must have arrived first. Su Xiaoxiao forced a bitter smile. My senior brothers couldn't find any resources and were frustrated when being chased by the beasts. They left me behind to hold them off. Even if she didn't say it too bluntly, Zhang Chen could guess that the so-called holding off was passive. The secret realm is perilous and human hearts are even more dangerous. Zhang Chen looked at the girl before him, who despite her disheveled state still had clear eyes. His desire to recruit her grew stronger. This was a natural spiritual rune body, a future master of talismans. Yet she was treated as a discarded pawn by these blind fools from Dongshan's sect. Such wastefulness was truly a pity. Since you are seriously injured, you shouldn't venture deeper into the secret realm. Zhang Chen's tone became more serious. The competition ahead will only intensify. In your current state, going further would be courting death. It would be better to find a safe place to hide until the secret realm closes. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. She no longer dared to have any thoughts of competing. Surviving this ordeal was already a stroke of luck. I can't keep protecting you. I still have my clan members to meet. Zhang Chen said, flipping his palm to reveal a bulging gray storage bag. He directly stuffed it into Su Xiaoxiao's hands. Inside are some healing pills, a few second-tier high-grade defensive talismans, and a robe that conceals one's aura. Find a tree hollow to hide in there. As long as you don't actively provoke the beasts, you should be fine for the next few days. Su Xiaoxiao felt a weight in her hand. Her divine sense instinctively scanned inside, and she was utterly stunned. The items inside, even taking out just one, were worth several years of her sect's provisions. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Su Xiaoxiao quickly tried to refuse, as she and Zhang Chen were not related, and having received life-saving grace was already hard to repay. How could she dare to take so many things? If I give it to you, just take it. Zhang Chen's tone was firm and unquestionable. Although my Jeang family is not a great benefactor, we are not lacking in this regard. Staying alive is more important than anything. After speaking without giving Su Xiaoxiao a chance to refuse, Zhang Chen's azure sword wings suddenly unfolded. Take care. As his voice fell, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky and disappearing above the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Su Xiaoxiao held the storage bag still in a daze, sitting in the muddy pit. The faint, crisp fragrance of the man lingered in the air around her. She gazed in the direction where Zhang Chen had disappeared, her heart racing uncontrollably. In the sect, she was merely a negligible figure looked down upon by others. She was a burden that could be cast aside at any moment. Yet this lofty young master, even considered an enemy by her, had not only saved her life, but also granted her the dignity and means to survive. Zhang Chen. Su Xiaoxiao silently whispered this name in her heart. Tears finally streamed down her cheeks. She held the storage bag tightly, as if it were the only warmth in this icy cultivation world. She secretly vowed in her heart that this kindness would be repaid, no matter how long it took. As time passed, the floating pagoda sea, I trembled once more. That force repelling the heavens and earth descended, forcibly expelling all the surviving cultivators from the secret realm. Compared to their confident entrance, the various factions emerging now looked utterly dismal. The Dongshan sect had lost nearly half of its disciples, and their leader Zhou Ping had even lost an arm, his face dark and grim. Yin Yu sect fared no better, with many female cultivators emerging in tears. Only the Jeang family remained intact. 30 family members, all present, none missing. Though everyone appeared somewhat weary, the satisfaction and vitality radiating from them were evident to anyone not blind. Especially the rows of bulging storage bags at their waists, making the elders from surrounding factions twitch in envy. Upon returning to the Wendafing, the Zhang family immediately activated their protective formation. They entered the highest state of alert. In the depths of the council hall, the secret chamber was brightly lit. Zhang Chen, Zhang Yunshan, and the ancestor Zhang Tianjing, the three core figures from 3 generations, gathered together. A massive white jade long table was filled with the spoils from this secret realm expedition. Glimmering treasures, spiritual energy, soaring to the heavens. Even the knowledgeable nascent soul, true monarch, Zhang Tianjing, widened his eyes, breathing a bit hastily. He picked up a fiery red spirit mushroom, his hand trembling slightly. 9-leaf crimson flame spirit mushroom. This is the main ingredient for refining the nurturing infant pill. The old man had practiced for hundreds of years, and had only seen it in ancient texts, never expecting that Chainer would actually bring it back. Zhang Yunshan was grinning from ear to ear like a miser, repeatedly stroking the storage bags filled with spirit ores. We've struck it rich this time, it's for real. Just these accompanying fire crystals and blood essence stones are enough to raise our family's core combat power by 2 whole grades. Zhang Chen sat beside them, holding a cup of spiritual tea, his demeanor relatively calm. His purpose for entering the secret realm was not just to empty out resources. It was also to pave the way for the family's future. Ancestor father. Zhang Chen set down the teacup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Now that we have brought back the resources, we must quickly convert them into strength. The commotion in the secret realm cannot be hidden from others. The Dongshan sect and Yin Yu sect suffered great losses this time, and they will undoubtedly suspect us. Although they have no evidence in this cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails, and suspicion is enough to justify action. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiansheng's ecstatic expression slightly dimmed, his gaze sharpening. Chainer is right. Without sufficient strength, this immense wealth is but a death warrant. What are your plans then? Zhang Yunshan asked. Zhang Chen stood up, walked over to the pile of rare treasures, his gaze deep and resolute. The first step is to enhance our top-tier combat power. He gestured, and the 9-leaf crimson flame spirit mushroom, along with several other extremely rare 4th-tier auxiliary medicines, flew into his hands. Although the ancestor has restored his nascent soul cultivation, he has just recovered from a serious illness, and his foundation still needs to be stabilized. I plan to ask Wanxing to cooperate and refine a batch of foundation nurturing transformation pills to help the ancestor solidify his realm completely or even advance further. Zhang Tianjing nodded approvingly. Thoughtful of you. The second step, which is also the most crucial one. Zhang Chen turned to his father Zhang Yunshan and the several uncles mentioned in the family jade slips. Father, your current cultivation is at the late golden core stage, and you still have quite a distance to reach the peak of the late golden core stage, right? There are also Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 who are both lingering in the early stage. Zhang Yunshan rubbed his hands a bit awkwardly. You know, advancing in the golden core stage is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Our Dongshan archipelago has limited resources, and being able to form a core is already no easy feat. That was in the past. Zhang Chen flipped his wrist, revealing a small azure cauldron exuding an ancient aura. The Qingmu Changxing Ding. With the appearance of this small cauldron, the spiritual energy in the entire secret chamber seemed to be activated in an instant. The spirit herbs on the table began to emit a faint buzzing sound, as if bowing to the cauldron. What is this? Zhang Tiansheng's eyes narrowed. A top-grade magic treasure-level alchemy cauldron. That's right. Zhang Chen nodded. I obtained this from an ancient cultivation cave in the secret realm. With the alchemy technique inheritance I received, I am confident that within a month I can refine a batch of high-quality third-tier barrier-breaking pills and Zhang Yunjin pills. What? Zhang Yinshan stood up and shook his chair, nearly toppling over Zhang Yunjin pills. Those are sacred medicines that can directly increase the cultivation of golden core cultivators. Chainer, do you? Do you have the confidence to succeed? If I were using an ordinary alchemy furnace, I might have only a 30% chance. But with this Qingmu Changxing Ding combined with these top-grade materials nurtured by Tenthus Sandier spirit soil. Zhang Chen nodded, I have a 90% chance. 90%. Zhang Yinshan felt his heart racing. Among the resources we brought back, there are many suitable for cultivation in the golden core stage. My plan is to concentrate all the family's resources in this period of time and push your cultivation to the peak of the late golden core stage. Then let Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 break through to the mid-golden core stage. As long as our family has an additional late golden core peak, or even a nascent soul cultivator, even if the Dongshan sect and Yunyu sect join forces to come after us, we can make them regret it. Zhang Tianzheng looked at his spirited great-grandson, filled with admiration. Not only did he possess strategy and luck, but he also had the resolve to spare no effort for his family. Good. Zhang Tianzheng slammed the table, a wave of nascent soul pressure erupting. Let's do as Chainer says. During this time I will personally protect you. Anyone who dares to disturb us will find out just how sharp the Jeang family's sword still is. With the plan set, the core members of the Jeang family began to operate swiftly. The forbidden area behind the Wandao Peak was completely sealed off. Within a 10-mile radius, not even a single bird could enter. Zhang Chen did not rush to ignite the furnace. Instead, he sat quietly beside the pool of spiritual liquid in the back mountain for 3 full days. He was adjusting his state and sorting through the vast knowledge of the 4th-tier alchemy inheritance in his mind. In the art of alchemy, a slight error can lead to disastrous consequences. Especially this time, he was to refine pills of tier 3 and above, allowing no room for carelessness. Mu Wanqing as a side wife was also the most talented spiritual plant master and alchemy assistant in the family at present. Naturally, she was brought in by Zhang Chen to assist. Though her slightly protruding belly made movement a bit inconvenient, her spirit was high. Her eyes, filled with admiration and affection, were fixed on Zhang Chen. Husband, the medicinal materials have all been prepared. Mu Wanqing neatly arranged the jade boxes around the cauldron, each medicinal root meticulously trimmed. The properties were preserved to the utmost. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Chen held her hand, feeling the increasingly vibrant life force within her. And with the genius everlasting pill heart developing within her, he felt an extra boost of confidence. Rise! Zhang Chen called out softly, and the Qingmu longevity cauldron swelled in the wind, transforming into a size of about 10 feet. It landed steadily on the fire mouth. He formed a seal with his fingers, and a blue flame shot forth from his fingertips. The flame licked the bottom of the cauldron, and the ancient patterns on its body began to glow gradually, emitting a soft blue light. Purple sun ginseng enter. Zhang Chen's expression was solemn as he waved his sleeve. A whole purple glowing ginseng flew into the cauldron. Following that, several rare auxiliary herbs were thrown into the sea of fire, like swallows returning to their nests. Alchemy is a tedious and mentally exhausting process. But for Zhang Chen at this moment, there was a feeling of controlling everything. Under his divine sense perception, the liquid in the cauldron bubbled, merged, and impurities were removed. Every subtle change was within his control. The array of the Qingmu longevity cauldron automatically helped stabilize the medicinal properties. This reduced the risk of an explosion to a minimum. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed swiftly. The furnace fire was still burning. A strange fragrance of pills filled the entire back mountain, and even with the array blocking it, many spiritual energies transformed into clouds swirling above the alchemy room, lingering for a long time. At a certain moment, the spiritual clouds in the sky suddenly began to roll violently. Purple Qi surged from the east, directly pouring into the alchemy room below. Purple Qi coming from the east, a sign of pill completion. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, the elder Zhang Tianjing suddenly opened his eyes wide, his figure flashing as he appeared in midair. He scanned the surroundings cautiously to prevent any heavenly phenomena from attracting unnecessary attention. Boom! The door of the alchemy room burst open. A rich fragrance that could intoxicate anyone upon a single whiff rushed toward him. Zhang Chen, dressed in a green robe, appeared slightly fatigued, yet his eyes shone with brilliance. He held 2 jade plates, each containing 9 pills the size of dragon eyes. The pills on the left were entirely golden and emitted a faint sound of dragon roars. The pills on the right were surrounded by purple qi with 3 pill patterns on their surface. Father's second uncle, third uncle. Zhang Chen looked at his stunned elders, a slight smile, curving his lips as he handed over the jade plates. I have not failed my mission. 9 top-grade purple sun gold pills and 9 upper-grade barrier-breaking pills. With these, if they cannot help the elders break through, then our Zhang family's techniques might need to be changed. Looking at the dazzling pills in front of him, Zhang Yunshan took a deep breath. Not only him, but the second uncle Zhang Yunhai and third uncle Zhang Yuntao, who sat below, also had red eyes at this moment. They were immensely excited. For their generation, reaching the golden core stage in the path of cultivation was already seeing the end. The Dongshan Islands were not very resource-rich, and in the past, for the sake of the family's livelihood, they had to spend a lot of time on mundane affairs and conflicts. Their foundations were no longer pure, or rather their hearts towards the Tao had become faint. Without a miraculous opportunity, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to make further progress in this life. But now the opportunity lay before them. Elder brother, this purple sun gold pill. Second uncle Zhang Yunhai's voice was hoarse. Are you really giving it to us? This is a divine object that can create a perfect golden core. If you give all of them to elder brother alone. Nonsense. Zhang Yunshan glared with fierce eyes, interrupting him. We three brothers vowed to advance and retreat together. Now that the Zhang family is on the rise, what good is it for me to be strong alone? What I want is for our Zhang family to become an unbreakable unit that no one can penetrate. Zhang Chen stood aside, watching the genuine emotions of his elders, feeling warmth in his heart. He spoke softly. Second uncle, third uncle, please do not decline. The pills are meant to be consumed. Oh, letting them gather dust is a waste. Moreover, as long as I am here, we can produce as many of these pills as we want in the future. This statement was like a reassuring pill. Good lad. Then second uncle will not be polite. Zhang Yunhai grabbed the jade bottle, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. If I do not break through to the mid-peak this time, I will not leave my seclusion. Me too. This old bone of mine needs to move too. Third uncle similarly exuded a heroic spirit. That night, the three main caves of the Zhang family in the back mountain were simultaneously sealed. The mountain protection array was fully activated. Only the elder Zhang Tianjing sat cross-legged at the peak like a stabilizing anchor, his powerful divine sense enveloping the entire family, protecting these younger generations. Zhang Chen was not idle either. He set up several spirit gathering arrays outside the cave to ensure that the spiritual energy would not be depleted when the elders broke through. After doing all this, the family's daily affairs fell onto his and Lin Qingxue's shoulders. As days passed, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the back mountain of Wandao Peak became increasingly intense, like waves crashing one after another. In the blink of an eye, a month quietly slipped by. One morning, just as the chill of early winter enveloped the island, the courtyard was filled with warmth. Zhang Chen was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard reviewing the family accounts. Suddenly, a painful scream came from the bedroom. The account book in his hand slipped instantly. Husband, Sister Wanqing is going to give birth. Lin Qingxue rushed out with an anxious expression despite already being a mother of 5. Yet encountering such a situation, she could not help but feel nervous. Quick, go summon the midwife. Notify the pharmacy to bring the prepared ginseng soup. Zhang Chen hurriedly rushed to the room, but was stopped outside by the arriving midwife. Young master, the birthing room is filled with blood energy. You should wait outside. The side wife is in good health and will be fine. Zhang Chen could only pace back and forth in the courtyard, listening to the sounds coming from inside, his heart rising to his throat. This time is different from the previous occasions. As time passes, there is no sign of the usual vortex of spiritual energy above the side courtyard. Instead, a remarkably pure fragrance of grass and trees emerges from thin air. In the corner of the courtyard, several phoenix trees that were once withered and yellow surprisingly sprouted tender green buds at a visibly rapid pace, even in the depths of winter. Even the wild grass growing in the stone crevices is thriving wildly. This phenomenon. Zhang Chen paused, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a loud cry accompanied by a beam of azure light burst through the roof. Wow! The cry was robust and strong, devoid of the usual frailty of a newborn, instead brimming with vibrant life. In the next second, the long silent mechanical voice in Zhang Chen's mind finally arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host. Side consort Mu Wanqing has successfully given birth to a son. Final qualification confirmation in progress. Confirmation complete. Child's name undecided, root bone qualification eternal pill heart SSS level. Innate wood and fire dual spiritual roots fully valued, accompanied by innate with spiritual fire. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a complete collection of 5th-tier top-tier pill formulas, including 100 ancient and lost formulas. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special family building. Pill Tao Enlightenment Tower beginner level upgradable. Congratulations, host, for obtaining family fortune enhancement. Fortune Golden Dragon, second enhancement. Family cohesion increased by 50, with a 20 acceleration in the entire family's cultivation speed. Listening to this series of reward notifications, Zhang Chen felt his heart racing to the point of bursting. a collection of pill formulas, enlightenment tower, and that fortune golden dragon that can directly enhance the entire family's cultivation speed. These rewards are truly extravagant. Congratulations, young master. It's a big fat boy. The door opened, and the midwife emerged cradling a baby wrapped in brocade. Her face blossomed with a smile. This child is remarkable. He grasped a ball of azure energy right after birth, and the room is filled with the scent of herbs with no trace of blood at all. Zhang Chen quickly took the child. The baby in the swaddle had skin as white as jade. There was even a faint green mark in the center of his brows. The little one didn't cry out. Instead, he opened a pair of bright, curious eyes and looked at Zhang Chen, then unexpectedly broke into a smile. Good child. Zhang Chen gently touched the baby's cheek with his finger. From today onward, you will be the hope of the Jeang family's pill Dao. Husband, let's name him, came the weak, yet happy voice of Mu Wanqing, who was leaning against the headboard with the support of a maid. Zhang Chen walked to the bedside holding the child, and gently said, this child is naturally destined for the pill Dao, and he is the key to our Zhang family's rise. How about we call him Zhang Dao Dan? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but laugh, saying, husband, that name is too straightforward. The child will resent you when he grows up. Mu Wanqing also covered her mouth and chuckled. What my sister said is true, but it's too vulgar. Zhang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. His knack for naming hadn't changed. He pondered for a moment, looking at the rejuvenated phoenix tree outside the window, then glanced at the mark on the child's forehead. Then let's call him Zhang Daozhong. Talents are gathered, and all things possess spirit. Daozhong. Mu Wanqing softly repeated it twice, her eyes flashing with satisfaction. Good, let's name him Daozhong. The birth of Zhang Daozhong brought an inexplicable change to the entire Zhang family. The most direct sensation was that the alchemists in the family discovered the chances of furnace explosions had inexplicably decreased in recent days. Even the business at the medicine shop in the market was booming by 30% compared to usual. This is the subtle influence of the fortune golden dragon. However, an even greater joy was yet to come. On the day of Zhang Daoling's full moon banquet, as Zhang Chen held his son and accepted toast from the clansmen at the banquet, a thunderous boom suddenly erupted from the back mountain of the questioning Dao Peak. Boom! The entire mountain trembled slightly. The originally clear sky suddenly changed dramatically. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged crazily from all directions, forming a gigantic spiritual energy funnel above the main cave of the back mountain. What is this? At the banquet, several clan elders suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with incredible joy. Zhang Chen's expression also changed as he handed the child to Mu Wanqing. With a flicker, he appeared outside the grand hall. He saw the spiritual energy funnel spinning wildly, ultimately transforming into a golden beam of light that shot straight into the long-sealed cave. Ha ha ha! A long howl like a dragon's roar resonated, causing everyone's eardrums to throb painfully. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Today I have finally achieved great perfection. As this heroic laughter echoed, a figure broke through the barrier and stood in midair. It was the clan leader Zhang Yinshan. At this moment, although his appearance remained unchanged, his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. His robe fluttered without the wind, golden light circulating around him, and a terrifying pressure belonging to the late golden core stage of great perfection spread recklessly in all directions. Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations, clan leader. Below, hundreds of Zhang family members knelt in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, each face filled with excitement and pride. Great perfection of the golden core stage. Just one step away from breaking the core and becoming a nascent soul true monarch. Looking across the entire Dongshan archipelago, apart from a few old monsters who avoid the world, who would still be a match for the clan leader? Following that, the other two caves also showed signs of movement. Although they were not as earth-shattering as Zhang Yinshan, they also burst forth with powerful auras. Second uncle Zhang Yunhai broke through to the mid-phase peak of the golden core. Third uncle Zhang Yuntao stabilized in the mid-phase of the golden core. In a single day, 3 golden core powerhouses broke through simultaneously. Such a scene not only for the Zhang family, but even in a large sect like Dongshan sect. It is a rare, joyous event in 100 years. Good, good, good. Zhang Yinshan landed in the training ground, looking at the excited faces, repeating the word good 3 times. He strode to Zhang Chen and patted his son's shoulder heavily. The strength of his hand nearly pushed Zhang Chen into the ground. Chainer, the best decision I've ever made in my life is to have such a good son. Zhang Yunshan's eyes reddened slightly, his voice trembling. If it weren't for the resources brought back by his son from the secret realm, if it weren't for that extraordinary alchemy skill, he probably would have wasted his life in the late golden core stage. Dad, today is Daoling's full moon. Your timing for breaking through is just right, the best gift for your grandson. Zhang Chen smiled and adjusted his father's slightly disheveled attire. Right. Where's my grandson? Let me hold him. Only then did Zhang Yinshan react, quickly retracting all his pressure, transforming into a kind-hearted old man hurriedly running towards the side courtyard. His impatient demeanor made everyone laugh heartily. In the still of the night, as the clamor faded away, Zhang Chen did not return to his room to rest. Instead, he made his way alone to the very summit of Mount Window, a place that served as the secluded retreat of the ancestor Zhang Tianjing. Moonlight poured like water onto the ancient pine tree at the cliff's edge. Zhang Tianjing, dressed in white, sat cross-legged beneath the tree, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. Ancestor. Zhang Chen bowed respectfully. Zhang Tianjing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like a torch as he looked at his great-grandson, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Chainer, today marks the flourishing of our family, yet why do you seem troubled instead of pleased? Zhang Chen walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the pitch-black sea below and the distant flickering lights of other islands. Ancestor, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely be toppled by the wind. His tone calm, yet imbued with depth, Zhang Chen continued. Now that my father has broken through, our family's strength has surged, but it also means we have become a thorn in the eyes of others. The Dongshan sect and the Yunyu sect will certainly not sit idly by while a family with nascent soul potential and abundant alchemical resources rises up. The reason they haven't acted yet is due to their fear of your remaining power, Ancestor. At this point, Zhang Chen turned to face Zhang Tianjing directly in the eye. But Ancestor, your cultivation has been stuck at the early nascent soul stage for quite some time, hasn't it? Zhang Tianjing was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. You sharp-eyed boy. He sighed. Indeed, although I recovered from my last severe injury and regained my cultivation in this barren Dongshan archipelago, resources for the nascent soul stage are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If it were in the past, it would indeed have been very difficult. Zhang Chen flipped his wrist and took out a pre-prepared jade box from his storage ring. But now things are different. We have obtained quite a few fifth-grade materials deep within the secret realm. I am confident that using these materials along with my alchemy skills, I can refine a divine pill that will mend your foundation and aid you in breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Zhang Tianjing suddenly stood up, his previously calm face now filled with shock. Mid-nascent soul. In this area, even a first-stage nascent soul could dominate the seas. If he could break through to the mid-stage, it would mean true invincibility in these waters. Chainer, do you understand what this means? Zhang Tiansheng's voice trembled slightly. It means that from now on in the Dongshan archipelago, our Jeang family will have the final say. Zhang Chen nodded. Ancestor, you just need to adjust your state of mind. Leave the rest to me. For the next few months, Zhang Chen threw himself back into the alchemy room. The pills he was refining this time were of such high grade that even with the aid of the Qingmu Changxing Ding and Mu Wanqing, he still did not dare to be careless. He needed to expend a large amount of mental energy and true essence on the refinement of each spiritual herb. Fortunately, he was now at the peak of foundation establishment, and the richness of his spiritual power was comparable to that of a false golden core. He could barely sustain such high-intensity consumption. Time slipped away like sand through his fingers, flowing with the flickering flames. Finally, on the night of the full moon in the third month, above the forbidden area in the back mountain, a strange phenomenon reoccurred. This time, there was no tribulation, but a visible azure dragon shadow spiraled above the alchemy room for 3 entire circles. In the end, it emitted a clear dragon's roar and dove down, merging into the alchemy furnace. It was the pill communicating with the spirit, triggering a resonance with heaven and earth. It worked. With a face full of stubble, Zhang Chen slapped the furnace lid open. 3 pills, completely emerald green, their surfaces adorned with golden patterns, as if containing the profound truths of the Tao, floated quietly in the air. 4th grade upper tier, celestial restoration pill. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Chen rushed to the peak with the pills in hand. When Zhang Tianjing received the warm pills with trembling hands, he was filled with excitement. Chainer, this is also knowledge from the bloodline inheritance. The ancestor couldn't help but ask. Such a level of alchemy could not be achieved through self-study. Zhang Chen remained unflustered, smiling as he nodded. Yes, ancestor. Zhang Tianjing took a deep breath and refrained from asking further. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as Zhang Chen is devoted to the family, it is a blessing for the Zhang family. Good. I shall enter seclusion now. Zhang Tiansheng's eyes ignited with long-lost ambition. The day I emerge from seclusion will be the time our Zhang family expands into the outer seas. After sending off the secluded ancestor, Zhang Chen felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He could finally take a proper rest. Upon returning to the side courtyard, he was immediately greeted by a burst of laughter and chatter. Daddy is back. 3 little ones rushed over like cannonballs. The eldest, Zhang Daoshuan, was now a 4-year-old little man. He was the fastest, and he hugged Zhang Chen's thigh. The second Zhang Daoling, though a bit weaker, also clung to his other leg without yielding. The youngest Zhang Daoyan could also walk and was babbling with outstretched arms, asking to be picked up. Not far away, Lin Qingxue was holding the pair of dragon and phoenix twins Dao Yuan and Dao Yao. Mu Wanqing was teasing the little Dao Zhong, who had just turned 100 days old. The sunlight bathed them, and the tranquility of life was palpable. Everyone slowed down, don't fall. Zhang Chen laughed as he squatted down, lifting one child in each arm, and let the eldest ride on his shoulders, swaying as he walked into the courtyard like a human coat rack. Husband, you've worked hard. Lin Qingxue set down the book she was holding and stepped forward to brush the dust off his shoulders, concern filling her eyes. Look at you, you've lost weight. Alchemy is important, but you must also take care of yourself. Mu Wanqing chimed in, holding a child close. Sister has already had spiritual cuisine prepared, just waiting for your return. The sight of this large family brought a smile to Zhang Chen's face, dispelling the last trace of fatigue in his heart. Dinner was very sumptuous, with the family gathered around together. The children chattered excitedly, grabbing dishes, while Lin Qingxue and Mu Wanqing took turns caring for the kids and serving Zhang Chen, occasionally sharing smiles. This kind of blessed life made Zhang Chen feel a little lightheaded. As night deepened, the children were coaxed to sleep by the nurse. In the main bedroom of the side courtyard, the red candles burned brightly. After bathing, Zhang Chen changed into a loose white robe and leaned lazily against the head of the bed. The door made a soft sound as Lin Qingxue and Mu Wanqing entered, one after the other. It seemed they had conspired, as their figures appeared even more graceful in the dim candlelight. Lin Qingxue exuded a dignified elegance tinged with a hint of allure, while Mu Wanqing was warm and gentle with a touch of shyness. Husband, you've been busy these past few months, and I haven't had the chance to spend time with you. Lin Qingxue sat at the bedside, her delicate fingers gently pressing on Zhang Chen's temple, soothing his tense nerves. Mu Wanqing blushed as she half knelt on the bed, bringing a basin of warm water. Husband, let me massage your feet. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. He reached out to grasp Lin Qingxue's hand and pulled Mu Wanqing close. Ladies, why wash feet when the spring night is fleeting? We must cherish our time. Days flowed like sand, slipping through fingers. Unbeknownst to him, the snow atop the windafing had transformed into babbling spring water. For the past month, Zhang Chen had not been in seclusion for cultivation, but had devoted all his thoughts to accompanying his family. Especially in the courtyard, ever since Zhang Daozhong's birth, the vitality here had grown increasingly vibrant. Even the flowers and plants in the yard bloomed half a month earlier than elsewhere. The night was deep and the candlelight flickered within the room. Zhang Chen held Mu Wanqing close, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing her beautiful hair. Recently, Mu Wanqing had been sleeping more than usual, appearing somewhat languid during the day. Even the spirit plant illustration book he usually adored was no longer captivating. Husband. Mu Wanqing's voice was soft and sweet, laced with a hint of drowsiness. Why do I feel so weak these days? It seems like the flow of spiritual energy within me has slowed down a bit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred slightly. Although he was not a professional healer, he possessed a perfect foundation: establishment cultivation. Moreover, after a year of studying alchemy, he had become exceptionally sensitive to changes in the human bodice energy. Extend your hand, let me take a look. Zhang Chen sat up straight, his expression gentle. Mu Wanqing obediently extended her delicate wrist. Zhang Chen placed his fingers on her pulse, allowing his spiritual energy to flow slowly along her meridians. At first, the pulse felt stable as usual, but when the spiritual energy reached near her dantian, Zhang Chen distinctly sensed an extremely weak, yet remarkably resilient nascent breath. This breath resonated with Mu Wanqing's Emu Qingling body, greedily absorbing the mother's spiritual energy to nourish itself. Zhang Chen's eyebrows shot up in surprise, and a smile that was hard to suppress broke out on his face. How is it? Is it good news, my dear? Mu Wanqing, noticing his strange expression, asked with some concern. Silly girl. Zhang Chen playfully brushed her nose, his eyes filled with affection. What a surprise. It seems like we are about to welcome another addition to the Jeang family. Off. Mu Wanqing was taken aback, instinctively placing her hand on her lower abdomen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is it? Already. Conceiving as a cultivator was already challenging, especially for someone with her unique constitution. Having just given birth to Daozhong, she hadn't expected such joyful news to arrive so quickly. There's no mistake. This little one's breath is subtle, but its foundation is extremely stable. Zhang Chen held her a bit tighter. It seems our recent efforts were not in vain. Just as the two were immersed in warm joy, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Detected that side wife Mu Wanqing has successfully conceived again. Generating phase rewards for the host to be distributed after the offspring is born. Zhang Chen's mind shook. Every time Mu Wanqing was pregnant, the rewards given by the system had never disappointed him. Last time, it was the inheritance of alchemy and the Enlightenment Tower which directly laid the foundation for the Zhang family's dominance in pill-making. What would it be this time? Reward: 1 Family Communication Array Blueprint Special Building. Description: once set up, core family members can communicate in real time over a distance of thousands of miles, ignoring interference, and establish an internal intelligence network, completely bidding farewell to the delays of sound transmission symbols. Reward: 2 Junior Spirit Beast Breeding Farm Special Building. Description: automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating the hatching of spirit beast eggs and the growth of young beasts with a certain chance to purify the spirit beast's bloodline, making it the best choice for cultivating family guardian spirit beasts. Zhang Chen nodded to himself. Although these 2 rewards did not directly enhance combat power, they were essential soft power supplements for a rapidly expanding family. Especially the communication array in the face of the impending turbulent situation. The speed of information transmission often determines life and death. However, when the system's voice announced the 3rd reward, Zhang Chen's breath instantly halted. Reward: 3 Tribulation Protection Card, 3 Special Consumable. Description: a power containing the force of the laws of heaven and earth. After use, it can protect the user during significant realm breakthroughs limited to below the God transformation stage, shielding them from the risks of inner demon invasion and death by tribulation, forcibly locking the last thread of life, ensuring that the breakthrough process proceeds smoothly with 100% certainty. Zhang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his grip on Mu Wangqing's hand tightening unconsciously. 100 breakthrough. This was simply a miraculous item that defied fate. One must know that the path of cultivation is a journey against the heavens. From refining Qi to foundation establishment, and from foundation establishment to golden core, each step is fraught with enormous risk. And the transition from golden core to nascent soul is a near-death experience. Countless extraordinary prodigies have been annihilated under the tribulations faced when breaking into the nascent soul stage. Death leads to the end of one's Tao. Zhang Chen's gaze instantly turned fiery. His father Zhang Yunshan had now reached the peak of golden core, just a step away from breaking the core and forming the infant. Both his 2nd and 3rd uncles were also at the peak of the mid-stage, just a step away from the late stage. These 3 tribulation protection cards were tailor-made for them. With these items, how could the Zhang family just gain one more nascent soul, true monarch? Zhang Chen's heart raced. If my father's 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle all achieve nascent soul, who would dare to challenge the Zhang family on Dongshan Island? At that moment, Zhang Chen seemed to see a broad path leading to supremacy unfolding beneath his feet. Husband, what's wrong? Your palms are all sweaty. Mu Wanqing noticed his unusualness and softly inquired. It's nothing, just too happy. Zhang Chen regained his composure, suppressing his excitement, and gently said, Wanqing, you have made a great contribution this time. If this child is born, I will ensure they are recognized for their merit. Although Mu Wanqing did not fully understand his meaning, seeing her husband so joyful filled her heart with sweetness. She nestled into his embrace and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sky was somewhat overcast, and the sea breeze carried a damp, salty scent, causing the leaves in the yard to rustle. Zhang Chen had just finished breakfast with a few children when he was about to head to the back mountain to see the newly completed Enlightenment Tower of Alchemy. A family guard dressed in black armor hurriedly ran in. Young master. The guard knelt on one knee, looking somewhat flustered. The family head requests your immediate presence in the meeting hall for an urgent matter. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. Since his father broke through to the peak of golden core, handling family matters had become a breeze. It was rare to see a guard so flustered. What happened? Zhang Chen put down his teacup and stood to inquire. I do not know, but the expressions of several elders and the family head are quite grim. It seems that some dire news has come from Dongshan sect. Dongshan sect. A bad premonition arose in Zhang Chen's heart. Now that the Zhang family was powerful, although Dongshan sect was wary, they still maintained a facade of cordiality. The news that could make them so serious was surely not a trivial matter. Understood. And Zhang Chen wasted no time. After soothing Lin Qingxue with a few words, he vanished in a flash, streaking across the sky as a cerulean rainbow toward the main peak's grand hall. The moment he stepped into the council chamber, an oppressive silence pressed upon him like a physical weight. Inside sat not only his father Zhang Yunshan, but also his 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle, as well as several senior elders who held real authority within the clan. Zhang Yunshan occupied the central seat, his brows knotted tightly into a deep Chuan character, fingers tapping absently against the armrest. Even Zhang Yuntao, the 3rd uncle, usually boisterous and unreserved, sat solemn and grave, staring blankly at a maritime map spread before him. Father uncles. Zhang Chen strode swiftly in, shattering the suffocating stillness. What has happened? Why does it feel as though we stand on the brink of war? At his arrival, Zhang Yunshan's expression softened. just slightly, but the deep-seated anxiety in his eyes remained unshaken. "Chin'er, you're here." Zhang Yinshan gestured toward an empty chair beside him, then spoke with measured gravity. "An envoy from the Dongshan sect departed moments ago, bearing ill tidings." "What tidings?" Zhang Chen asked. Unnatural disturbances have emerged in the Star Moon Sea." Second Uncle Zhang Yunhai took up the thread. "According to reports from our patrol cultivators stationed there, the seawater is inexplicably darkening. Countless deep-sea fish are fleeing en masse towards shallow waters, and in their panic even turning upon one another in savage cannibalistic frenzy." A chill ran through Zhang Chen's spine. "This is in a beast tide." Zhang Yunshan uttered the two words, each heavy as a mountain, each resonant with dread. "A sea beast tide approaches." At those three words, Zhang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Though young and untested by such calamity, he knew well, from the clan's ancient annals, that these syllables spelled absolute devastation. A sea beast tide was no mere outbreak of rogue demonic beasts. It was the cataclysmic convergence of hundreds of millions of seedmans driven by some unfathomable force from the abyssal depths, surging as one monstrous tide toward human-inhabited islands. Where they passed, not a blade of grass remained. Islands shattered and sank beneath churning waves. "How could it come so soon?" Zhang Chen asked, disbelief sharpening his voice. "The annals state such tides erupt only once every century, or even several centuries. Wasn't the last one 80 years ago?" "Indeed, you hadn't yet been born, and even I had only just ascended to the Golden Core realm." Zhang Yinshan sighed, his gaze seeming to pierce through time itself, beholding again the horrors of that era. 8 decades ago, the outer defense lines of the Dongshan archipelago collapsed entirely within 3 days. Zhao clan, one of the 7 great families, was wiped out overnight, over 2,000 souls devoured in a single night by ravenous sea demons. Even the Dongshan sect, then at the zenith of its power, paid a grievous price, the fall of a nascent Soul Dao lord, before barely driving back the beast sovereign. At that, the air in the chamber thickened, frozen in stunned silence. The loss of a nascent Soul Dao lord, on the resource-scarce Dongshan archipelago, was nothing short of cosmic collapse. And this time, how great will the tide be? Zhang Chen steadied himself, pressing further. Its scale remains uncertain, but judging by the omens, it may rival, if not surpass, the catastrophe of 80 years past. Third Uncle Zhang Yuntao spoke grimly. "Worse still, the origin point appears closer to the inner sea. If our defenses falter, our ancestral island, the very heart of the Zhang clan, will face the onslaught heathen." Zhang Chen studied the vast maritime map laid upon the table, tracing his finger over the marked location of the Star Moon Sea. Though distant from the Zhang clan's stronghold for sea demons skilled in aquatic teleportation, it was merely a matter of days. "What then is the Dongshan sect's stance?" Zhang Chen lifted his gaze. "They sent an envoy, not merely to warn us to flee, I presume." Zhang Yinshan glanced at his son with quiet approval and nodded. "Precisely. The Dongshan sect proposes forming an anti-beast alliance." He rose and approached the map, jabbing his finger emphatically at several islands. "They propose that the Dongshan sect, Yunhua sect, and Haisha Gate jointly lead the 7 great families in establishing the first defensive line along the Dragon Sealing Isle in the Star Moon Sea. Each family must dispatch elite forces, along with abundant formation materials and spirit stones, and assemble on Dragon Sealing Isle within half a month to confront the tide." Dragon Sealing Isle. Zhang Chen studied the isolated island marked on the map. Its terrain is treacherous, indeed ideal for ambush and blockade. Yet should the line fall, it becomes a death trap. No retreat, no escape. That is not even the gravest concern. Second Uncle Zhang Yunhai interjected bitterly. "Those wily old foxes of the Dongshan sect, between the lines of their message, they imply that given the peril of this tide and our clan's recent rise in strength, we ought to shoulder greater responsibility." Responsibility. More like using us as cannon fodder. Third Uncle slammed his palm onto the table, rattling teacups. "Who doesn't know Dragon Sealing Isle occupies the most exposed frontline position? They'll station us there, deliberately draining our strength." Several elders voiced their outrage in unison. Though the Zhang clan had risen meteorically this past year, crushing the Wong clan to assert dominance, it remained in the eyes of established powers an unpredictable variable. This beast tide was both crisis, an opportunity, the Dongshan sect's perfect chance to weaken the Zhang clan. Should the Zhang clan refuse to join the alliance, the Dongshan sect could brand them traitors to humanity, legitimately isolating or even besieging them alongside other sects. Should they accept, subtle manipulations on the battlefield or assignment to a suicide mission could decimate their elite forces. This was open strategy, a trap with no clean exit. Whichever path they chose seemed destined to break them. Clan Master, Young Master. I suggest we seal the mountain and withdraw. One elder proposed. Our mountain protection formation stands strong, and our reserves of pills are ample. So long as we hold firm question peak, we can withstand even the tide, for a time at least. No. Zhang Chen rejected the idea outright. When the nest falls, how can any egg remain whole? If the outer lines crumble and hundreds of millions of demons flood inward, our solitary defense will shatter like glass. Trapped atop the mountain, that would be true annihilation. Then must we truly march forth as the Dongshan sect's expendable pawns? Third uncle stared eyes wide with indignation. Zhang Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to his father. Father, what is your counsel? Zhang Yunshan drew a slow, deep breath, and in his eyes flickered unwavering resolve. We must go. Not only for the Dongshan archipelago, but for the very foundation of our own survival. Yet how we go, who commands us how many we send, that we shall negotiate, firmly and without concession. Zhang Chen smiled. He knew his father, though outwardly gentle, possessed a will as unyielding as tempered steel. Father speaks wisely. Zhang Chen stepped to the map and circled Dragon Sealing Isle with his fingertip. Alliance. Yes, but command cannot rest solely in the hands of the Dongshan sect. Our fist is strong enough now. We have earned our seat at the bargaining table. He turned and faced them, his voice imbued with an overwhelming confidence. They seek to use the beast tide to wear us down. Why cannot we use this very tide to cement the Jeang family's hegemony over the Dongshan archipelago? If we display sufficient might on the battlefield, even felling a few third-tier peak beast kings who will owe loyalty to whom may yet be uncertain. At that moment, Zhang Chen's mind flashed with the 3 recently awarded tribulation protection cards from the system. The reason Dongshan sect dared scheme against the Zhangs was simple. They regarded them as nothing more than a family. A lack of backbone. But if my father breaks through to the nascent soul with 2 nascent souls in the Zhang clan, everything changes. Issue the orders. Zhang Yunshan swept his hand and restored the patriarchal authority. The family enters level 1 war readiness. All clan members outside who are foundation establishment stage or above must return within half a month. Open the clan treasury and distribute all the pills, talismans, and magical implements refined this year. Furthermore, inform Dongshan sect that the Zhang family is willing to fight, but I, Zhang Yunshan, will lead the forces in the capacity of deputy alliance leader and personally head to Sualong Island. Yes, the elders responded in unison, their voices shaking the hall. With the command issued, the vast war machine of the Zhang family resumed its motion. In the following days, news of disturbances in the Qingyue Sea spread like wildfire through every corner of the Dongshan archipelago. The once bustling markets were now shrouded in an indescribable oppression. On streets and in tea-houses, people's conversations no longer concerned whose pills were purer, nor which immortal maiden was more beautiful, but rather that fearsome 3-character phrase that struck terror into all hearts: sea beast tide. Have you heard? Hongjiao Island in the north lost contact yesterday. Those who escaped say the sea turned black, and it was nothing but dense swarms of iron-clawed crabs. Not only that, my uncle by marriage serves as an outer gate steward at Haisha Gate. He says this is not merely low-grade beasts. Old leviathans that have not surfaced for centuries are waking. This realm may be about to tumble into chaos. Panic began to spread. Prices for pills, talismans, and artifacts in the markets shot up overnight. Detox pills and Qi-storing pills in particular tripled in price, and yet remained scarce. Many unaffiliated cultivators began hoarding supplies or selling their possessions. They attempted to flee towards safer inland waters. Amid the mass unease, the great families and sects of the Dongshan archipelago engaged in a sharper, more calculated contest. Within the main hall of the Dongshan sect, a high-stakes emergency conference on an anti-beast alliance had been going on for 3 days. Called a discussion, it was in truth a smoke-free clash. Everyone understood that the more troops and effort one committed, now the greater the drain on one's family foundation. No one wished to feed their hard-earned elite into the beast's gullets. Yet the proverb about lips and teeth was plain to all. If the Sualong Island defense were to fall and the beast tide surged into the inner sea, everyone would be finished. Ultimately, the nascent soul Dao Lord of Dongshan sect made a decisive ruling. A roster of contributions from each faction was finally set. In the Zhang family compound, the council chamber burned bright. Zhang Yunshan studied the newly delivered Gilded Alliance treaty, his face as calm as still water, betraying nothing. He passed the pack to the elders beside him, fingers tapping the table. The roster is settled, he said. Our Zhang family will pay a heavy price this time. By the treaty's terms, as an emergent quasi-hegemonic power, the Zhang family must demonstrate corresponding responsibility. We will deploy 2 golden core cultivators, 30 late foundation establishment elites, and 300 late Qi refining clan members skilled in formations. Second Uncle Zhang Yunhai read the numbers aloud, his brow knitting deeply. This is nearly half our mobile combat strength. Not only that, Zhang Chen added from his seat, we are to bear 30% of the Alliance's supply of high-grade pills. You can hear Dongshan Sect's calculations from the outer courtyard, someone scoffed. They intend to use the beast tide to empty our reserves. Third Uncle Zhang Yuntao said indignantly, especially the pills, clearly aimed at undermining Chen's alchemy. Though anger simmered in their hearts, all understood this was an open stratagem. If the Zhangs shirked their duty now, they would become targets. We will go. Zhang Yinshan rose, sweeping his gaze across those present. This is not merely defense, it is training. Our sons must not grow only in greenhouses, they must be baptized in blood and see to gain true skill. This time I and my second brother will lead the forces personally. Zhang Yinshan hammered down the decision. Third brother will remain to guard the family and assist father at Wendao Peak to ensure the rear is unassailable. As a show of sincerity and to intimidate the Beast King's Dongshan sect had likewise invested heavily. Besides 10 golden core elders, even the long-secluded early nascent Soul Supreme Elder Kumu Daojuan would personally take station at Sualong Island. This elevated the campaign to nascent soul level. If we cannot avoid it, then we shall fight and display the Zhang family's vigor, Zhang Chen sneered. Do not worry about supplies, I have prepared sufficient pills. So long as our people live, lost goods can be remade. Over the next 2 days, the Zhang household ran with extreme efficiency. Around Wendao Peak, hurried figures of clan members were seen everywhere. On the training grounds, 300 chosen Qi refining disciples drilled day and night in the Xiangwei water control array. The 30 foundation elites were summoned to a sealed chamber by Zhang Yinshan. Each received a set of life-saving trump cards specially prepared by Zhang Chen. A solemn and tragic atmosphere quietly spread through the clan. Everyone knew that going to Sualong Island was a venture with scant chance of return. Yet for the sake of family behind them and the land beneath their feet, they had no choice. Night lay like ink across the blue stone of Wendao Peak. Zhang Chen stood alone by the study window staring at the Black Sea. He had not lit a lamp and melted into the darkness. Only his eyes shimmered with contemplative light. A soft knock at the door broke his reverie. Enter. The door opened and a vigorous figure strode in, dropping to one knee. It was Zhang Chen's personal guard captain. He was Zhang Shan, the most loyal and capable of the Zhang family's collateral branch. Young master, the matter you ordered investigated has yielded leads, Zhang Shan said in a low voice. Speak. Zhang Chen turned and spoke calmly. Regarding the list of participants for the expedition of the Dongshan sect, I have activated all our connections there and finally obtained a detailed roster of accompanying personnel. Zhang Shan took out a jade slip from his bosom and presented it with both hands. In addition to those core elders and true disciples, they have also mobilized a group of disciples to accompany them. Zhang Chen took the jade slip, his divine sense sweeping over it, and his gaze quickly locked onto a name at the bottom of the list. Su Xiaoxiao. She was indeed on it. Since the last time he saved that girl with the innate spirit rune body in the secret realm, Zhang Chen had been keeping an eye on her movements. What are the specific arrangements? Zhang Chen asked. According to reports from our insider, although Su Xiaoxiao has been included in the accompanying list, she has not been assigned to the core combat unit, but rather to the auxiliary group of the Suicide Squad. Zhang Shan said hesitantly. Although it's called an auxiliary group, it is actually responsible for repairing the damaged defensive formations on the front lines. That is the position with the highest mortality rate. Damn it. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. The old fools of the Dongshan sect really have no appreciation for true talent. They are throwing a piece of raw jade into the fire pit as if it were just a stone. He knew very well that someone with Su Xiaoxiao's special physique, if she were to grow, would be of immeasurable value. However, at this stage her combat power was indeed weak, requiring a substantial amount of resources and time to cultivate. The Dongshan sect obviously did not have that kind of patience. Or rather, they simply could not see Su Xiaoxiao's true potential. Young master, is it really worth your attention for someone like Su Xiaoxiao, who is just an outer sect disciple? Zhang Shan was somewhat puzzled. You don't understand. Zhang Chen put away the jade slip, shaking his head. Her value is greater than that of 10 golden core elders. This beast tide is a disaster for others, perhaps a death tribulation for her. But for me, it is an unprecedented opportunity to seize a fortuitous encounter. If I can take Su Xiaoxiao under the Zhang family's wing amidst the chaos, along with the various resources rewarded by the system, the Zhang family will not only dominate the path of alchemy, but also stand unrivaled in the path of talismans. All right, Zhang Shan, you may leave for now. Yes, young master. After saying that, Zhang Shan stood up and left the room, leaving Zhang Chen alone once more. Zhang Chen walked to the table, calmly sat down, and after a while he finally spoke softly. It seems this time I must set off. The atmosphere in the main Peaks conference hall was particularly tense the next morning. Zhang Yinshan had just finished arranging the supply distribution and was sipping tea to moisten his throat. Zhang Chen strode in. Father's second uncle, third uncle. Zhang Chen cupped his hands in salute without any hesitation, getting straight to the point. I want to go to Sualong Island this time. The spiritual tea that Zhang Yinshan had just sipped was sprayed out. He didn't even bother to wipe the tea stains at the corner of his mouth, glaring and shouting. Nonsense. That is a battlefield. Oh, what are you doing there as a foundation establishment stage? Just stay at home. Exactly, Chainer. Second uncle Zhang Yinhai also looked anxious, quickly getting up to advise. You are the only hope of the Jeang family, the future of the clan. If anything were to happen to you on the front lines, what would happen to the Jeang family in the future? You absolutely cannot take this risk. Young master, you must not. Several elders also spoke out to advise, shaking their heads vigorously. The family's alchemy still relies on you to oversee. If you leave, who will be responsible for the supply of pills from the rear? In the eyes of everyone, although Zhang Chen had reached the peak of foundation establishment, he was after all a technical type talent. His value lay in the formulas in his mind and his extraordinary alchemy skills, not in engaging in hand-to-hand combat with those tough and resilient beasts on the front lines. In the face of everyone's fierce opposition, Zhang Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. He slowly walked to the center of the hall, sweeping his gaze around before finally settling on his father, his tone calm and determined. Father, uncles, I understand your concerns. But my purpose in going is not to seek glory in battle, to kill enemies on the front lines. Then what are you going for? To enjoy the scenery. Zhang Yinshan said rather impatiently. I'm going to handle logistics. Zhang Chen's words were astonishing. Logistics? Everyone was taken aback. Correct. Zhang Chen spoke eloquently, analyzing clearly. This beast tide is unprecedented in scale. Although our Zhang family has brought a large number of pills and talismans, those are dead objects that diminish with use. Sualong Island is isolated overseas, and once the battle becomes stalemated, the supply line is easily cut off. I am the best alchemist in our family, and even in the entire Dongshan archipelago. Only I can be on the front lines to utilize materials from sea beasts to gather resources on the spot and continuously refine supply pills. This is much more efficient and safer than transporting from the family over thousands of miles. Zhang Yinshan furrowed his brows upon hearing this, as if weighing the pros and cons. Zhang Chen saw this and continued to push. Moreover, this time is not just about the beast tide. It is also a covert contest among major forces. Father, although you and second uncle have profound cultivation in dealing with other sects and playing tricks, I must speak frankly, you may not see as clearly as I do. With me in the team, I can ensure logistics and also act as a military advisor. At critical moments, I can also use my special methods to protect our family's elite. This statement struck a chord. Zhang Yinshan was a typical practical type. He excelled in fighting, but those convoluted political struggles indeed gave him a headache. Zhang Chen's display of skill and strategy over the past year had already won the family's admiration. But Zhang Yinhai still hesitated. The front lines are indeed too dangerous. Second uncle, don't worry. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Since I dare to go, I naturally have means to protect my life. Moreover, I said I will only be responsible for coordination and alchemy in the rear, and I will not take unnecessary risks. With you and father both golden core masters protecting me, is there any reason to fear for my safety? The hall fell into a brief silence. Several elders exchanged glances, although they still felt uneasy. They had to admit that Zhang Chen made a valid point. A master who can refine pills on the spot has an irreplaceable impact on morale and sustained combat capability. Are you really just staying in the rear, not rushing forward? Zhang Yinshan stared into his son's eyes, seemingly trying to see through his true intentions. Really? Zhang Chen said sincerely, I will stay in the camp and not go anywhere. Moreover, I want to take this opportunity to gather some talents among the scattered cultivators to prepare for our Zhang family's future expansion. Zhang Yinshan remained silent for a long time before finally, sighing and waving his hand, forget it, when sons grow up, fathers cannot control them. Your brain indeed works better than ours. He turned to look at Zhang Yunhai. Second brother, when we reach Sualong Island, you don't need to worry about anything, just assign 5 foundation establishment cultivators to stay close to Chainer. Rest assured, brother. Zhang Yinhai patted his chest heavily, saying, as long as I have breath left, no one will be able to harm Chainer. Thank you for your support, father. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and cupped his hands in a smile. In truth, his journey to the front lines was not only for Su Xiaoxiao, but also for a more significant reason. He needed a substantial amount of practical combat experience and the essence blood of demon beasts to refine his cultivation. Only at the edge of life and death could one find the opportunity to break through to the golden core stage. Of course, he would never dare to tell his father such things. All right, don't get too happy too soon. Zhang Yinshan glared at him and said, go and have a good talk with your 2 wives. If they don't agree, there's nothing I can do. Mentioning his two delicate wives made Zhang Chen's smile falter slightly. This was indeed a major dilemma. After leaving the conference hall, he did not head straight back to the side courtyard, but first visited the family treasury. He selected several top-tier defensive magical treasures and gathered a large number of high-level talismans until his storage ring was nearly overflowing. Only then did he feel somewhat assured. By the time he returned to the side courtyard, it was already evening. Under the phoenix tree in the yard, Lin Qingxue and Mu Wanqing were playing with a few children. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, creating a scene so heartwarming that it felt wrong to interrupt. Upon seeing Zhang Chen return, the two women almost simultaneously paused their actions. Being exceptionally perceptive, they could tell from Zhang Chen's hesitant expression coupled with the day's events within the family that something significant was afoot. "Husband, have you made a decision?" Lin Qingxue spoke first, her tone calm, yet laced with concern. Zhang Chen nodded, stepped forward, took one in each hand, and softly said, "I have decided. Tomorrow morning, I will depart with the army." Although she had already prepared herself mentally, hearing the definite news caused Mu Wanqing's eyes to redden instantly. She tightly grasped Zhang Chen's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "Must you really go?" Mu Wanqing said, "Our family doesn't lack resources now, and you are the young master. Why must you go to such a dangerous place?" Watching, Zhang Chen gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye and spoke softly, "Some things cannot be avoided. The Jeang family may seem prosperous now, but in reality we are standing at the edge of a cliff. I must go to this battle." He did not elaborate on grand philosophies, only pulling his two wives into an embrace and soothing them quietly. Lin Qingxue, being the first wife and someone who had weathered storms, understood. Taking a deep breath, she forced down her worries. Then Lin Qingxue stood up to help Zhang Chen straighten his collar, her gaze gentle. "With me and my sister at home, we will take good care of the children. Just focus on doing what you need to do. But husband, you must promise us." Lin Qingxue lifted her head to meet Zhang Chen's eyes. "No matter what happens, your life is the priority. Don't forget, this entire family is waiting for you to return. I promise you." Zhang Chen nodded solemnly. "I will return unscathed. At that time, I will bring you the best sea beast inner cores to make jewelry. Who would want such bloody things?" Mu Wanqing chuckled through her tears and lightly punched his chest. That night, the lights in the side courtyard burned brightly throughout. Zhang Chen did not cultivate nor ponder the complicated situation. He simply kept his wife company, talking and teasing the sleeping children. He wanted to engrave this warmth deeply in his mind. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the sky above the Dongshan Islands was a lead-gray, oppressive hue. It seemed even the heavens held its breath for the impending great battle. At the family square of the Wendafing, it was already a sea of people. 300 Jeang family disciples in green battle armor stood in a neat formation, silently erect. In front of them, 30 Foundation establishment cultivators exuded an overwhelming aura, each radiating a sharp spiritual pressure. Zhang Yunshan, dressed in a black robe, stood atop a high platform, the howling wind billowing his cloak. He did not say many emotional words, but simply drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it towards the sky. "Zhang family sons, here." The response of over 300 voices sounded like thunder, scattering the mist in the mountains. "Behind us lies our homeland, our parents, wives, and children." Zhang Yunshan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the crowd. "This journey to Sualong Island is not for fame or wealth, but to be true to our hearts. If any demon beasts dare to cross the line, kill, 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 kill." The overwhelming killing intent coalesced into a visible wave of energy. The nearby seabirds were startled and fled in all directions. Zhang Chen stood half a step behind his father, dressed in similar battle attire, exuding a heroic aura. Looking at the familiar faces below, a surge of pride welled up within him. This was the strength of his family. This was the confidence he had painstakingly built over the past year. "Let's go." With a commanding shout, several massive Qingyuan flying boats slowly ascended into the air. Each flying boat was engraved with intricate defensive formations. Driven by spirit stones, they emitted a faint azure glow. The flying boats tore through the sky, leaving long trails behind them. Zhang Chen stood on the deck of the flagship, looking back. At the mountainside of Wendafing, two tiny figures were supporting each other, watching as the flying boats disappeared into the clouds. "Don't worry, I will come back," Zhang Chen silently vowed in his heart. Sualong Island was nearly 10,000 miles away from the Zhang family's Wendafing. Usually that would be just a few days' journey. But at this moment, the entire sea had turned exceptionally violent. The further north they went, the deeper the color of the sea became. The originally azure sea surface now displayed a disturbing ink green. The waves surged several meters high, crashing against the shields of the flying boats with a dull roar. Along the way, Zhang Chen saw numerous broken shipboards and floating corpses. These belonged to scattered cultivators who hadn't evacuated in time, or adventurers attempting to strike it rich. "It seems the situation is worse than anticipated." Uncle Zhang Yunhai came to the deck, his expression somewhat grim. We've barely left the inner sea, and I can already sense the presence of many second-tier demon beasts underwater. They are gathering. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, his powerful divine sense extending like tentacles into the deep sea. These demon beasts are very disciplined, not attacking blindly, but converging towards the same direction. Clearly, there is a high-tier beast king directing them. This was the most terrifying aspect of the beast tide. Individual demon beasts were not frightening. What was frightening was when they had intelligence and organization. After several days of rapid travel, a massive black island that resembled a colossal beast lying flat appeared on the horizon. Swallowing Island. This island had a unique terrain, high at both ends and low in the middle, resembling a natural shackling device straddling the boundary between the Qingxue Sea and the Dongshan Inner Sea. At this moment, several enormous beams of light of various colors had risen from the island, representing the defensive formations set up by various prominent families and sects. The Jeang family's flying vessel descended slowly onto the designated zone. The moment it touched down, a pungent wave of blood hung thick in the air. Master Zhang, you have finally arrived, said a middle-aged cultivator clad in the robes of the Dongshan sect, striding forward with haste. Though his tone was courteous, his eyes betrayed urgent anxiety. By order of Elder Mu, all clan heads are to report immediately to the Central Command Tent for council. The vanguard of the first beast tide is expected to reach us tonight. So soon? Zhang Yunshan's brows lifted slightly. Without further delay, he commanded, Second brother, you oversee camp establishment and defensive deployment. Chen accompany me to the command tent. Yes, young master. After issuing quiet instructions to Zhang Taizhan and the others, Zhang Chen added firmly, remember, our encampment must be near both water source and high ground. The formation array must remain active at all times. No one is to sortie without my explicit order, regardless of what unfolds beyond our perimeter. Understood, young master. Having settled all arrangements, Zhang Chen fell into step behind his father, heading toward the grandest pavilion at the island's heart. Along the way, he observed cultivators from numerous other sects and clans, some nervously polishing their artifacts, others sitting numbly on the ground, hollow-eyed and spent. Clearly a minor skirmish had just concluded here. Suddenly Zhang Chen paused, ever so slightly, his gaze piercing through the chaos, landing upon a secluded corner of the Dongshan sect's encampment. There a group of low-tier disciples in faded gray robes labored around a damaged formation node. Exhaustion etched deep upon every face. Their spiritual energy flickered feebly, barely perceptible. Among them, a slight figure strained under the weight of a half-man-high formation stone. Her footing slipped, she nearly stumbled. Su Xiao Xiao. Zhang Chen recognized her instantly. Even amid this expendable cohort, the violet gold aura crowning her head remained unmistakably radiant. Yet now that auspicious radiance was veiled by a pall of ashen death energy, dimmed, muted, and strangely frail. It seems I must find an opportunity to bring her over soon. Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze, thoughts already churning. What is it? Zhang Yunshan, noticing his son's pause, turned back. Nothing, just glimpsed a few acquaintances. Zhang Chen offered a casual smile. Father, let us proceed. Time to meet Elder Mu, the nascent Soul Dao Lord, and see what honorable duty he has reserved for the Jeang family. Upon entering the Central Command tent, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended like a suffocating shroud. At its heart sat an ancient elder, white-haired, white-beard, skin like desiccated bark. His eyes remained closed as though slumbering, but the sheer weight of his presence left every golden core cultivator present struggling to draw breath. Elder Mu, the supreme elder of the Dongshan sect. Zhang Yunshan of the Zhang family, accompanied by my son Zhang Chen, pays homage to the Dao Lord, declared Zhang Yunshan, bowing with dignified composure. Elder Mu slowly opened his eyes, holding Zhang Yunshan's gaze for a measured moment, then cast a knowing, penetrating glance toward Zhang Chen. Master Zhang, golden core perfected. Impressive. It appears the Zhang family has indeed received extraordinary blessings this past year. The Dao Lord flatters us excessively. Zhang Yunshan inclined his head modestly. Strength demands responsibility. With a light tap of his finger upon the table, Elder Mu summoned a vast maritime defense map suspended midair. This beast tide advances with terrifying force. I shall speak plainly. The Zhang family shall defend the cliff pass on Lock Dragon Island's western flank. A terrain both treacherous and defensible, yet perilously vulnerable to infiltration by high-rank demonic beasts. At these words, the expressions of several other clan heads shifted subtly. The cliff pass, infamous as a place of no return. Though defensible from land, a subaquatic breach would sever all retreat. Do you object, Master Zhang? Elder Mu asked coolly, his voice laced with unassailable authority. Zhang Yunshan studied the map, then glanced at his son beside him. Zhang Chen gave the faintest nod, his eyes flashing with sharp resolve. No objection, replied Zhang Yunshan, straightening his spine. The cliff pass, We of the Zhang family shall hold it. However, I humbly request a small concession. Speak. Our family brings not only combat strength, but also abundant logistical supplies. My son Zhang Chen is proficient in alchemy and formation arrays. I petition to establish an independent logistical support node along the Western Front, and to recruit auxiliary personnel from the Allied cultivator forces. Elder Mu paused, genuinely taken aback. To him such a request seemed trivial, almost quaint. Granted, he waved dismissively. Choose whomever you wish. Night fell upon Lock Dragon Island with unusual heaviness. Black waves crashed against jagged rocks, not with the familiar roar of the sea, but with a guttural bestial rasp. To the island's west sprawled a haphazard cluster of crude stone huts, the temporary encampment of the Dongshan sect's auxiliary corps. Euphemistically termed the auxiliary corps, it housed those without influence or foundation within the sect, those whose cultivation was weak, or those like Su Xiao nominally interdisciples, yet utterly abandoned by any patronage. Su Xiao dragged her weary body forward and pushed open the rickety stone door. Its hinges shrieked, a grating jarring sound that sliced through the surrounding silence. She squeezed inside, shut the door behind her, and slid slowly down the rough stone wall until she crumpled onto the floor. Utter exhaustion. Since arriving on Lock Dragon Island, she had not known a single moment's rest. Those so-called senior brothers had offloaded every arduous, hazardous task onto her shoulders. All day long she had hauled formation stones, dense, inert blocks imbued with a natural anti-spiritual field. Cultivators dared not channel much spiritual energy while lifting them, leaving only brute strength to bear the weight. Her shoulders bore raw, flayed skin. Beneath her robe her flesh swelled crimson, streaked with weeping fissures where blood had seeped and fused with fabric. Each subtle movement a lance of agony. Su Xiao lowered her gaze to her hands once meant to grip spirit brushes and inscribe sacred talismans. Now they were caked in grime and scored with fine bleeding cuts. Black stone dust packed deep beneath her nails, unyielding, indelible. Master. She folded her knees, buried her face in her arms, and whispered, voice trembling on the edge of tears. Once Baifeng Peak had been a blessed spiritual mountain within the Dongshan sect. Back then her master still lived, and she his most cherished junior disciple. He would stroke her hair and say, Xiao, your constitution is rare, born for the talisman Dao. You are destined to become a grandmaster. Leave such coarse labor to the thick-skinned seniors. Then sunlight was warm, spirit paper fragrant, and days brimmed with hope, until her master perished unexpectedly during the last realm expedition and Baifeng Peak collapsed entirely.